Hello everyone, welcome to What If Cranel's broken heart discovered true love in Ryuu lion movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 19. Laying the foundation for the coming conflict. In the previous chapter. In the distance, the redeed, Revis is her name, walked away. He remembered the nickname of said adventure. A fleeting image crossed his mind. He shook his head, which ached. I have work to do. He decided to ignore what had happened and delve deeper into the dungeon. That little rookie was in Revere and that strange tomb. I should have ended his life when I saw him. My mistake. She remembered the last time she ran into him on the 18th floor. Author's note. Check chapter 11 to understand it. Currently. Look up, Belle. Ryuu shouted as he swung his sword quickly towards the white-haired man. Clang. Belle's daggers blocked the wind-slicing slash in its wake, absorbing the impact but recoiling slightly from the force infused into the attack. Clang. The boy changed the trajectory of the sword, surprising the elf in the process. Slash. In a quick movement he launched a slash towards Ryuu, but she dodged it before even the air pushed by the passing of the dagger hit her face. She's so fast. Belle thought, his posture unbalanced by the previous attack. The green-haired girl, as if she were a delicate and thin leaf, moved away a couple of centimeters, taking the necessary distance for her next move. With his opponent leaning forward and only keeping one foot on the ground as the other rose from the inertia of the cut with his dagger, Ryuu directed his sword at that spot. Ham. Belle's leg was pushed to the side. His body was slowly sinking to the ground, having no limbs to keep him upright. Good thinking, Ryuu, but I have more tricks than you think. He smiled with a hint of arrogance. Firebolt. He shouted, pointing at the floor. Huh? The elf, who was about to direct the tip of her sword at the boy's forehead, let out that moan. Good. The explosion created a shock wave that threw Belle's body backward. It also kicked up dirt, creating dust that made it difficult to see the surroundings. The boy fell on his back and without time to recover, he thought of his next strategy. He stood up quickly. Ryuu, who was confused, sharpened her hearing to know from which side the counterattack would come. I won't make the same mistake as with Hedon, he thought, drawing a small smile on his thin, fine lips. In a short period of time he managed to hear the cracking of a branch. Here it comes, he said. Clang. 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 Weapons clashed at a speed greater than the human eye can perceive, coupled with the cloud of dust that covered the spectators, if there were any. Clang. Clang. You are very strong, Ryuu said with his breathing a little labored, but not allowing himself to back down from the fight. Same here, I'm level 5 and you're level 4, and yet there doesn't seem to be much difference between us, the white-haired man declared, trying to land a hit. Clang. 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 The clash of daggers and swords continued at a rapid pace, with no one giving anything away. Do you know why I asked you for this fight? The elf asked. Ham. With the strength of his legs, he propelled himself backward, leaving a crater where he had once lain. They stood face to face, ready for their opponent's next move. A couple of meters separated them. I wanted to see if I'm worthy of going up to level 5, Ryuu added, giving off a green glow. Okay. I'll comply with your wishes. Belle declared with a challenging look. Ryuu disappeared from the boy's sight. If the battle was on equal terms, he would have lost from the moment he decided to take the battle seriously, he said to himself. In the sky of a now distant forest, those words were spoken from Belle's back. In an emerald blur, a blow was aimed at him. Clang. And, as quickly as it came, it went. In current chant, what a skill, he thought, trying to decipher where the elf would attack again. He stood still with his eyes closed, giving more charge to his other senses. The breeze hit her face, moving her hair. He suddenly opened his eyes. Clang. On the opposite side from which that breeze came, he blocked Ryuu's attack. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. He disappeared again when his attack missed its target. Come on, Belle, predict the moves. Ryuu wants you to fight with everything you've got, holding back right now would make her think I underestimated her. He took a deep breath. His hand began to emanate a white glow characteristic of his Argonaut ability. Answer my foolish voice, give me now the divine protection of the starfire. For the second it took to load Argonaut, he let his guard down. 5. The clash of arms occurred again. I could barely defend myself, he said, frowning. Ham. He deflects both his daggers and Ryuu's sword to his left side. The bells stopped ringing and the glow disappeared. Give the mercy of light to those who abandoned you. The chant continued, unlike Belle's case. Ryuu disappeared again, running in different directions. The motionless target is a dead man in the dungeon. But Belle didn't care, he was also looking to gain something in this fight. I must learn to defend myself, I won't always have speed as an advantage, he whispered, feeling his arms vibrating from the constant blocks when Ryu's sword slashed. Give the mercy of light to those who abandoned you. Throughout the sentence, there was an even greater confidence in the words as well as a stronger intonation. Slash. The slash aimed at Belle's right leg, but he barely managed to dodge it. The pants were torn although the limb remained intact. That was close. I can't activate Argonaut, the first chance she gets, she'll take me down, he said to himself, paying attention to his surroundings. Wandering wind, wandering traveler. Slash. Once again, the upward slash was narrowly avoided by Belle, who took advantage of his opponent's proximity and decided to attack. Clang. 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 No one could damage the other, they cancelled each other out both in magic and in hand-to-hand combat. The difference in level is not everything. Technique and experience in facing stronger opponents are also factors to take into account when a battle arises. Cross the sky and run through the desert, run faster than anything else. It's almost over. Belle realized that the chant was nearing its end. Clang. 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 Slash. Even though she didn't have a moment to concentrate, Ryu continued to focus on her goal. Magic, like the Argonaut skill, requires a clear mind and concentration to use, otherwise it could go off anywhere or, at best, simply not work. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. The elf raised her voice, preparing for the final deprivation. Those two simple words would start a burst of lightning at its target. Firebolt. Belle shouted. Several scarlet rays were directed towards her. Luminous whined. Ryu finished and several rays came out around her. Thud. 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 Several explosions shook the place where their training was taking place. Each of them represented the scope of a goal in front of them. Firebolt magic, the gust of luminous wind. Each one reached a destination. Firebolt. 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 Belle desperately tried to block every magic attack that could hit him. Her own magic exploded upon contact with Ryu's. Thud. 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 I don't think this is the only strategy Ryu would employ, it must be before completing his train of thought, the speed of luminous wind's rays was increased exponentially. Thud. 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 Firebolt. 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 He felt cornered. Suddenly it stopped. Smoke and ash rose into the thicker air. Belle's breathing became labored, his heart pounding so fast that the rumbling made it impossible to pay attention to his surroundings, as his sight, smell, and hearing were all cut off. Slash. Someone cut through the thick cloud. Ere Ryu. With his green cape he covered his face by covering himself with his left forearm. Alf's Lumina was held by his right hand. Belle raised his daggers and covered his front flank. Suddenly, she stretched out both arms, opening her cloak completely. The pair of short swords headed towards Belle. Damn. He said, trying to keep them from digging into him. Clang. Clang. He managed to change its trajectory, getting it to stick into the grass. However, he lost sight of Ryu. Ham. A strong kick hit Belle's legs from behind them. His body rose a couple of centimeters. And that wasn't all, Ryu's hand grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, pushing him down as if he were a sack. Belle's eyes watched as they moved from looking at the front wall to slowly moving up to the blue sky. 5. His back hit the ground, knocking the air out of his chest. Ah! That! Light moan came from him. Already on the ground and without an advantage, Ryu stood in front of him. I won, he said, smiling at her with a hint of pride. Belle sighed. Yes, I think so, as he answered, he pushed himself up with both hands to his sides and approached her. But the green-haired girl's wide-open eyes reflected her impression when she saw the boy moving towards her. Belle, like a kind of scissors, pushed up and down, but in opposite directions. Ham. She fell down, her bottom aching afterward. After that, her wrists were held tightly. And the rest of his back crashed into the grass. Ham. He closed his eyes in pain. When she opened them again, her eyelashes parted and with the sun's rays shining down on her, she saw Belle standing above her. I think it's a tie, the boy said, releasing her wrists and placing his hands on either side of Ryu's head. He smiled calmly, as if he didn't realize the dangerous position they were in. She blushed completely, even her ears took on that reddish color of her cheeks. The Edo B. Belle, he named him nervously. What's wrong, Ryu? You suddenly turned red, Belle asked, tilting his head. The elf kept looking at him. He looked down and finally understood the compromising position he was in. Author's note. Something like that, I only have this reference image with Ina. Sorry. She shouted, trying to get up as a blush spread across her face, however, as her legs were intertwined with Ryu's, she lost her balance and fell forward. Ham. His palms hit the floor again, but this time it was different. Their faces. The distance between them was very short. They swallowed hard at the tension of the situation. The question echoed in their minds. What should I do? Their breaths were felt on the contrary. They would be lying if they said they didn't want to do it, what did they imagine? However, is it suitable? Screw it. We're dating. They both said that at the same time subconsciously. Exactly. Why hold back? They're a couple, and kissing is a couple thing. They brought their lips together slowly. Their longing glances betrayed their deepest desires. First. They shared a tender kiss that lasted a couple of seconds. The softness of Ryuu's lips. The delicacy with which he joined Belle's. The trembling in them when feeling the rubbing between the aforementioned. She may be 21, but she's still a girl with no experience in love, just like her lover. Thanks to this, we could say that they are new experiences for both of them. They are discovering a new world. They separated to get some air. It was supposed to be a training, Ryuu said, and then let out a chuckle. And it was, we're just taking our well-deserved reward, the young man replied, laughing in the same way. They were silent for a moment, their expressions revealing their desires. Without needing to ask or express it, they got closer again. Before kissing for the second time, they were interrupted. Are outdoors. Their perverts, Está opined, watching them from the door that led to the courtyard where they trained. The elf quickly covered her partner's mouth. He turned to where his goddess stood, watching them with a mocking smile. It's not what Está thinks. Both of them stood up in the blink of an eye. Are you? I don't know what you're talking about. I just came to let you know that breakfast is ready, the goddess replied, turning around and heading back into the mansion. He stopped before crossing the door and turned slightly to where the two lovers stood without saying a word. He glanced at them before speaking. Although I don't think food is what they want for breakfast. Smoke. Came out of Belle's head. Don't say things like that, Está-sama. The green-haired girl complained. Fufu goodbye. And Está disappeared. Ugh. Ryuu complained with swirls in his eyeballs. And so the nearly 6-hour morning training session between the rabbit and the fairy ended in a technical tie. Although of course, that was not the conclusion they expected. Suddenly, Está returned. By the way, Finn will be here in a few hours. He wants to talk about that thing, so I hope you don't leave here until we have the information. Her unserious attitude changed drastically as she gave them the news. Belle and Ryuu looked at each other and nodded. Okay, Está-sama, they responded in unison, entering the headquarters. Perspective of A's in the streets of Arario. A certain golden-haired girl was walking through the city of Arario. There was a depressed aura about her and a certain tiredness due to the dark circles under her eyes, which had a certain purple color. The previous night was one of the most difficult that A's Wallenstein had experienced in a long time. One day ago, in the afternoon. Returning to the events that occurred yesterday afternoon, in which we can highlight the painful scene she witnessed just a few meters from her, we can conclude that her attitude and expressions reflected the damage within her being due to this. After fleeing without looking back, he simply headed to the Twilight Mansion to lock himself in his room. With pain in her chest and her mind clouding, she could only repeat several questions in her head through a small version of herself that accompanied her in this type of loneliness. You let our hero go, said Minnie A's, sitting on the edge of the bed a little dejected. The real version of her nodded as she hugged her knees and buried her face in her thighs. We were wrong, we were guided by our hatred of monsters, we added fuel to our black flame, and that distanced us from someone important to us, repeated the girl, with drops sliding down her cheeks and falling on the thin dress she was wearing. Yes, the sword princess replied to her subconscious self. She too was crying bitterly, only her tears were drowned out, just like her almost inaudible moans. But our father with difficulty, he spoke. Do you remember what Mama Reveria told us? When we finally stand face to face with the black dragon and it's defeated, what will we do? Yes, we might get our mother back, but what about the other people? Those who helped us cope with our pain or reached out when we needed it most, will we leave them behind? Will we forget them? Minnie A's spoke with a certain melancholy in her eyes. For the first time, A's, the royal family, considered this. Her ultimate goal was to rescue her mother by any means possible, but is she really willing to risk anything and anyone to see her again? Would she bear the weight of watching those close to her die for her revenge? It's a situation in which there is no right answer, only a balance that tips toward the side she most yearns to reach. I don't know, she answered herself. The girl stood up, moving a little away from the bed and facing her true self. The fact that you're hesitating to give an answer now means we're making progress. I'm glad. He said with a smile. Are you happy? The golden-haired girl asked. He nodded. That means you've realized the importance your loved ones have in your life and heart. One life will never be worth more than another. It has the value you decide to give it. I hope we never reach the point where we must choose. Her previous mood fell, Minnie A's. The atmosphere became grey and sad. What do you plan for us to do now? The question was thrown into the air. Ace remained silent for a couple of seconds, carefully considering what the next step would be. The aforementioned time passed and he came to a weak conclusion, although at least he reached that resolution. I want to be stronger, he whispered, clenching his fist until his palm bled. Why? They asked him. To save my mother, he answered. And? Minnie. Ace wanted to hear the full answer. Kill the black dragon, he added. That's all. I don't notice any difference from the version within the subconscious was interrupted. And protect the new bonds I've created was what the sword princess answered. Little Ace smiled from ear to ear. That's it. That's it. It's still an unrealized ambition, but that's it. He celebrated, jumping around the room and on the bed. Lying on her back and almost disappearing, she asked her last question. And with Belle and the Xenos, what will you do? This broke the mood. Ace's body trembled. What to do with Belle and the monsters? I have no idea, he replied. You'll soon know, replied little Ace, winking at him and vanishing with the entry of the sun's rays through the openings of the curtain that covered the window of her room. Stretching out his hand to try to stop her, he watched her disappear. Hundreds of doubts ran through the girl's head, but one in particular. Will I know soon? She asked herself. Back to the present. I've arrived, said the golden-haired girl, stopping in her tracks. You might be wondering, where was I? Simple, at the entrance to the Great Tower of Babel, home of the person I wanted to see on this occasion. She took a breath before continuing her journey to the top floor of the large building. People watched her go by. How could they not? She's the Sword Princess, that adventurer from the Loki family who, before being broken by a certain rabbit, held the record for leveling up in the shortest time possible. Plus, she carried a rapier at her hip and was wearing her full armor. She didn't look like she'd just returned from the dungeon, given the clear lack of wounds or at least dirt. So what brings her here? Weapons? No, Babel's weapon shops are nothing compared to going directly to the seat of the gods. Besides, Ace sends her directly to the god Gomnu. Potions? Not really, they get those at the Die Insect family headquarters. Without taking her attention off the place she was moving towards as calmly and expressionlessly as she was used to seeing if you were someone who had only met her a couple of times on the streets of Aurario. The Sword Princess entered the tower elevator. This one moved up as soon as he pressed the button for the top floor. For some reason he exuded nervousness as he passed the floors. In his mind he imagined hundreds of scenarios as to what would happen. The elevator stopped suddenly, it reached its destination. The doors opened at the same time and a young woman with silver hair, which covered most of her face, greeted her. What are you looking for here, Sword Princess? My goddess doesn't expect visitors, much less from you, Helen asked, frowning at the blonde's presence. I would like to talk to her, is she here? Ace answered. Wait a moment, the girl turned around and headed into the room. It was a short time before he returned. You can come in. You have 5 minutes, Helen announced, pointing the way. She crossed the door and on a velvet throne, with a cup of wine in her hand, Freya lay seated. You're a long way from home, child, the goddess said, smiling. Ace swallowed. Well? Why do you honor me with your presence? I must admit, I wasn't planning on having visitors, much less you, being the daughter of Loki. Speaking of her, does she know you're here? Freya asked a couple of questions. The blonde shook her head. No, he doesn't know, he answered. Oh, it would be troublesome if she found out. It's not like I want to get involved in a war game or create a misunderstanding with that flat-chested woman. It would be annoying to have her screaming here, thinking I'm planning on taking you, the silver-haired woman commented. I'm sorry, Ace replied. It doesn't matter. I'll say it again, what do you want? The goddess's purple eyes focused on her. I would like to train with Otter to become stronger, he replied. That impressed Freya. I don't want to feel weak again, he added. Wow, her soul, that black stain that mostly covered her, is dissipating, slowly but surely, the goddess thought. Desires to be strong, the same as Belle's, but so different in the motivation that generates them and their intensity, he added to his train of thought. She looked down, and the golden-haired girl's fist trembled. It seems he's finally decided to do something about it. If his soul turned completely dark, there'd be no salvation, he concluded. Helen. The woman called to her assistant. The aforementioned came in as quickly as she was named. Tell me, Freya-sama, he said after bowing. Call Otter, I want him to come now, he ordered. The silver-haired girl nodded and ran off towards her headquarters, Folkvingmer. Ace could not believe what was happening. In his view, the chances of Freya agreeing to his request without wanting something in return were zero. Although he wasn't entirely wrong. In exchange for this favor, there are some conditions, Freya declared. Attentive, the Sword Princess waited to hear them. The first is that you tell your goddess, I don't want to have that time-sucking parasite called Loki. The competent condition, A's would have no problem accepting it, although the red-haired goddess would be a pain when it came to communicating it to her. The second is that I'm not responsible for what happens to you during training. Otter is a good teacher, but his methods aren't even close to simple. The blonde had that in mind, she would be lying if she said she wasn't worried, but the pain and difficulty would help her get better. And finally, don't use the strength you'll gain to get into Cranel and Gale's sights. The goddess's expression worsened. How with difficulty, he tried to confirm that he heard correctly. These two are of my interest, and I wish to see them grow together. If you do anything to interfere to hurt them, or even hinder that progress, I will destroy you, and not even your entire family will save you, Freya declared, imposing her aura. Ace took a step back. Freya-sama, I accept the deal, Ace said before hearing the door open. I have arrived, Freya-sama, a deep and serious voice intervened in the scene. Oh. That was very fast, the goddess said, standing up. Did you want to see me, Freya-sama? Otter asked. Yeah. Looks like you'll have someone to train with, Freya pointed at the blonde. If it's your order, I have no reason to refuse, he replied. Fufu. There's just one more thing. She leaned closer to Bose's ear and he had to bend down slightly to hear what she had to say. Some whispers could be heard, although without the full context. Otter, at the end, nodded. Come with me, the captain of the Freya family gave a signal to the sword princess. Where are we going? The girl asked from behind the man. We'll go to Folkvanger, training will start right now, he finished. The blonde followed him, determined to follow through with her decision. Meanwhile, the goddess sat back on her throne and took a sip from her cup of wine. I don't care what happens to her, but whether he likes it or not, that girl is important in Bel's life. If she went crazy or died, it would affect him even with Ryuu by his side. After all, he wants to be a hero for everyone, regardless of race, he whispered, closing his eyes and sighing heavily. Jimmy Mansion, at dusk. Está, Ryuu, and each member of the Hestia familia, including the goddess of the same, gathered in the mansion's living room with the captain of the Loki familia, who came to explain the situation regarding the plan regarding the assault on Nos. We assume that, counting the creatures and demi-spirits, 6 opponents will be the ones that could complicate the operation. Not counting the violas and monsters that might be found in the dungeon. By all accounts, we're short on adventurers. That's why I'm looking forward to your participation. Without you and your curious integration of members in the different sectors of the operation, it wouldn't be possible to have the advantage in the coming conflict, Finn declared, bowing slightly to them. Please help me save Valerio from destruction. He begged. Humiliating. No, it would be worse to allow his home to be burned to the ground out of pride. That was Valerio to the Hobbit his home. Wait, Mr. Finn. You don't have to ask like that. If Valerio is at stake and Evilus's previous actions are aimed at that dark goal, it would be an honor for me to stop them along with you and the others. Bell was the first to express his opinion regarding the previously raised issue. His strong moral duty and concern for the people of the city prevented him from refusing, although he did not intend to reject it. No matter how much time passes, Evilus will always seek to do as much damage as possible. Killing innocents, hurting people, they must be brought to justice for their actions. Está, contrary to her normal attitude since her return, frowned. It's not like we have a choice, more like an ultimatum. We participate and increase our chances of winning, or we step aside and the scales will tip in Evilus's favor. That flat-chested woman must be desperate to come to me. However, I understand. As inhabitants of this place, it's something that concerns us, Hestia said, holding her chin. I'm sorry to say that, Hestia-sama. But I can't leave here without ensuring your participation. The plan takes you into account, Finn replied. I accept, braver Ryuu, he replied without hesitation. Those present turned to their positions. I will not allow a new dark age to fall on Aurario. Where so many lives were lost, where so many friends left, I want a world where we can be happy, he added seriously. Ryuu. Bell held her hand, which was shaking. I think Ryuu has communicated everyone's thoughts. Bell supported her. If Aurario is in danger, we must help, Welf agreed. Lily never gets what she wants, so I have no choice, we'll join this suicide mission again. The Hobbit declared with a vein popping out on her forehead. I'll fight too. Mikoto puffed out her chest. Me too. Haraham raised her hand. Está and Hestia turned around for a second and looked at Finn. Both Hestia and Está familia except, they said in unison. Finn smiled with relief. Things were heading in the right direction. However, he remembered something he'd overlooked. I appreciate the support. But there's one thing you should know, he said, calming down. What is it, braver? Hestia asked. We've been doing some research lately to find out the identity of Enyo, the one pulling the strings behind Evilus's backstage. We concluded that he must be a god who lives in Aurario, not like the Nados, who resided within the dungeon, the Hobbit reported. What are you getting at? Now it was Astri who sought the answer. Hestia-sama. Perhaps the possibility seems crazy to you, and I accept that you don't believe me. We also doubt the veracity of this, however you have to know, he added. The focus was on the pigtailed goddess. Kami-sama. What does she have to do with Enyo? Bell worried. The paths and clues obtained lead us to Demeter-sama. Finn revealed. The bucket of cold water fell on the little goddess. His legs trembled. His eyes opened as wide as possible. He swallowed. Demeter, he said. Hestia couldn't. I didn't want to. To believe that her friend was capable of such a Machiavellian strategy and goal. Give us 5 minutes. I'll give you the details, the captain of the Loki family asked those present. Kami-sama, the white-haired man wanted to know what his goddess thought. No problem, Bell. I'll be fine, Hestia replied, giving him a smile that, far from calming him down, worried him more. Come on Bell, everything will be okay. Ryuu tenderly held his hand, placing his free hand on his beloved's cheek and gently caressing it in order to calm him down. Okay, the young man nodded, listening to the elf and leaving. Astri followed them. The others also left the hobbit and the goddess alone. Han Bell y Ryuu. They both walked to their rooms, as is well known, they are followed in the main hallway. Thanks Ryuu. Seeing her like that it hurt my chest, the white-haired man thanked. She denied. I don't deserve thanks. It's the least I can do for you, for her, she replied, still holding him. Ryuu. Astri trotted a few steps towards the two. Astri-sama. Is something wrong? The elf asked, to the despair of her goddess. I almost forgot. I spoke with the guild about the adventures they told me about. They told me you had enough merit to level up. I wanted to do it now, the goddess replied. Level up makes sense considering the trouble I got into with Bell in the last few weeks, Ryuu said, looking at the white-haired man. Bell scratched the back of his neck and laughed uncomfortably. He was aware that most of those incidents were caused by a series of unfortunate events triggered by his presence. Let's do it, Ryuu accepted being leveled up at that very moment. The elf opened the door to the room, Astri entered first and her daughter followed. Will you not come in, Bell? The goddess asked. Huh? And no way. A girl's room is a temple that can't be entered without permission. Also, to update her status, she must remove her upper clothes. The young man looked embarrassed, looking away and blushing. Fufu Astri laughed. I have no problem with you coming in. Just promise me you won't watch while they do it, Ryuu said, trying not to make eye contact. Well, there's no reason to refuse, sorry for intruding, said the white-haired man, entering the room and closing the door. Okay, I'll start. Please, face the wall, Astri ordered Bell. Why, you don't have to repeat it, was his answer. If you turn around I'll get very upset. Ryuu's threat didn't match his expression. I won't do it. Leaving aside the bundle of rabbit-shaped nerves, the elf took off her shirt. Her soft, wide and delicate skin was revealed by the lifting of the garment. And he saw his family's emblem. I'm ready, Astri-sama, she warned. I'm coming. The goddess's finger was pricked with a pin, a drop of blood formed on it. He placed it on his daughter's back and due to gravity it fell. The crimson liquid opened Ryuu's state. The statistics were revealed in it. Do you remember what the values were before I left? He asked. Not exactly. But I kept the sheet in the drawer over there. The young woman pointed to her nightstand next to her bed. Astri went to her and pulled her out. Ryuu Lion. Elfo. Level 4. Strength E488. Resistance F352. Dexterity A888. Agility A889. Magic B717. Hunter G. Abnormal, Resistance G. Magic Resistance I. Skills. Fairy Serenade. Mind Load. Aromana. Magia. Luminous Wind. No Heal. It's just as I remember it. A certain nostalgia came from his words. I'll update it now, she said to herself. Ryuu Lion. Elfo. Level 4. Strength. A850. Resistance. A897. Dexterity. S907. Agility. S930. Magic. SS999. Hunter. G. Abnormal Resistance. G. Magic Resistance. I. Skills. Fairy Serenade. Mind Load. Aromana. Magia. Luminous Wind. No Heal. Astri was amazed by the statistics. Not even when her family still existed and Ryuu was an active adventurer did she see so many S's in her daughter's statuses. Is something wrong, Astri-sama? The elf asked because of her goddess's silence. It's nothing. It's just that 3 of your 5 stats have values above 900, 1 even over 1000, he replied. The surprise was huge. Minus 1000. He wanted to corroborate what he had said before. Yes. Now I'll level up. The letters that lit up above his back lit up, the writing in the language of the gods changing. The process is complete. For some reason Está froze when she saw her daughter's back. It can't be possible, he whispered. She smiled with tears. Está-sama. What's wrong? Ryuu quickly covered himself and turned to his goddess. Elle also stopped pressing his face against the wall and went over to both of them. She was holding a leaf in her hand. My girl, he whispered, however he didn't seem to be referring to the green-haired girl. The aforementioned took the leaf. He read word by word, everything seemed normal until he found something new in the skill section. Ryuu Lion. Elfo. Level 5. Strength I0. Stamina I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Hunter F. Abnormal, Resistance F. Magic Resistance H. Abilities. Fairy Serenade. Mind Load. Aromana. Bluebird Bequia. Increases the user's abilities, allowing them to reach the strength of the first class. Magia. Luminous Wind. No heal. Bluebird Bequia, Ryuu said in a low voice. A new skill, Bella asked. It's more than that, Está answered. Allies, the image of that girl crossed his mind. It's Allies' ability, he revealed. Allies, the boy remembered the name from the conversation he had with his partner about what had happened years ago. How? Why? Doubts emerged. Ryuu, I know it's unexpected, but there's no reason for it to cause you conflict. The goddess didn't allow the feelings inside her daughter to become painful due to the memory of her friend. Está-sama is right. It's probably a gift from beyond, Belle continued. From the beyond? With a broken voice, the elf raised her head. Instead of feeling sad, you should honor the ability as allies would have wanted. Worship it as a reminder that she existed. Consider it a bond between friends, companions, family, and, above all, use it to save people, as she did in her time, the boy said, wrapping his arm around Ryuu. Honor? Bond? You said it yourself. They wanted you to live, so trust in their will, Está concluded, hugging her as well. Live line no, Ryuu, the Redeed's last words echoed in his head. He couldn't help but cry. I'll make you proud, allies, she concluded, being comforted by the two most important people in her new life. Chapter 20. Assault on Nos. Final battle against Evilus. 3 days after the events of the previous chapter. In the dark and desolate streets of Erario in the early morning. A chilling silence reigned within the city. No disturbances, no noises, not a single light to demonstrate the existence of life in the surroundings, coupled with the atmosphere of unrest that foreshadowed a break in the previously described atmosphere. No one would have imagined that at that moment the fate of many would be at stake. High atop a building, a goddess watched intently over the place she once called home. It was Demeter. Her serious and imperturbable countenance, like an expressionless doll faced with the magnitude of upcoming events, caused a certain fear in anyone who focused their attention on her. Behind him stood a masked stranger, covered in a scarlet cloth. That presence was the famous Enyo, who pulls the strings of Evilus. It was not necessary to see his face to know that behind that cover, there was a smile from ear to ear. And the battle begins. I hope you are ready, Loki, she whispered, opening her arms with delight and a certain ecstasy in her tone. After the end of his prayer, the pounding of dozens of legs moving broke the calm and marked a turning point in the encounter that would define the fate of thousands of people. Demeter lay head down, clenching her fist as it trembled. A powerful explosion came from the west wing of Erario. Murmurs and orders came as a result of this disturbance. Oh, the Ganesha family will be the first to move their pieces. Interesting, Enyo said as he identified two women running to where the attack originated. They were Shakti Varma and Iltafarna, the captain and vice-captain of the aforementioned family. Will you let them do the dirty work, goddess of lies? He asked the air without looking for an answer, referring to the red-haired goddess. Move. The first attack has arrived. Braver told us they would come one after another. Let's finish off the first one. The blue-haired woman ordered her Amazon companion. I know. I'll keep up with you. Ilta replied, the corners of her lips curling. Part of her was excited to be involved in this adventure because she and her family hadn't participated in the first assault on Nos. The fighting spirit of an Amazon is something to be admired. Running at top speed, they came across a shattered building that was on fire. From within emerged a humanoid-looking creature. His body was divided into two sections. In the upper part it resembled a beautiful woman with bright eyes that emanated a golden color. But in the lower portion it was different. Vegetation and a few roots that, without being experts in said creature, were consciously controlled by it, predominated in that creature a monster. A demi-spirit, Shakti reported, identifying the race of that strange being. Tightly, he held his weapon, the Ankusha. Ilta followed her captain's actions, unsheathing her own weapons. The plant beast turned to look at them upon sensing their gazes and presence. His mouth opened unnaturally, revealing a terrifying grimace that reflected a certain joy at seeing them there. Speechless, he approached them. The first battle was about to begin. But Finn and the others, and Nos. "Are you sure about this?" Riveria asked her captain. "It's for the best. Did you hear or feel the tremor from above? The attack has begun, and it won't be limited to the dungeon's interior. My thumb hurts, and I have a feeling it was for the best to split up like this," the hobbit explained to the elf. "Braver 9 hell. We're here," a voice called them by their adventurer nicknames. "I already noticed," Fels replied, the blonde in the presence of said being completely covered by a dark cloth. Behind Uranus's assistant came a pair of monsters. The siren Ray and the lizardman Lid. However, an imposing presence could be felt meters behind them. "I see he's also agreed to participate." Riveria pointed her staff at the end of a tunnel. "He wouldn't abandon us, we are his family after all," Lid replied. "The aura he emanates, it's different," Riveria said. "He's been training tirelessly since the last time they met," La Siren affirmed the nascent suspicions in the captain of the Loki family. "I understand you'll be guiding us," Finn spoke to Ray, leaving the previous topic aside. "Yes. Your suspicions were correct, Braver. There is a disturbance here in the dungeon," the siren replied. "And Yo has a secret weapon tch," the hobbit clicked his tongue. Confirming this gave him a bad feeling, which was reflected in the stinging burning sensation emerging in his thumb. "Okay, let's go, it's this way." Before Fels could advance along with both members of the Loki family, he was interrupted. The ground shook at a frantic pace, making it difficult to stand up easily. "What is this?" Lid wondered. "They know we're here," Riveria replied. Crack. The ground cracked and a gigantic arm emerged from it. "Enyo won't let us find his weapon so soon." Finn held his spear. Crack. "But how is it possible that it breaks the walls of Nos?" Fels was terrified by the strength of the monster that was trying, and was succeeding, to sneak into the floor where they were. Crack. Another arm separated the plates of solid rock. "But Finn, Gareth, Aki, and Raul are waiting for us. We can't fight now." The elf reminded her of their purpose within Nos. It wasn't limited to meeting the Xenos, no, that was merely the beginning of their mission. Bomb. The footstep made them turn around. Bomb. And another one. The impact of the sole of the foot caused the destruction around it to pale in comparison. The huge jet black body emerged from the shadows. The pair of horns atop the monster's head brought a slight smile to the hobbit's face. It was Asterius. The level 7 Minotaur who showed up as support for the mission. That outset order came from his snout. Finn and Riveria walked up to him. Ray was walking with them. The full body of the demi-spirit landed a couple of meters in front of the Minotaur. "Are you really going to fight that thing alone?" the siren asked. He showed his teeth, showing confidence. "I will fight," he replied. Bomb. He pounded his fists. "Because I won't allow them to harm mine," he added. Behind him, Braver and 9 hell nodded, leaving the scene with Ray. Lid landed next to Asterius. "Ready?" the lizardman asked. "You'd have to ask yourself that," the jet black beast expressed his opinion regarding his companion's strength with just that question. "No way. I'm nowhere near your power, but don't think I'll just stand idly by. I can serve as a shield, at least." The lizard monster's sharp fangs appeared in a grin as he drew his swords. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Lid joked. That barbarian won't last a second. Asterius clenched every muscle fiber in his body. Hundreds of veins popped out in his arms and legs. The air he exhaled emitted immense heat. Our Minotaur companion was feeling excited. And, as the monster itself confirmed, the fight would be against a barbarian, a beast larger than him and with hair all over its body. Boo! Asterius bellowed intensely. Similar to the barbarian. Boo! The beast turned into a demi-spirit let out the same sound. Bomb. 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 The pair's footsteps echoed across the battlefield. The speed increased the closer they got to each other. Bomb. 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 Boo! Asterius got ready for his attack and I am. The punch was received in the snout of the barbarian parasitized by the fetus jewel, starting the fierce combat. On the surface again, with the rest of the Loki family. We should help, don't you think? Tiona asked her companions' opinions because both Shakti and Ilta had informed them of a demi-spirit attack through a rare object provided by Fels. Oculus was its name. No. Finn gave us orders. We must take care of the next attack. They can handle it alone. Put some trust in your battle companions, Tyan, his sister, replied. Bet, silently and with his hands in his pockets, was lost watching the moon covered by clouds in the sky. Lafia tried to calm her breathing, which was labored by nervousness. If I can whatever comes, I can handle it, she told herself, holding her staff firmly. No emotion could be identified on the side of the sword princess. It's not as if that were strange, though she seemed different from previous occasions. The training she underwent alongside bows of the Freya family passed in the blink of an eye. I couldn't even touch it, she whispered in frustration. During that time he didn't even manage to scratch him. However, I would be lying if I said I didn't learn anything during that time. Clear my mind, he said inside his head as he remembered the primordial advice that was given to him. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Several of them focused on his fighting style, although the most important, in his opinion, was that one. According to the king, he was so focused on an external matter that his strength was diminished as a result of his lack of commitment to combat. If he brought calm to his mind and heart, the power within him would be enhanced. Putting that matter aside. His golden eyes focused on the horizon. His right hand is on top of the handle of his rapier. At any moment, her turn and that of the rest of her family could come. And she clearly wants to be prepared for it. Her golden hair moved and waved in the cold night breeze. If you paid close enough attention to the sounds it produced, you could hear the wind speaking. And that's what happened. Like a murmur that faded into the distance, but whose echo allowed it to project several meters further, a word entered A's ears from the north. Arya. Hearing it in less than a second. Zoom. The blonde ran at top speed in the direction from which that name originated. A's. Where are you going? Her family shouted as they watched her walk away without saying a word. Damn. We have to follow her. Bet said, jumping down from the roof where they were standing guard. Wait. The mission. Tyan tried to calm them down without any success. The fact that A's went in that direction tells us there's going to be another attack. It's our duty to confront whatever's causing it. Tiona, like Bet, left the area. Lafia didn't speak, she just followed them at the speed that her level 4 status allowed her. Tyan sighed. She had no choice but to trust her family's instincts. Hundreds of thoughts resonated in the mind of the sword princess. It must be her, I'm absolutely sure, she whispered, frowning and clenching her teeth. Who could have angered the blonde so much? None other than the woman who so insistently called her by her mother's name. Brevis, the creature with which he has developed a couple of battles in the past. The screams of the Amazons, the elf and the werewolf trying to stop her went unheard as she focused her full attention on the path she was taking. Clear my mind, I really can't if I don't know what's causing the disturbance. He didn't forget Otter's advice, although he didn't follow it either. Little by little, he made his way into Daedalus Street. He knew it was that place thanks to the numerous streets and alleys he saw as he crossed. Moving his eyes in different directions, he inspected the area. Not a single corner, street or opening would escape him to avoid an ambush. Which was not long in coming. From the starry sky and landing in front of where the moon was clearing as the clouds retreated, the aforementioned appeared. He screamed as he let the air out of his lungs. Hoo! It hit the wall of a building, leaving a crater in the surface. Clang. In a precise maneuver, using his new weapon, he deflected Revis's sword and moved away from her, increasing the distance and preventing a new attack from coming. Slash. The Redeed quickly stood up and cut through the wind around her. You've improved since our last fight, Revis said, sticking the tip of his sword into the ground. This will be the last time we fight, Ace spoke, preparing her rapier. We agree on that, Arya replied the creature. The atmosphere became heavy when he finished his prayer. The blonde's body went on alert. A red armor with a texture resembling the flesh of a living organism surrounded the Redeed's body. From this, a considerable sized eye peeked out from behind. The sword princess gulped. Your friends won't come to rescue you. They'll be too busy and probably dead by the time this is over, he warned, pointing at the path behind A's. Slash. 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 Repeated gashes impacted buildings, toppling them and blocking access due to the rocks and debris that piled up. It's my fight from the beginning, I had no intention of involving them. Black wind surrounded the girl's body. His power increased exponentially. They made eye contact for a brief moment and in less than 1 second they were face to face. Cling. Both swords impacted at the same time on the surface of the other. Pumping strength into their arms, they strove to push their rival. The fight that would put an end to this long-standing rivalry began. Meanwhile, on Lafia's side, Tiona, Tyan and Bet. Bet out of the way. I'll take that thing down. Bet shouted as he took flight and prepared to destroy the pile of rocks and debris. Lafia, a familiar voice, named the orange-haired elf from behind her. The werewolf turned around, like the rest of the group, and stopped what he was about to do. From the shadows a familiar figure approached. Lafia's eyes opened wide, almost popping out of her sockets. The lump formed in his throat and his grip on his staff weakened for a few moments. It can't be. Tiona was the first to speak. It's impossible, you're supposed to. Tyan pointed at her. Filvis Bet named her. Yes, it was Filvis Chalia. Who is supposed to have died some time ago. Lafiya, why? Of all the adventurers who could have come, why did it have to be you? The dark-haired elf asked. A certain anger tinged her question. I should be the one asking that. How did you? I saw you. The orange-haired elf repeatedly tried to express her doubt, but she couldn't because of how surprised she was. Filvis's brow furrowed. You shouldn't have been here, not you. Filvis's figure distorted following her dialogue. Lafiya's breathing was labored along with her fear at the sight of her. The size of what had once been her friend increased. And her features, both facial and bodily, altered or rather monstrified, revealing her Ein form. She cancelled her duplication magic and became one again, her black hair grew long enough to touch the ground and her eyes turned dark blue. The area around his eyes, his cheekbones, sank. Pale red roots grew from the magic stone in his chest and his skin turned an unhealthy bluish white. Whether you like it or not, that thing was no longer Filvis. The werewolf, along with the Amazon sisters, stepped forward, leaving their elf companion behind them. I can't let them get out of here alive. Ein shouted, pushing the wind behind him. The hair of those present moved back, even Lafiya took a couple of steps back, although this was a consequence of the lack of strength in her legs, a consequence of her dizziness, rather than the same strength of the one who was once her beloved friend. It must be a lie. Tears slid down the orange-haired girl's eyes. It isn't. All this time it hid its true form from us, and now it's here, before us. Ready to end our lives. Tiona, feeling betrayed but not allowing herself to show it, grabbed her urga, ready for the fight that would unfold without any way to stop it. Ah. A distorted voice originated said scream that penetrated the eardrums of the listeners and caused immense pain inside their ears. Lafiya. I know you're shocked by the news and you have every right to grieve. But not now. We need you. She's not the same old Filvis. She's stronger. Tyan shouted, covering her ears. Although she wasn't entirely sure if her message had been received, as there was a chance it wouldn't be heard due to the noise, she gave it a try and it paid off. Lafiya took a breath, leaning on her staff to regain her position. He calmed his heart. She would confront her best friend whom she thought was dead. I wouldn't allow that person's image to be tarnished by the horrible acts he has committed and wants to commit this time. A certain sense of responsibility was born within his being. As my friend. I must be the one to stop you, Filvis. She screamed, forcing air from her lungs and straining her vocal cords to be heard. The creature's roar ceased. Sweep, sacred staff of crushing evil, Filvis said. Careful. The werewolf warned when he saw a glow emerge from her. The Othursos. He completed his chant. Several golden rays shot out from the creature. Bomb. 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 Dozens of explosions ripped through the surrounding areas, shattering and destroying everything in their path. If those things touch them, the damage will be massive. Lafiya warned, knowing Filvis's magic. She moved in different directions to avoid a direct hit. Curiously, however, almost none of them were directed at her. Bet out. To your right. The elf shouted at the werewolf as soon as she saw one of those rays getting dangerously close to him. Damn. Bet complained, trying to dodge. With Demeter. The goddess stood on the observation deck of the building where she had decided to witness the fall of Ryuu. The minutes that passed since Evilus's attack had begun had not altered her appearance or position. Standing. If someone were to mistake her for a statue, they wouldn't be blamed. That's exactly the perception anyone would have of her. However, that countenance would be broken after the arrival of a certain goddess who does not know how to remain silent. My beautiful Demeter. I admit that for the first time in many years I've been surprised. Who could have imagined that such glorious breasts could hide a black and rotten heart? Loki entered the scene. The imperturbable harvest goddess ignored the Redeed's hurtful words. I absolutely refuse to believe this nonsense. It seems that Loki was not the only one present. But you, my friend, the trustworthy and kind goddess I love like a sister, has planned something so vile. Not you, Demeter, not you. Hestia appeared, holding back the urge to cry. You can see the pain and frustration in the way the little pigtailed goddess expressed herself. Demeter stirred at the sound of Hestia's voice, but without looking at her or even turning around. Her lips trembled. Beautiful orange-haired goddess. Absolutely everyone is aware of the deeds you carry on your tired shoulders and back. Yet your lack of defense is hurtful. Besides, Hestia continues to deny the veracity of the evidence. Hermes patted the aforementioned goddess a couple of times, trying to calm her feelings. You don't know anything, you're just a fool for trying to defend me, Demeter spoke. No. I refuse. The Demeter I know will die before she allows the death of a living being. The small pigtailed goddess shouted, taking a step forward. Silence, the aforementioned requested. Loki looked at her, sharpening his eyes and trying to read her body language. I won't shut up. I'm sure an external factor got you involved in this. My friend wouldn't commit any act against humanity, the plants, the animals she protects, what she stands for, because she's proud of who she is. Take off that mask and tell us the truth. Hestia begged, getting close enough and stretching her hand to reach her. They have no idea about anything, he replied, clenching his fist. We want you to tell us, Loki answered. Your children wouldn't want to see you as a monster, Hermes pointed out. Keep my children away. They have nothing to do with this. The harvest goddess suddenly turned around, tears streaming down her red cheeks. Angrily, she pointed at the traveling god. Demeter. Hestia's eyes lit up. I had no choice. Demeter's legs shook and her finger came down along with the rest of her arm. The lump in his throat strengthened Loki's suspicions. What did he do? What did he take from you to make you go to such extremes? Hermes changed his mocking face to a serious one. Something rarely seen on him. She fell back, unable to maintain the role of villain. He came one day. My little ones, he killed them in front of me. The more I refused to participate in his plan, he confessed. Their names, faces, expressions as a sword slid down their throats and blood spurted out, staining me without being able to stop it. Every damn detail haunts me day after day in my nightmares, he added. He said he wouldn't stop until he got a yes, he added. Then you really is a sadist, Loki said, frowning. Hestia approached her friend and hugged her. Sorry, she cried, burying her face in the little goddess's white dress. It's not your fault. I would have done the same if the lives of my loved ones were at stake, he replied, caressing the back of her neck. I'm glad that it wasn't true. I knew it was impossible for you to be responsible for evil. As Hestia's grip tightened. Come out of hiding place, you lying rat. Face us, you bucking piece of shit. Come here, Enyo. Loki yelled furiously. The objective. Simple. Knowing that Demeter's complicity was born from threats and the real culprit was still out there, he summoned him. Ha 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 ha. I love your face of despair, Demeter. They shouted from the shadows. From a corner, the light radiating from the moon focused on the man covered in red cloth, with countless masks printed on his attire, in addition to the one that covered his identity. It's simply exciting, he added. Did you say Enyo, Loki? Hermes asked. True. It's just habit, I apologize. The Redeed lightly tapped herself on the head, winking and sticking out her tongue. I meant, he added, revealing his eyes. Dionysus, the traveling god, and the god of lies finished in unison. The masked man was silent for a couple of seconds. He let out a heavy sigh. She placed her hand on the mask and removed it, allowing both her face and her long blonde hair to be seen. You miss nothing, Loki. You live up to your title, goddess of lies. Although it took you too long to realize my identity, it makes me happy to know that I managed to deceive you for so long, Dionysus replied. Surprisingly, she was the first to know, so I had to silence her, he said, pointing at Demeter. How dare you, damn monster. Hestia reprimanded him, full of anger and overflowing fury. Ahahahaha. I wanted to see those faces. Rage, despair, lost hope. They feed my being. He declared, shuddering with pleasure. I know a fetish is a form of love, but that's too much, Hermes commented. Of course, I would prefer that the one who teaches me what I ask is Loki, not you, meddling dwarf, Dionysus continued. However, I will ask, what the hell are you doing here? He asked. Berario isn't just defended by Ganesha and flat-chested. We, the inhabitants, must also do our part. The pigtailed goddess stood up. I don't understand how your family will help Loki's children in the conflict. Rabbit feed is an interesting subject, however a level 4 won't make a difference. But I must admit that defeating that Freya elf is a feat I myself recognize, Dionysus expressed, unconcerned. Haha, I wouldn't be so sure, Enyo. Hermes called him by that nickname. There is no win-win scenario, he mockingly replied. The pieces on the board move independently, but the goal is the same for everyone. Only they will decide whether we lose or fail, Loki replied, trusting his family and the others. The god faces the Redeed and communicates the following. The game was in check from the moment they decided to participate. Why are you doing this? Hestia questioned him. Why? You ask, Dionysus smiled grimly. There are those of us who don't pursue anything logical, like money, fame, recognition, or any material good. That's why I can't be bought or intimidated. I just want to see the world burn, he concluded, revealing his intentions. The Nos perspective of the group led by Finn. Soaring above at high speed, Ray led the group of Finn, Reveria, Gareth, Aki and the good Rallgod, who used 0.0001% of his power to keep up with them. We're close. Asterius and Fel said they sensed immense power in the depths of this tunnel. He warned the siren. Boo-oh. Boo-om. The noises of the battle taking place behind them prevented them from hearing clearly. The surrounding areas, as well as the side walls, shook and dropped pebbles. If that Minotaur felt fear upon sensing the power of Evilus's secret weapon, I'd probably throw up. Rawl shouted, frightened. The idea of running into a beast stronger than that jet black level 7 monster terrified him to no end. Damn. Stop being a coward. Aki demanded, slapping him on the head. You two back there. Stop shouting. Gareth scolded. It was clear that speed wasn't his strong suit, but he couldn't be considered slow either. Turn onto this road and follow me to the end. Ray gave them the instructions to follow. Nos is too vast, and a distraction could lead to getting lost inside, as it is composed of multiple intricate paths. As soon as you enter the site, the path quickly splits into multiple, dizzying directions. The numerous forks and four-way intersections make the number of possible paths to take uncountable, with a wide variety leading only to dead ends. While its structure is typical of a labyrinth, its complexity is extremely high, easily surpassing Daedalus Street. Well, it's already a lot to talk about this man-made labyrinth. How many floors do we have left to reach that monster's resting place? Finn asked, following the siren. Pels told me that he is located on the 11th floor and we are on the 9th. Do you still have the Daedalus orb? The Xenos answered, wanting to make sure that the Hobbit has the orb with which they could open the floodgates. Yes. Bell gave it to us. Gale got it and gave it to him. The blonde took the red jewel with a letter D on its surface out of his pocket. I have no doubt that Evilus possesses them as well. Let's proceed carefully. Losing the Daedalus orb would cause a serious setback to our plans. Riveria, saying this, made it clear to her captain to keep the object safe. You're right. Cutting a hole in these thick walls to escape from our position is impossible, Gareth opined, recalling how difficult it was to break through them. Imagining repeating such a feat to the surface sounded like madness to him. The path illuminated by the magic stone lamps seemed to have no apparent end, or so they thought until they saw a gigantic orange alchem gate meters ahead. However, there was some problem regarding her. It was open. The traps are deactivated. Fels was in charge of turning them off using the eye he obtained from the corpse of Dix Perdix Ray, who remained in the air, informed the rest. So that means there's someone inside. That's the only explanation I can think of. The group readied their weapons while the siren hid behind them. In terms of strength, she'd be a nuisance if a demi-spirit showed up. They walked slowly, entering the 10th floor of Nos, but not before using the Daedalus orb on the red jewel that regulates the labyrinth to ensure that the traps were deactivated. Aerith moved forward. If it became necessary to defend against an ambush, he would take the damage. The last time something like this happened, Finn was seriously injured. No one knows exactly what's going on up there. Evilus has probably moved his pieces since they haven't heard from Ace and the rest. Lamps dimly illuminated the immense 10th floor of Nos. There's still a long way to go. The 11th floor remains blocked on one of the branches of the third forward path, according to what Fels explained to me. Siren, who had halted her flight, informed them. Brawl, without warning, threw her to the ground along with Aki. Careful. He shouted. Sly eye Ash. The blow aimed at them missed due to the black-haired youth's foreboding. Ply-eyeing. Aerith, who sensed the approaching attack, reacted together with Rawl, blocking the impact that changed trajectory towards Finn and Riveria. Another one's coming. Ray, at the back of the immense place, saw hundreds of roots approaching. Slash. 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 Multiple cuts sliced the roots into thousands of pieces. Finn used his spear for such a feat, shaking off the green liquid that remained on the blade. Brawl, Aki, Ray. Continue, the Hobbit ordered. But the boy wanted to contradict him. They attacked us from two different directions. That means there are at least two demi-spirits or creatures. If Revis is one of them, we'll need them to leave so they don't get hurt. I'll be honest, not even I'm sure I'd be strong enough in such a situation, the blonde explained, covering the trio as they recovered from the fall. We'll cover you, go ahead, Riveria added. Okay, Aki and Rawl nodded. They walked away down the alley to their left. Do it, Riveria, noting that the distance between them and the rest of the group was ideal. Finn gave the signal to the high elf. Herald of the end, white snow. Forms whirlwinds before twilight. Fading light, frozen earth. Blizzard, 3 harsh winters. My name is Alfie, performed his chant, activating wind from Bolvator. The staff lit up and icy wind came out of the ground where the magic circle was drawn. Waves of air fluttered the beautiful elf's hair. Phew. The ice spread rapidly in the area, covering the floor and walls. Two moans came from different directions. And crack, crack, crack. The cold coating was cracking. The raisins were approaching. The glass was cracking. Similar monsters emerged from their icy prison, allowing the trio of adventurers to see them. Their demi-spirits. Gareth gripped the handle of his axe. Yes, Revis went for A's, confirmed the high elf. Let's hurry here. Finn felt his thumb burning, as if live fire were singeing it. Aerith, with me. Riveria, stop them from attacking us. The hobbit launched himself into physical combat alongside the dwarf. Riveria, being a mage, would bring up the rear. The jade-haired woman began the chant, summoning her Vaz Windheim magic. Om. 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 Multiple explosions hit the demi-spirits full on. Slash. Aerith buried his axe in his opponent's arm. At his side, Finn aimed his spear at the latter's magic stone. Zoom. It embedded itself in the beast's shoulder as it anticipated the hobbit's intentions, and he ran to retrieve his weapon, dodging the monster's attacks, while Riveria cut off its attempted attacks. Om. Slash. With one leap he unearthed his spear and launched himself behind his opponent. It won't be that easy, he said. Somewhere on the 18th floor of the dungeon. From the depths emerged hundreds of violas surrounding a plant-like being, similar to the one fighting Shakti and Ilta on the surface. The roots of the plant swept away anything in their path. Giant rocks were shattered, trees fell, and in Riviera, buildings were smashed to pieces. But there was one tiny detail that bothered the demi-spirit and his army. The lack of life where there should be dozens of adventurers. How is this possible? Did they flee? Did they know Enyo's strategy? Destroying several floors at once and causing the birth of those monsters the dungeon employs when the damage to their organism is significant. Confused, he continued his mission until something opened and he walked with great ease to its main body. Turning to where a certain imposing presence was calling her, she found herself faced with the worst opponent she could ask for. It was Otter the King. He held a gigantic jet black sword that rested on his back. The demi-spirit looked at him from above because of his height. The monster's most primitive instincts kicked in, sending all the violas hurtling straight at him. He was aware that he was not a rival to play tricks with or to play tricks on. Slash. 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 Each of the plants was torn to pieces in a whirlwind of cuts, without even managing to scratch the bows. He was unfazed. His features were not altered. Not even a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. His lips parted, letting out a hoarse voice. I will not prolong this fight, knowing the outcome, he said. Mercy of the silver moon, the golden desert. This body is destined for the war boar. Run, carry the will of the goddess, he sang, about to use his Hildisvini magic. The king's eyes lit up and his enormous arm was raised. The monster, scared shitless, tried to cover the magical attack with the rest of the violas nearby and they were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. The blade of the weapon was approaching rapidly. It didn't take a genius to know that the battle was over. Boom. The demi-spirit's body exploded along with its jewel fetus and everything around it, leaving only a crater in which the sword lay buried. Enyo's first weapon fell into the hands of the captain of the Freya family. From his pocket he took out a jade-colored orb. I've accomplished my mission. Demi-spirit eliminated, he announced, drawing his sword and withdrawing from the scene. The message was received by every person who had that object. Meanwhile, at the location of Loki and the rest of the gods. An intense chill that originated in his back and spread to the rest of his body hit Enyo, who shifted slightly due to the discomfort. What was that? He suddenly turned around, facing the goddess of lies as cold sweat ran down his face. How is it possible that in minutes before he could express his doubt, Loki received a message? I accomplished my mission. Demi-spirit eliminated. The goddess smiled from ear to ear. Dionysus, you made the grave mistake of thinking that the game was only for two, Loki commented. The king, it's not possible. How did you convince that crazy woman? The god said his question and the balcony doors opened. Mind your words when you talk about me. Freya entered the scene. You have never cared about anyone outside your circle or yourself. Why the hell are you interfering? Dionysus raised his voice, showing frustration and anger. He did not consider the Freya family in his calculations. You fufu. After Ishtar joined you, I decided to finish you off alongside Loki, although I'd be lying if I said that was the main reason. The expressions that brought out the feeling of superiority were not long in coming from the silver-haired girl. By the way, Dionysus. They're not our only wild cards, Hermes winked. He turned his attention to the large door and three figures appeared. You've sunk too low, Dionysus enjoyed crossed his arms. At her side, a small goddess dressed in clothes that were too short and made of bones. It was Kali, the goddess of the Amazons of Tilskira, who smiled, puffing out her almost non-existent chest. And finally Astri. Colleen enjoyed her presence is at least unexpected. Yours is not, Astri. I heard you returned to Aurario a few days ago, but what can you do with only one daughter after the calamity that killed the rest? Dionysus tried to provoke the goddess of justice. Clenching her fists, she took a breath and exhaled it, calming her nerves. I won't allow Aurario to suffer the same fate as my girls, he replied. Dionysus's abdomen received the fist of the goddess. UGHH. The oxygen escaped from his lungs. I won't let you stain their memory by mentioning them with your filthy mouth either. He added while the god lay on the ground in pain. That doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. No matter how many hindrances come. The fate of this damn city will be the same. The blonde complained with his blood-stained teeth. He stood up, heading for the lookout. I will burn this city to the ground, the glow in his eyeballs returned. Back with the girls from the Ganesha family. It. Shakti alerted her partner of the incoming attack that was about to hit her. Clang. The Amazon blocked and stepped back. We have to destroy their jewel fetus. If we prolong the confrontation, we'll lose, Ilta commented, agitated. I know. But we can't get close enough, it's frustrating, the tamer replied. The minutes passed and neither of them managed to even provoke the creature to retreat. The wounds healed automatically so his efforts were in vain. Let's go again. Ankusha aimed at her target. Zoom. They propelled themselves forward, increasing their speed, closing the distance between the monster and the pair. Clang. 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 The roots withstood the blows as they sensed the damage to come. Slash. Shakti buried the tip of her weapon in 5 of them, limiting the room for maneuver. Ilta took advantage of the opening, impaling the beast in the chest. Rah. The demi-spirit complained. Ilta. The plant tissue grabbed the woman by the legs. Slash. Shakti released the roots and cut off those that held her companion. The path was torn apart and hundreds of violas emerged from it. Demons. They shouted. Clang. Slash. Clang. Clang. They diverted and cut down the plants that attacked them. The monster moved away from them. The pair of level 5s were feeling the strain. They were finding it impossible to keep up. Slash. 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 They moved the violas away and reduced their number. The human took out her whip and shook it. They don't respond to the command, that thing's domain is greater than mine. The tamer realized that she couldn't turn them against the demi-spirit. Slash. 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 Ilta made her way through with sheer brute force. Tearing apart whatever crosses his path. The Amazon warrior released her fury. Slash. 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 Shakti, for her part, did the same. Slash. 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 Green waste spilled out and magic stones were scattered. Raya. The demi-spirit counterattacked. Pieces of buildings flew through the air, preventing the captain and vice-captain of the Ganesha family from getting closer as they focused on not being hit. They retreated the stretch they had managed to advance. It seems that the creature in question has gone mad. They barely dodged, exhaustion taking its toll. Slash. Ilta split a gigantic rock in 2 as it headed toward her position. Crack. Shakti turned the others into pebbles. A thick cloud of dust prevented the opponent from being seen clearly. They hyperventilated because they couldn't breathe normally. What do we do? I doubt reinforcements will arrive to support us, Ilta questioned her captain as she witnessed the demi-spirit approaching. I don't know, but giving up is not an option, declared the tamer. The monster was approaching again, however. Bam. From the top of some of the buildings nearby, a catman armed with a spear fell. Alan Frommel, the tamer, recognized the adventurer from the Freya family. Get out, he demanded. Ilta and Shakti looked at each other. Now, added the catman. They nodded and left the area. He can handle it himself. Believe me, I've seen him, Shakti informed her companion after detecting doubt in her being. Head on and without a hint of fear, Alan pointed his spear. I'll finish you off, he declared as lights flashed from his body and the atmosphere became heavy. Her magic was activated. Suddenly he opened his eyes, injected with anger. The monster received the first impact. Then the second one. And another one. One more. Time slowed down according to the creature's perception. Dozens, no, thousands of bumps and bruises healed as quickly as they were absorbed by his body. However, something was wrong, very wrong. Alan did not cease his attacks. Blood, flesh, and tissue shed as seconds passed, seemingly endless for one and a blink of an eye for the other. The healing was gradually losing its effect. The magic stone was revealed. He placed both hands between him and his heart. Splash. They split as Alan's punch crossed. Terrified, she witnessed the Catman's knuckles making contact with the object that gave him life. Cry-ike. Millions of pieces that flew away with the soft breeze that crossed. Alan fulfilled his mission. The second demi-spirit had been defeated. Sigh. It's your turn, he said, at the same time that the figure of a certain white-haired young man appeared in his mind, crossing the skies. Battle between Asterius versus demi-spirit barbarian. Boo. 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 The beasts punched each other at the same time, creating a shockwave that spread the sound. Lid. Attack. Ordered the Minotaur. Slash. The lizardman plunged the blades of his swords into the barbarian's abdomen as Asterius struggled with him. Ugh. The black monster's teeth gnashed, pushing his opponent. Boo. He roared, releasing his breath that could be seen with the naked eye as steam. Crack. The hooves were embedded superficially in the battlefield. Ah. Asterius pushed the barbarian's body forward. Scratch. The humanoid animal's height slid inches back. Slash. 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 Lid tore at the muscle tissue in search of the fetal jewel that gave life to this creature, but no matter how fast he cut, the wound closed before he could even dig deeper. Claws. The demi-spirit removed the Minotaur's hands. Seeing himself free and unhindered, he aimed at the scaly being and directed his hoof towards it. Asterius Lid watched the Minotaur grabbing the barbarian's hoof. With superhuman strength he lifted him from that limb. He repeatedly slammed it back and forth on the ground, as if it were a sack of potatoes. Boo. His war roar that released the power of his spirit brought out his true potential. The vigor was such that the bones broke defenses times before being healed. The compact tissue that forms them passed through muscle and skin. We will win nothing if the fetus jewel remains intact. Asterius shouted, without stopping. The constant movements of his shoulders and back increased the heat in his joints. Strength diminished. The pace was slowing down. Then the barbarian noticed this. Bam. He kicked Asterius's snout, breaking the grip. Hua. By inertia his body was pushed. The opponent's enormous fist collided with the muscular abdomen of the jet black beast. He repeated the dose. Asterius Lid wanted to help him. However, knuckles contacted his snout. Crash. Crushed against the side wall, the lizardman fainted, not before vomiting blood. Veins popped out of Asterius's body. I will protect mine, he murmured. Boo. He mooed again, unleashing the rest of his energy. Punch after punch he regained the advantage he had previously lost. I won't lose to you. I can't concede victory. Not against you. My rival is waiting for me. Little by little an object inside the barbarian lit up. Cranel is the only one with the right to kill me. Brute force against brute force, whoever surpassed the other in that aspect would win. And by far Asterius had the advantage thanks to rage. Punches, kicks. Bones colliding. Cracking joints. Arms shaking. Legs standing firm without wavering. The Minotaur doesn't want to lose, he won't allow himself to lose. The demi-spirit merely took on the role of punching bag. Woo-oh. Last blow hit the target. Asterius embedded his entire arm into his opponent's chest. Following this crack, he crushed the jewel fetus, consequently, it exploded. Boom. The jet black beast became the victor. He fell seated, feeling the fatigue. Steam was continuously coming out of his nose and snout. Fells, not recognizing any danger, emerged from his hiding place. I'll cure you, he said. Know him first, Asterius asked, pointing at Lid, his fallen companion. The hooded man obeyed. This battle makes me stronger, I look forward to our confrontation, Bell declared. His vision blurred and he was plunged into complete darkness. Third demi-spirit defeated. However, 6 presences appeared before the trio of Xenos. Here, you might need it, Fells handed them the Daedalus orb. 10th floor of Nos. How are you doing on that side, Gareth? Finn asked, being cornered. Better than you, I assure you, replied the dwarf with an axe in his hand. On the other hand, the elf made the decision to conjure one of her strongest magics in terms of offensive power. The flames will soon be released. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. We should move aside. I don't want to end up with a singed beard, Gareth suggested. They looked at each other for a brief moment and slash, 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 slash. At the same time they attacked their opponents, forcing them to retreat. Slash. TCH. The jewel is in their chests, but they're avoiding us at all costs. Finn clicked his tongue. The horn of battle sounds loudly, the cruelty of conflict will envelop all. I noticed it 5 minutes before you said it. The dwarf launched a horizontal slash at the demi-spirit's waist, splitting it in half. Slash. Ah. He saw the opportunity to finish her off with her on the ground. Bam. He buried the axe in the ground, his attack failing due to the entity's absurdly rapid regeneration. This one rejoined the battle. Clang. He blocked the attack on his left flank and jumped behind him. Come to me, crimson flames, merciless hell. You are the embodiment of hellfire. In one fell swoop, end the great war. Incinerate them, sword of Surt. My name is Alf. Hobbit and dwarf ran out of the damage zone. The magic circle surrounding the jade-haired girl concentrated the energy into the staff held in her hands. Sparks of fire rose up around him. Bray levitate annihilation magic that has the ability to leave only ashes after hitting its target. The plant organisms disintegrated upon contact. An unimaginable heat appeared on the 10th floor. With no way to go, the energy touched the surface of the solid metal that covered Nos. Plank. A pair of fetus jewels fell at his feet. Without a living body there's no way they can regenerate, Finn commented, approaching the objects that were radiating steam from how hot they were. I'll help you break them, Gareth raised the axe above his head. Finn did the same using his spear. The edge of both weapons swung down sharply, cutting through the air. Zoom. Clash. However, a stem got in the way. Impossible, they murmured in unison. Reveria. It didn't work. They shouted. I am. The entire body of the demi-spirits regenerated around the jewel, which apparently held together part of the organism it had parasitized. Bam. Gareth and Finn fell at Reveria's feet, moving away from the opponents. Rah. They shot hundreds of roots at the trio of Loki family executives. Get ready. Finn warned, ready to kill such annoying rivals for the second time. Nevertheless. Fight eternally, indestructible soldiers of lightning. A voice was heard from the entrance of the apartment. That chant, Reveria remembered it. That magic belonged to an elf she knew. Kalis Hildr. Without warning, several orbs fired an electrical charge directly at the demi-spirits. Slash. Darkness emerges when light appears. Another elf intervened, cutting the remaining roots. Hildr's leaf and Dane's leaf. They're just in time. The captain of the Loki family identified them, smiling happily. Slash. 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 Both monsters took damage in an attack that the human eye could hardly see. It was the bringer who, making use of their enviable rapport, beat the two of them up without them being able to react. We are here by order of our goddess, Hedin Selan declared, adjusting his glasses. The rotting of lies prevents the shell from cracking, Hogni replied. Translated into normal words, it meant that Hedin was lying about why he agreed to help. Don't pay too much attention to me, but this is not the time for you to fight. One of the Gullivers complained. The quartet of level 5s fought alone against the monsters while the rest listened to instructions. Risky plan. It will work, the elf said. The death of those beings will illuminate the future. The dark elf agreed. I think. Let's get to work. Gareth ran to help the hobbits. The old man came. The bringer laughed. TCH. I hate these damn kids. He complained. Clang. Slash. 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 As the dwarf repelled and deflected damage aimed at the small adventurers, they counterattacked, opening the armor on top of the fetus jewel more and more. Slash. Finn did the same, opening the way. Hogni also approached. Slash. 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 As if it were a shadow, it cut one of the demi-spirits into pieces. Hedin and Reveria used Kalis Hildr and Vaz Windheim respectively. Of course, if it was about power, those were not his strongest magics. However, they were not seeking to exterminate them. The rest would take care of that. They acted as what they are, magicians. Without the ability to react. Overwhelmed by attacks coming from different locations. Magical and physical. Hitting every part of the body. It didn't take long for them to give in. IT. Finn threw his spear, excuse the redundancy, at the fetus jewel. I've got IT. Gareth, with the Gullivers clearing the way this time, threw the axe. Crash. Crash. They embedded themselves in their target although they did not pierce into the object. My turn. One of the brothers' huge hammer struck the axe, burying it even deeper. Crack. I'm coming. Grur's sword hit the handle of the Loki family captain's spear. Crack. The jewels that gave life to these organisms were destroyed. The organic matter disappeared as did the glass, leaving traces of mist that were lost in the air. Before any of those present spoke a word, their footsteps echoed. What was that? Riveria asked. Finn's oculus glowed. Brawl. What's going on? The hobbit asked the human, who looked upset as he ran. The doctor on. Mything doctorin. He shouted desperately. I can't hear, replied his captain. Out of nowhere Rawl, Aki and Ray appeared on the 10th floor. A dragon. Loud and clear, the boy's voice was heard. Behind him, destroying the top of the place, a gigantic jet black winged monster emerged. Crike. The gnaw sections were shattered. The group ran to where the beast rose. Holes of colossal size were left above. So much so that the surface was visible. Without escape I wouldn't have run away from him. Rawl was short of breath as he recounted what had happened. He crossed like this place was made of paper. Gareth shuddered, impressed by the ease with which the new enemy left Gnaw straight for the city. It sits in Nidhogg. Ray revealed the kind of monster they are facing. Let's get out of here for now, Finn ordered. As they ran, he took the oculus. Listen to us. The hobbit tried to communicate with the white-haired man. This is not a good time, Mr. Finn, came the reply. Slashes and explosions interrupted the call. Drop whatever you're doing and head to Daedalus Street. Now, the blonde shouted without stopping his pace. I can't. I'm fighting against the audio cut out. Hiding, don't tell me there are still demi-spirits left. Hedden worried. That rabbit was facing an opponent out of his league. Otter finished the first one. Alan killed the second one on the surface. The bringer added. That Minotaur killed the third one, Hogni reported. And we're on the fourth and fifth, Gareth added. That means or not. Riveria understood what it meant. There are two. Obel is with Lafia and the rest, supporting them against Ein. Or fight Revis just like A's. Battle between Lafia, Bet, Tiona and Tyan against Filvis, minutes before the awakening of the Nidhogg. Head out. To your right. The elf shouted at the werewolf as soon as she saw one of those rays getting dangerously close to him. Damn. Bet complained, trying to dodge. The beastman's right side was struck by lightning. Crash. He was thrown far away from his original location. Ugh. A groan of pain came from his mouth. TCH. You won't kill me with it just. He jumped up from where he had landed, dusting himself off. Ein looked angry. She really wanted to end the life of the werewolf who, according to her perception, was the one she hated the most. Zoom. Increasing speed, Bet launched an attack. He contacted Filvis's face. With his cheek crushed, he returned his neck to its normal position. Not a hint of pain appeared in the creature. Hua. The opponent closed her fist and hit him square in the mouth of the abdomen. Bet. Tyan. Joined the attack using both Zolas. Slash. Bet out of the way. Filvis shouted, striking randomly and making it impossible for the Amazons to approach. They dodged, but that thing kept holding Bet. You'll be the first, the elf's brow furrowed. Brave light unleashed, bow of the sacred tree. You are an expert with a bow. Shoot, fairy sniper. Penetrate, arrow of absolute precision. Ari. Before even doing anything to the beastman, a magical shot came at him by surprise. Without a scratch, Filvis confronted the person responsible. It was Lafia. Pooh. With a kick that shook the monster's head, Bet freed himself. It was carelessness. I won't let it happen again, he declared. The beastman's eyes reflected the anger he felt. Gather some time, I'll crush that damn thing. He slammed his fist into the palm of his opposite hand. Yes. Tiona. And Tyan answered in unison. Sweep away, sacred staff of crushing evil. The girl repeated. Let's go, Tyan. The younger sister waved her urga like a cane, repelling the magic rays that were heading towards her area. Everything around her vibrated from the release of wind due to the high rhythm used by the Amazon. Clang. 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 It was as if a fan were throwing back whatever came near it. Tyan. Pointed the Zolas at Filvis's chest, since that's where the jewel was. Slash. Cut after cut he tried to penetrate but was unable to do so due to the hardness of that part. With a backhand he sent the Amazon flying. Bam. The body stopped moving forward when it collided with its sister. Seeing himself free, he attacked Bet, who was standing up talking out of earshot. However, something in the beastman's passivity gave him a bad feeling. Sweep away, sacred staff of crushing evil. He repeated again. Hundreds of beams aimed at Bet swept across the battlefield but didn't reach their destination for one simple reason. I wish upon the name of wish. Ancestors of the forest, proud brothers. Answer my call and go to the plains. Bonds that bind, the promise of paradise. Turn the circle and dance around. Come, fairy ring. Please give me strength. Lafia invoked her elf ring magic as she spoke the chant at incredible speed, using her concurrent chant. The magic circle surrounded her, and it turned a color familiar to Filvis. Become a shield, holy grail crushing evil. He recited. Om. 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 The magic crashed into a white barrier around the werewolf. She recognized the spell. The O Grail, I learned the chant. Lafia pointed her staff at the creature. I won't allow you to hurt my family, even if I have to be responsible for your death. I'll live with that tormenting me. The orange-haired elf shed tears as her words passed. You're an idiot. My life ended a long time ago. What you see, it's nothing more than an experiment, Filvis, and she made eye contact. Slash. Ah. Tiona's Urga cut off part of the elf's torso. Slash. Slash. I will finish you, damn beast. Tian, really angry, stabbed the creature repeatedly. Slash. 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 They are hindrances. Filvis performed an extremely short chant. The explosion hit the Amazon, who crossed her arms to cushion it. His legs skidded, sending the rocks forming the path flying. He fell back and his arms were superficially burned. She frowned. The berserker skill increased its strength the more damage it took. Slash. 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 He continued cutting the Rivera in front. Filvis fought back, but Tiona stopped her. Slash. 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 He repeatedly struck the same spot until one arm fell off. The jewel shook as it received a punch from the Amazon. The other sister attacked the right side before the lost limb could regenerate. Brave light unleashed, bow of the sacred tree. You are an expert with a bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute precision. Ari. Lafia did the same, activating Arc's ray. The projectile tracked Filvis. Filvis emerged from the flames. He hit Tiona, sending her flying. Crash. Careful, Tiona. The orange-haired elf alerted her companion when she saw that Filvis's arm was growing back. Resembling ropes being shot at high speed, hundreds of whips hit different parts of the Amazon's body. He crawled several meters on the ground until a piece of building stopped his advance. I am. What are you waiting for, Bet? Tiona shouted, emerging from a hole created by colliding with multiple walls. As he voiced his question, the moon's glow illuminated the battlefield. At night there was a full moon. The werewolf bared his fangs in a defiant smile. I was expecting that. He shouted. He felt the power flowing through his veins. The accelerated rhythm at which his strength increased was the turning point for him to begin his chant. Frozen chains. The first wound, Jelja. The second wound, Joel. The third wound, Thornvidi. The greedy slaver is your only hope. Filvis used Dio Thursos for the millionth time in battle. Wipe out, sacred staff of crushing evil. The barrier created by Lafia was cracking under the constant attacks. We have to cover it. The barrier won't hold. He warned when he realized. The pain of her wounds was ignored. Tian and Tiona stood up and ran to distract her. The first of them began her attack. Bam. 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 Now without weapons, only fists and brute force, he beat Filvis. Bam. 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 Lightning continued to shoot out in random directions, tearing the ground to pieces. Brave light unleashed, bow of the sacred tree. You are an expert with a bow. Shoot, fairy sniper. Penetrate, arrow of absolute precision. Ari. Lafia again activated Arc's ray. Let it form a river, mingling with the tide of blood, to wash away your tears. Never forget those irreparable wounds. This rage and hatred, your weakness and incandescence. Denounce the world, acknowledge fate, and dry your tears. Let pain become your fangs, lament your roar and your lost companions your strength. Breahihi. An inhuman scream originated from mine. Poo. He got rid of both Amazons. They flew through the skies. Crash. 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 Their bodies crashed through dozens of buildings before stopping, leaving them badly injured. Hundreds of wounds spilling blood and some dislocated bones remained from them. Philvis, repeated the magic blast. That. The. Elf called him. Free yourself from the chains that bind you and unleash your mad howl. O lineage of enmity, pray, use this vessel and devour the moon, drink greedily from its overflowing cup. Bare your fangs and devour all. The werewolf's feet and fists caught fire. The barrier's magic was absorbed and those same flames increased in size. I'll send you to hell, damn thing. The adventurer's red eyes radiated power. Puo. His walk left destruction behind him. The speed at which he ran was simply breathtaking. So much so that Philvis attacked indiscriminately, not caring that she might harm Lafia. Boom. 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 Kicks and punches struck the magic rays, making them disappear and fanning Hadia's fire. Boom. 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 Desperate, she continued, not realizing that she was making him stronger. Rising. Into the air, he retracted his right hand, readying it to pierce through the armor above the jewel. Uit. Lafia shouted. Slash. Hua. Bet. Vomited blood. His abdomen was pierced by Philvis's arm. The fingers brushed the creature's chest. Ugh. He gritted his teeth, bleeding out. It was so close, but not close enough. He whispered before piercing her heart with his free hand. Ooh. Lafia wanted to send another arc's ray but. Crash. The creature destroyed his staff. She stood still, unable to believe what was happening. You don't want to see your family die, do you? I'll kill you first. A golden beam pointed at the elf. Burn, blasphemous fire. They shouted from the heights. Ein. S hand exploded and will-o'-the-wisp surrounded his body. Instinctively he let go of the werewolf, who fell to the ground like a sack. Bam. What? The orange-haired elf tried to see where the help came from. I respectfully speak to you, my god of war who can pierce through anything, guide me from the precious heaven. Grant my small body the divine power of your great body. Rescue them in the light of purification, sword of crushing evil. Sweep away the sword of suppression, holy sword of conquest. Arrive here now at my command. Descend from heaven, rule the earth. Shinbutase. Another chant was heard. Circles settled below and above Philvis. Hutsunamatama. He finished. The barrier that produced crushing pressure impacted the monster. Bam. Gravity increased, preventing him from moving. Hey girl. Aisha spoke. Give him this. Lafia saw a jar being thrown at her. It was a potion. Hutsunamatama won't hold up. Mikoto warned from the top of a house. Welf grabbed his magic sword, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, Tiona felt her body light. The burning of the wounds faded. Buddy opened his eyes. She was surprised to see who cured her with the potion. Bump. Indeed, it was the Amazon of Tilskura. On another path, Argana helped Tien walk. Once recovered, they regrouped with the rest. Get ready. Mikoto warned. Philvis would get up and Hutsunamatama would lose its effect. Ah. Crash. It broke. Brah. Philvis looked really upset. Atop the building behind the elf, a golden-haired Renard perched. Step aside this time. I won't fail. Bet, with the wound not completely closed, asked as he began his chant. The full moon was about to disappear. Contrary to the previous time, he was surrounded by a golden light that enveloped him. This one came from Harahim, who, by creating a huge tail, gave it the effects of Uchide no Kazuchi. An extra detail is that 3 more tails also emerged that extended to a slightly far distance. Pros chained. The first wound, Jelja. The second wound, Jul. The third wound, Thornvidi. The voracious laver is your only hope. Let it form a river, mingling in the tide of blood, to wash away your tears. Never forget those irreparable wounds. This rage and hatred, your weakness and incandescence. Denounce the world, acknowledge fate, and dry your tears. Let pain become your fangs, wailing your roar and your lost companions your strength. Free yourself from the chains that bind you and unleash your mad howl. O lineage of enmity, pray, use this vessel and devour the moon, drink greedily from its overflowing cup. Bare your fangs and devour all. The flames returned to the distal end of his limbs. Ah. Releasing his rage. Bomb. 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 Philvis attacked with the intention of killing everyone. He no longer cared in the least about who he hit. Bomb. 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 Hadi consumed the magic he reached. Bomb. 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 Take cover. Lily hid from the rear. Argana, Batch, Mikoto, Tiona, Tien and Welf were not far behind. If Bet failed, they would have to fight. Bomb. 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 I hate using hottie, and today is the second time I've done it, the beastman thought, smiling at the irony as his white hair covered his eyes. The flames covered even his forearms if we were referring to the upper extremities. In the lower ones it reached the knees. Bomb. 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 In slow motion he advanced towards Filvis. He prepared his right arm. I won't fail, I'll finish you off and then you can rest in peace, he murmured. Insults, mockery, none of them were intended to belittle those who received them. On the contrary, I wanted to encourage them. Simply put, nobody understood it. Only 2 women he has ever met knew its meaning. Lion, who passed away due to Evilus. And Lena, the Amazon. The beating of his heart resounded in his eardrums. He came closer. And more. And even more. Filvis felt the heat of the fire burning his skin. The werewolf threw the punch. The knuckles collided with the bark. Crack. Breaking it. Crack. The next layer cracked to dust. Crack. The last one fell apart. All that was missing. The jewel fetus. She clenched her hand, digging her nails into her palm. The fire grew. Ah. Crash. His entire arm pierced the elf's chest. It could even be seen coming out of her back. Hua. Filvis. Spat out blood. Something to say? The werewolf asked. Tell Ifia that the time I spent with her were the best days of my fateful life, Ein asked. The corners of his lips turned up, revealing a calm smile. Piece by piece it vanished. The ashes were carried by the wind. The orange-haired elf walked slowly to where she gave her last shreds of life. Thank you, Lafia, Filvis said, disappearing. Lafia fell to her knees. The morning was interrupted. Everyone turned to where the noise came from. In doing so they came across a winged beast. It was huge and jet black, with red vein-like lines running all over its body, as well as having crooked claws and 3 pairs of wings. A shiver ran down their spines. The oculus vibrated. The Doctor on. Mystin Doctor on. The dragon. Rawl's voice came from the jade-colored sphere. How do you kill that thing, they asked. Suddenly, in the skies, Asfi was holding a certain white-haired young man. Oh right, Bel Somalili put on a poker face. Confrontation between Aze and Revis, minutes before the awakening of the Nidhogg. Storm. Ariel. The emerald wind surrounded the blonde's body. Zoom. They quickly closed the gap between them. Clang. The clash of swords ensued, facing each other as they struggled to gain the advantage. Ryuu. The Redeed shouted, infusing more strength to break the equality. At this Aze separated from her. Lil burst. Gathering Ariel's wind into his sword, he returned to the arena. Clang. Revis barely managed to deflect the impact, stepping back and repelling the damage. Slash. A huge line crossed the street. Clang. 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 The clash of swords continued at a dizzying pace, without harming each other. Slash. Part of Aze's blonde hair was torn from her head by a thrust aimed at her head, which she managed to dodge by tilting it to the opposite side. Slash. He returned the blow by quickly raising his sword with both hands. The tip of the creature's nose was grazed. A drop of blood slid down it before it closed. You increased your speed, he commented. Clang. 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 Revis infused more power into his cuts as well as ferocity and speed. Clang. 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 Aze blocked each and every one, preventing everything from being reached. His hands vibrated from the impact of the metal. Clang. He changed the trajectory of Revis's sword and counterattacked through the opening he presented. Slash. The rapier was buried in the forearm. She quickly pulled it back and pushed herself away. Why did he do it? You might ask. Simple, if she didn't do it, she would have the same opening that her opponent presented, since her sword was immobilized due to the attack she made and the repulsion of Revis's weapon, so, when she regained strength in her arm, she would return the cut to her side, potentially causing considerable damage. Clang. 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 Equality was maintained, neither gave anything away to the other. Slash. Aze's armor was scratched by the tip sliding on the outer surface. Slash. The princess of the sword returned the cut. Slash. However, the scarlet coating was not damaged. For some reason he felt like he was trying to cut Orichalcum because of the incredible hardness of Revis's armor. Clang. 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 Very less green wind caused superficial cuts on the creature's arms, which healed instantly. The healing factor of a creature is truly impressive. Slash. 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 They cut the wind when they failed to reach their target. If it weren't for the sound of footsteps and the random impacts between the sharp blades of their weapons, the aforementioned would have been clearly heard. Slash. Dodging a slash aimed at his neck, Revis lifted his right foot, tilting his back and losing his center of gravity. The blonde noticed that and kicked the Redeed supporting leg. Bam. Being in the air, it was impossible for her to maneuver. Black bursts consumed the green of before. He prepared a powerful attack that Revis couldn't dodge. Tempest. Aerial. Avenger and Aerial activated at the same time, empowering the latter. Slash. Clang. Revis's sword clashed in a poor attempt to stop her. Crash. This broke when trying to contain the force of the attack. Drops of blood fell from his chest. Slash. Clang. Ace tried to take advantage of the fact that her opponent was disarmed, but she stopped her with the palm of her hand. The tip of the rapier pierced it, yet Revis showed no grimace of pain. The blonde pulled the sword from the handle, pulling it out little by little, but not in time. The hook to the liver from the reed sent Ace sprawling, clutching her weapon. The rapier slid through Revis's flesh, going along with Ace's body as it crashed meters behind. Ugh, the sword princess let out a moan of pain. Her ears were ringing and a sharp stabbing pain turned into pain right where Revis hit her. His lip was also split open from clenching his teeth as he hit his head on the solid rock. A spiritual healing did its work, soothing the cuts and pain, but it was still there. His grip weakened and his hands trembled. He emerged from the hole and assumed a battle stance. Revis would fight bare knuckle after his sword was destroyed. Slash. 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 Using the side of his hand, he repelled the thrusts and simply dodged the rest of them. It was noticeable that he was totally focused on protecting his face or neck. While he wouldn't die if he lost them, regeneration would give his opponent time to attack his jewel. Clang. The clashes between knuckles and swords were not long in coming. Revis's hard bones prevented them from cracking, even his skin barely received a scratch. Slash. 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 The jet black wind continued to swirl around the blonde, which was the only reason she was able to cause any damage to Revis. Why? Simple. What he faced before is nothing like what he faced now. Speaking of strength, of course. Clang. 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 Slash. After continuous intercepted cuts, he made one. Slash. A huge vertical line was drawn from the reed's face. Red liquid oozed out, staining his eyes. The moment of blindness was taken advantage of by Ace. Slash. 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 Hundreds of slashes and stabs struck the woman's torso at an alarming rate. The flesh armor remained intact, to the blonde's surprise, but she didn't give up. Storm. Aerial. He chanted. The green wind wrapped in black grew larger. Most of it accumulated at the distal end of the weapon. The blood drained from the creature's eyes. Only seconds passed before it surrendered that small advantage. Her hair was drawn to the center of the field, where the sword princess stood, preparing her attack. Come for me. Revis stood there, waiting for her. Phew. The kind of cyclone formed over the blonde. Lil burst. Saying those words, he left his position faster than the human eye could detect. Zoom. The tip of the sword was getting dangerously close to the jewel of Revis, who was unfazed. The distance was shortening, and the reed didn't move an inch. I was thinking of receiving it directly. It was suicide. It didn't matter how strong he was now or whether the armor was made of a virtually indestructible or living material. There was no being that could resist Lil Burst's Avenger-powered charge. The gale came into contact with his skin. Hundreds of cuts scraped and sliced into his skin and flesh. He still didn't make any movement. The blade buried itself shallowly in his chest. The grimace of pain appeared on his face. Ace, opening her eyes wide, tried hard to finish the job. He had a bad feeling that she didn't move. No matter how you looked at it, Revis wouldn't give up so easily. 10 centimeters of the sword pierced the reed's armor and chest, embedding itself in bone as it was pierced. It wasn't long before I touched the jewel fetus. Suddenly. But the Ace watched as the creature turned to the side. He pulled his sword with his hands, dragging it along with him. Slash. The blade came out, tearing muscle and surrounding skin. He didn't reach the jewel. He only made a horizontal cut across her chest. The blood-soaked metal dripped drops. Aerial trailed off, leaving the blonde at Revis's mercy. She dropped the sword and prepared her fist to strike him directly in the face. The sword princess closed her eyes, tensing the muscles in her arms to raise her weapon and cushion the impact. But I wouldn't get it. I can't dodge, he thought. Firebolt. They shouted. They both turned around and. Boom. The scarlet and white lightning bolt exploded in Revis's face. Pooh. It flew out, dragging itself along the ground until it stopped moving forward. Bam. Making a superhero landing, Cranel entered the scene. Ace was surprised to see him there. He stood up. Did anyone ask for a hero who always arrives at the last minute? Rabbit Feet, Revis named him, reintegrating. Next to the white-haired man, dressed in a green cape that resembled a leaf, landed Gale. Now, harrow him. Bell shouted. Three golden towers fell from above, enveloping Ryuu, Belle and Ace. The sword princess felt the power rise within her. It was different from when I used Avenger or Ariel. The duo approached her. "We've come to help, Miss Ace," Belle said, drawing his dagger. Bale Revis muttered from his position. "Let's win," Sword Princess said the elf, taking out Elf's Lumina. Without the chance to ask questions or question the strength of her allies, the blonde braced herself. Ryuu's clear blue eyes met Revis's dull, lifeless ones. "You're Gale, aren't you?" he asked as the burns healed without leaving a scar. Curiously, he only focused on her. Pointing his sword, Ryuu replied in a threatening tone. "Yes. It's me." Suddenly, the sparkle in the emerald of her eyes returned. His back was burning. "Ryuu," he called her. "But Astri." "What was that?" the goddess asked, feeling her heart rate increase. "What's wrong, Astri?" Hermes noticed her restless attitude. "Allies," he said. "Excuse me?" The traveling god didn't understand. I just felt allies," as Falna here reported, trembling. The skin of the gods turned into goosebumps. Astri pushed Hermes aside and went to where Enyo was watching the spectacle, fearful since more than half of the demi-spirits had been defeated. Suddenly he was pulled, forcing him to spin. The goddess of justice took him by the collar of his robe. "Tell me, what did you do with my baby girl?" Astri's broken voice was a prelude to tears. "How your daughter?" Dionysus didn't know the context of the question. "Tell me. What did Evilus do to my allies? Tell me." On the verge of tears, Astri shook the god. "Allies," Lavelle Enyo muttered, turning to watch Revis's battle against Ace, Belle and Ryuu. "Ha ha ha ha," a short laugh came out. "Ha ha 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 ha. Incredible. Simply incredible. That damn old man Thanatos is awesome." Laughter and delight came from the blonde god. "What do you mean?" the chestnut claimed. "Your beloved girl, she is now a child," Enyo revealed. Loki, stunned, struck the god. "Bam." Astri let go of him, her lost gaze, not knowing what to do, causing a certain amount of pain to those who saw her. The kind, always attentive and calm goddess of justice suffering without knowing what to do. "Hermes, take me to allies," he asked. "Huh? Astri, it's risky." They're in the middle of a. Before he could reply, he sensed his friend's mood. "I understand," he commented. Taking the Oculus communicated with Lulyun. "Lulyun, do you have a pair of Tularias? If so, come here. You'll transport someone." The Chienthrop flew to where her god told her. "Back with Ryuu, Ace and Belle." "Ryuu?" The elf frowned. "How do you know my name?" he asked with clear disgust. I don't know." A darkness blocked Revis's thoughts. He shook his head. His forehead wrinkled. "Ah!" he screamed loudly. The creature's power was out of control. His fury clouded his reasoning. The pressure in the environment was felt by the trio. Suddenly an earthquake shakes the earth. The jade sphere in the white-haired man's pocket lights up. "Belle. Listen to us." Finn's voice sounded. "This is not a good time, Mr. Finn," came the reply. Suddenly Revis left the place where she was standing and attacked. Slash. Ace buried his rapier in the creature's forearm, which came within inches of striking the white-haired man. Clang. The bell rang in a split second. "Firebolt!" shouted the rabbit. "Boo-om." Argonaut's quick charge combined with her magic took effect, causing the Riti to back away and them to move away from her. "Drop whatever you're doing and head to Daedalus Street. Now." The blonde shouted without stopping his pace. "I can't. I'm fighting against." Belle tried to explain the situation, but Revis charged at him again. Clang. Clang. Slash. Slash. Ace and Ryuu prevented this from happening, repelling the monster's attack. "Belle. Go. We'll take care of it," they both ordered. But afraid to leave them alone, he hesitated. "We are not weak," they responded, inspiring confidence in him. He took a breath. "Okay," he replied. He ran at high speed towards Daedalus Street, where the captain of the Loki family asked him to meet. "Will he run away?" Revis asked. "He has a bigger object dragon size," Ryuu replied. "The two of us are enough to defeat you." Ace stood up. Slowly they approached. "Can you keep up with me?" the blonde asked. "I'll try," the elf said. "Storm. Ariel." Ace shouted, activating the emerald wind that surrounded her and running towards Revis. Ryuu, being a level 5 empowered by the magic of the Renard, also activated her ability Lubrid Bequia. His power increased exponentially, surpassing the barriers of a level 6, but still far from comparing to Revis or Ace. The three of them let their spirits run wild, with no intention of holding back. Slash. Ace cut laterally. Slash. Ryuu positioned himself behind Revis, attacking the eye that warned the creature when it was ambushed from behind. Slash. 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 Both were moving at high speed. They created wound after wound on the creature's body. Slash. I got you. He said after subtracting several attacks until he got used to the speed he had just acquired from his previous rival and to Gale's ability. Bomb. An air bomb exploded, collapsing the surrounding structures. Careful, A said to the elf, who was removed from the way. Sorry, I'm not used to it, Yeti replied. Let's continue. They attacked again. Slash. 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 Clang. 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 Slash. Clang. Blocks, repulsions and attacks that he avoided by anticipating them. Despite the flesh armor, the cuts and slashes hurt like hell. Slash. The wooden sword cut his forehead. Clang. The next one from A's he intercepted with his forearm. Crash. The cube itself was broken, it was not the same as before, the strength increased significantly thanks to the golden aura that was not there before. Ugh. He complained. Bam. He kicked the sword princess's legs, knocking her off balance. He would finish her off, but he didn't pay attention to what Ryuu was saying. Luminous whined. Stardust and light shot at the redeed. Bomb. 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 Impact after impact his head shook. Storm. Ariel. The blonde summoned the wind. Slash. He opened Revis's abdomen, exposing her organs, but no trace of the fetal jewel. The wound quickly closed. Luminous wind, she repeated the name belonging to the elf's magic. Ah. Suddenly. An intense migraine hit his brain. What's wrong with him? Ryuu asked, taking distance from A's. I don't know, it's the first time he's behaved like this, he replied. Revis's eyes fell on the one he knew as Gale. A scene, perhaps a memory appeared. Come on, lion. Don't be so shy. A cheerful and joyful voice echoed. As if he were in first person, he visualized that same girl. Behind her was another pair. A pink-haired hobbit and a black-haired oriental human. Ah. He shook his head, hitting the floor. Bomb. 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 This alerted both of them, who waited for the creature's attack, however it never came. Kneeling in a kind of doggiza, with her fists buried in rock and her eyes closed, Revis remained motionless. Let's attack her. Ryuu wanted to run, but A's stopped her when she noticed the repeat inhale. Ah. He released the air from his lungs and lowered his head suddenly. Bam. He hit her on the ground. Why, the elf looked for an explanation, but bam. He butted his head against the rock again. Bam. And again. Bam. 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 Go away. Bam. Go away. Bam. Go away. Bam. Go away. Blood flowed from his forehead in torrents. Tears overflowed from her eyelids. Bam. Go away, damn memories. I don't know who you are. He shouted. I am. Revis's skull exploded. Terrified, the sword princess and Gale just watched. Regeneration healed the wounds. But the pain continued. Mind. Body. Soul. Heart. The piercing suffering drove Revis mad. The figure of a woman appeared. Stunned, she raised her head, meeting the other two present there. The Sri Sama he named the goddess of justice. Ryuu, being the daughter of this same goddess, became restless. My goddess, what? The green-haired girl took a few steps forward. Revis continued. Lyra he named the hobbit. How do you know? Ryuu, escorted by A's, approached. The final figure appeared. It was that oriental human from before. The Gaia, tears combined with the blood on her face. Seeing the elf near her, she repeated the name. Ryuu. Paying attention to the creature's features, delving into his deepest memories with his family, Revis's figure resembled his beloved captain too much. The differences were noticeable although. Red hair. Green eyes. The imagined allies with her hair cut short and Revis's figure was what appeared. Allies, the green-haired girl recognized her. A's turned to her. Allies Lavelle. The adventurer he fought alongside in the Dark Ages. He never realized the resemblance between the two. Without warning, the pain returned. Ah. Bam. 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 He hit his head again. Allies. Crying, Ryuu called her. One last memory was found. Allies. Allies. The same voice outside sounded in her mind. The one that belonged to her gave her answer. Live lion no Ryuu. There she was, bleeding to death as Gale hugged her. His world went black as it ended. There was nothing beyond that. Only bubbles rising to the surface of the water that was tinged red. Ooh. Ooh. A shock wave pushed everything around. The sparkle in Allies' eyes flickered. Kill me, please kill me, he begged until the green turned opaque. Allies, is it really you? Ryuu called out to her, hoping she'd come back. He wanted to confirm it. His heart rate was accelerating and drops of water were running down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Like a burned out light bulb, light returned to the iris. Fill me, he begged. Clang. 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 Bells rang out in Arario. Bellets recognized him. With Bell radiated white light. The bells reached everyone's ears. It relieved hearts. It calmed minds. It brought peace to souls. What is that? Dionysus looked fearfully in the distance. Bells, he added. The almost blinding brightness dazzled his eyes. Cranel, a piece you didn't consider on the game board, Hestia spoke, smiling. That stupid kid who turned all of Arario against him because of his ideals, Loki added. The hero of the new era, Hermes added. The god's skin prickled. Hero, they disappeared many years ago, and you claimed. You can lie to yourself all you want, but your eyes won't avoid reality, Hermes finished. Meanwhile, on Lefia's side, Bet, Batch, Argana, Welf, Mikot0, Harahim, Aisha, Tiona and Tyan. ITS, Argonaut Kun. Excited, Tiona jumped, shaking Batch. Argonaut. The book you made me read. Does anyone like that exist? The Amazon asked. You can. Bell, Sama, Lily and Harahim gave their support. Do it, Tomato Bet too. Clang. Let's go, Bell. Lefia, Welf and Tyan continued. Finish him off, Bell. Dono Makoto continued. Clang. 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 Bell. After Bell caused a change in the dagger Hestia. Its length increased. It could no longer be considered a dagger. The hieroglyphics written on it glowed. Argonaut and Spirit Union mixed their effects, not counting Harahim's Uchide no Kazuchi. Clang. Being a hero. Clang. Be his hero. Clang. I will save those who need saving. Clang. I will protect whoever needs it most. Clang. And above all, I will bring happiness to the people I love. Clang. Because a hero is not the one who takes up the sword. Clang. Nor he who raises the shield. Clang. Not even he who heals the wounded. Clang. The hero protects a friend, saves the girl, faces the danger. Clang. Among the defeated. Clang. He opened his eyes suddenly, and the red in them gave off a light of that same color. The victory waits to emerge. Ah! With his Hestia's sword and all the power of his state plus the charge of Argonaut. Every step he took was marked on the ground. The hero's footprint. He leaped into the skies, aiming his weapon at the Nidhogg. This one buried itself in the beast's back. Firebolt. The magic empowered by both abilities coursed through the sword and out the tip, shooting into the dragon. Uam. The Nidhogg burst, turning into a flaming ball of fire. The boy's body fell. Asfi intercepted him. Tired and almost without energy, he asked the sky blue-haired girl to take him somewhere. But A's, Ryuu and allies. Kill me. An ally's subconscious, a dark shadow prevented her from taking control of her body. His spirit was breaking. That darkness surrounded her, consuming her inner self. Someone please save me, he begged again. Ryuu squeezed Alf's lumina. In the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered across the endless night sky, he recited. A's understood. Storm the Jade Wind returned. I'd lost count of the number of times she'd summoned her magic. Although something told him that this would be the last time. The black from before changed to white as if it was purified. Answer my foolish voice, give me now the divine protection of the stellar fire. Give the mercy of light to the one who abandoned you, Ryuu continued. Both were preparing to end the life of the misnamed Revis. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the desert, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Nearing completion, they approached their goal. The pair of swords would fulfill the wish of that friend and companion. Idiot. If you fight for control, those two will kill us. The jewel fetus communicated to him, desperately. I'd rather die being myself than dying being a monster, ally said, opening her arms and showing the jewel on her chest. Luminous whined. Ryuu shouted. Ariel. A's followed him. Bomb. 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 Prike. After multiple explosions, the jewel the only thing keeping allies alive, it broke. Stardust surrounded the stage, the victors stood and lowered their weapons. The elf knelt beside her friend's body. Allies Astri's voice made them turn around. She ran towards both of them, Lulyun had brought her. Irideed's body lay sprawled, barely breathing. Astri landed next to her daughters. Haha, it's me again, little Ryuu, Astri Sama, ally said, tired and consuming the rest of her strength. Both were crying inconsolably. Why so serious? It should be a happy reunion, she laughed lightly as she faded away. Sorry, Astri apologized, hugging the girl. Forgive me, Astri Sama, for taking so long to return, he replied. Even though I'm leaving again, he added. He moved what was left of his hand and placed it on top of the elf's. Little Ryuu, no, you are already a woman, I am proud of you, you fought fiercely, you too Arya are princess of the sword, he said. Baze no longer saw that creature, only a person she knew, so she couldn't help but cry. Allies, Ryuu named her, squeezing her hand. I made new friends, she said, remembering the girls at the bar. I had more adventures. I fell in love, he confessed. Me? Can you believe it? Giggling, the elf repeated. And I happily joined my life with yours, he added. Baze's heart ached as she knew who the green-haired girl fell in love with, however she swallowed that pain. I'm moving on with my life, like you told me. I'm living it, she said, tears falling onto Allies' hand. The Ryuu smiles. That's what I wished for you, he answers, while his eyes faded. Something caught his attention. Please Cranel, take care of my friend, he asked. Everyone turned around and sure enough, there he was. The sword princess stepped out of the way, allowing the white-haired man to approach. A simple gesture, but one with great meaning behind it, at least for her. I was letting it go. Belle hugged Ryuu, putting his right arm around her. Baze was happy for them, bowing her head. I will miss Allies, he answered. Haha. That's the answer I wanted to hear. You really seem like a nice guy, my friend will be in good hands, he declared. Now I can go. I wonder what it will be like. The other life. His eyes closed. His heart stopped beating. Life left the earthly world. Allies died. Ryuu pressed her face into her partner's chest, soaking him with tears and stifling his moans of pain. The Stree saw a light rise to the heavens, being guided by two others. Maybe I imagined it, who could know? My girls, she said, wiping the moisture from her face. Hopefully, she assumed they were Lyra and Kagaya, guiding her to a new existence. And that way. The mission is over. Season finale. A bright future awaits. The sun's rays peeked out from the east of Ryuu, illuminating the city that hours before had witnessed the beginning of a battle of unimaginable proportions, in which the survival of every living being within it was at stake. The result was as expected. Evilus was defeated, eliminating the last vestige of the organization. However, the losses left a bitter taste in the mouths of the inhabitants. Destroyed buildings. Injured people. Dead comrades. While the loss of human life was largely avoided, there were those who did suffer such misfortune. But it was impossible for that not to happen. After all, she was part of the problem. He didn't decide. It was not his choice to enter and participate in Evilus's evil. Like most of those who associate with them, they are merely victims of the twisted minds of those gods who seek only to cause evil. So we need to rephrase our statement. They won, but at what cost? Without your help, things would have been complicated. I am very grateful. A blonde-haired hobbit stood in front of a man dressed in a black robe and extended his hand. The opponent's skeletal hand did the same, shaking it. We are all inhabitants of Ryuu. We will protect our home from anyone who threatens it, Fels replied. Finn smiled. Yes. Monsters, humans, hobbits, dwarves, elves, beastmen. In the end, it doesn't matter who it is, she replied, agreeing with him. At the side of the captain of the Loki family was the sword princess, who heard the above. Within his heart there was no longer that hatred for monsters. Why? Simple. He fought alongside the Xenos to defeat Evilus and bring peace to the people who inhabited the city. And if that wasn't enough, he watched as someone he considered an enemy, a beast that only wanted to cause harm, begged for help. Brevis, or rather, Allies Lavelle. She didn't want to become that. She fell victim to Thanatos and Enyo. They forced her into an unwanted role. They prevented her from resting in peace, and if that weren't enough, they used her to commit grotesque acts. They destroyed a kind woman who sought to protect the innocent and enforce justice, exactly what her family stood for. When she regained control of her body and her memories returned, Ace couldn't see her as the creature she had been before. Inside his head, the Ryuu's request keeps repeating itself. We are confused. And he came to the conclusion that Tiona mentioned some time ago. That's why he's not to blame for anything. Even if it's hard for us to accept, we must understand that, just as there are bad people and good people, there are good monsters and bad monsters. Good monsters and bad ones. Now I understand, she whispered as she watched Alicia, Tiona and Tyan chatting with Ray, the siren. The quartet looked calm, laughing and giving off an atmosphere of calm. He smiled out of nowhere. That dark flame was calming down, it was going out. Meters away from her, a certain jade-haired elf looked at her proudly. Reveria, who had cared for the blonde since she was found years ago, was glad that the thirst for revenge within her daughter had finally been eliminated. It's what she always wanted for herself. But he was happy. Thank you, Cranel, he thanked her subconsciously, closing his eyes and walking away to take care of other matters related to the completed mission. Hey Ace. Come here. Tiona, cheerful as ever, called to the girl. She turned around. Can I? She felt remorseful about what had happened with Ween. Because of this, she considered herself unworthy of associating with the Xenos. It was no longer about hatred. Ray looked at her. "I would like to be your friend, Princess of the Sword," the siren declared, communicating with those simple words that there was no resentment. "It is mortal to make mistakes. Fail. But we are not the ones to judge someone who wants to change for the better, and that was the case for our Princess of the Sword." Baze had a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Taking a step forward, she approached her companions. It may seem insignificant, unimportant, but nevertheless that was the beginning of a new life. A new perception, an infinite number of possibilities. The rebirth of Ace Wallenstein. Meanwhile, in another area we find the beastman Betloga, who was sitting on a rock during the treatment of the damage obtained after the battle against Ein. "Be careful, you damn fool," he shouted angrily while the wound on his abdomen was bandaged. He bet's abdomen. Lena, an Amazon and former member of the Está family, was in charge of that. She clearly enjoyed every second of contact with the physique of the man her heart had chosen, so much so that drool flowed from her mouth and hearts formed in her eyes. Her attention was so focused on that she didn't hear the werewolf's scoldings, insults, and complaints. He ran his fingertips over his abs. "The six-pack," he thought lustfully. "Ham." That punched her in the stomach. "If you're already done, stop playing. I don't know why I agreed to let you do it. In fact, where the hell did you come from? You didn't even fight," he complained, highlighting a vein on his forehead. Now I'm pregnant," she said from the floor where she was lying. "Stop talking nonsense. You're a pain in the ass," the beastman complained, walking away. Lena stood up. The word surrender wasn't in her vocabulary. Aki and Raul approached her. Raul called her over by tapping her shoulder with his finger. "Hey, I think it's better if you stop trying. Seriously," he suggested. "Are you? I'm not interested in guys like you, sorry. I like them strong," the Amazon replied to the dark-haired man's advice with a look of disgust. Ugh. That was a critical blow to Raul's pride, who lowered his head. Aki looked at him and patted him on the back. "Hey. He's just trying to help," the catgirl complained. I didn't ask him to." Lena dismissed her interest in the conversation. "How is it possible that you like Bet?" Aki asked. "How not to do it?" The Amazon turned quickly with sparkles in her eyes and closed the distance between them. "Why, you're too close." Aki had to lean back, almost falling in the attempt. "He's strong. Cute. And insincere with his feelings. A real man. Plus, I love the way he denies things when he clearly shares the point of view." Lena said at high speed without any hindrance. As if it were a song at x2 speed. "Insincere?" Raul regained his composure. "Haven't you noticed?" the girl asked. "What about?" the members of the Loki family said in unison. He uses sarcasm and teasing as a way to encourage others. Every time he says, "You're weak." Or "You damn trash." He really wants you to strive and grow. Besides, it's his way of dealing with pain. He's mortal, after all. "Feelings are part of us," the Amazon explained. The pair, surprised, realized how accurate the diagnosis was. "Well, I'll leave you, I must go get my man," he shouted, running towards the werewolf. Clap. She hugged him by the arm, pressing her modest breasts against it. "Leave me alone," Bet reprimanded, slightly uncomfortable. She just smiled from ear to ear. Aki and Raul watched them walk away with more questions than answers in their heads. Lafia, who finished her prayer at the spot where her friend Philvis fainted, stood up. In his hands lay his staff, completely destroyed. The elf's face looked sad. Her drooping ears and vacant gaze bore witness to that. However, inside her, in her soul, a spark was ignited. "I want to be stronger to protect my friends, my family," she told herself. She'd never had this much desire to progress before. Death and loss don't just leave hardship, sometimes they inspire us to grow and improve. Learning from tragic events is greater than in times of peace. 1,000 elves wouldn't stand idly by. They would learn and improve from what had happened. "I won't let you pass me. Did you hear Cranel?" she shouted into the air, raising her fist full of self-confidence. Bet, who was approaching her with the intention of offering her support in his own way for her loss, simply turned away and sighed. He was proud of how strong Lafia was now, both physically and mentally. Lena puffed out her cheeks. It's incredible how jealous an Amazon can be when she falls in love with a man, even though he hasn't reciprocated her feelings. "He'll be mine," she promised. On the side of the gods. The Ganesha family had taken Dionysus, the mastermind behind Evilus. "I wouldn't have the joy of a trial or anything like that. He is a god and as such cannot be killed, and if it were possible, they would not choose that option. Taking someone else's life, even if they've done hundreds of bad things, doesn't fit with the ideals of Ganesha or Estri, who, despite what he did to her daughter, wanted justice to take care of her fate. I don't want to tarnish what I stand for and what allies always believed in," she explained when expressing her decision. "Dionysus will most likely return to Tenkai. It's too dangerous to simply exile him." "Are you okay, Estri?" Hermes asked, seeing his friend sitting on a step. Silent and motionless. That was the goddess's attitude after the chosen verdict. Is something wrong? She snapped out of her trance, noticing the presence of the traveling god. I was wondering if you were feeling okay, he repeated. Está lowered her head. Hermes, was I a bad goddess? Should I have realized what was happening? Was I wrong to leave Ryuu? Small tears trickled down the brunette's cheeks. Hermes sighed. He bent down to sit next to her. We are gods, sooner or later we will see the mortals leave, we cannot control that, he replied. But the goddess of justice tried to reply. Don't blame yourself for what happened. It was impossible to know that would happen to allies. Evilus is the only one to blame, she interrupted. Life, death, fate, these are things beyond our grasp and understanding. Even if we are considered deities, we are far from perfect, he added. Allies will be reincarnated and take on a different appearance. So there's only one thing left to do, he continued. And what would that be? Está wanted to know the conclusion her friend would reach. To remember them fondly. To prevent the memory of their existence from being erased from our hearts. It's the only way you'll immortalize your little girl, he replied, ruffling her hair and smiling at her. The surprise on the goddess's face was immediate. It was unusual for the god at her side to say something so intelligent. Crying, the chestnut spoke. Yes, you're right. He wiped the moisture from his eyes and cheeks with the fabric of his sleeve. Why can't you act like this more often? You'd ruin everyone's perception of you, Está laughed, still sniveling. Hermes saw the sun rising. The night is darkest before the dawn, for it comes to take away the bitter memories of yesterday and show us a new day full of possibilities to obtain what we desire, he thought. Although an unexpected visit opened the doors. Ham. This scared the duo. Where is Hermes Ama? They asked. The echo spread throughout the room. The Saint Está tilted her head as she identified her. Hermes. Crawled on his back when he saw the beautiful woman with silver hair and violet eyes. Unbridled fury was directed at him after the groan. Hermes Ama Ermid named him in an unfriendly tone. Wait, Ermid. I promise it's not my fault. Hermes wanted to talk. I told you that bellcranel shouldn't get into trouble for a month, and I find out that you encouraged him to fight Hildersleaf and a giant dragon in less than a week. The healer grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Está. Help me. The traveling god asked for his friend's support. However, this one was nowhere to be found. Lowering his eyelids until they completely covered the surface of his eyeball, he prepared himself for the longest and harshest scolding of his life. With Ryuu on the walls. A beautiful elf lay seated on the walls surrounding the city of Ryuu. His mind wandered, filled with thoughts. Inside her, there was a huge chaos. And how could there not be? Her best friend, the captain of her family years ago, whom she had thought was dead, returned, and what should have been a happy reunion ended up turning into a farewell. He saw her again only to lose her again. Needless to say, spirits were low. She hugged her knees, burying her face in her thighs. I would have liked for you to stay with me, allies, to see me day after day achieving the happy life that you insisted I have, he murmured, feeling pain in his chest. Elle, who looked agitated, appeared on the scene. They will question why he met her until now. The truth is simpler than you think. After Allies' death, Ryuu ran away from everything and everyone. The white-haired man went after her, desperately searching for her. He wouldn't abandon her. He wouldn't allow his beloved to face this moment of sadness alone. 3 minutes passed and he finally hit the right spot. Ryuu, he named her, approaching. The green-haired girl turned around. The belle with a red face and wet cheeks, she made eye contact. Seeing her like that caused a pang in his heart. Elle simply landed next to her and wrapped his long arm around her. Sorry, he apologized, hanging his head. What the elf didn't understand the reason for that apology. I promised I wouldn't let you cry again and I failed, replied the white-haired man. Ryuu looked at him. Regret was evident. It's not your fault, she placed her palm on the left side of the boy's face. I could have done more, he added. You did what was in your hands, Ryuu replied, interlacing his fingers with Belle's. He raised his head. It's because of you that my life took a complete turn. Thanks to your presence, I can deal with this loss better than the first time. Allies wouldn't want to see us sad, the elf declared, pressing her forehead against the young man's. Belle looked into her eyes. That blue color told him there was no lie in her words. Ryuu Lion was not the same woman from years ago. He transformed into someone stronger. And, as he said, the responsibility lies with the one who held his hand. The corners of the rabbit's lips turned up, revealing a slight smile. I swear that from now on, every time you cry, it will be from happiness. I'll take care of that personally, he declared. A certain warmth originated in his back. A feeling familiar to him. I'll do my best so we can share that feeling. I trust you, my hero, Ryuu replied, holding her beloved's hand. The sun's rays hit their faces. The beautiful elf's green hair shone, taking on a certain golden color. Holding hands. The closeness of his lips. It was clear what was coming next. The touch between the reddish and soft lips was not long in coming. The delicacy with which they joined reflected the purity of their love and the strength within it. First. Sitting, witnessing the beginning of a new day, they faced the future that lay ahead and the challenges that awaited them. After a couple of seconds their mouths separated. Both completely blushed, they took a breath. Fufu, I'm not ashamed to ask you for a kiss anymore, Belle, the girl let out a tender giggle. It still causes me some pain, but I will do my best to fulfill your wishes. Encouraged, the rabbit expressed his opinion. She couldn't stop looking at him. Every day that passed strengthened the love I had for him. The same thing happened to Belle, who loved her more and more. I love you, Belle, said the elf out of nowhere. I love you, Ryuu, without a doubt, the boy responded quickly. He placed his pair of hands on either side of his partner's fine, soft face. She gradually lifted the aforementioned area. Their faces slowly came closer. The lips too. And. First. Another tender kiss was given. After a short period of time, they separated. They looked happy. Especially Ryuu, who got what he wanted. From afar, atop the gigantic Tower of Babel, Freya captured the moment when Belle and Ryuu's souls were drawn to each other. The white glow emanating from them increased. It was as if they wanted to unite. Something rare, something never before seen on their part in the thousands of years they've existed. The goddess was simply happy for both of them. My little Ryuu is growing, thank you, Belle, Freya said, marveling at the beauty of the souls that confirmed their mutual love. Ellen and Otter looked proud of the direction their goddess had taken. It seems that the gods can change. However, causing some regret in her previous thought, the usual Freya appeared. Have a child now and bring my true OTR to life. She cried desperately. Freya hates waiting, and considering that two such pure people joined their lives, she wanted to see if this would result in the birth of someone similar to them. A drop of sweat ran down the foreheads of both shop assistants. Give me back the opinion I was having of you, Freya Sama Bose and the silver-haired woman said in unison. Are you? The goddess of beauty tilted her head as question marks formed above it. It seems to be true that deities do not change. Although maybe your prayers and wishes will come true. But the Ganesha and Dionysus family. The god who took charge of Evilus and the misdeeds that organization originated was sitting with his wrists imprisoned by steel shackles. The anger and desperation in his expression were palpable. Curious, considering that's what he wanted to instill in the inhabitants of Erario. That damn kid, he muttered. His teeth ground together from the friction between them. It seemed like they would break at any moment thanks to the pressure of his jaw. I am Ganesha. You will be returned to Tenkai, said the aforementioned god. Shut your mouth. If there's one thing I hate in this world, it's your damn voice. Dionysus shouted. His skin turned red. I am Ganesha. Ha 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 ha. Then you won't hear from her again. Ganesha replied, puffing out his chest. Now they're having fun, but it doesn't matter. Their fate is sealed. The one-eyed black dragon will come sooner or later. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow or in a year, but it will come, and when that happens and everyone dies, I will laugh from above. I will revel in the blood being spilled and stained in the rubble of what they built. And neither you, nor that cursed child of Hestia, nor Uranus will be able to stop it. He spat out his threat. Ganesha looked at him seriously. The new generations will rise up and give humanity a bright future. Your problem has always been arrogance and contempt for mortals. They are stronger than you think, which is why your plan was doomed from the moment you conceived it, he replied, smiling behind the elephant mask. Enyo's nails dug into the wood of the table, bleeding. We'll see her hair covered her face, preventing her facial expressions from coming to light. Suddenly. The golden tower that touched the ground and projected to the heights emerged from its position. He was returning to Tenkai. He won't allow himself to be sent away by force. As he rose, he took one last look at the pawn off the game board that gave Erario the victory. Cranel, what the hell are you? Recovering his divinity by being connected to the sky, he inquired into it. There he came across something that chilled his body. So you're still alive, Zeus. The figure of an old man appeared holding the white-haired man's hand in a wheat field. However, the search did not stop there. Before crossing the barrier that separated the gods from the mortals, a pair of figures appeared in an event that not even Bel himself remembers. If Zeus's presence chilled his body, those figures left him as frozen as a glacier. You're related to those monsters, it's not possible that explains a lot, he's the hero of the 5. Unable to finish his conversation, he returned to Tenkai, leaving the uncertainty behind. Chapter 21. A new member. Hundreds of footsteps echoed inside the dungeon simultaneously at a frantic and alarming pace without ceasing. Minotaurs on the 5th floor. Shouted several novice adventurers, fleeing in terror from the attack zone. Their limited combat experience, coupled with the intrinsic sense of survival that every living being develops over time, was reason enough to avoid getting involved. They knew the chances of winning were minimal, and the stupid idea of facing them chilled their blood. Help. Some girls, apparently ranged fighters and adventurers specialized in magic, cried for help through tears. Typically, these kinds of adventurers have physical and technical limitations when fighting hand to hand. The best thing you can do in such cases is run. Ham. One of them fell to the ground after tripping over a depression in the floor, causing her to lose balance and twist her ankle. That hurt. Opening her eyes after instinctively closing them after falling, she ran into the dozens of fellow adventurers surrounding and avoiding her. Wait. Help me. Don't leave me here. Terrified, the young woman crawled and begged for help. His ankle had been cracked, specifically the distal end of the tibia bone. She tried to stand up, but the pain pulled her down again. 5. Footsteps in the distance echoed, causing movement, scattering and vibrating the rocks around. She stared straight ahead, holding her staff and aiming. She prepared for the worst. Ooh. The roar came from that place. The wave frequency it brought with it made the young woman dizzy. Something like this happened a while back when a certain black minotaur did exactly the same thing, fainting level 1 adventurers and a few level 2 adventurers. Suddenly the beast appeared. Both sharp horns, defined muscles, and a height exceeding that of an average human would intimidate any newcomer to the dungeon city. If that weren't enough, the blood staining his arms and chest made him look extremely dangerous. He spit profusely from his snout and smiled mockingly as soon as he turned his attention to the new defenseless prey just a few meters away from him. However, that wasn't all. Behind the beast, 4 more minotaurs were approaching. Luck and the gods abandoned the girl. Her skin paled like the white of a sheet of paper. Breathing became extremely difficult and her heart pounded so frantically it seemed it would burst out of her chest at any moment. "This will be the end of me," he muttered, hopeless. The sparkle in his eyes faded, along with any will to fight. When someone is close to death, he shows his true colors. 5. The minotaur she noticed first advanced towards her. Light bellow sounded, as if the rest of them were arguing, but that dialogue quickly ceased. Maybe they agreed and gave him the prey. Who knows? There's no need to make sense of the actions of mindless beasts. 5. The heavy footsteps cracked the solid rock they contacted. The girl was trembling. The only spell she possessed couldn't be used due to her lack of speech. She was limited to aiming. The minotaur's stride ended inches from her. The shadow cast by a few glittering crystals covered her completely. She felt weak and small. She was no different from those goblins she'd killed floors above. The gigantic arm rose, tensing every muscle fiber attached to the shoulder. At least it would kill her with one blow. A quick and painless way to die. The young woman closed her eyes in the fetal position and, crying, resigned herself to the inevitable fate that was approaching. The wind quickly cut through. The minotaur's fist swung down and aimed directly at his head. However, there is a certain adventurer who always arrives at the last minute to save those in danger. Curiously, they are almost always girls. "Firebolt!" They shouted, sparking the monster's interest. As he raised his head he saw a red ball appear right in front of his face. Good. Without a chance to react, that sphere of magic exploded in his snout, making him retreat. The rest of the beasts turned around, alerted by the sudden explosion. The black smoke had not yet dispersed, making it impossible for the minotaur to clearly see the person responsible for the interruption. Despite this, his finely tuned senses of hearing felt the vibrations in the ground. Whoever it was, they were getting closer. "Ooh!" he bellowed, throwing a punch where he expected an attack would come. 5. Hundreds of pieces of debris flew up. His knuckles hit the cold, rocky floor. It didn't hit him. Either he dodged in less than a second or he was never there. This puzzled the minotaur. "Firebolt!" The scream repeated the word from before. Good. The flames burned the beast's neck, causing it to sting and spinning around in rage. "Ooh!" he wanted to backhand whatever set fire to the scarlet fur on his body. The steam that came out of his snout and nose reflected the fury originating within him. The smoke dissipated after several seconds that felt eternal to the monster. Standing opposite lay the culprit. It was a white-haired young man with light armor and 2 daggers. The seriousness on his face gave her a bad feeling. Beside him stood an elf covered in a green, leaf-like hand. She held the adventurer from before in her arms, who barely noticed her rescue. Who, she asked, raising her head and letting the last tears that ran down her cheekbones fall. "You're safe. We'll take care of it." The elf's feminine voice and the warm smile she gave her calmed the woman's heart. That pair, without a doubt, emanated the aura that only experienced adventurers possess. The 4 remaining minotaurs grouped together. 5 rivals. 2 levels 5. The beating that was coming would be monumental. Ryuu, get ready. Miss, please don't move. If we don't have you pinned down in a specific spot, you run the risk of one of them escaping and taking advantage of the situation to attack you, she explained to the red-eyed boy, without taking her eyes off the quintet of beasts. Oh okay, she answered, and the green-haired girl, named Ryuu according to what the rabbit-like boy said, carefully lowered her. Her back leaned against a cold wall, leaning against it. Let's finish them off, Ryuu replied, unsheathing his wooden sword called Alf's Lumina. They both walked side by side, without fear or doubt. The minotaurs were clearly intimidated. Those two were truly different from the rest of the trash and prey they were chasing minutes before. They sharpened their senses to the maximum, even if in the blink of an eye. Slash. The first one's vision turned red. Orm, fresh blood flowed from his forehead. A huge crack appeared in that area. Firebolt. Bell shouted. Boom. Stunned by the speed of the slash, he didn't react to the magical attack, which made him flinch. Slash. The elf slashed diagonally at him, revealing a gaping wound that ran from his shoulder to the opposite end of his hip. Blood was pouring out and intestines were spilling out of the chest cavity. The acidity of the stomach fluid that spilled onto the ground was so strong that the surrounding stones, crystals, and minerals melted and disintegrated upon contact. Crack. Without even a chance to feel pain, the jet-black dagger embedded itself into the monster's magic stone, which was exposed after shedding the tissues that interfered with it. The minotaur's body disappeared, leaving behind smoke and two horns. The rest of the beasts didn't have time to act. Everything happened too quickly, in less than half a second. The timing between the duo was terrifying. Now. The elf warned, jumping sideways and running along the walls. I'm going. Replied the rabbit, hopping towards the others. Slash. Slash. They attacked from each end. Bell swung the blade of the hestia dagger in a vertical slash from the right side, breaking the opponent's ribs in a row and tearing away any surrounding tissue. Slash. Ryuu finished the job, decapitating him. It was a perfect cut, with part of the trachea visible, cut across the body. The other three, enraged, threw punches indiscriminately. Clang. Clang. Bell stopped one of their hands, digging them between the knuckles. Firebolt. He. Repeated the name of the magic. Boom. Boom. From the fingers to the middle of the forearms, they exploded. The fireball charge was stored in the daggers, concentrating the blast where they lay embedded. Boo-oh. The roar of pain came almost immediately. Slash. Crack. Bell sliced through the minotaur's chest, making his way to the magic stone. Good. The third one disappeared. He turned to where Ryuu was struggling and voiced his question. Do you need help? He raised his voice. When she finished, she realized she was slicing through flesh and bone with ease. The two minotaurs couldn't even touch her. Slash. 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 Arms or parts of them fell to the floor. The scarlet liquid spilled out and painted the walls. Small drops also fell on the cloak he was wearing. Stupid question. You can clearly do it alone, but I won't allow my beloved to fight without my help. He smiled confidently after that statement. He ran to finish the job. Crack. Alf's Lumina destroyed the magic stone and quickly removed it from the lifeless body of the soon-to-be-disappeared beast. Boo-oh. The last of the small herd wanted to surprise her from behind, but 5. Ryuu kicked him in the pit of his stomach. 5. He took advantage of the monster's hunchback to give him another kick in the snout that sent him far away and crash. He buried himself in the rubble. He destroyed the hole in the rock that took the shape of his body. He tried to bellow, but he had difficulty opening his mouth. The jaw lay hanging and askew. That strong blow had broken it. Slash. The horizontal cut, courtesy of the rabbit that closed a distance and attacked, tore the little remaining tissue holding the jaw together. The oral cavity was exposed and jets of blood were gushing out. Slash. Another slash severed the dying minotaur's eyeballs, blinding him and leaving him at the mercy of those adventurers who arrived out of nowhere. Ryuu and Bell ran together, contacting the magic stone at the same time with both the wooden sword and the unicorn horn dagger that Bell held in his left hand. Crack. It cracked, creating more lines on the surface of the crystalline object. Crash. After 1 second it dissolved. For the quintet of beasts the battle will have felt eternal. The opposite occurred with those in charge of exterminating them. Although in reality everything started, happened and ended in 10 seconds. The adventurer, shocked by such carnage, became dizzy and almost fainted. You keep going ahead of my instructions. You're really stupid, I had it under control, Ryuu complained to Bell, brushing the dust out of his hair. I act before I think. You better than anyone should know that, the white-haired man replied, handing his beloved a handkerchief to wipe the blood that had stained her delicate, white, and beautiful face. Fufu. You'll never change and that makes me happy, the elf replied, accepting her boyfriend's kindness and taking the piece of cloth. You're too sweet. The boy declared, hugging her and putting both arms around her. Belle, I don't think flirting inside the dungeon is suitable, the green-haired girl blushed and looked away. Away from the lovey-dovey couple, the magician broke out in a sweat. How terrifying the first classes are, he whispered as his vision blurred. The relief of no longer being in danger took its toll, and she collapsed. Right, she was here, Ryuu pointed at her. She reminds me of me. Belle was embarrassed to see her. Not long ago, he was practically in the same position. We have to get her back to the surface. The green-haired girl changed the subject and broke away from the hug. She still wasn't used to public displays of affection. Even though there was only one other spectator present. Belle nodded and followed her. She stopped suddenly and looked at him out of the corner of her eye. At the mansion we can see, continue, she declared. Her voice was trembling. Little by little she was abandoning the old, serious and cold Ryuu. Replacing her with the warm and loving girlfriend she wanted to be for her boyfriend. The rabbit's cheeks blushed. Then we have to go quickly, he said. Pervert, Ryuu said, poking him on the cheek and frowning. I'm not a pervert. I love you very much and I want to be with you. Perhaps is it wrong to fall in love with a beautiful fairy? Belle replied, in a poor attempt to justify his actions. I love you too, but there's a time and place for everything, the elf replied, covering her face with both hands. She didn't want him to see her. The couple's argument ended after that. Although I start another one. Belle approached the adventurer and bent down to pick her up. Hey. What do you think you're doing? Ryuu stopped him. Are you? I'll carry her since she can't walk. Why? Belle answered nonchalantly. Absolutely not. I'll take her. The green-haired girl shouted, expressing her disagreement and offering to take the boy's place. I have no problem letting you do it, although the reason is, he wanted to know the reason for such a reaction. If you carry her and she wakes up in your arms, she'll fall in love with you. I don't want it to happen again. That's already been the case twice this month, Ryuu informed her, puffing out her cheeks. Jealousy set in. And rightly so, in recent months he's received several applications from girls who fell in love with him at first sight after he saved them. In the applications, they asked to be the rabbit's concubines. Needless to say, she rejected every single one of them. She would never share her boyfriend. What's more, she herself fell in love with him after the events in the lower floors. Or rather, she reassured herself of her feelings at that moment, since the love had been within her for a long time. So she knows firsthand the impact Belle has on being a hero and fighting to rescue them. Fall in love. The young man tilted his head. Only you are stupid enough not to realize it. Ryuu claimed. I'll take care of it and I'm not going to argue about it. Without permission for replies, the elf took the mage's body and moved forward. Belle remained thoughtful. When have I ever made girls fall in love with me after saving them? He wondered. Unable to find an answer, he ignored the topic and followed the fairy. Events after the assault on Nos. Many will be wondering how much time has passed since that fateful night. How far has Belle and Ryuu's relationship progressed? And, above all, have there been any getting closer? Well, I, the narrator, will summarize it for you. To begin, you should know that 3 weeks have passed since the mission in which Ryuu and Está met allies again. The arrival of dawn after the mission was completed and Belle swore to Ryuu on the walls of her area as the sun lit up the sky and swept away what had happened, turning the page. Several events occurred. AA still causes me some pain, but I will do my best to fulfill your wishes. Those words echoed in the elf's head, smiling as she walked beside Belle, holding his hand and heading towards the fireplace mansion. The fresh pain of the wounds lingered in both goddess and daughter, but they knew they weren't alone. They would never be alone because, in addition to having each other, they had formed new bonds that would allow them to continue on this journey, filled with joys and misfortunes called life. The rabbit's unexpected love gave Ryuu light on that dark path where he had abandoned all hope. He painted the entire universe in color, which was only perceived in grayscale. That day, at dusk, the pair went down to the makeshift grave the elf had made for her family in Riviera. Long ago, Belle had promised in that place that he would bring happiness and joy to his beloved. Unaware that Allies was still alive, if the state in which she existed could even be called life. Controlled by the fetus Jewel puppet. Belle, what are we doing here? Ryuu asked, not letting go of him. She looked like a little girl. Allies couldn't hear it, I want to say it again symbolically. The young man knelt in front of the mound of earth in which weapons, flags and various clothes lay embedded. She felt confused by this, but she also knelt down. Está family, I'm Cranel. It's a pleasure, he greeted. He glanced at the elf and smiled. Ryuu was able to overcome her past, but that doesn't mean she's forgotten you. You'll always be the most important people to her. However, now she has people who love and support her again. I promise you that I'll make Ryuu happy again and that, starting today, that happiness will only grow, Belle said, strengthening their handshake. The green-haired girl's eyes glazed over and her heart rate increased. I will take care of her and I will never allow her to suffer again. Because it's special to me. Because I love her above all things. Because I want to give him the bright joyful future he deserves and that was taken away from him. Ryuu's lips trembled and tears streamed down her cheekbones. And because the white-haired man caressed her cheek and wiped the drops off it. She is my purpose in this life, he concluded. I promise and I plan to keep it, he added. I love you, Belle, Ryuu expressed. Suddenly a draft of air rippled the torn flag and fluttered the girl's hair. Belle simply admired her for that brief moment. No, he would admire the woman before him for the rest of his life. I love you, Ryuu, he replied. The lips came closer. The green-haired girl's fine eyelashes lowered. She was still embarrassed to look directly at him when they were about to kiss. She's too cute, the boy thought. First. They sealed the oath in front of the people who, before the rabbit, had taken care of Ryuu. However, at dusk, a moment came that he had not expected. In the fireplace mansion, late at night, Belle lay in bed unable to sleep. Much to think about. A multitude of things approached him. His beloved, right next door to his room, was also suffering from exactly the same thing. Although, to the white-haired man's surprise, he was abruptly removed from the bubble. Tock tock tock. They knocked on the door 3 times. He got out of bed. He wanted to know who the night visitor was. He turned the knob and there, hugging a pillow, he found the elf. What's wrong, Ryuu? Before asking the question, she got in and pulled him, closing the door. Are you? The rabbit put on a poker face, with no chance to process the facts. The sad, dejected girl remained silent. It was clear she wanted to speak, but the words simply wouldn't come out. He waited, the night was long and he would hardly sleep. Ryuu's arms tightened around the pillow and he buried his face in it. Belle, the name of the aforementioned came out of his thin lips. Hi. He replied. His nerves were also betraying him. They were literally locked inside their room, with no one able to get in unless they unlocked it or broke the door from the outside. A superhuman effort that was infused in that sentence did not go unnoticed. I'd like. The elf's blush intensified. Sleep with you. When he finished, silence reigned. Belle's mind repeated that, without exaggeration, millions of times. It sounded like a broken record. He shouted. Ham. Ryuu threw him onto the bed, covering his mouth. Don't raise your voice. She scolded him through gritted teeth. In the mansion, Hestia and Está, as well as Welf, Haraham, Mikoto, and Lily, were resting. I know it sounds daring, I'm sorry it is like that, but small drops slid and fell on the boy's forehead. I'm scared, he confessed. I'm afraid that the nightmares will come back. The green-haired girl's thin body trembled. Elle removed the hand that was gagging him when he realized. She got off of him. He stood up a few inches from her, who also moved away. Sorry if you don't want us to sleep together, I'll understand, we're just starting our relationship and that would be a huge step. And however, Ryuu justified himself until. Huff. The rabbit's strong, warm arms wrapped around her. Her head rested close to his chest, listening to his heartbeat. It's not that I didn't want to sleep with you, I was just surprised by the suddenness of the request, he explained. The elf raised her head, staring at his face from below. Be as bold, selfish, and demanding as you wish. I'll grant every wish you have, Belle declared. Huff. She reciprocated the hug, placing her arms behind the boy's broad back and releasing the pillow she had been holding. If you say it like that, it sounds like only I have the right to ask you for things. It's not fair. Also, be selfish and ask me for whatever you want, he said, looking away. If that's the case, I think I'll take you at your word, the boy replied. So fast. What are you going to order? He asked. I want to sleep with you tonight, Ryuu. And prevent the nightmares from happening, she informed him, smiling sweetly, showing him that smile that calmed her and brought her peace. If you insist, it's not possible to refuse. The green-haired girl's slight insincerity made her look tender. It's funny, the one who showed up in Belle's room wanting them to sleep together was her, but at that point he wouldn't argue with her or try to upset her. Belle allowed Ryuu to lie down first and he lay down on the opposite end. They positioned themselves side by side, avoiding looking at each other. A certain tension emanated that made it impossible to sleep. Belle's appearance wasn't the only thing that resembled a rabbit. His heart rate was too. Having Ryuu too close and feeling the body heat radiating from her upset him. Not counting his goddess, who sneaked into his bed when they lived in the abandoned church, it was the first time he consciously slept with a girl. Oh wait. And in the safe zone on the lower floors. She also slept with Ryuu. And if that wasn't enough, they did it naked from the waist up and cuddling like a spoon. Huff. Steam rose from the boy's head and ears. Remembering the details at that moment was dangerous for him. He shook his head, trying to erase those memories at least for that night. Belle the beautiful fairy broke the ice. "Why yes," Belle answered. "Thanks for saving me," said the girl, taking the white-haired boy by surprise. "Thanks for jumping into the void to rescue me. Thanks for not giving up on me. Are you feeling okay, Ryuu?" Belle asked, turning to her. To his surprise, the girl did too. They stood face to face, their breathing merging. She was surprised and upset, but she didn't stop. "You were my hero and not satisfied, now you are the love of my life," he continued. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to see the sunrises the same way. I couldn't enjoy tiny pleasures like being flattered by you. You gave me a tomorrow, you gave me hope in your heart. Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve it." Ryuu, Belle wanted to tell her she was wrong. That she does deserve it, but he stopped when Ryuu continued. "That's why I'm giving you mine," she declared, taking the boy's palm and placing it on her chest. He felt her heartbeat to his touch. "If you're going to give me your unconditional love, it's also my responsibility to give you mine." Now it was Belle who placed the green-haired girl's thin, slender hand on his chest. "I'd save you as many times as necessary to keep you with me. You said it, I'm your hero. A hero must protect his princess," he said, pressing his forehead to hers. "Although I am not a princess," replied the elf. "True, you are a beautiful fairy," replied the white-haired man. She moved and pressed against him. "My first selfish wish from today onwards is that we sleep like this tonight." She closed her eyes and let out a charming giggle. "Your wish is my command." Belle granted it, although it was practically a win-win. Before they knew it, they were asleep. The nightmares didn't attack Ryuu. And they would never return because Belle was there. The next morning they were awakened by Hestia, who smashed through the door with a club when she received no response from her son and noticed that the elf was not in her own room. The Stree wanted to stop her, but the deity's jealousy and her elusiveness overcame her. Needless to say, the couple received a scolding while, behind Hestia's back, a Stree gave her daughter a thumbs up, embarrassing her. The weeks following these events passed normally. The romantic fairy began to become more jealous and territorial, so much so that she repeatedly avoided the constant harassment and flirting of Sir or Freya, her best friend. There was nothing to worry about. The silver-haired woman wouldn't steal his man. After all, she brought them together. "I wouldn't steal it, right? I wouldn't." Sir broke the fourth wall, scolding the author, who saw Otter approaching him while cracking his knuckles, so he decided to change the scene. Author's note. "Oh, sir, I would do it. Why are we kidding ourselves? But not in this fic. Anyway, I'm leaving, I'm afraid for my life, huh? Wait, Otter. Ah. Surface, a present." The young magician slowly opened her eyes. As she focused on them, she blurredly saw the face of the person holding her in his arms. "The stabbing pain in my ankle is gone." She was no longer threatened by the minotaurs that chased her. They saved her. "I see you're awake. How are you feeling?" Ryuu asked kindly. "Oh? Good. Did you heal my leg?" The young woman replied, expressing her doubt. "Yes. We are fellow adventurers. It is our duty to help each other," the elf replied. "Or so you'd say. Right, Belle," he added, turning to the aforementioned. "It's as it should be," he replied. The young woman watched him. "White hair, red eyes, kind face." "Rabbit," he said. "BFFF," Ryuu giggled. Belle sighed heavily. His pride had been struck. "I'm not a rabbit. How many times must I repeat it?" he cried internally, complaining. Sorry. It's just that," the adventurer tried to justify herself. "Yufufu. Don't get mad, my love. You look identical to one," Ryuu said, without stopping laughing. "Wait, did she call him my love?" I can't argue anything against it," the rabbit surrendered. The girl watched the exchange closely. With that and the little he witnessed after the minotaurs were killed, he confirmed that they were a couple. Suddenly the darkness of the dungeon disappeared and the rays of the sun took its place. "This is as far as we go," said the elf, slowly lowering her. She placed the tip of her previously injured foot on the ground without any pain. Following this, it stopped properly. Thank you so much for saving me." He thanked her repeatedly, bowing in reverence. "It's nothing," they answered in unison. "What is your name, miss?" "I don't remember seeing you before in Arario," Ryuu asked the human. "Huh? My name is Lucia Ramirez," she revealed. I came to Arario just 2 days ago, and I went to the dungeon because he realized he was giving himself away." "I wouldn't lie to him if I were you," Belle commented. The green-haired girl's sharp gaze made her spill her soup. "Because no family wanted to accept me and I ran out of money," she replied, terrified. "You entered the dungeon without a weapon and went down to the 5th floor." The elf rubbed her eyelids. She couldn't imagine such a level of idiocy. "Sounds like something I would have done in an alternate universe," the young man thought. "And that staff. The interrogation did not stop. "Ugh, I found him lying on the third floor," she confessed. She felt like a thief, and in a way, she was. Ryuu sighed and grabbed it. I know it was wrong, but I was dying of hunger and cold. No one accepts a human just because they look weak, no matter how much they want to be strong, he explained. His spirits dropped. The girl's will was seen by Ryuu. That flame, although faint, existed within her. My goddess is recruiting members. Years ago we suffered many losses and we're just recovering. If you'd like, you could join us. Just no theft or robbery. The offer was placed on the table. The girl's crystalline eyes regained their shine. Seriously? On the verge of tears, she wanted to make sure the proposal was true. Yes. The Está family would like you to join their ranks, confirmed the green-haired woman. I do. Lucia nodded, excited. Belle was pleased. The story she told reminded him of months ago when he arrived in Arario. However, he was lucky that Hestia found him. Let's go to the headquarters then. Of course, for now we're sharing it with Hestia's familia since she allowed us to stay until we get ours back, the elf informed. Hestia would kill her if she told her she was planning to bring another girl into the mansion, though at this point, it's impossible for Belle's feelings for Ryuu to change. They've grown so close, and those bonds would never break. Yes. The human was beside herself with excitement. And so the three of them made their way to the fireplace mansion. Belle followed Ryuu and Lucia from behind until he stopped to witness how much his beloved had changed in less than 2 months. So much pain that he lived and dark days that contaminated his soul. And now she is the happiest woman in the world. The elf turned to look at him as he remained static. Is something wrong? He asked her. He denied. I stopped to admire your beauty, he replied, interlacing his fingers with hers. Idiot, Ryuu puffed out his cheeks. You know, your hair is growing out and the sun's rays hitting it are causing it to look blonde, he commented. Really? I hadn't noticed. I haven't cut or dyed it in months. It's returning to its original color, the elf replied, taking a strand of hair between her index finger and analyzing it. Would you like it better if I let it grow? She asked, blushing. I love you no matter the color or size of your hair, the young man replied without a hint of doubt. Lucia witnessed the couple's flirting. They were so affectionate, so much so that her blood sugar spiked. They realized this and quickly separated. Forgive us. It's this way, they said in unison, walking in the same direction. Sometimes they forgot they weren't alone. They're strange, but not bad people, the girl thought. A drop of sweat trickled down her forehead. Of course, there is no doubt that they love each other, he added to the train of thought. She followed them until she glimpsed a huge mansion, which would be her new home and the beginning of hundreds of adventures. Chapter 22. Welcome to the Está family. Taking the next step. Why, you must be joking, the brown-haired human remained static when she found herself facing the gigantic building that was right in front of her nose. Lucia? Hello? Are you feeling okay? Belle waved his palm in the girl's face when he noticed that she showed no reaction after arriving at the fireplace mansion. She stepped out of the bubble and reacted. Sorry. I'm fine. I'm just surprised by the size of the headquarters, the young woman replied, swallowing after taking another quick look. I know those two are first-class adventurers after seeing the strength they possess, but are they really that important? There are families with level 3 or 4 adventurers who don't own mansions or anything like that, Lucia thought, impressed. Suddenly, a certain fear and insecurity hit her. Am I really worthy of being part of such an incredible group of people? Her spirit sank and she hung her head. The green-haired elf perceived this feeling and approached the human in an attempt to help her. Don't worry. Está doesn't care where you come from or what you did before arriving in Arario. Besides, the family you'll be joining doesn't have an official headquarters and there's practically only one member. Which is me, Ryuu revealed, beads of sweat running down his forehead, and he looked away. This calmed the young woman, but also caused her to have doubts about the statement. So what are we doing here if it's not the headquarters? He asked, tilting his head. Belle walked over and raised his hand. That's for me to answer, said the white-haired man. You see. This mansion is called the Fireplace Mansion and is home to the Hestia family, whose patron goddess is the goddess of the same name. I belong to this family, and because the goddess Está returned to Arario after spending a long time away from the city, they lost their headquarters. We're taking her and Ryuu in here, she reported, explaining the situation as best she could without revealing any significant details, as that was the responsibility of the goddess Lucia would be joining. In the past, we were one of the largest and most notable families in the city. Or so it was until that happened, the green-haired woman added, the corners of her lips curling into a small smile filled with melancholy and a certain sadness, though not as much as it had been months ago. Belle took her hand and his fingers intertwined with hers. The elf turned to look at him and he showed her an expression that told her everything was fine and she had him by her side. This caused me to return to the central topic of the conversation. The human tilted her head in confusion due to the lack of information and the sudden pause in the story of the girl in front of her. We'll tell you later what happened years ago. When you hear it, you can decide whether you really want to join us or not, Ryuu commented, changing his previous expression and turning around. The white-haired man followed her. It's this way, come with us, he pointed forward with his index finger, indicating the main entrance of the mansion. The gates opened slowly, allowing the three of them to pass. Hi. Lucia nodded and quickened her pace, avoiding falling behind. Their heart rate increased as the seconds passed and the distance between them and the door decreased. Fear nodded her. Not because she'd disappointed or been unworthy, but because of the unknown that awaited her. Ryuu is the only one belonging to the Está family, however Belle's situation is different. What if that pleasant white-haired boy with great strength and combat prowess is the weakest member of the Hestia familia? She didn't want to even imagine the kind of monsters waiting for her inside the mansion. Suddenly the couple's walk, inches away from the human, stopped and so did hers. They were a short distance from the door. Lucia prepared for the worst possible scenario, even closing her eyes and raising her guard. She had never specialized in hand-to-hand combat, but she didn't have any weapons. Belle knocked on the door a total of 3 times. Each knock caused the girl to jump slightly from her position. The knob turned 180 degrees and the sound of the lock being released could be heard. The creaking of the hinges continued as they folded, allowing the door to open at a slow, almost tortuous pace for the one who lay expectantly waiting to meet the first member, other than the White Rabbit, who was clearly part of the Hestia family. His breathing became labored and his terror grew until the identity of the person he had hoped to meet was revealed. "Welcome, Belle-sama and Ryuu-sama," a female's voice greeted cordially and sweetly. Lucia suddenly opened her eyes, noticing no danger. Afterward, she came across a beautiful Renard with golden hair that stretched to her hips, fox ears of the same color, and 2 emerald eyes that shone when the sun's rays suddenly hit them. It's also worth noting that she was wearing a black and white maid outfit. From the side, the fox girl's golden tail with a white tip peeked out, which waved subtly as she greeted the human and the elf, demonstrating joy at seeing them. Lucia was amazed by the radiant beauty of the beastman, combined with the adorable and calm way in which she delivered her lines. "Okay, she's cute, too cute in fact. The first person to be my roommate in the mansion is, at first glance, someone I can treat normally without any complications or problems," the human thought, letting out a breath in her lungs and sighing heavily in relief. "Good morning, Harahim. How are things going here?" the white-haired man asked, greeting the Renard. "We're sorry for returning before the estimated time, let's just say we had," Ryuu apologized as he turned his head in search of the girl they had just met. "Setbacks," he added. Hi, Lucia greeted, trying to look relaxed and showing her teeth in a smile. Needless to say, she failed miserably. "I ruined the first impression." He lamented his poor communication skills and poor handling of strangers. "Good morning, miss." Harahim ignored the girl's forced expressions and returned the greeting. Perhaps she didn't even notice them. The tension in the aforementioned decreased. "She's an angel," he said to himself subconsciously. "Come in," the blonde stepped out of the way, allowing them to pass. "Come on," Lucia, Ryuu said, offering her to come in. Hesitantly, she stood, staring at the dividing line between the inside and outside of the headquarters. "There's nothing to fear. There are adventurers here and above all, people who will treat you kindly and respectfully." The elf erased Lucia's worries with only that sentence and the sincerity etched on her fine, white and beautiful face. There was no doubt in his mind. After all, the green-haired woman or blonde. She was troubled by the fact that she couldn't find the exact color of the woman's hair since it resembled both. Finally, he closed his eyes, held his breath and took the first step. She celebrated internally. It may seem like a silly thing, but for someone starting out in Arario, it was a huge step forward, which filled her with happiness and joy. Once inside the mansion, she was amazed by how enormous it was from the inside. It seemed like another completely unknown dimension. Top-notch furniture, bright endless hallways leading to other unexplored places for the young adventurer, or rather, future adventurer. He came out of the trance when a scent entered his nose. "It smells delicious," he said, drooling. "It must be Makoto, it will soon be time to eat," Belle replied. The black-haired oriental beauty appeared from the kitchen, stirring the contents of a bowl. "Did you call me, Belle Dono?" asked the aforementioned. "Hello, Miss Makoto," Ryuu greeted the black-haired girl. "Good afternoon," Ryuu Dono and Makoto wanted to complete the greeting but didn't know the name of the third person present. "El Lucia Ramirez. Nice to meet you." The human bowed to the aforementioned, leaning forward. "The pleasure is mine. We don't always receive visitors or it's not common for Ryuu Dono to allow women in," the oriental woman said, remembering the times the elf kicked out the girls who were looking for the rabbit. "Makoto, don't scare her," the green-haired girl asked kindly. Thank the gods Lucia didn't even flinch. I guess the boyfriend is quite the Casanova, he said mentally, scratching the side of his forehead. And what brings you here, Lucia Dono? Mikoto asked. We're planning to unite her with the Está family. We found her in the dungeon when her life was in danger due to minotaurs that rose from the middle floors, the white-haired man replied, explaining the events and the reason for bringing her to the mansion. I understand. Está-sama should be in the reading room. If you'll excuse me, I'll continue cooking. Come on. Harem. The Oriental woman indicated the location of the person they were looking for, asked Renard for help, and continued with the aforementioned activity. The blonde nodded, said goodbye to the trio and entered with the brunette. Lucia was glad that the second member of the Hestia familia was such a good person and easy to talk to. If the rest turn out to be like those two, I have nothing to worry about. The distrust was radically reduced after meeting both women. I walked behind Belle and Ryuu, observing the surroundings. Correction, admiring the surroundings. Will I live here? Will this be my new home? The human's amber eyes shone brightly as she created the scene of herself living in the mansion. He shudders just thinking about it. The couple realizes this and laughs silently. Hey Belle. They raise their voices in the distance, provoking a reaction from the trio, who turned to the direction from which the call came. A young adult with red hair and clothes stained with ash and sweat approached them. Maybe he's the family's blacksmith, also a member of the family. In the brunette's eyes, he didn't look scary or dangerous. Hello Welf, what's up? The rabbit approached his friend. What do you mean? You've dulled that unicorn horn dagger again. If the trend continues, this thing will be the size of a toy knife they give kids. I can't sand it every day, the blacksmith complained, putting the boy in a headlock, ruffling his hair fiercely with his free hand, and expressing his anger. I'm asking you not to strangle my boyfriend. I know he's overly impulsive and doesn't help with weaponry, but forgive him. I don't want to be a widow. Ryuu pulled Belle away from Welf. Of course, it wasn't in bad faith, far from it. He just played along with the deed. Fufufu. Your boyfriend, the white-haired man mocked the way she said it. You know what? On second thought, I'll allow it as long as it doesn't kill him. She pushed him back. Lucia interrupted. Oh, 1,000 apologies. Welf Krazo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welf reached out, not before wiping away the grease and tar stains with a rag. The residue from hard work. Lucia Ramirez. She introduced herself, closing the handshake and raising her held hands up and down repeatedly. Burning with energy. It's nice to see him. I hope you don't turn out like him. The blacksmith took a look at the impulsive brat who wants to be a hero and, thanks to that, gets his family in trouble at least twice a week if things are going well. You can question my methods, but not the results, Belle laughed at the end of the conversation, aware of his actions. Ryuu wasn't amused and slapped him without changing his poker face, despite the vein on his forehead. You're excessively stupid, my love, she scolded him, squeezing his shoulder. I'll do my best, the brunette replied, observing the past scene. Okay. I'll leave you, I'm busy. Good luck. The Redeed said goodbye and returned to the workshop where he would continue crafting weapons and armor. Third member, overcome, the girl counted who she knew. Belle-sama. Belle-kun. 2. Shrill sounds suddenly hurt his ear. Lily? Kami-sama. Is something wrong? The red-eyed boy asked. The vast majority are women, now I understand Miss Ryuu's jealousy. She must face those beauties who live under the same roof. Lucia felt sorry for her savior as she watched the exchange and chat of the two smaller girls with Belle, a characteristic that made it difficult for her to be intimidated by their presence, contrary to Ryuu and Belle when she met them in the dungeon. Wait, she said, Kami-sama, so the one with pigtails would be Hestia-sama. He connected the dots, although it wasn't complicated either. He clenched his fists and sighed, showing determination. To present myself properly before the patron deity of the family. Even though she may not be my goddess, I must show due respect. He enlisted. Good afternoon, Hestia-sama. It is an honor to meet you, said the girl, bowing to her in the same way as Mikoto. The black-haired goddess remained silent, having paid no attention to her at all before she spoke. She hadn't even noticed her presence or been the least bit interested. Lucia lifted her head slowly until she felt the breeze hit her and ruffle her hair. Following that, a noise from behind her made her turn around. Bam. Hestia, Lily, and Belle sprawled on the ground, the former two on top of the ladder as they shook him. Why are you bringing another girl? You already have Ryuu. The little goddess shouted, angry. Stop putting more women in, Belle-sama. Lily also shared the excitement. I'm not the guilty one. Why are you treating me like I've committed a mortal sin? The white-haired man, with spiral eyes, replied to the pair's questions despite the constant shaking, making him dizzy. The hobbit and Hestia, moving away from the rabbit, focused their attention on Lucia, who stepped back. Bloodlust abounds in them. He screamed internally. Wrinkled foreheads and noses stood out on the two women, reflecting distrust and anger to a great extent. Speak up. Do you know that womanizing idiot has a girlfriend? I hope you're not trying to get between those two lovebirds. Hestia yelled, not allowing any reply. Why yes, I know, but the brunette couldn't explain. Lily doesn't understand why Ryuu-sama allows Belle-sama to form her harem. The little support girl directed her complaints at the elf, who seemed slightly tired. It was possible that this wasn't the first time they had discussed this matter. That's not the case here. The white-haired man denied, standing up again after the tackle. Hestia-sama Lily. It's not what you imagine. In fact, I was the one who suggested bringing her. Ryuu revealed, sighing heavily. Hestia gasped and raised her index finger, pointing at her. Don't tell me you're planning on starting a harem. Shocked, she blurted out that nonsense. Where do you get that baseless and stupid accusation, Hestia-sama? The elf approached, showing a face of disgust. I was invited because the human would explain the reason for the visit, now having the opportunity to speak freely and without unexpected interruptions. Or so he thought. Out of nowhere, a beautiful brown-haired woman wearing a white dress-like garment and bright sapphire-colored eyes appeared behind everyone's back. I can't read because of the racket. What's all the racket about? The goddess of justice asked, leaving the living room and approaching from the hallway where the others were arguing. Excuse us, Está-sama, the green-haired girl apologized for the inconvenience. Lucia was extremely surprised when she learned the identity of the stranger. Está-sama, she is beautiful. She truly appears to be a deity in every sense of the word, and amidst the mature, bold, authoritarian, powerful and intellectual aura of a goddess of justice, the brunette's mind was filled with praise as she looked at her in more detail. I'm not upset or not because of that, at least, the deity replied, bringing both palms closer to her daughter's cheeks. I'm furious because you and Belle were supposed to be going on a date. Why did you get back together? Está tugged hard on Ryuu's cheeks, scolding her like a mother would her daughter. And the opinion vanished suddenly, he added to the train of thought. That hurts. Está-sama blushing and embarrassed, Ryuu complained. Linda Bell whispered, partially covering his face with his forearm and dying from the sugar rush caused by his girlfriend's tenderness. A few seconds passed and she stopped pinching it. The elf rubbed the affected area as a tiny tear fell. Your name is Lucia, am I wrong? That's what I heard when you introduced yourself to Hestia. The goddess steered the conversation toward the guest. She nodded. She's here because she wants to join the family, Ryuu informed, perching next to the human. We'd like you to meet to discuss the incorporation. If you agree, Está-sama. Belle accompanied them, standing opposite Lucia. The deity, being slightly taller than the brunette, looked down and stared into her eyes. Dinner is ready. Kicking open the kitchen door and having their hands full, Mikoto and Harahim appeared, announcing it was time to eat. The duo placed several plates on the long table directly in front of the chairs, and in the center, platters of food that varied wildly, from salads to giant portions of meat. Está broke eye contact, as did the rest, except for Belle and Ryuu, and they watched the feast in fascination. I suppose we'll continue later. We won't discuss joining the family on an empty stomach, the goddess commented excitedly. The Oriental woman prepares the best dishes she's ever tasted throughout her immortal existence. Of course, she wouldn't miss the opportunity to consume them. But the human wanted to stop her, but a growl came from her stomach. Grrrrrrr. Skin and ears turned red, indicating the embarrassment caused by the stomach noise. Eat with us, Lucia Dono, Mikoto suggested. I wouldn't want to take advantage of your kindness. I've only just met you, and I understand if you treat me like one. Her stomach growled for the second time, giving her away. Grrrrrrr. Strange, he completed the dialogue, blowing smoke out of his head. Well, let's say no more. Let's eat, said the deity, clapping happily and walking to the table while pulling Lucia by the arm so she could follow her toward the dining room. I'll go tell Sama. Lily ran to the blacksmith's workshop. Hestia sat down, holding the knife and fork. Lucia drooled without taking her eyes off the potato salad. Elle and Ryuu walked away from the dining room, turning their backs on them. Will they not eat? Está asked. No, come on ahead. We have a couple of things to discuss, the white-haired man replied. Bon appetit, we'll catch up with you later, added the green-haired girl. Don't blame us if we didn't leave anything behind. Hestia filled her mouth with food. She looked like a squirrel. The rest agreed. Hi, said the young man and the girl. The couple, after answering casually, walked down the hallway until they entered one of the rooms. The white rabbit specifically. I hope they don't postpone their date. With how busy the Hestia family's schedule has been, they haven't had any free time. The goddess of Ryuu worried about her daughter's romantic life. Relationship difficulties. I'm completely unfamiliar with the field, Lucia said. Está-sama, here is what you ordered yesterday. Mikoto handed a plate to the brunette. Lobster? You're the best, Mikoto. The attitude she'd had seconds ago vanished and she hugged the brunette, thanking her profusely. What a strange family, the future member and inhabitant of the mansion said mentally. But there's love in her, he added happily. In the rabbit's room. The couple quickly entered, barely leaving the conglomeration of people they call family, and closed the door so they could finally have the privacy they desired. They leaned their backs against the wood, lowering their eyelids and conveying happiness, as well as calm, through a tiny smile. They opened their mouths at the same time. It's been a long day, they said in unison, with almost perfect coordination. Huh? They said with surprise, born from saying what the opponent. They looked at each other briefly and laughed. Lately, we've been saying what the other person is thinking. It's like we're, Belle said. Connected, Ryuu added. She intertwined her fingers with the white-haired man's, gently joining them, feeling the heat they emitted and the smoothness of the skin. There's no doubt about it, elf fur is a national treasure. Nothing else can compare or even resemble it. They gradually blushed as the seconds passed, yet they reveled in the contact. Elle placed the palm of his free hand on the green-haired girl's blushing cheek. She instinctively raised her head, meeting his face. Ryuu placed his hand on her lover's. He wanted to hold her closer. He wore a wishful expression, knowing what was coming. That was the sign. Despite the boy's inexperience in relationships, he managed to understand the subtle signs that marked the pace of his beloved's desires. Their lips approached at a leisurely pace, enjoying the moment, and… Mwah. They kissed briefly. They parted their lips. And then… Mwah. They brought them together for the second time. This trend continued. They joined their mouths and separated until… I love you, they confessed. At the same time, just like before. Ryuu hugged him, closing his arms behind the young man's neck and reducing the distance between them. Elle held her hips, pulling her closer to him. Mwah. He kissed her again, but unlike the previous times, this time the time between them lasted almost 30 seconds, forcing him to catch his breath and continue. Yufufu. You took the idea of staying in the mansion seriously. You're a pervert, the green-haired girl said mischievously. I didn't see you objecting either, the white-haired man replied, without letting go of her arms. Although we chose the worst possible moment, considering there are people from our families eating not far from here, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he added the comment. He looked embarrassed. Why, you're right about that. We get carried away by the environment easily. We need to work on that, Ryuu agreed, looking away. And my bad, Belle decided to let the blame for that fall on him. He also admits he doesn't mind the way things are going. The girl denied. No, it's a shared fault. I really enjoy our closeness and flirting, so much so that I forget what's around us and who's around us when I'm with you, he replied, hugging his partner. They closed the gap between their foreheads and closed their eyes. Then they sat on the edge of the bed. The conversation that brought them there would begin. Sorry. You're my priority, and despite being that, we've been busy, so busy that we haven't gone out on dates, the boy said, his head down. There's no reason to grieve. Tomorrow we can make up for lost time, and nothing and no one will stop us, the young woman replied, stroking the hair on his neck. However, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the one to blame for impulsively deciding to unite Lucia, Ryuu added, remembering the reason for the return. What did you see in her? What made you decide to offer her a place in your family? You mentioned that they'd be reluctant to accept just any stranger. What was different about Lucia? Belle asked doubtfully. He'd support her in anything. He just wanted to know the reasoning behind that decision. The elf exhaled the air from her lungs through her nose and spoke. It reminded me of myself. Of me before, when I first arrived in Ryuu, he confessed. You stole a staff from floor 3, snuck into the dungeon without a weapon, and almost got killed by a stampede of minotaurs. Question marks popped up above the idiot rabbit's head. No, silly, she replied to the nonsense said by her boyfriend. When I came to this city after leaving the forest where I was born, I noticed that the eyes of those who asked me to join their family had ulterior motives, contradicting their words and revealing their true objective. I distrusted everyone, I couldn't find a family, or so it was until I met allies. She told me that she saw in me determination but disappointment due to the lack of real opportunities to advance because of the hostile environment that Ryuu offered to the elven race, reported the green-haired girl. A certain nostalgia appeared in the form of a smile on the girl's fine and beautiful face. I saw myself reflected in her and finally understood what allies meant. She completed the previous dialogue. Elle put his right arm around her and wrapped her in it. I understand. I've been there. Determination is useless without opportunity or confidence, the white-haired man expressed his point of view. It's comforting to talk to you, Ryuu said, letting herself be enveloped in the warmth of her beloved. I'll always be here, whatever you need, Belle replied. So the green-haired girl gets up from where she sat and stretched her arms. We must welcome the new member. I doubt Está-sama will refuse. She probably saw the same thing I did, the elf said, recovering her spirits. Hi. We have to eat, I'm starving, said the boy, holding his stomach. Yufufu. Since the first day I met you at the Lady of Plenty, you've had a huge appetite. Ryuu mocked, remembering the day Mamma Mia gave him dozens of plates of spaghetti. I'm just growing, the object of ridicule replied, embarrassed. Let's go out to eat. We'll resume our date tomorrow, the beautiful fairy announced, heading for the door. Wait. Belle stopped her. Is something wrong? She stopped. You didn't tell me why the appointment had to be specifically in Riviera Belle, he said with doubt. His girlfriend had insisted they go on a romantic date in the secure area on the 18th floor. It was a bit odd considering it's not particularly known for its romantic atmosphere. In fact, even Love Square was a better option. Ryuu clicked his tongue and frowned. Are you? A shiver ran through the groom. Cassandra and Daphne told me in detail what you and Hedon did inside the dungeon before Freya-sama's party. Inviting girls to Riviera's bar to eat the sea couple sandwich, it made me jealous because I'd heard about it and wanted to be the one to share it with you, the elf pouted and clenched her fists. The black aura emanating from the beautiful fairy scared the rabbit and the change in her facial expression didn't help at all. So he put his best talent to use. Apologize. Sorry. He shouted in a doggy's position. His forehead was flush with the ground. You better be sorry. I know we weren't a couple during that and you didn't do it of your own free will. However, despite that, I can't forgive you easily. The green-haired girl's grim tone would have struck terror into Otter himself. The pair left the room, heading for the kitchen. Belle looked like a scolded dog and Ryuu puffed out his cheeks as he pinched him on the side. The rabbit accepted this fate without complaint or grumbling. I'm not hungry anymore, Belle said to himself. Minutes after lunch, with Lucia, Ryuu and Está inside the latter's room. That Makoto girl sure knows how to melt the palates and give pleasure to the taste buds of anyone who tries her food, the goddess opined to the air while looking for a seat. You eat too much, Está-sama the elf spat with a poker face. Ryuu. Never say that to your goddess. The deity angrily claimed, looking offended. The human just watched. Anyway, back to what concerns us, he cleared his throat, dropping the subject. Está sat across from Lucia. Ryuu stood right next to her goddess. When the abrupt change in the attitudes of mother and daughter occurred, not literally, the brunette adopted the required seriousness. First of all, tell us about your life, your origins, the interviewer, in this case Está, kindly asked. I lived most of my life in the coastal town of Milan. I grew up in an orphanage, having never met any living relatives or anything like that. The other children and I worked selling food. Sometimes we caught the fish, shrimp or octopus. Lucia's brief response left Está thoughtful. The way you describe it makes me think you enjoyed that life. Why change it and become an adventurer? The goddess inquired. Yes, I loved her. But she wasn't what I was passionate about. I always felt like something was missing until one night at high tide, I saved a classmate from the orphanage who was being swept away by the enormous waves. Inside me, I finally felt the sense of pride and excitement I'd been searching for. Saving someone in danger, it brought this peace within me, Miss Ramirez replied. And from then on, you decided to target Arario. Am I wrong? The city that produces the strongest heroes and adventurers, the deity continued, questioning her. Yes, that was what motivated me, the human confessed. I understand. Lucia, tell me, what is your justice? What do you think of when I say that word? Está said, taking her own hands. Justice. The turn of the conversation was not captured. 4 years ago, it was the only question I asked when choosing members. Based on what they said, I decided whether to accept or reject them, she explained. Nostalgia welled up in her. You've spoken the truth. So it's up to me to tell you the facts as they happened, the brunette reported. Lucia agreed to listen. Years ago, my girls and I were one of the most renowned families in the city. We were known as the Arario police before Ganesha and his children took over. Times of peace were scarce since the Zeus and Hera family fell in the mission entrusted to them. To kill the Black Dragon. The Evilist faction, an organization of evil gods seeking to destroy Arario, grew stronger and distrust abounded. I don't know if you've been informed, but the Dark Ages hit 7 years ago. Many people died at that time. It wasn't about living but about surviving. Thanks to our joint efforts, control was regained, or so we thought. Remnants of Evilus remained anonymous, in the shadows. And that was our downfall. Tears began to flow. Drops trickled down Astra's cheekbones. Ryuu clenched his fist. My girls were ambushed inside the dungeon. A previously unknown beast attacked them, and there was little or nothing they could do, he added. They gave their lives for me. I'm here thanks to them, the elf explained, smiling as tears welled up in her eyes. It no longer caused him pain or regret that things had turned out this way. Now he was grateful. They gave him a future, a tomorrow. And blinded by fury and revenge I committed crimes, going in the opposite direction to the one I promised them, the green-haired woman breathed deeply. I killed those responsible. I stained this sword with blood and was blacklisted by the guild until Ryuu smiled. My best friend helped me. Sir's image appeared in her memories. I fled the city at Ryuu's request. But I came back and I'll never leave. Está squeezed the elf's hand. Her speech was slurred because remembering her family's death hurt her so much. I'll understand if you don't want to share space with a murderer like me. That's what I am, after all. However, I'm changing thanks to the good people around me who gave me this second chance to rebuild my life, Ryuu clarified. This Ryuu, I would never judge my savior, Lucia replied. This made an impression on both of them. The Está family was amazing. They didn't die in vain. They fought tirelessly for justice, keeping people safe, giving them a tomorrow future. Lucia stood up, approaching them. From this day forward, my duty will be to protect the legacy of those who came before me. I will be a heroine who saved people, giving them hope because that's what you gave them, the human declared, puffing out her chest and brimming with confidence. The goddess grabs his palms, cold due to the fear caused after the story. It doesn't matter what your justice is. Stay true to your ideals and goals, and you'll achieve it. And we'll be supporting you until then, he said, then hugged her. Welcome to the family, my girl, he added, accepting her. Lucia reciprocated the gesture and cried with happiness. Ryuu joined them. This is your new home, he told her, smiling. Allies Kagaya Lyra, all of us, we are growing, coming back, the elf said mentally. After the moment where her deepest feelings surfaced, Está resumed her serious attitude, returning to her seat. The last question we will end the interview with is. Are you? Am I not part of you already? The girl thought. Está-sama. Ryuu didn't know what he meant either. The excessive drama was pointing to the worst. How wrong we were. You're not interested in my daughter Ryuu's boyfriend, are you? The tone of voice and the dull glow of the deity's sapphire iris caused terror and panic in Lucia, who quickly responded. No, 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 no. Not at all. He denied flatly. Really? Don't lie to your goddess. Even though he was clearly aware that she wasn't lying, he wanted to make sure. This is stupid, the green-haired man thought, slowly leaving the room. There had been arguments of this nature during the day. He looked out the window and noticed that night had fallen. How long did it take to get there? I have no idea. I'm tired, I'll sleep, she yawned and walked towards her room, ignoring the noise. No one was lying awake in the hallways. He sensed that it might be midnight. The interview really dragged on. Now they're just discussing pure nonsense. Poor Lucia, Ryuu thought. After walking for several seconds, he inevitably crossed Belle's room, since it was adjacent to his own. This one had the lights off, which made her assume the rabbit fell asleep. HMPH. You didn't even wait to give me my goodnight kiss, Ryuu pouted, and the voice he used when complaining was low, thanks to the hour, and tender, because he really wanted that kiss. It was already customary for the couple to say goodbye to the day by kissing before going to sleep. A lot of sugar in that relationship, but they love each other after all. They share that feeling, and no one has the right to criticize them. She stood for several seconds in front of the door. Time passed, and she blushed. Would it be bold of me to go in and sleep with him? We've done it before, and I'm his girlfriend. I'd like to believe that's one of the rights that those in a relationship have. The elf began to debate internally, questioning whether to listen to the idea that was sprouting in her mind. Then there shouldn't be a problem. We'd just sleep. Yes, no perverted acts, she convinced herself by talking and finding reasons to support her choice. She knocked on the door, making sure he was really asleep. 3 consecutive knocks resonated on the surface of the wood. The sound was loud enough to be heard. No response was received. He turned the knob as soon as his suspicion was confirmed. Inside he celebrated. It would be difficult to explain to Belle the reason for his nightly visit. Sorry to intrude, he whispered, slowly opening the door, keeping the hinges from squeaking, and stepping inside. As she moved forward she took off her adventurer's clothes. He threw the leaf green veil cape on the floor. He carefully placed a pair of swords on the chair next to the wardrobe. He also took off his boots, placing them under the aforementioned chair. The only clothing covering her was what she considered underwear, except for a pair of shorts. It consisted of an extremely thin gray blouse. Now a short distance between her and the rabbit, who was sleeping peacefully in the center of the bed, she stretched her back and shoulders, preparing to curl up next to him. But not before stroking his hair and kissing him on the forehead. It should be the other way around, silly Belle, she murmured as she took her lips off her lover's white forehead. He pulled back the blanket before getting in. Their backs were touching. The beautiful elf couldn't bring herself to spoon with her beloved boyfriend. It made her shy. He lowered his eyelids, trying to fall asleep. The day had taken a lot of effort, but if he could finish it like this, with Belle, it might have been completely worth it. Suddenly, on the verge of falling asleep, the boy's movement alerted her. He stood right behind her and put his left arm around her, hugging her. Now yes, the spooning position was mentioned and invoked. Ah! Ryuu screamed internally. His eyes turned into spirals although he didn't complain at all. Why if you wanted to sleep with me, you just had to tell me, they said behind her back. The girl opened her eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. She looked back and Bell, blushing, was staring at her. He quickly looks back and presses his face into the sheet, avoiding eye contact. You fool, you fool, you fool. She said to herself, steam rising from her head. Good night, Ryuu, the boy wished the green-haired girl. She trembled. Good night, Bell, the elf answered, although with a blanket over her face, it was difficult to hear her. Bell placed his right arm under Ryuu's head and his left arm above it, holding his beloved's hand. The young woman intertwined her fingers and reveled in the body heat produced by the union of their bodies. I don't want to be separated from him even at night, she commented subconsciously, smiling sweetly. And so the beautiful fairy achieved her goal. The next morning. The elf woke up, somewhat sleepy, as a result of the noise. Came out of his mouth. He scratched his head and opened his eyes. He woke up. I was going to wake you up, but you looked so pretty sleeping, they said from the foot of the bed. She felt her heart skip a beat. There, standing, was Bell. He was getting dressed and ready for the date at Riviera. You should have. I wouldn't forgive myself if the date was delayed because of me when I insisted so much on having it. Ryuu got off the mattress and grabbed his own clothes, which he arranged in the early morning. In a hurry she put on her boots, veil, cape and 2 swords. Bell was adjusting his armor but was having trouble closing the breastplate. Ryuu helped him. Done. I'd advise you to change your armor, that one's too small for you, said the green-haired girl. I know, I must stop eating so much, the rabbit commented sadly. The elf denied. No. Just because you're growing means your muscles are growing too, and I love it, she said, wrapping her arms around the boy's broad back. Besides, you look better this way. When I met you, you were so thin that I feared for your health every time you entered the dungeon, he added, laughing. I agree, these months have gone by quickly. The day I arrived in Auraria with a change of clothes, a backpack, and full of dreams seems far away, he replied. But I have been fulfilling, he added, playing with Ryuu's hair. If we start flirting now we'll never get out of here, let's control ourselves, said the green-haired girl, looking away. You're right. Then let's go. Nothing and no one will interrupt our date today, the white-haired man said, sheathing his daggers and preparing to leave. The bride walked behind him. I hope everything goes well, she thought, playing with the strands of her hair, which had grown longer after the last few weeks of not cutting it. There was no longer any reason to hide. This explained the lack of green tint in her hair, which was gradually returning to its natural golden color. They walked through the halls, crossing through the dining room where Lucia, Está, Hestia, Lily, Mikoto, Haraham and Welf were having breakfast. Are you leaving early? At least eat something before you go, Hestia said, chewing on a piece of bread. We want to go to Riviera without delay. That way we can return to the mansion that same day. Sorry for not joining you, Ryuu informed him apologetically. Riviera? Lucia tilted her head. It's the safe zone on the 18th floor. I recommend that you don't try to get there without first being level 2. There are monsters that can poison you in floors before there are minotaurs, Welf explained to the new member. When I get back, I'll tell Ina to give you lessons on the dungeon's contents and the monsters that inhabit it. She's my advisor, Bell said, praying for the girl's soul, even though it was necessary so she wouldn't run any risks in her life as an adventurer. Are you going to the dungeon? Can I join you? With you, I can fight without fear of excited, the human asked to join them, however. Bell and Ryuu tried to refuse without seeming rude. Because the couple wasn't exactly going to kill monsters. Lucia understood and quickly made up an excuse. Alright. I haven't gotten a weapon, and entering the dungeon without one would be tempting fate. I guess we'll have to wait another day, too bad. I hope things go well for you. He spoke at a fast pace, justifying himself. The red-haired blacksmith thought the following, without contradicting her. I handed you the staff sword this morning, but I appreciate you reading the mood. I see. We'll leave if that's the case. See you later, Bell said goodbye, taking Ryuu with him. Haraham opened the door for them, allowing them to leave. They didn't know how to reject you. They really needed to get out, Lily announced, eating the meat and vegetables on her plate. They really love each other a lot. How long has it been since you started dating? Lucia asked. About a month and a half. Maybe less, Está resolved her daughter's doubt. Fine. If you want to go into the dungeon, Lucia Dono, we'll escort you as soon as we help clean the mansion, Mikoto said, collecting the dishes. Really? The human's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hi, Lilicuaja wants to get funds, Haraham must practice magic, and I will look for resources Wealth communicated. But change those clothes. You'll be fighting on the front lines, and it might make you uncomfortable, the support suggested. Lucia nodded. These clothes had been lent to her because hers got dirty yesterday. I'm going to have my first family adventure. She went to her assigned room in a flurry. On the streets of Arario, with Belle and Ryuu. The couple walked peacefully through the streets of Arario. The elf linked her arm through her lover's, holding him and returning the greetings to the civilians who noticed their presence. "Little rookie, Gale. Nice to see you here," said a man they both knew. He was a man with dark hair and a scar on his face. "Good morning, Mr. Mord." Belle returned the gesture. "Good morning," Ryuu followed. "Don't you think it's a bit early for this lovey-dovey vibe? Day after day, since the NOS incident, we've seen you two getting closer. You're even considered Arario's #1 couple," the man commented, stopping to chat with the pair in the middle of the street. Belle scratched the back of his neck, laughing nervously. It's not something to be proud of. Focus on your own romance," Ryuu said, blushing. "Anyway, I won't take up any more of your time. See you next time," Mord said goodbye. Maybe he had things to do. "Couple #1 who will occupy the other positions?" the rabbit questioned. I don't know," the fairy answered. They resumed their walk to the dungeon. Several residents continued to greet them because they had seen them cross without fail over the past month. They were the favorite couple on the streets and among the masses. A merchant selling fruits and vegetables gave them apples. Ryuu thanked him. It was his favorite fruit. Inevitably, they passed by that bar filled with memories for both of them. The Lady of Plenty. At the entrance, Lunwar, Anya, Chloe and Sir were sweeping and making preparations before opening. "It's Ryuu, Naya and Belle Naya." The catgirls warned when they noticed the presence. "How have you been?" the elf asked, hugging her friends. "Fine. But no better than you living under the same roof as your beloved Sir," said, giving him a mischievous look. The white-haired man sweated with grief. Come on. Don't be shy, tell us." The girls crowded around the green-haired girl, wanting to inquire about the progress they've made in their relationship. We're about to go on our date. It'll be another day," Ryuu answered, touching the tips of their index fingers and avoiding eye contact. "Those grey eyes Sir possesses penetrate his soul every time they meet." We won't stop them then," Anya gave up. "Good luck, Naya." Chloe gave him a thumbs up. Lunwar winked. "Hey Belle. Do you mind if I take Ryuu away from you for a few seconds?" "No. Thanks." The silver-haired waitress said, pulling her friend away from the rest and not giving the rabbit a chance to express his opinion. Belle stood stretching out his hand, confused. "She's hard to deal with when she gets into that mood," he said, sighing. "Yeah. Indeed, Naya. Sir is scary, Naya." The three waitresses agreed. "Confess. Have you thought about what I said? If not, I'll be angry." Sir jumped straight into what interested her. At that moment Ryuu had a flashback. 2 weeks earlier. Another letter asking to be a concubine, the green-haired woman spoke, burning the envelope that was given to her minutes ago. "Your boyfriend is definitely in demand. It's the burden of pairing you up with the adventurer of the moment," Sir opined, sitting at the same table as her. "You bet. That makes me proud, in part, because it confirms what a great man he is. However, it's starting to get tiring." The elf threw the ashes to the floor and hit her forehead on the table. "It's your fault. You must be more fierce, proactive, and decisive in your approaches. Otherwise, he might consider having concubines or, worst-case scenario, get stolen from you," the silver-haired woman complained, raising her fist. "Why, you're exaggerating. That scenario never happened." Ryuu didn't look convinced. "I'm not saying you should do anything risque. Be discreet. Sleep with him a couple of nights a week or ask for affection, that's all," the waitress clarified. "That's good advice indeed." The girl held her chin. She considered it a viable option. "And at a snail's pace they will reach my true goal, that consumes the act." The violet glow in Sir's grey eyes reflected the true personality that filtered from the young woman's body. "Why do I feel like it's Freya Sama in front of me now?" The fairy sharpened her gaze. I don't know," Sir whistled, diverting attention and suspicion. "Whatever. He's already yours. What better way to tie him down and tell the world than by doing that?" The erotic, almost macabre tone with which the goddess said it frightened the elf. The bar remained silent for several seconds. "It's out of the question." The green-haired girl shouted effusively. How do I tell him that?" In my mind it made sense. "I feel dirty for even considering it," she thought, almost crying from embarrassment. "You have a good body, Ryuu. He'll definitely agree if the flow of events leads to that outcome. If you want Belle to take the initiative, you're expecting a lot from him," Sir reasoned. She wasn't lying. The rabbit is too timid to lead the way toward sexual intercourse. Her lover is very foolish when it comes to picking up on signs, even though he's improved greatly in recent days at identifying Ryu's desires. It's immoral. The girl in question shouted, standing up from her seat. Stop the fuss. Sir. Go back to work and leave that girl alone. Mamma Mia scolded them. Okay, sir said, heading into the kitchen. The break was over. But not before adding fuel to the fire. If you don't put this plan into action, I'll steal it from you. I only gave it to you because it's interesting to see you two together. If it stops entertaining me, I'll take it back from you. His low voice left it up to those present to decide whether he meant it or not. He walked away laughing and reveling in the elf's jealousy. I won't allow it. You're not serious, are you? Are you? He ran after her, wanting to make sure if it was a joke or not. Mia watched them from the bar. You fell into the trap, idiot girl. Now it's just a matter of time before what that silly goddess is planning happens, he thought. The seed of chaos was sown, waiting to blossom. End of flashback. It's still early. We won't do it until we're ready, he answered the question. Oh, sir took a step back. However, why was she proud instead of disappointed? If you say so, romantic fairy, the silver-haired girl mocked. Phew. More steam rose from Ryu's head. The blush was massive. She ducked her head and waved to Belle. She needed help getting rid of the waitress. Sir. I know she looks cute, but please stop teasing her, claimed the rabbit while Ryu tugged on his shirt. Foo. I didn't say anything bad or wrong. It was just a simple question. Sir mocked her friend's reaction. She never imagined seeing her like that, so in love. It's time to open. Continue your appointment, he added, indicating to the others that they should go inside the bar because it would open in minutes. Let's go. There have been so many pauses and we're not even halfway there. Ryu let the matter rest if they wouldn't take long to arrive. Hi, the rabbit accepted. They resumed their walk without interruption, thank the gods, although a certain blonde swordswoman saw them but decided to continue on her way. It caused her mixed feelings to see them so close, although her relationship with the white-haired man in particular was mended after the assault on Nos. Hours later, 18th floor. I reckon it's already midday on the surface. I hope we don't get delayed, the rabbit commented, wiping the blood off his daggers. Let's not think about it. Let's enjoy the time together, Ryu said, healing Belle's small wounds by using no heal. They descended the upper and middle floors at great speed, yet it took them many hours. Not for lack of combat experience or skill. But because so many purple moths appeared and they wanted to avoid being poisoned at all costs. Even though, thanks to the abnormal resistance development skill, it wouldn't have been a problem, they were still careful. Let's forget about that. Rivera's right here. That couple's sandwich is waiting for us. The elf's decision was transmitted. Even her eyes burst into flames. I won't make any kind of comment. She'll counterattack with a but you did it with them without question, even though I was forced to. The rabbit nodded, avoiding tempting fate and summoning death. Already at the bar where that food was cooked, they sat down and waited for the waiters. Their stomachs rumbled and their guts growled. They decided it was foolish to skip breakfast at the mansion. Did they serve you quickly when you came with other girls? Ryu asked. Now that's a real fight. Anything I say can and will be used against me. I won't speak without my lawyer. Well, in this case, Belle replied, evading the murderous aura emanating from the elf that also affected nearby customers. Sorry, it's just that I'm afraid there might be unique experiences I can't share with you. I'm really new to love and I want every romantic event to be by your side and a first for both of us, the green-haired woman revealed, lowering her ears, saddened. Belle grabbed her hand. I know I won't change the past, but since I fell in love with you, I've decided that we'll do the good and bad in relationships together, he assured her, smiling at her. I trust your word and you, Belle, the girl replied, returning the gesture. Those two shone brightly because of the brilliant relationship they formed. Are you going to order something or stay here making the customers jealous? Asked a bar manager, holding the menu. Excuse us. They said in unison. We want the couple's sandwich, please, Ryu asked. And to drink. Fruit juice, Belle replied. It was his beloved's favorite drink. Okay. Little rookie. Gale. Please regulate the displays of affection. Most people come to this bar to drown their sorrows over wives or fallen comrades. It's obvious they're dying of envy at witnessing the budding love of two young people. It was practically an order, though he couldn't be contradicted. He's the owner. Oh, okay, they agreed. I can give you the sandwich in a picnic basket and the drinks in this thermos if you want to flirt. There's a beautiful crystal clear lake nearby, the perfect spot for you, the owner suggested, winking at them. He was young too, and he understands romance. That idea we gladly accept. They agreed with the given option. Meanwhile, they waited for the food to be prepared. 15 minutes or so were enough, and the man handed them the basket. Love, why did you guide them there? This bar doesn't have policies like that, the man's wife asked. Let's just say money moves people, he confessed, putting the sack of coins he was given that morning into the safe. A certain boss, at the request of his goddess, paid him. In the lake. Why, you must be joking, they said, surprised. H, here it is. Why, yes. W, where I saw you. Yes, Belle. A short exchange in which Belle wanted to confirm the location revealed the embarrassment they felt. The hole in the tree is still there, Belle gulped, remembering the stone flying towards his face. That day I was close to dying like every day of my life since I arrived in Arario, he said to himself. I'm aware why, given that Riviera is so vast, did we end up here? Ryuu asked. It was too much of a coincidence. Indeed, they were at the lake where the white-haired man saw his beloved naked. Many months passed since then, even feelings changed radically since then. So I wasn't wrong, I saw her naked here, the rabbit thought, turning red. His imagination wandered, and he remembered that image. Ugh. He slapped himself in the face, trying to stop his mind from playing tricks on him. Elle. Are you okay? The elf was scared. Do you trust me? Better than 5 seconds ago, he replied, wiping the blood from his lip. If it's uncomfortable, let's go somewhere else, he said. I won't lie, I'm dying of embarrassment, but we're here now and indirectly it was our first contact, and after that I told you about my past and what tormented me, Ryuu said, remembering the day. Elle explained that he wasn't snooping and that it was an accident. She didn't sense any lies in his answer, and they chatted. He accompanied her to the Está family grave, where he didn't judge or ask any unnecessary questions, only empathized with her grief. She unwittingly became interested in him that day. This place brings back beautiful memories, he confessed. Elle got rid of the perverted thoughts. Let's stay. If you're happy, I'm happy too. He sat down on the grass by the lake. Ryuu did the same. They took the sandwich out of the basket and, surprisingly, there was a picnic blanket. They ignored it and spread it out, sitting on it. They broke the food in two and bit into it. They ate slowly, enjoying the taste. No, what hash so special, Ryuu said while chewing. That's delicious, said the rabbit. Ryuu agreed. Eden-sensei's teaching the white-haired man put into practice what he had learned. He wiped the crumbs from his mouth. Ryuu say he asked, bringing him half of the sandwich. She didn't refuse. At this point in their relationship, it wasn't the first time they had fed each other. During the boys' stay at the DanMachi family headquarters, she did so daily. The green-haired girl brought her mouth closer and… Yum. He took a bite. It tastes better this way, he assured, covering his mouth with his hand. It's your turn. She put on a challenging look as she brought the sandwich closer to her lover's face. He accepted it and bit. Yum. He delighted in the delicious flavor combined with that of the fruit juice that remained impregnated on the girl's lips and that joined when she bit into it. The exchange continued its natural course until they finished the food. Ryuu stretched out, lying down on the rabbit's lap. She would be more determined and fierce in her approaches, as Sir advised her. Elle did not refuse, much less did he get upset. Rest. You deserve it. I'll take care of you and pamper you, he whispered, smiling at her. She snuggled up to him and he detangled her hair by running his fingers through it. He did so carefully, avoiding pulling too hard and hurting her. Even though his eyelids were heavy and he remained in that position for almost an hour, he did not fall asleep. Suddenly a phrase sounded in his subconscious. Complete the act, Sir's voice mentioned those words to him. A mini Sir dressed as a devil appeared in front. You're in a great position. Make it yours. He insisted. Ryuu rubbed his eyes and this figure did not disappear. Then a mini Está dressed as an angel was presented. She's right. Do it, my girl. The mini goddess didn't disagree. Aren't you supposed to disagree? The elf demanded. At this point, if you don't consummate the act, you never will. The atmosphere is ideal. You're in a special place for both of you and it's practically a forest where night will fall and the light of the moon will illuminate you. It's the kind of proposal you always wanted, right? Don't complain and do your part. It's divine order. The imaginary Está shouted at her, encouraging her and giving her 1,001 reasons why it would be foolish not to take advantage. The imaginary Sir nodded repeatedly. You can't argue with that logic, he said, patting the little Está on the back. Ryuu, is everything okay? I see your lips moving, but you're not talking, Belle interrupted, and the two presences vanished. Sorry. I was daydreaming was the excuse. I understand. The windows are starting to lose their sunlight. It's getting close to nightfall. Let's retreat, the white-haired man said, reporting the situation. The plan to return before sunset would no longer be possible. Belle, the green-haired girl, pulled her boyfriend's shirt. Tell me? He asked attentively, wanting to know what the call was about. It's been so many hours and I haven't even sweated. Would a shower be so nice? The trembling in her pronunciation of the words indicated a certain sadness. Belle turned to the lake and tilted his head. I'd like to take a bath, but where could I do it? Ryuu's intentions were clear. She would put into practice the indecent advice her best friend had given her. The groom got the message. And now that you mention it, it's really hot and I got blood on my clothes fighting the monsters. A bath would also be nice, he commented, scratching his cheek. Having mutually decided, they separated and hid behind the surrounding trees and bushes. They removed armor and clothing, as well as underwear. Let me know when you're going in the water, the rabbit asked. If she went under, he wouldn't be able to see her as the gods had brought her into the world. He wanted to respect his girl's nakedness. Turn around, he said. This confused the rabbit because the sound of the moving water couldn't be heard. He attended to the request and. Are Ryuu naked? I see your naked body. He shouted, upset and returning his gaze to the tree. Why did you talk to me if you weren't ready yet? He questioned. She came over and hugged him from behind. Their modest breasts touched, sending a shiver down his spine. What he was about to complain but was abruptly stopped. Unlike months ago, I don't mind showing you my nakedness anymore. Our relationship is different from back then, she interrupted him. Belle swallowed. Are you sure? He asked. He would only agree if she was 100% sure of that decision. Yes, he answered affirmatively. Gathering his courage, he turned around. There he came across the indescribable beauty of the woman standing in front of him, and he was amazed. You truly possess an out-of-this-world perfection, the compliment came out impulsively. The elf blushed. Thank you, dear, he answered. We need to take a bath, he added, getting into the water and turning his back on her. Hi, the rabbit raised and lowered his head, hypnotized. Belle saw his girlfriend's cute curvy butt. He couldn't stop the drops of blood coming out of his nose. He accompanied her and the water soaked their bodies. The temperature was ideal. Neither cold nor hot. Mild. He formed a pitcher with his hands and collected the water, throwing it on his hair. Ryuu, for his part, was trying to put step 2 of the plan into action, so he walked over to him. Belle, would you wash my back? She asked, dying of embarrassment. What? Wash her back? The boy mentally screamed. The dilemma and doubts about why his girlfriend's advances increased steadily arose. What are you saying? Ryuu persevered. She's very determined, he sensed. Let's go to those rocks. We'll sit down and I'll wash her. He would comply with his beloved's wishes like the man he is. They swam to that area. Belle landed behind. He scooped water into his hands and poured it over her thin back. It slid, completely covering the surface. The white-haired man touched the bare skin, massaging from top to bottom. The green-haired girl held back her moans and closed her eyes. The massager smiled instinctively. He reached out and held the fairy's palm. Ryuu, he named her. Why, yes, he answered. Stop forcing yourself, Belle asked, standing up. That caused a confession in Ryuu. You're shaking a lot, actually, he revealed. She shuddered and bowed her head. Why are you forcing yourself? I don't understand. It's not like you, the boy questioned. At that moment the elf broke down and cried, revealing her insecurities. I'm afraid they'll take you away from me since this relationship became official. I've wondered if I'm truly worthy of you, if I deserve to be jealous of you, she revealed her thoughts. The sound of flowing water was all that could be heard until. The FFFA stifled laugh came from the boy. It's not funny. What are you laughing at? That irritated Ryuu, who separated from him. Sorry. It's just I'm relieved, he replied. Relieved? The girl couldn't make sense of it. I've actually had that thought running through my head ever since we've been together. I haven't felt worthy of such a wonderful woman either. But you revealing that you care about the same thing gives me a certain confidence, Belle confessed, closing the previously imposed distance. He hugged her. I love you. And nothing and no one will change that. The day I confessed my love, I signed a promise in my heart, which is to never love anyone else but you. I want to live by your side for the years ahead because you are the light that brightens my days, the one who inspires me to be better than I was yesterday, just to see your beautiful smile, so that you feel like the luckiest and most loved woman in the world. Their feelings shone. Ryuu's heart rate increased word by word and a lump formed in his throat. There was no doubt about it, he was falling deeper in love. The white-haired man placed his palms on the sides of his girlfriend's face. I love you, my beautiful fairy tale, he concluded, kissing her. The girl's body relaxed and she shared the kiss. Their lips crushed together and their tongues entered each other's mouths. After 10 seconds they cut it off. That's why don't force yourself, we'll do that when we're ready, he added. She clings to him and talks. My race hates skin-to-skin contact, we only allow it to those we recognize. That's why, in 21 years, not a single man has even held my hand. Until I met you. Years ago, no, before I met you, the idea of hugging a man completely naked would never have crossed my mind. But now that I do it with the one my heart chose, I feel so protected, warm, happy. The breeze blew, fluttering her hair. Yes, a moment ago I was trembling because I was afraid of being rejected or seen as a pervert by the one I love. I was trembling because I doubted that what we had would transcend logic and time. I doubted it would last forever. However, you proved me wrong. I'm sure. Ryuu intertwined her fingers with her lover's. I want to give you all of me, my love. As she said this, she hugged him, wrapping her arms around the boy's back and pressing her breasts against her boyfriend's bare chest. In return, give me all of you, he added. Belle's eyes widened. He swallowed and froze. Don't be afraid, he said to himself. Everything I am and have belongs to you since the day I fell in love with you, he communicated. They sealed the promise, kissing under the light of the stars. Nua. They got out of the water and, naked, lay down on the blanket. Agitated, breathing unevenly, Ryuu climbed on top of him. Do you really agree? The rabbit wanted to reassure himself. Completely, the fairy replied. They joined lips and the natural reaction of a man took effect. Belle Jr. woke up. The suffocation of passion caused them to let themselves go. Belle put his tongue inside his partner's mouth, moving freely and making contact with hers. Lemon skipped. I'll make you happy. Just like you do for me, he replied. The couple smiled, unaware that the fruit of their love and its consequences would bring with it something they might not have been prepared for. But they would face it together, like the loving couple they are. At the Tower of Babel. The silver-haired goddess sat on her throne. She was drinking a cup of wine, and in front of her was a crystal ball. She was standing with her eyes closed, thoughtful. Fufufu, he laughed and. HMPH. He. Showed a smile full of pride. Author's note. Imagine you are Freya, the name of the man with his secret your mom, I recommend it, it's really nice. His Machiavellian plan turned out just as he imagined. Now it's just a matter of time before my Audra is born, she laughed excitedly. Of course, that wasn't the main reason why she did what she did. She didn't force them. He just set the stage for feelings to come out. It's not his fault that what benefited them also brought him rewards. She overstepped her bounds, Freya saw Otter and Helen smacked their foreheads with the palms of their hands. That woman is a lost cause. They are. The goddess looked incredulous at the comment. Chapter 23. Unknown plans. Returning to the surface. The next morning. After the events of the previous chapter. The rays of the sun that filtered through the thin openings of the curtains that partially covered the windows, which, due to the flow of the air current that hit Riviera, fluttered until causing the complete entry of light briefly, awakened our favorite pair of adventurers, who the night before took a big step in their romantic relationship. They were lying in a small bed. As a result of their size, their bodies were too close together, the distance between them was almost non-existent. Both were under the wrinkled white sheets. The elf was gently hugged by the human while she used his left arm as a pillow, and he draped his right arm over hers, leaving them in the spooning position. Their faces shared a certain trait. A calm and content smile that reflected the joy they felt, along with the peace that welled up within their hearts. I guess many questions will arise thanks to this situation. How come they're sleeping in a bed? Weren't they supposed to have been in that lake when it happened? The answers are simpler than you might expect. After recovering from the exhaustion brought on by joining their bodies, they decided to rent a room in Riviera. There was no way they could or even wanted to return to the surface. Not in that state, much less at that hour. If that were the case, they would have arrived before dawn. Plus, they'd get little to no rest, considering two nosy goddesses would be waiting for them at the mansion, looking to question them about the long date. Having contextualized the situation, let's continue with the story. That groan came from Belle, who slowly opened his eyes as the light hit his eyelids and caused him discomfort combined with confusion and a migraine. He rubbed his eyes, trying to focus them and wake up completely, however, the moment he wanted to do so, something prevented him. But why did my left arm go numb? He wondered. The limb was vibrating, and no matter how hard he tried to move it from wherever it was, it wouldn't respond. He used his free arm to search for what was causing these effects. The kind of protuberance could be seen on the blanket, indicating that there was someone underneath next to the rabbit. He took hold of the top edge and slowly lowered it until emerald strands appeared little by little above the pillow. When he finally managed to visualize his arm, he came face to face with Ryuu's beautiful face, still in the world of dreams, smiling like a child. So that's why it fell asleep, the white-haired man whispered, referring to his earlier concern about his limb. Elle moved carefully, removing it from under the green-haired woman's head. She was frowning, though she showed no sign of waking up. The beautiful woman's slender body shifted slightly, seeking comfort. This caused the blankets to slip, revealing something the rabbit hadn't noticed. As he stretched his arm, trying to regain feeling and mobility, the sound of fabric falling to the floor caught his attention. Instinctively, he turned to his left, searching for the source of the noise. As soon as he did, he saw the naked body of his beloved. Just as the gods had brought her into the world. Why is she naked? Where are we? This isn't my room. He screamed internally, scared of feeling like he was in a different environment and place than the one he was used to waking up to in the mornings. At that moment, as if hit by a reality check, she remembered the events that had taken place hours before the dawn and the awakening, while blushing profusely. It wasn't a dream. He said to himself. A chill ran down his spine and he was sweating profusely. The poor fool believed that the scene on the lake where feelings came to the surface and love forced them to unite their bodies was merely a product of his imagination. That Ryuu was lying next to him wasn't proof enough for him, which is why he didn't panic as soon as he saw her lying on his side, because they have slept several nights together in their own room since the Battle of Nos, which brought after effects in her that have been disappearing day by day, thanks to the company and support of Belle and the rest of her loved ones. But after he remembered everything and realized that they were somewhere else, he came to his senses. He covered his eyes with his hands, yet he watched her out of the corner of his eye through the gaps of his fingers. He was raised by the most perverted man in history, after all. Certain habits rubbed off on him. There he marveled at the girl's slim perfect body. The curves of her rear end that made her hips stand out. Her modest breasts that gave her a certain air of maturity, although, far from being a defect, the white-haired man loved it. And, above all, those shapely legs that would drive any man crazy, even the one who woke up next to them. Belle is aware that he's dating one of the greatest beauties in all of Ryuu. No, the most beautiful woman in the world. But seeing her like that gave him a certain sense of pride. Which partially boosted his ego. I'm so lucky, he thought, laughing nervously and scratching the side of his head. Suddenly, the sleepy elf turned to where he was watching her. Their faces were close together. The air exhaled from the green-haired girl's nose gently hit the delirious rabbit's reddened face. She slowly opened her eyes and they made eye contact. Belle swallowed, waiting for something to say from her, but she simply continued to look at him, expressing absolutely nothing. Suddenly Ryuu tilts his head forward and. First. She kisses him. The boy remained static after the contact between the girl's soft and fleshy lips and his own. After several seconds they separated. The elf smiled sweetly, further ruffling the young man's rabbit, as if that were possible given their current situation, and continued to speak. I love you, she said, placing her palm on the cheek of the human who had won her heart. Belle panicked at his girlfriend's reckless and inappropriate actions. I love you too, Ryuu, he replied despite his nervousness, smoothing down the fallen strands of hair that stood between him and the girl's white skin. It's longer. Ryuu is right, she's getting her natural blonde color back, she mentally opined. Ryuu gave him another kiss, this time on the forehead, and hugged him. Although there was something strange about it. Love, why are you without your shirt? She questioned him when she felt his well-formed chest and abdomen near hers. However, Belle was dying of grief because, just as she, when she rubbed her skin against his, felt the nakedness in the upper body, so did he. In fact, Ryuu's nipples rubbed against Belle's pectorals. She slowly realized this. For some unknown reason, she was more sensitive to touch. He lowered his head and lifted the blanket that covered both of their naked bodies, finding the reason for that feeling. She blushed completely. The red color even appeared on the tips of her long ears, reflecting her level of embarrassment. Belle, she named the boyfriend, avoiding panic. Tell me, the aforementioned looked away. Why are we naked? Besides, it's not your room, right? He asked, searching for the answers he clearly knew. He just wanted to confirm them. Do you remember last night? The white-haired man answered the elf's questions. Last night, he muttered. His eyes became swirling and smoke rose from his head. He quickly jumped out of bed. Wasn't it a dream? He shouted from the edge of it, where he sat. I thought so too. They responded, in equal or stronger tone. Belle saw Ryuu's naked body again out of the corner of his eye and went into shock. She noticed it and grabbed the sheets, covering herself. Pervert. Sorry. I could lie and say I didn't see it or that it wasn't the first thing I noticed when I woke up, but I want to be honest with you, and if you realize I'm cheating on you, your fate will be worse than if I admit my sins. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to see you that way, not 100%. Belle got into the doggy's position, resting his forehead on the mattress and seeking the elf's forgiveness. Ryuu looked thoughtful, her lips trembled, her cheeks burned from how hot they were, and her head was spinning from all the blood that rushed to her. After several seconds of silence, where the atmosphere was so thick it could be cut, he sighed, shaking his head. It doesn't bother me that you look at me like that, not as long as it's you. That was not the reaction he expected to receive. She pulled the blanket up and covered half of her face before saying the next words. It's impossible for me to regret what happened. I was able to unite my body, heart, and soul with the man I love. I would never regret it or call it a mistake. There's also no way I'd hate you because of it." As he finishes his sentence, Belle smiles, forgetting any cowardice and approaching the green-haired girl. He took hold of both her hands, holding them warmly and lowering them so he could look into her eyes. This took her by surprise, although she did not resist. "It's the same with me. We've taken the next step and I'm happy because of it. I swore before the Está family, Está-sama, and most importantly, before you. I will make you happy for the rest of our lives, no matter what. So, I must ask, are you happy with me? With the pace at which our relationship is progressing?" Belle asked her that question. He wanted to make sure that the happiness he promised was manifesting in her day by day. "I'm the luckiest person in the world, love. Every time I'm by your side, my life is painted with colors and happiness is never lacking," Ryuu declared without even thinking about it for a second. There was no doubt in her answer, much less concern for the future. She trusted her beloved 100% and was sure he would keep that oath. Belle smiled, glad that he has that effect on someone he loves. "I think you're the second," he commented. "The second one?" She tilted her head, confused. "The second luckiest. I'm the first to have you by my side," the rabbit replied, interlacing his fingers with the green-haired girl's, whose heart fluttered upon hearing him. "We both are because at the end of the day we share the same emotion and joy," Ryuu replied, giving his point of view. "I suppose it's true, my beautiful fairy tale," the boy answered, using the nickname he uses when referring to the elf, who hugged him as soon as he finished. "Huff. We'll be together forever, right?" the girl said, pressing her face against the young man's chest. "Forever and ever. So you won't get rid of me that easily," Belle shouted back, reciprocating the hug. "Yufufu. That line should be mine." Ryuu laughed at the way he said it. Belle stroked her hair, running his slender fingers through the green strands that were increasingly turning blonde. "I doubt it. I wouldn't try to push you away. Then Pocoyo." At that moment, after the brief conversation, he remembered Cassandra's words during the expedition some time ago. The white rabbit will protect the delicate flower with his own life, with his own body, from the coming calamity, from the pain of past events. He will not leave her alone, he will not abandon her, and both will rise from the clutches of darkness, thus managing to illuminate the world. He smiled. "Maybe we haven't lit up the world, but she's made mine shine with the intensity of 1,000 suns, and I'm sure the same is happening in hers," he thought, moving the pads of his fingers on the girl's back, caressing her. Ryuu tilted his head inches back. Their eyes met, locking onto each other's. Even though they remained embraced, so much so that the woman's breasts were touching his bare abdomen, they did not separate or become restless. "Hey Ryuu, I know it's strange that you ask this kind of questions, but my mind keeps thinking about that possibility, no matter how remote it is," Belle said, scratching the back of his neck and looking for a way to phrase the question. Puzzled, the elf watched him, attentive to what would come out of his mouth. The white-haired man took a deep breath, gathering the necessary courage, and continued to exhale said air. "How many children would you like to have? And I'm not saying in the near future, far from it. And however, it's something that, after this experience, we should talk about as a couple. After all, whether it takes 5, 10, or 20 years, the probability of it happening is present." He asked a question that was bothering him, justifying why he was expressing it. Our young protagonist, although still 14 years old and soon to be 15, thinks very far ahead regarding the relationship. It's not for nothing that he promised her that they would be together for the rest of their lives. Sweating profusely and expectantly, he waited for the green-haired girl's reaction. "Children," he whispered, still in shock at the sudden change of subject to one he had never considered or even been interested in enough to give it a second's attention. "Why, you don't have to answer if you don't have an opinion or point of view. I was just wondering if that might happen," the rabbit's voice trailed off as the sentence continued. Ryuu placed her index finger on her lover's lips, silencing him suddenly. "Bree," she said, blushing slightly, though confident in her answer. Proof of this was the small smile that formed at the corner of her lips. "I would like 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, for the son to be the oldest and protect his sisters like you do with me. I wish he was like you in terms of values and commitment, not so much because of how impulsive you tend to be in risky situations, because if it was your fault he got into trouble, you would pay the consequences." Ryuu imagined the scene, although at the end of the first part she seemed angry. Belle gulped, frightened. However, the green-haired woman continued, not without first painting the scene in her head. Belle next to the son who shared hundreds of identical physical features. White hair, a slim build that would gain muscle mass with training, that smile that soothes the hearts of those who receive it, and the detail that caught her attention most was the heterochromia of that Belle Jr. His right eye was red and his left eye was blue, just like hers. The second would be our firstborn. She should be responsible and cheerful. She should support her older brother in all his decisions, knowing he'll do so for the common good. She should also behave defiantly when she witnesses acts she considers unjust. Like allies. The image that appeared in her subconscious was that of a cheerful little girl with long white hair tied back in a ponytail. Her blue eyes, identical to her mother's, also stood out. The white-haired man was partly pleased by how beautiful his partner looked as she shared her idea of a hypothetical family. He loved that dreamy side of her. The third, our youngest daughter, I'd like her to behave like me in terms of calm and serenity. However, it wouldn't hurt for her to possess a certain malice or personality like her father. She'll be her father's princess, that's you. The spoiled one who will get what she wants, whenever she wants it, however she wants it. As she grows up, due to overprotection and the beginning of the rebellious stage, she may be a nuisance to both of us as her parents, although I'm sure we'll know how to handle the situation perfectly. The image of a certain little girl with elven features and blonde hair appeared in my mind's eye. It's worth noting that, being very young, she hadn't yet fully opened her eyes, so this feature was difficult to recognize. It's truly beautiful to consider the millions of possibilities that await us, she finished, clinging more tightly to the white-haired man's body. Ryuu, he named her. Without you I would never have thought so far ahead. The options were few or none. You opened the way and showed that the horizon was just around the corner, where multiple ways to continue my life were waiting to be chosen, she commented, while her voice broke and drops originated from her tear ducts. He placed his right palm on the back of the happy elf's neck. Thank you for believing in me, for giving me your trust, your friendship, your love, absolutely everything. She expressed her sincere gratitude, wrapping her arms around Belle. And quickly. First. She kissed him, sealing their lips and sharing the warmth of the contact. Let's share this warmth for a while longer. I don't want to go to the surface yet, she thought, clinging to the boy and giving in to the force of the thrust that was throwing her back onto the bed. They broke the kiss, needing to breathe. The thread of saliva vanished as they lengthened it. It's hard for ourselves to get pregnant, so having children is a bit too optimistic. She confessed, dejected. Her long ears drooped, demonstrating sadness. That's easy to solve. Yes. We'll just try as many times as necessary to make that dream come true. The rabbit's mischievous words in the exchange increased the heart rate of the couple, who were below him. Why, you agree, Belle? Aren't 3 children too many for you? Ryuu questioned him. Since that wish came out of your mouth, it became mine. Let's make it happen, the aforementioned replied. We will create the path that will guide us to that destiny, love, he concluded, kissing her again. First. The girl's hot body gave way, allowing things to heat up. However, there was one tiny unimportant detail. They rented the room for just one night. Talk. The bedroom door was knocked repeatedly, killing the couple's lust that would result in a repeat of the events of the previous night. It's time for you to leave. Others paid for the room. The owner of the hotel complex warned, enraged. Belle got off the elf at high speed. Forgive us. We'll be out in 10 minutes. He answered the call, trying to find his clothes because not only was he shirtless, but he was also without underwear. Ryuu covered herself with the sheet, avoiding seeing her lover's private parts and him seeing hers. It's incredible that seconds ago they were about to make love again, and now they're embarrassed to witness each other's nakedness. Seriously, what's wrong with this couple? It's time to go, Belle said, grabbing the girl's clothes and throwing them at her. She caught her. I'll turn my back on you while I get dressed. Feel free to put on your clothes, I won't spy, he tried to reassure her with his words, citing the trust they have in each other. The elf nodded. He really won't see me? Blushing, she questioned that. He quickly shook his head and patted his cheeks, ridding himself of the perverted and indecent thought that was forming in the girl's mind, and got dressed. Belle, with his back turned, watched her out of the corner of his eye. My girlfriend is really beautiful. He celebrated. Hestia familia in the dungeon, middle floors. Cover our backs. Mikoto demanded, leaping into the attack as dozens of hellhounds approached to attack them. I'm going. Welf answered the request, unsheathing his magic sword and brandishing it horizontally, creating a burst of flames that hit the monsters and pushed them away from their position. Level up, Lucia, Haraham-sama. The hobbit advised, running with the human at her side. The aforementioned held a staff sword made of adamantine and reinforced with mithril, courtesy of the Hestia family blacksmith. Several hours had passed since they entered the dungeon for the second time, the first being yesterday, just after Belle and Ryuu left for their date. That first day, they moved calmly through the first floors of the dungeon, the upper ones, where Lucia performed well, taking down several goblins and kobolds. Despite the fact that they were smaller than the average person, even shorter than Lilaruka herself, a hobbit, they moved at great speed compared to an adventurer just beginning their journey in Arario. Every time she began to be outnumbered, the others would rush to her aid, even Harahim herself, who does not specialize in combat, knows how to defeat them thanks to the brief training she has had with Belle and Ryuu, who insisted that she learn at least how to defend herself from minor threats and thus not depend too much on the rest. Anyway, the human dispatched those smaller rivals until she reached the 4th floor, where the dungeon lizards appeared. Being larger beasts, she was frightened, although the rest of the family members cheered her up and inspired her to swallow that feeling. The battle against those reptiles was, to say the least, tiring for the girl due to their humanoid form and the erratic movements they used when attacking. She noticed this detail when comparing them to the monsters she'd previously defeated. The goblins and kobolds used weapons created from rocks from the same dungeon that littered the floor and walls, or, failing that, from the remains other adventurers had thrown away when breaking weapons or after dying. Needless to say, the latter was rare among beginners but not impossible. As a result of using artifacts, they developed primitive techniques they copied from other humans. Battling against a fighting style created by humans and adopted by beings lacking the necessary skills for its proper use gave Lucia a great advantage. Having explained this, it becomes clear why facing monsters that have abilities different from those you might expect from intelligent beings would be complicated for someone who is not used to this type of combat without patterns or strategies. Several times Lucia fell prey to these monsters and, before being harmed, Makoto intervened, killing them as if they were simple goblins. That was the constant from noon, the time they left the mansion, until nightfall, approximately 7 p.m. An adventurer's first day defines many things. Skills, abilities, and the ceiling to which you can aspire to push your limits. She wanted to ask Astri-sama to check on her status, but he refused. When the Astri family was at its peak, she would normally update them every so often, but since the human is new, she plans to update them weekly. Disappointed, she returned to her room and decided to train hand-to-hand in the art of hand-to-hand combat with Makoto, who is the one who best developed this fighting style. Needless to say, the Asian girl isn't that great a teacher, so she sometimes went too far with her strength and her attacks. The poor girl serving as her sparring partner would end up knocked out, unable to remember anything and thinking she fell asleep in the middle of training, apologizing for it and returning to the fight. Every time the brunette tried to explain what had happened, the brunette would interrupt her and end up accidentally hitting her after blocking the energetic girl's constant attacks, repeating the cycle until midnight. If she's not suffering from a stroke from all the blows I gave her, I doubt there's anything in the dungeon that could harm her, Makoto opined, a drop of sweat running down her forehead in a sign of shock, born from the resistance to damage that her apprentice demonstrated. The next morning the routine was repeated inside the dungeon, where they entered with all of the Hestia family, except for Belle, and the only available member of the Astri family, who needless to say who we are referring to. And that's what brought us to the moment where the current situation is taking place. Bro. That power and that vessel. Much wealth and many desires. Until the bell rings, be glorious and illusory. Grow. Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. In the hammer and in the ground, may it grant you good fortune. Grow. Harahim raised her arms, shedding the salamander skin cloak she had been given weeks ago on the expedition to the lower floors imposed by the guild. The golden aura surrounded her, shining brightly and leaving the human speechless, who assumed that the Renard was not simply a servant of the mansion, but without imagining such an amount of power. Uchide no Kazuchi, the blonde shouted, creating a torrent of said aura that enveloped Lucia. She felt that her strength, speed, absolutely everything, was being overpowered. Makoto-sama. Welf-sama. Should I do it with you too? Harahim asked, preparing to use her second magic if necessary. Don't worry. We're strong enough not to need it for now. They replied in unison as the Oriental woman took the path to the right and the blacksmith the one to the left. Both of them swung their weapons at high speed, slicing and roasting the aforementioned helldowns. Slash. 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 The speed at which the two level 2s moved was worth mentioning from the perception of the buffed level 1. Lucia continued to be absorbed in that power until she was taken out of the bubble. Hover Lily and Harahim. The black-haired girl ordered, pointing to where the girl duo was taking refuge. Why yes. The brunette ran to said location and brandished her staff, leaving the sharp tip in front of her. Ah. He raised his voice and closed his eyes as he closed the distance with one of those flaming dog-like monsters. Please. Just one blow. Let him die with one blow. He begged internally and slash. He heard the flesh being pierced and the tip of the blade contacting a solid object. Blood gushed out onto the ground, spilling and staining it with that scarlet red. Blood spurted from the wolf's snout and crack. The magic stone cracked, shattering, and the impaled corpse disappeared before Lucia's eyes. It was like killing goblins, he muttered, still in shock. Ahem. Welf cleared his throat, getting her attention. She turned around and found the Redeet aiming at the approaching targets. He nodded and moved on to the next ones. I'll go with you. Haraham took the dagger that Welf made for her and they ran together to where 4 hellhounds were looking to harm them. Ah! Both screamed, closing their eyes like the brunette did seconds ago and… Slash. Slash. They ended the lives of 2 of them. Slash. Several arrows shot into the eyes of the rest, blinding them. Lily gave them a thumbs up as she tucked the crossbow into her cloak. They took advantage of the opportunity and cut right into the area of the magic stone. The monsters let out wails of despair before disappearing and turning into smoke dust, leaving behind the trail of residual blood that would not fade away like the body. The pair looked at each other, smiling. They were proud of having accomplished their task. Boom. The loud explosion came from behind them, however, nothing they should have worried about because the person responsible was Welf, who launched a burst of continuous explosions at the outer surface of the rocky walls of the 12th floor, creating an avalanche of gigantic rocks that crushed the hellhounds, killing them in the process, without abusing the power of the magic sword, since it consumed the user's mind after each use. Meanwhile Makoto jumped backwards, increasing the distance between the 5 monsters she had left to kill. Holding his sword, he looked at the battlefield, looking for the best and most efficient way to finish them off without delay. He ran straight ahead of them as soon as the resolution arrived. The distance was shortened step by step, although the Oriental wasn't exactly running in a straight line. In fact, it seemed she was trying to move horizontally. Suddenly, as he was about to be bitten by the wolves, he jumped backward. His torso, head and upper limbs were below and his legs above. As they advanced at a rapid pace, the beasts were unable to stop and the blade of the weapon landed in front of them. Propelled by the force of thrust and gravity itself, the katana sliced through 4 of them like butter. Slash. 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 The last one, who was saved by being separated from the rest, saw Makoto fall in front of him and… Slash. It was cut in half. The girl wiped the blade of the weapon with her gloves and sheathed it, wiping the sweat from her forehead and pushing her hair back from her face. As she lay face down, it became disheveled despite being strapped in. "You're great, Makoto-sama," Lucia said, applauding the Oriental's skill. You give me a lot of credit," Lucia Dono the human's praise embarrassed her because she was not used to receiving them from anyone other than Take Mikazuchi-sama. The group gathered again, the effect of Uchide no Kazuchi dissipated, returning the chestnut to normal state. "That magic is incredible, Haraham-sama. You really are." She acknowledged the Renard's abilities, who smiled at her and thanked her for her words of encouragement. The brightness of purity she emanated hurt her eyes. How is it possible for someone so cute to exist? These are questions that will never be answered. DCH. Those 2 didn't come back last night. They were supposed to be going on a normal date. Where are they? Welf clicked his tongue, sitting down on a rock. There won't be, the Redeed's expression changed, imagining what could have happened for the couple to be absent while holding his chin. Makoto, Lily, and Haraham blushed. Lucia didn't understand, and several invisible question marks appeared above her head. Haha, what will they do? The blacksmith questioned himself. There the human read the environment and understood. That pair. I thank you for bringing me to this beautiful family, but will I be able to sleep if they sleep together? They say that serious and quiet girls are the ones who change the most when it comes to being in a relationship, or at least that's what I heard Njord-sama say when he was referring to women in Milan, and Ryu-sama gives me that impression every time he meets Belle-sama. The mental debate remained there. He fears having sleepless nights as a result of the expressions of love from those lovebirds. While they were talking, they waited for Lilaruka to collect the remaining magic stones and store them in the huge backpack on her back. But Belle-sama, we get more loot, thought the support. Well, fix some things regarding the weapons. He had the luxury of doing so because of the disappearance of any potential danger. Hey Lucia. How's your staff? He asked, tapping and smoothing out the dents on the surface of the magic sword he created on the last expedition. It works like a charm, Welf-sama. The human replied, extending the object as sparkles emanated from her eyes. I'm glad. I've never made one before because the handling of metals must be extremely careful. If it weighs more than it should, movement would be limited, risking the life of the wearer. I noticed that's not the case with you, he reported, wiping the sweat that trickled down his forehead after lighting the improvised forge between 2 rocks and the magic of the sword. Be careful. The way you strike will determine the power of the impact for both your opponent and the force that comes back to you as a result of the push, he advised. Hi, the brunette nodded. She wouldn't forget. A blacksmith knows his creations better than anyone. If he tells you to consider certain factors, it's best to make a mental note to avoid unnecessary accidents. The growl of a certain monster echoed throughout the silent 12th floor, arousing the curiosity of those present. The recent adventurer turned around. "Oh, there's another hellhound," Lucia said, pointing at the beast. "I'll take care of it," he shouted, brimming with confidence and launching himself into the attack. "Wait. They rarely attack alone," the brunette warned, trying to stop her, however, it was too late. The brunette had already positioned her staff as if it were a spear, aiming at the impact zone from the front, in this case, the firewolf's chest. "Ah!" He raised his voice, releasing the energy and giving himself courage. Slash. The hellhound let out a whimper. However, before he could even take pride in that achievement, he was struck from the right. Ham. Grrrrrrrrrrrr. His skin color faded, turning pale. Above her was another of those beasts, trying to bite her. Help. He shouted, struggling with the beast, while placing the length of the staff between the hellhound's sharp teeth and his own face. Drool streamed down his clothes and face. Again I was reckless and didn't listen to the rest, it's the same as 2 days ago with the Minotaur incident, he wailed, trembling in fear, causing his arms to lose strength. Grrrrrrrrrrrrr. The hellhound lunged at him, using the momentum of its hind legs. Its enormous jaws opened as wide as possible, revealing its 2 rows of teeth, and a wave of heat typical of this type of monster emanated from its mouth. "You won't." Mikoto ran at full speed, unsheathing her katana and running to where her companion in danger was being attacked. Lucia looked at her out of the corner of her eye. "Don't give up," he read the Oriental's lips. An indescribable emotion welled up inside his chest. He clenched his teeth and hands on the elongated surface of the weapon and ham. He pushed with all his strength, getting him off of him. The monster skidded several inches away from her and she seized the moment and crawled backward away from it. He wanted to close the gap again despite the bruise. In the snout remained the staff, which he threw to the side. Unarmed, she is easy prey in the wolf's opinion. But he hadn't counted on a certain girl from the Far East who was brandishing the weapon in her hands just inches from where he was standing. Slash. A clean cut that penetrated from the base of the neck, tearing muscles and snapping bones until it exited the lower end, decapitating the hellhound. The head fell to the ground. Its fully dilated eyes focused on the human in front of it, who was breathing unevenly. The eyelids drooped and the body disappeared. The brunette sighed in relief, relaxing her body and leaning her back against the rocky floor. "I survived," he said. Mikoto appeared from above, extending her palm. "You did very well. If it weren't for you fighting until the very end, I wouldn't have made it in time," he reported. Lucia held her. "Sorry I was scared and got you into trouble." Her low mood was evident. "Fear is natural and part of us. It inspires us to keep going and acts as a warning system. It's okay to have it if you want to survive, but it shouldn't limit me or harm you. Be stronger than it," the black-haired woman said, lifting the human's cold body off the ground. She heard every word out of Mikoto's mouth. "It's okay to be afraid," she said to herself. "Thank you, Mikoto-sama." He thanked, bowing. She walks over to her gun and picks it up. The Oriental woman looks at her and smiles. "You're very good at taking care of others. I know that firsthand," Haraham commented, perching next to her. A certain nostalgia appeared in her, remembering the times in the Far East where both of them, along with Chigusa, played peacefully before they were separated. "I will always protect those I love, Haraham Dono," he replied. "We need to get back to the surface. It was a good workout, but Lucia needs to rest." Welf suggested from a distance, walking while Lily followed him. "Hi." The rest agreed, preparing to go up the floors. For a level 1 with no prior combat experience, reaching the middle floors is commendable. Of course, her familia took care of the work, but she was up to the task. "This is what it feels like to have a family. It's nice to have them support you despite your mistakes." Lucia was happy about the good place she ended up. But Belle and Ryuu. Some time after what happened with the Hestia family and company. The couple left the rented room just like Riviere in the blink of an eye. They took a dip in the lake where that happened before leaving the 18th floor and embarking on their journey to Arario. Belle carried his backpack where he kept the magic stones for the monsters they killed along the way because the amount of money spent on renting the room was greater than estimated before the date began. He spent money he practically didn't have. As if our rabbit protagonist needed to go into more debt. Slash. He sliced the flesh of a minotaur that approached. "You usually perform better when facing minotaurs and barbarians, love. Why is that?" the elf questioned, killing the owl mirage that surrounded her. Partly, she felt bad since they reminded her of her boyfriend with those red eyes and white hair. "Forgive me, Belle Jr." He apologized, impaling 3 of them at once. "I've been compared to rabbits, I'm sure," the white-haired man sensed, offended. "I guess it's because of my ox slayer skill. I'm not sure how much of a boost it is, but I'm not complaining," Belle replied, wiping away the crimson liquid that stained his daggers. "It makes sense. Even at the same level, it takes me longer to defeat them. It was really impressive, the green-haired woman said, praising her boyfriend's strength. Thanks. Bell scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Ryuu giggled. Sometimes I wonder why you act so innocent. We're a couple, you'll always be the best man in my eyes. I'd be lying if I said I didn't love that face of yours, Ryuu commented, blushing and taking his hand. It's hard to get used to it because I grew up in a cabin where only my grandfather and I lived. And nevertheless, I'll do my best. The boy declared. After that brief exchange they continued on their journey. The intermediate floors from the 15th floor onwards weren't a problem. It's as if they'd been recently emptied. This worried them because they had to recover the amount of money spent. They advanced and advanced without even encountering an infant dragon or the orcs. Out of nowhere, as they walked, they saw another adventurer approaching in the distance. When they got close enough they realized who it was. Huh? They all said in unison. They remained static and speechless. This is. Bell was the first to break the silence, revealing the name of the stranger. Bell, she named him. The green-haired elf clung to her partner's arm. Ace frowned. And Gale, he added. I would like to say that it is nice to see you, sword princess, but my race is not used to lying, Ryuu replied. His right eyebrow was twitching. The blonde clicked her tongue. Are you? Why does the atmosphere have so much weight? The boy wondered, putting on a poker face. Ito came out of him. The girl's sharp gazes pointed at him. Bell jumped in fright. Bell, you didn't come to train, Ace spoke, dejected. The thing is. Why would I go? He trains with me. The young man wanted to clear up the doubt of the girl from the Loki family, however, the elf interrupted. This is between him and me, replies the princess of the sword. Ryuu let go of the rabbit's arm and faced his rival. Maybe I've forgiven you, but I won't let you steal my boyfriend, she said, sparks coming out of her eyes and emphasizing the last two words. Ace placed his palm on the handle of the rapier. Ryuu crossed his arms. Well, he stood like a tree. Every fiber in his body warned him that if he interrupted, he wouldn't end up well. You might be wondering, forgiven? By whom? How? When? The answer is simple. After the assault on Nos, Ace apologized to Bell, realizing that the so-called Xenos weren't what she thought. She regretted the exchange weeks before, which had resulted in the two of them fighting for Ween's life. Bell held no grudge or hatred towards him, which is why he agreed to start their friendly relationship from scratch. However, the jealousy of both women clashed every time the blonde approached him. The elf wouldn't allow it, showing that her beloved rabbit belonged to her and she wouldn't share it for even half a minute. This developed the enmity of the two beautiful women. Last time we trained together, Ace whispered. Yeah. But all you did was attack Bell and knock him out. I had to throw hundreds of lap pillows at him and for some strange reason you would pout at us, Ryuu explained, frowning as she remembered the only time she had ever passed group training. Of course, the blonde's plan was to be alone with the white-haired boy she loved, but there was no way the aforementioned boy's girlfriend would give them that privacy. So she joined them. It's not true, Ace, denying it, showed her pout again at the green-haired girl's claims. At least avoid doing it by contradicting me. You'll only give yourself away. The elf shouted. Girls. This isn't the time or place for this argument to drag on, Bell reasoned, stepping in. The bubble surrounding them was broken thanks to his intervention. I'm leaving, I have to kill something, anything and catch Almirage, said the sword princess, passing them by without stopping to pout left and right. Catch Almirage? The question remained adrift in the couple's minds. They shrugged and left. There was still a long way to go. They suffered no mishaps until sunlight illuminated their way out several minutes later. They finally returned to the surface. Somehow they felt different. How could they not? They made giant leaps in their relationship. They held hands and smiled, taking their first step out of the dungeon after the special night they had experienced. I hope the hot springs are ready. I want to soak, Bell said, stretching his arms and cracking his backbones. Yes. This trip, it was really exhausting, there was a certain lustful tone in the green-haired girl's reply. Why yes, the boy perceived her. That's right. The magic stones. He recalled, opening the backpack on his back. We have to go to the guild to change them, Ryuu announced. The white-haired man nodded and they headed there. Meanwhile, at the top of the Tower of Babel. Standing in the middle of the gigantic hewing platform was the beautiful silver-haired purple-eyed goddess Freya-sama, who watched the couple leave the dungeon. For some reason, the room was empty. The characteristic throne in the center of the room was conspicuous by its absence. That wasn't all that was worrying. A circle of salt and several lit candles at strategic points surrounded her. The silver-haired woman was holding a book in a language unknown to mortals. It must be ready, this job falls to the goddesses of fertility. I'm grateful to be one, otherwise, I'd owe Demeter a favor if she accepted, Freya whispered, sighing. Fufu, I will make sure that my wishes are fulfilled. The dark expression on the goddess's face would make anyone tremble. Freya's full lips parted. She lowered her eyelids and closed the book. The candlelight subsided without going out. The fruit of love and union. The flame of life. The blessing of the relationship. The aura surrounding Freya made the atmosphere heavy. It's like his arcanum is released. Help those who seek that happiness. Bring the miracle of life to those who long for it most. We are gods. We listen to the wishes. From fertility we were granted the power to provide. If you bear the offspring, let them continue the path of their parents. Fulfill the dreams of those who strive to achieve immortality. Immortality that does not try to live forever. The immortality of your story remaining for all eternity. Being passed by those who will be related to you by blood. The goddess's silver locks rose. The floor shook and the candle flames grew, melting the wax more rapidly until they were almost completely consumed. Suddenly, Freya opened her eyes. They shone with great intensity. The divinity of the woman seeped from her body. Our enchanter creates fertile seed, I said. The tremor grew stronger, shaking the circle of salt even though it did not move at all. Our enchanter makes fertile seed. The flower at the foot of the magic circle, which was covered with a white blanket, was uncovered. This consisted of 5 petals, which came off as the ceremony progressed. Our enchanter makes fertile seed, repeat. The first petal fell off. The flower levitated. Our enchanter creates fertile seed. The second petal fell. Our enchanter creates fertile seed. The third followed. You will be born, my beloved Audra, I'm sure of that. Excited, Freya prepared to repeat that phrase in Latin one last time, curious considering she's a Norse goddess, no details. She wished it were only one son. If she stopped the spell now or earlier, the petals, which represent the number of children to be born, would have been more than one. He swallowed and. Our enchanter. Excuse me, Freya-sama. Belle and Ryuu left the dungeon, Helen announced, opening the door and peeking in. Helen Freya was distracted by her daughter's interference. Ooh. The burst of smoke destroyed the salt circle and knocked down the candles. Freya-sama. The human ran to the goddess's aid. Cough. 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 He coughed as he pushed the smoke away with his hand so he could see his way. Are you okay? The silver-haired girl asked worriedly. Yes, I am. You came in at the worst possible time. The cough left Freya, who was searching for the flower. The fertility ritual was interrupted because it failed. However. Ellen and the flower? He asked him. I couldn't find her anywhere in the room. Freya-sama, look. He pointed at the viewing window. The goddess turned around and saw the remaining petal floating gracefully as it glowed faintly. It worked, Helen. He celebrated, hugging his assistant. Was it? What worked, Freya-sama? The girl was shaken by the jumps of her goddess, who behaved in a childish manner. The spell. It worked. I suppose, despite the mishap, he wasn't affected, Freya theorized, overjoyed. The petal flew to where Belle and Ryuu were walking. Come in, he asked. And he got into the elf's abdomen. I did it. My beloved Audra will be born soon. The goddess jumped. Audra? What did he do? Helen asked. Fufu. I just gave them a hand, she giggled, answering and pretending not to understand. The silver-haired girls argued, not noticing that, at a slower speed but heading in the same direction, another petal was flying by. The one that didn't completely detach itself from the flower. This one was introduced in the previous place. Ugh, that sound came from Ryuu, who stopped dead in his tracks. Is something wrong? Bella asked. No, I just felt dizzy. Not anymore, she replied, shaking her head. Okay. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. The boy winked his right eye and gave a thumbs up. Of course. Let's go into the guild. Love. The green-haired woman pushed open the door of the building, stepping inside. Why am I feeling nauseous? She wondered, feeling like throwing up and ignoring it so as not to worry her boyfriend. Maybe resting will help. When we get back to the mansion I'll shower and sleep, he thought, dismissing any evil. Without knowing that his life would change. Without realizing that he would make a 180-degree turn. Chapter 24. Prelude to the expedition. Tranquility. In the previous chapter. Why am I feeling nauseous? She wondered, feeling like throwing up and ignoring it so as not to worry her boyfriend. Maybe resting will help. When we get back to the mansion I'll shower and sleep, he thought, dismissing any evil. Without knowing that his life would change. Without realizing that he would make a 180-degree turn. In the current chapter. The doors of the Adventurers Guild opened simultaneously, allowing the pair of adventurers to enter. There were hundreds of adventurers and adventurers-to-be, as well as dozens of receptionists and advisors, attending to their requests or exchanging the magic stones they had brought back after a long journey in the dungeon that would be rewarded with money, as was now the case. I'll go say hello to Ina. Could you change the magic stones in the meantime? the rabbit suggested, handing the backpack to the green-haired girl and trying to take off. She stopped him by taking him by the shoulder. "No way. We'll go together to greet your advisor," he replied. His eyebrow twitched and he smiled menacingly. "Okay," the rabbit said, not understanding the change in attitude. Nor the motivation behind it, given that he would only greet the half-elf in charge of him. They walked side by side, with Ryuu hugging his right arm, not even thinking of letting go or caring about the envious glances directed at them from both men and women. A beautiful fairy accompanied by the rookie of the moment, or rather, the adventurer of the moment. Cranel could no longer be classified as a rookie after the long list of events he'd faced in these nearly 8 months in Arario. In the distance, a brunette signed the stack of papers on her desk one by one. She quickly added ink to her pen, scribbled, and handed it to Misha, who was her classmate. She was so focused on that task that she didn't notice the presence of the 2 adventurers who came to visit her. "Good morning, Aina," the white-haired man greeted effusively, shaking his hand and laughing. It was already customary for her to receive that kind of gesture whenever he appeared in the guild. Suddenly interrupted, the pen in her hand made a diagonal stroke due to the shock of being shouted at. This irritated her, and she jerked her head in that direction. "How many times have I told you that calling me like a normal person is more than enough?" She complained through gritted teeth until her eyes met those of the boy and the beautiful elf who accompanied him. He whispered. The girl hugged her lover's arm tighter. Ryuu, that hurts, Belle said, complaining as a result of the grip. She ignored him and gave the advisor a challenging look, but the advisor didn't know how to react and only felt sweat dripping from her forehead. "I'm almost sure that what he's doing is a method of marking his territory, but I don't understand why he uses it with me. I don't like Belle or anything like that," she thought, glancing at the rabbit, who smiled at her, and Ina's mental image did its thing, perceiving him as a gallant and a stud. The half-elf's cheeks blushed and her gaze wandered, enchanted by what she saw in front of her. "Ina. What's wrong? He and Gale are in a relationship, it's not right, my chest this warms," she said to herself, still in a trance. "Ina." Belle ran his hand across the face of the aforementioned woman without any response. "Miss Advisor." Ryuu raised her voice, angry. "Oh? Forgive me. I don't know what came over me," she replied, embarrassed, adjusting her glasses to hide her fear. "I do," the rabbit's girlfriend sharpened her vision, confirming her suspicions. "Don't worry, Ina. We just came to say hello and also to make sure you're okay. You normally work a lot and I'm worried about your health," the white-haired man commented, explaining the reason for the visit. The green-haired girl puffed out her cheeks and pinched him on the side of his torso. "Ouch. Why are you pinching me?" her boyfriend complained while she turned her head away. "I just felt like doing it," she replied, still pouting and crossing her arms. "Alright. Anyway, take care of yourself. We'll head out to exchange the magic stones. See you later." Belle changed the subject, bidding farewell to his advisor upon realizing that she was in good health. The elf turned around next to him, standing with her back to the brunette, who watched them, confused. The 2 people walked away, and the brunette had a feeling inside her that told her she was forgetting something of utmost importance. "Hey Ina, did you give the letter to the boy?" asked Rose, the red-haired wolf woman, approaching the advisor. "Letter, that's right. Belle." Gale. She left the desk and ran toward them. During this, she repeatedly called out their names so they would listen, and so they did. What happened?" The young man stopped dead in his tracks and answered the call. "Letter, the guild gives you a letter," he replied, breathing. "Letter? Don't tell me it's." The green-haired girl abandoned her role of the jealous, enamored maiden, taking the matter seriously. "Yes. Another expedition has been imposed on you. I'll explain the details in the study." He pointed to the door behind the reception desk. The pair nodded, accepting. The 3 of them walked through the door into the aforementioned room. Belle and Ryuu sat on the armchair facing Ina, who then picked up the paper envelope from her desk and handed it to them. Thanks to Belle's rise to level 5 almost a month ago, his family was promoted. The expedition was shelved since the Nos affair hit the adventurers hard and they waited until the situation normalized. Today, the request was finally approved and here we are. The details are on the form, but I recommend you stay until the end. It's important, the half-elf explained, suggesting they wouldn't be satisfied with the information in the letter. "Understood, please tell us the details," the green-haired elf replied, her expression unchanged. If Belle were taking the initiative, he wouldn't care and would rush to headquarters without listening to any advice. He may be a great adventurer, but he's terrible at following rules, and his lack of experience weakens him in matters of this nature. The mission is an item collection, similar to last time's, except that they differ in difficulty, depending on rank. Most items are obtained on the lower, deeper floors. Thanks to your experience in the dungeon, I can sense that you understand the risks involved. I'm aware that you're not the same as back then. You and your family have improved to the point that you bonded in the final battle against Evilus. However, don't overestimate your abilities. Know your limits and carefully study the item locations. That way, the expedition will last less. Please take good care of yourselves and do your best, the advisor explained, bowing forward in a sign of reverence as she asked them not to risk their lives if it wasn't necessary. She was one of those who suffered the most when she heard the news that Belle had nearly died on the deeper floors, so much so that she gasped for breath upon hearing it. There's no reason to worry, okay? Lift your head. The boy stood up, bending down slightly to express those words to the brunette, trying to reassure her. You promise that what happened that time won't happen again? He asked. I promise. We'll watch each other's backs and get back together safe and sound. The boy gave her a thumbs up, winking at her and reassuring her. She sighs in relief and smiles. Suddenly a dark aura emanated from behind Belle, originating from Ryuu, who stood with her arms crossed, radiating jealousy. Human and half-elf understood the signal and separated, resuming their places. Aha. I'll go change the magic stones. The white-haired man cleared his throat and ran off. He wouldn't face his girlfriend's fury now, so he preferred to run away. Besides, she seemed to want to talk to Ina, and he wouldn't deny her. Wait. The brunette said, reaching out and trying to stop him. Too late, he'd already left the room. He sat back down and remained silent. He bowed his head and avoided eye contact at all costs. Seconds passed and the discomfort only increased. None of them broke the ice. Don't take too long, I fear for my life, the girl pleaded, referring to the cowardly adventurer who is afraid of his girlfriend. Excuse me, Ryuu spoke, causing Ina's body to jump in fear. Hi. He shouted. Aha. Why yes. Tell me, she cleared her throat, resuming the professional and calm demeanor that characterizes her as an adventurer's guild worker. I know he can be a little, who am I kidding? He's just too dumb. However, believe me when I tell you, there's no one more trustworthy inside the dungeon than him. What happened in the deep floors was a product of that trust. He gave me the vote of confidence, and as a result, we found ourselves involved in many situations where our lives were in danger. So it's my fault things turned out this way, not his, she confessed, lowering her ears in sadness. That day, no one expected her to be in the dungeon and linked to the murder of adventurers. All because of Jura's plan. Intentionally or not, Belle got involved and ended up risking himself for her. In part, she's grateful because it made her fall in love with him or reassure herself of those feelings planted long ago. However, someone she loves was going to die because of her again. I'm up to date, Miss Gale. I dug up every last detail of the expedition, so much so that I almost got into trouble with Mr. Royman. Ina scratched the side of her head, embarrassed. Despite that, it's impossible for me not to worry. Before Belle arrived in Arero, I had an adventurer identical to him. Impulsive, cheerful, and brimming with energy, who, after encouraging her, died from that day on. I promised that I wouldn't allow the adventurers under my charge to enter the dungeon unprepared. After years, someone managed to do it, impressing me. I can't help but fear for her life, he added and revealed said story, fondly remembering the previous girl in his charge and comparing her to the white-haired man. The green-haired girl sighed. So that's why it makes sense now. Belle reminds you of the previous adventurer in your care, and that's why you want to protect him. I've observed the many times you two interact. You're kind and attentive. I briefly thought you liked him. It's comforting to learn that's not the case, she confessed, laughing as she realized she'd felt unfounded jealousy as a result of the confusion. Ina blushed upon hearing it. I like it, he repeated. His long pointy ears turned a deep red. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. She shouted, nervously. Ryuu pressed her back against the backrest, uneasy at her counterpart's sudden reaction. Then no need to shout it. I believe you, he replied, but I know he's cute, trustworthy, kind, affectionate and surely a great lover, but I don't like him. Interrupted the brunette. He also looks strong, and when he shows that strength, it's really cool. His body has changed a lot since I first met him. He's developed now, and when he wears thin clothing, I notice his muscles out of the corner of my eye, so much so that I get lost in them. However, I don't like it. She added. Hey. That's a little, the green-haired girl wanted to complain. Plus, that white hair and red eyes of his that are so characteristic of him make my heart beat faster. It seems like every time I see those colors I think of him and fantasize. Ina listed the thousands of reasons why she supposedly wasn't attracted to the rabbit. That's my boyfriend you're talking about. It's wrong to talk like that about someone's boyfriend. The elf yelled, clenching her fists and lowering her eyelids, pulling her out of that bubble and back to reality. Those sounds came from the half-elf's mouth. Steam rose from the top of her head and the temperature of her face rose to the point where it was burning. I just outed myself to the girlfriend of the boy I crush. She realized this, crying in shame and wishing the earth would swallow her up. He covered his face and threw himself face down on the couch. Bam. The door swung open. I'm back, huh? Belle walked in, disoriented. A red visor and crushing her head on the seat. Ryuu in that state, except for the last one. Is everything okay? He asked. Yes. Let's go, love. Ryuu replied, grabbing his hand, interlacing their fingers and pulling him towards the exit. Ar. Ina, what happened? He asked thanks to the pitiful state of the girl in question. Nothing. The cry muffled by clapping and the mattress was received correctly. Question marks appeared above the rabbit's head, the answer not convincing him, but because of his girlfriend's haste he ignored it. What were you talking about? The white-haired man asked, wanting to investigate. Nothing that concerns you, dear. Girl stuff, the couple replied, closing the door behind them. Now alone in the room with no one to witness that state. I want to die, the brunette said, crying. No one had ever humiliated her like that. And she was the one responsible. During the guild workers' lament, the couple left the place and headed to the fireplace mansion where Hestia and Estra's family resided together. They walked through the streets without saying a word. Ryuu was still jealous even though the man on her right hadn't done anything wrong at all. At least he confirmed that the girl also fell in love with the boy. He doesn't know the context of this or how the feeling arose, since the justification given reflected brotherly affection, unlike the rest of the suitors, namely Harahim and Ace Wallenstein herself, whom they saw minutes ago. Remembering the sword princess made his blood boil. Herr Ryuu, would you like one? Belle stopped dead in his tracks and asked the question, pointing at the stand on the side of the main street. The elf turned in that direction, discovering the things they were selling. Hair ornaments? She said doubtfully. Yeah. I think they'd look really good on you. Let's see what color would suit you best. The white-haired man opined, imagining his girlfriend wearing every hairpin on sale. Blue. It would match your beautiful eyes. Green. It would blend in with your fine, beautiful hair, keeping it from standing out. Yellow. Same case. It's difficult, he complained, lowering his shoulders. Ignoring the feedback dialogue, she went about choosing one and trying it on. Having put it on, she spoke to her boyfriend. Love, do you like it? He asked her, asking for her honest opinion. The sun's rays fell upon her, creating a certain glow around her. Or at least in the boy's mind, who was absorbed by such beauty perched just inches away from him. Perfect, there's no other adjective to use. You are simply and simply perfect, he replied, saddening the beautiful fairy. I appreciate the compliment, even though you're exaggerating, he replied, looking away, avoiding the attention of the love-struck adventurer. There's just one detail, allow me, Belle spoke, adding to the above. He slowly moved his fingers to where the white flower hairpin lay and removed it. I'll fix it, he added. She nodded, closing her eyes. He tucked the strands of hair behind his beloved's long ears and placed the arrangement on the right side delicately. Ryuu stood still and smiled, clasping her hands in the center of her chest. Ready, he finished, admiring her. Thank you, did I make your heart race? The fairy asked in an attempt at flirting. It's still beating rapidly, the boy revealed, taking the girl's thin hand and placing it on top of where that organ is located. There she perceived the heartbeats. Fufu. I love you, he said, showing how happy he was. Me too, he received the reply. Hey, are you going to pay or not? My wife is about to die of a nosebleed from witnessing such an act of extreme sweetness, and so will I if you don't stop, the vendor interrupted, covering his nose with his forearm. We're sorry. They said in unison. Here's your payment, Belle handed over the valises without even asking the price, and they left the stall. The man tilted his head. He hadn't expected to get 5,000 for 1,000 valis piece, although who is he to complain about the charity he's received. Belle and Ryuu resumed their journey to the mansion. This time without interruptions. I did it. They heard a shout in the distance. The voice was familiar. They searched unsuccessfully for the source of this and, not finding it, decided to ignore it and continue their journey. It was Freya, still screaming from the Tower of Babel, celebrating the birth of her otter. Incredibly, her euphoria caused her screams to be heard several meters away. At the mansion of the chimneys. The lovers arrived at their destination, holding hands the whole way and greeting the friendly inhabitants of Arario, whom they often met. They braced themselves for what they were about to face. They simultaneously aimed their fists at the surface of the door and before they even made contact with it. Bam! They burst open and, from inside the headquarters, two shadows at the speed of light ran towards them and tackled them without even being able to react. Belle and Ryuu fell on their backs. Ow, that hurt, the first of them complained, rubbing the back of his neck as it hit the solid concrete. He lowered his head and found himself facing a pigtailed goddess clinging to him like a flea clinging to a dog. The other case was no different from the previous one, highlighting the detail that it was Está who gave Ryuu the bear hug. Hestia-sama. Está-sama. They named them respectively. Both deities gave off different auras. Hestia was so angry she couldn't contain her anger. The street emanated a certain curiosity and desire to investigate the events of last night. Where were you? Why didn't you come back from Rivera all night? Answer me. They asked in unison. Their expressions, like their intentions, were not alike. Behind them were Welf, Mikoto, Lily, Haraham and Lucia, who were relaxing because they had just returned from the dungeon. The human and the elf glanced at each other quickly, then nodded as they made a joint decision and received confirmation from each other. They responded from the ground. Why, you see. Before that, we have to tell them what they told us at the guild. They suddenly stood up and threw off their goddesses. They proceeded to break into the mansion and gather the rest. Don't run away. Astri and Hestia claimed. We are not running away. They answered. Minutes passed until they were finally able to calm them down and thus explain the situation regarding the guild and the future expedition. Elle handed the letter to Lily, who read it aloud. She's normally the one in charge of administrative, financial, and negotiating matters in the Hestia family. She's practically more of a captain and leader than the white-haired adventurer to whom the title was bestowed. After finishing reading, the hobbit crumpled the sheet of paper. Those damn money-hungry vultures. Lily can't stand them. We almost lost our lives on the first expedition. She yelled, curling the letter into a ball. Lily, I don't think that Welf wanted to calm her down. Furthermore, Lily had to bargain with them because she wanted to take 30% of the valis earned on the expedition they forced us to go on. She complained, remembering that she could only reduce the tax to 28% of the agreed percentage, or rather, imposed. Does he always behave like this? Lucia whispers to Mikoto. Lily Dono suffered from many deprivations during her childhood. She wants to avoid that from happening again at all costs, which is why she's so careful when it comes to money and financial stability. It's rare that she allows us to spend more than we have, even though there's no reason for that. Welf Dono maintains the weapons, so that amount is avoided. The rest are items like potions or miscellaneous supplies. The Asian woman answered the new member's question, explaining the reasons for the support's actions. The human felt a certain sense of guilt when making the comment. The deep floors are certainly no game. Even though they've leveled up, they still need more personnel, the blacksmith said, referring to Belle and Ryuu. Daphne Dono and Cassandra Dono expressed their joy at receiving the profits. Perhaps they'll agree to join us. So did Aoka Dono and Chigusa Dono, Mikoto announced, mentioning the names of the 4 adventurers who had accompanied them on the expedition. Aisha would go too. I doubt she'd allow us to go without her. She almost seems like family. She spends so much time here with Hermes-sama. The Redeed didn't forget the Amazon. The help of an experienced level 4 like her never hurts. Ugh, why yes, she would really be useful. The green-haired girl spoke while her eyebrow vibrated and she expressed disagreement with that decision, although without rejecting it. If Aisha goes, I'll get asked hundreds of awkward questions that I won't be able to avoid because of the mind games she plays, which I'm susceptible to. It's as if allies, Lyra and Kagaya got together and created the perfect machine to annoy me, he thought, recalling the times he went to the Lady of Plenty to dig into her life. Even after he stopped working there, he would follow her around and question her at the fireplace mansion, using the excuse that he was visiting Haraham. It depends on what they decide. We were close to dying countless times last time. They probably consider the risk too high, Belle chimed in, noticing his partner's body language and deciding to change the subject. I apologize, it was my fault that they almost died. The desire for revenge and blood that I directed towards Jura blinded me, resulting in them becoming related as a result of saving me. Ryuu, ashamed of her behavior in that instance, apologized. Day and night she has taken responsibility for it and has questioned herself what would have happened if another person important to her had died while saving her. Elle intertwined his fingers with the woman's and, using his free hand, caressed her cheek. She turned her head to the left, staring into those beautiful red eyes that filled her with peace. The decision to come help you and protect you was my choice. In any case, it's my fault for not allowing myself to lose you and practically involving everyone else, the boy said, brushing the skin of her cheek with the pad of his thumb. Don't forget to mention that, aside from Jura, the Juggernaut, the Amphisbena and the Lambton, problems arose. Or don't you remember our good friend the irregular Moss? Sure, he's overshadowed compared to the rest of the dangers, but the first encounter was certainly challenging, Welf added. Whether or not what happened with Ryuu happened, that expedition was complicated and they almost died. Irregular Moss? Does that even exist? Why didn't I know about it? The elf asked. A lot happened on that trip. Remembering them all would be a never-ending story, Belle sighed. Yes, the members of the Hestia family confirmed, tired of repeating that experience. They're practically monster magnets. How is it possible that you're present in most cases of irregulars? Ryuu asked, poker-faced. We have asked ourselves that question a million of times. They shouted. And we still haven't found the right answer to explain it, added the rabbit. As the discussion progressed, Lucia spoke to her goddess. What are the expeditions, Astri-sama? They're reporting terrifying things, she asked, trembling with fear thanks to the stories told by the experienced adventurers there. They're quests the guild gives families when they reach a certain rank. They're based on finding items or eliminating specific monsters in specific areas of the dungeon. The higher the family's rank, the more difficult it becomes, the deity explained. In short, it's how they pay taxes, gain experience, and earn money. At the same time as she gave her answer, Astri watched the exchange between Belle and Ryuu closely. Suspicion surfaced and wouldn't prevent the interrogation she and Hestia would subject them to. Yufufu. The guild thing wasn't the only interesting thing on your mind. You're far from being able to fool me, he said in his subconscious. The brunette's legs moved to the pair's location and, placing her lips near the green-haired girl's left ear and the white-haired man's right ear, she expressed a doubt that was gnawing at her. They moved up the ladder to adulthood right. The red hue on both faces grew rapidly and… poof. Steam rose from their heads. I don't know what you're referring to, Astri-sama, they answered in unison, evading her and pretending as best they could. They wouldn't admit to the four winds that the assumption was correct. Hestia, who heard, identified the lie. Belle, she called the young man's name. The voice from beyond the grave sent shivers down her spine. Ryuu Astri also applied the same modus operandi. Huh? You're not going to talk about the expedition? Lucia asked when she noticed they had stopped. When they get into that mood, any topic unrelated to their interests is ignored without question. Get used to it, Welf warned, withdrawing. They surrounded the couple. Now spill the soup. They ordered. Belle pulls Ryuu and they flee the room. Follow me. Let's go into my room and lock ourselves in there. He told her the plan he had in mind. Don't run away. The dedicated ones chased them. She nodded, trusting the plan, and in the blink of an eye. Bam. The door was closed and locked. Bam. 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 They won't avoid us forever. I have plenty of free time. Hestia tapped the wooden surface. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Where did you spend the night? Astra did her part. And above all, what did you do together? They said in unison, continuing with the tapping. A thunderous sound extended to the rest of the hallway, into the room. It sounded like they were going to break down the door. It's private and only concerns us. They responded on the other side. This allowed them to clear their doubts, confirming what one wanted and the other feared. I demand details. I'll hang you. They spoke, respectively expressing what they wanted to achieve as soon as the safety was removed and they were allowed to pass. They'll knock it down if we don't let them in. What do we do? Ryuu asked, worried. Screw it. Belle turned the knob and the hinges creaked. Bam. Those pushing in the right direction fell face first onto the ground after the sudden opening. Go ahead. We'll tell them about Rivera, just promise not to bother them about it, said the elf, offering her hand to her goddess and the human his. They accepted the terms, reciprocating the help. And so they disappeared, leaving the corridor. These people are strange, I can't find another adjective to describe them, Lucia thought. Sweat was dripping from her forehead. The rest of the family went to continue their work, which was interrupted when the lovers appeared at the mansion and gathered them together to talk about the expedition. Welf headed to the workshop. He used every free second to contribute a weapon that would make him worthy of handcuffing himself to Hephaestus. Lily will go to the Blue Pharmacy. She'll buy potions and convince Daphne and Cassandra to join us again, the little support girl warned, surrendering to the impending mission. Despite disagreeing, the guild is the guild and we can't deny them what they ask for. I'll visit Take Mikazuchi-sama. Maybe Aoka Dono and Chigusa Dono are there. Makoto left with her. Oh. I almost forgot. Haraham Dono, the pantry is about to empty. Would you go buy some groceries at the market? The Oriental woman said, asking the Renard for a favor. The blonde raised and lowered her head, nodding. Lucia-sama, will you accompany me? I'll probably need help carrying the bags. Last time I dropped them and was scolded by Hestia-sama, Haraham invited the human, explaining the reason. Sure. He didn't refuse, going to his side. It's hard to say no. She's too cute and pleasant, Lucia thought. It was no coincidence that Renard was the one she liked the most so far. And the four women left for different destinations. In the rabbit's room, waiting for the events. Hestia and Astri sat on the edge of the bed belonging to the owner of the room, waiting attentively for the explanation. Belle and Ryuu lay on their backs, struggling to find the right words to begin the story. It's not easy to talk about this in front of them. It's similar to what a child feels when they talk about sexuality with their mother or father. They swallowed. They were sweating profusely. You see. The date started with dinner at the restaurant that sells the couple's sandwich. I found out about it when I was kidnapped by Hedon Sensei before the Freya family party and I wanted to share it with Ryuu. However, before I invited her, she asked me out, not knowing I wanted to share the sandwich too. Turns out she found out about the training in the dungeon and got jealous because the rabbit explained until. Leave out the details and get to the point. Remembering them makes me angry, the green-haired woman urged him, resisting the urge to pinch his shoulder. Hi anyway. We went to that restaurant and made the customers uncomfortable. Apparently, we flirted a lot and were very affectionate. The owner offered us the sandwich, showing us a good place to go, where we wouldn't be bothered and wouldn't get the envy of the others. We went there. It was a lake we knew perfectly well. I'll avoid the details because I don't want to add reasons to Kami-sama's list, who already wants to kill me, he recounted, blushing. The pig-tailed goddess wasn't amused, and her gaze was so intense that he swore it burned him. We ate there and due to insecurities I seduced him, Ryuu continued. Hey. Hestia. Claimed. That's my girl, Está murmured proudly. We finished eating and went swimming in the lake. One thing led to another, and the girl's voice decreased in volume, and the words came out with difficulty. We ended up doing it. Belle took back control of the conversation, complimenting the previous sentence. The hours passed without us noticing that night had fallen. We decided to return first thing today. Also walking alone was complicated, so Belle carried me to the inn. Embarrassed, she revealed those details. The rabbit's power is not to be underestimated. The two goddesses stood up, their hair covering the upper part of their faces. Hey Kami-sama, said the white-haired man, fearing for his life. The brown deity pushed her slightly, removing her from the path. What's wrong, asked the elf. Está fell to her knees and approached the belly. He placed an ear near there. Buck. Ryuu blurted out. Shhh. If you don't shut up, it's impossible to hear my future grandson or grandchildren, he demanded, silencing her. That won't happen. It's our first time, and the fertility rate of the elven race is low. I doubt I'll get pregnant that quickly, the girl replied, shaking off the deity. Grandchildren, that word came out of Hestia, gloomily. It's not that easy, Kami-sama. Belle shouts. That lucky ability will do its thing, and it will only be enough that one time, I'm sure, added to the fact that they will surely fall into lust upon trying it, repeating what happened that night. The goddess, without even wanting to speak, dreamed identical to an undead. The couple avoids eye contact. They'd be lying if they said they didn't enjoy it or if they didn't want to do it again. Not anytime soon, of course, or would they? I doubt it. Luck only helps when obtaining items. That's the only use, the young man answers, blushing and justifying the unfounded nature of that theory. What if that fate brought them together? The coincidence of my daughter's revenge and your family's expedition was the work of that skill. Haven't you thought about it? Está commented. This question echoed in the minds of those present. Holding hands, they blushed. The hope that something beyond their understanding would guide them to this happy present and bright future filled them with happiness. Fate. Luck. Which one influenced it? Ignoring the drama and joy resulting from my happiness at learning you've moved forward in your relationship, it's our duty to remind you that you've skipped many steps before becoming Hexwell. Have you considered marriage? The brunette deity asked, shaking her dress and remaining serious. Hestia sat down beside him. This topic had been discussed by both of them weeks ago. They concluded they would accept him despite the brunette's dissatisfaction. Elle, confident, did not hesitate to give the answer. Of course I've considered it. Ryuu is the woman I'll share the rest of my days with, and of course we'll get married when the time is right, he declared. The elf's heart leaped. Her cheeks flushed bright red and she smiled with happiness at those words. We were surprised by the rabbit's confidence, the deities remained silent. That's the answer we were hoping for. Hopefully, they won't take too long. We're leaving. Our curiosity has been satiated, Está shouted, satisfied. Yes, yes. I renounced these feelings because I'm not the one to forbid you from true love. Hestia escorted her to the exit. The test was passed. Before crossing the door, they stopped dead. I recommend you take a bath. The smell of the salt water where that act was orchestrated is impregnated in you. As are other types of smells, the brunette confessed. Paraham confirmed it. The beastman's enhanced senses don't lie, the black-haired woman laughed. Both of them blew steam from their heads and their facial temperatures rose dramatically. They were discovered and humiliated. Each one, without saying a word, went to the showers. They'd make sure to wash their bodies thoroughly. Who knows how many beastmen had already detected the scent of immorality on them. The water was warm, typical of the hot springs that were built into the bath. They used body soap to cleanse their delicate skin, especially the elf's, who prides herself on keeping it pure and flawless. Or so it would be if the scars from previous battles hadn't left their mark. The rabbit, on the other hand, used the sponge and scrubbed his arms, legs, chest and there. A gigantic wall separated the men's and women's baths. Because they were alone, with the exception of the goddesses and wealth, they couldn't help but chat about trivial matters, even though they were far apart. It's incredible how fast our relationship is moving, Belle commented on the air, washing her hair. The girl heard him. Yes, I never imagined we'd climb so many steps in less than a year. It's strange, but I don't regret it at all, he replied, soaking himself. I feel exactly the same way. Being with you like this is a dream come true, the boyfriend replied, pouring water over his hair, washing out the shampoo. I remember when I fell in love with you since the day of the Xenos. No, it was before that. I lied to myself when jealousy arose. I used the excuse that I did it for Sir and that she was the one who deserved to be in a relationship with you and not me, tainted by revenge. However, the more I got to know you and we grew closer, I began to understand my love to the point that just exchanging words with you brightened my days, the green-haired girl confessed, smiling. I admit I didn't recognize any hints of that crush. I thought you were just being nice to me and avoided misinterpreting your intentions. Although I'm glad it turned out this way, the white-haired man reported. Fufu. Me too, Ryuu said. It's your turn. When did you fall in love with me? She added, ashamed to ask such a question. I don't know exactly. Maybe when we trained in the mornings. Maybe on our date at the bookstore where you didn't make fun of my dreams. Or probably the day I woke up after the battle against Asterius and the first thing my eyes focused on was the beautiful fairy tale behind this wall, she expressed, flirting with him. The girl's thin, red lips trembled. This is not what I was going to complain. But I'm sure they took hold when I saw you falling into the hole created by the lambton, resigned to living. My body moved on its own and I took a leap of faith. Without considering the danger or the odds of survival, I jumped to your aid because I was afraid of losing you, the young man added, stopping his retort dead in its tracks. I don't want to lose you. Included. I love you. Small tears fell from Ryuu's cheekbones. How lucky is she? Does she deserve it? There's no point in questioning it. She enjoys it and that's what truly matters. Sharing space, time, happiness, sadness, etc. with him was the best. If you continue to wreak havoc on my heart, I'll come over there and hug you, he warned. You practically motivate me. Reward or punishment? He joked. Out of nowhere, a wooden boat flew towards the men's bathroom, passing close to the boy's head. Hey, just playing, he answered. The top of the wall was uncovered. Hey love, do you feel like going to the Lady of Plenty to have dinner and visit the girls? The elf suggested. Of course. And if the night ends like last night's, even more so, he declared. Another wooden boat was thrown away. Don't speak of it lightly or spread it around. It's shameful that you take it that way. Ryuu shouted, clenching his fists. I'm sorry. Yes, eating there and socializing is a good idea, he apologized, calming her down and giving his honest opinion on the plan. Suddenly, calm and about to leave, a doubt gnawed at the bride. Drawing strength from within, she spoke out. Elle, were you serious? About what? Don't play dumb. You know what I mean about marriage. I would never joke about something like that. I was sincere, I would swear it before the gods in Arario and they would confirm it to you. After the exchange, the girl sat on the edge of the hot springs, hugging her legs and burying her face in her thighs. This caused that cry of excitement to be stifled. Everything okay? Definitely yes. The worried boy's question was answered quickly. He sighed and explained. I haven't thoroughly planned the proposal or fine-tuned the details. However, I've considered it and when you least expect it, I'll surprise you. So be prepared, Belle said, stirring his partner's anxiety. I'll be ready when the day comes. Ready to jump into your arms and say yes, Ryuu said. They walked to the thin wooden wall that separated them and, in unison, said. I love you. Finishing the conversation in the shower. On the purchase of housing, Haraham and Lucia's perspective. Thank you very much. Enjoy your purchase. One of the vendors took the money from Renard, handing her a paper bag full of vegetables. The women thanked him and continued on their way. Both were carrying several bags identical to the previous one. Fruits, vegetables, meat, condiments, etc. Everything you need in the kitchen. Thank goodness Mikoto wrote down what she urgently needed to buy so they wouldn't waste their money foolishly. During the trip, they talked about various topics, strengthening their relationship and getting to know each other better. However, something the human noticed as she walked beside her was the constant glances and compliments the blonde received everywhere she went, to which she reciprocated by smiling, preventing lustful thoughts about her. She caught the attention of anyone thanks to her incomparable beauty and her kind and refined demeanor. Without a doubt, a radiant out-of-this-world woman. Innocent and pure, she would charm anyone. She's very popular, Haraham-sama, he commented. Oh really? I hadn't realized, the blonde answers, wagging her tail in a sign of nervousness. Do you arouse the base passions of many men, Haraham-sama? You're a heartbreaker, Lucia tells him insinuatingly. I don't think of it that way, the Renard answers, blushing. I have abandoned any kind of feeling similar to love since the man I fell in love with, my hero, belongs to another woman. Her expression changed, revealing a certain sadness accompanied by resignation. Sorry, it wasn't right to inquire into her life. It's just that I consider her my friend, the human apologized, catching the mood. No problem, Lucia-sama. It's comforting to chat quietly with you, Harahim replied, smiling at her. He took a deep breath. The man I'm referring to is Bell-sama. He saved my life when evil people wanted to use me as a mere object of power. I didn't protest, considering myself unworthy. I believed that I didn't deserve salvation. And he brought hope to this drab existence. After that, regaining confidence, I've been constantly improving in search of a goal and a reason for being. If I am not destined to be handcuffed to my hero, then I will save those I love, including him. Though strength isn't something I can boast about, she explained, laughing at the end. That's a lie. You're brilliant and your magic is incredible. You'll achieve that goal in no time. You'll see. Lucia encouraged her, being honest and expressing her thoughts without hesitation. Yufufu. I appreciate the compliments. I hope we become strong adventurers, Harahim replied. We'll fight hard and defeat monsters. I assure you that's the way. The human declared. The two of them, having finished their shopping, left the place and returned to the mansion with the fireplace. The sun was setting and the moon was rising, darkening the city. Night fell. Meanwhile, at the Lady of Plenty. The lovebirds got dressed after their swim and went to their date at the restaurant they knew perfectly. And how could they not? That's where they met for the first time. Of course, the conditions, emotions, and states were different than back then. Starting with the fact that the elf didn't even work as a waitress in the establishment. It was strange for her to walk in without the waitress outfit she'd worn for years. Belle approached the door, gently pushing it open, but someone on the other side pulled it sharply. Welcome. Sir greeted cheerfully. She seemed to be aware that they would be visiting the restaurant bar. Despite the surprise, no one gave it any importance and they continued with the date. A silver-haired woman led them to a free table that was reserved at a request. The green-haired girl watched her best friend's every move and behavior, as she often flirted with her boyfriend and, on occasion, held his hand and suggested Hexwell games. This made her jealous. If it were another girl he would beat her up or complain to her, but he couldn't do it if it was Sir. Nevertheless. Come on, Ryuu. You need to sit down. Standing is bad, the waitress said, acting strangely helpful to her and completely ignoring the rabbit. Wait, sir, the girl said as she was dragged to the table. Elle followed them without hesitation. It was convenient not to be noticed, avoiding misunderstandings and his girlfriend's jealousy. Once in their seats, the waitresses attended to them. Are you okay? Do you need a more comfortable chair? The silver-haired girl asked, concerned for her friend's comfort. And no, they answered negatively. Aren't you okay? Does something hurts? What do I do? Are there doctors in the bar? Sir became desperate. I don't need a more comfortable chair. That's what I meant to imply, Ryuu calmed the strange waitress's temper. The white-haired man was having fun, chuckling. After that act, they ordered. Spaghetti and pineapple juice, please, was Belle's choice. I would like smoked fish and orange juice, Ryuu asked. Huh? Smoked food. Safe. They say it's bad for pregnant women to eat that, the girl scolded her. But I'm not pregnant, she answered. Sir started whistling and went into the kitchen, sowing doubt in her friend. You don't know how to react to that level of helpfulness, do you? You look nervous and uncomfortable, Belle commented. I don't know why he treats me like this. Do I look sick? Asked the beautiful elf. Not at all. What's got into him? Anyway, it's nice that your friendship hasn't changed. Especially that he doesn't play with me, the boy declared, enjoying the evening because the attention wasn't focused on him. HMPH. Well, it didn't seem to bother you. Ryuu puffed out her cheeks, pouting as she remembered the waitress's constant and active flirting with her boyfriend and the way he never pushed her away. Here's the food, Naya. Anya placed the plates on the table, breaking the jealous atmosphere. The cheerful, always smiling cat was able to light up the dark aura the elf emanated. Thanks for the food. The couple said at the same time. The catgirl retreated until her fine and specialized sense of smell detected a scent. Sniff. Sniff. He sniffed, searching for the source of the scent, detecting it. Sniff. Sniff. Hey Anya, why do you smell like my boyfriend? The green-haired girl asked. Her eyebrow and voice were trembling. It smells strange, Naya. It's a smelly smell, Naya, he shouted. Dry footsteps came from the kitchen. It was Chloe, the black-haired catgirl, who had heard what had just been said. Sniff. 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 He sniffed at Belle, who remained still, almost static. See Chloe. Ryuu. Named her. The black-haired girl's tail bristled, her eyes opening wide, almost popping out of their sockets. He detached himself from the rabbit and pointed at them, his finger trembling like jelly. "The perverted Naya," she whispered, almost crying. Belle and Ryuu blushed. "You've already ate the rabbits," asked Naya. She shouted, going in tears to the top of the bar. The couple covered their faces. "We bathed well. How did he recognize the smell?" They questioned themselves, embarrassed. "My Ryuu has risen to adulthood, I'm proud," Sir declared, wiping away a non-existent tear that seemed to be running down her cheekbone. Although she was already aware of it, she was only pretending to have just found out. "Boy," Mamma Mia spoke, calling Belle in a threatening manner. The white-haired man swallowed. She gave him the signal to go to the bar. While he was gone, Sir and Anya interrogated the elf, tormenting her. Lunwer went to Chloe's to calm her down. She wouldn't abandon the job by using that cheap heartbreak trick. "What's wrong, Mamma Mia?" Fua. As he responded to the request, he was pulled by the collar of his shirt. "If you don't take responsibility for defiling it, I'll make you live hell on earth. So much so that you'll wish you'd never been born or visited this city." "Understood," he declared, issuing the threat. The young man's already white skin paled, nodding and returning to the table. "What did you talk about?" Ryuu asked, noticing fear in him. "Nothing," he replied. His gaze was lost in the center of the wooden wheel, and his color never returned. The date followed the usual course after the initial scandal. The bar's atmosphere settled back down. Only the drunks were chatting angrily, thanks to their heavy drinks. Consequently, the human and the elf were ignored, lost in the crowd of voices and people. However, a familiar voice echoed behind Belle, catching his attention. He recognized who it belonged to. "Come on. Eat it," said the Amazon named Lena Tally, holding a fork near the mouth of Betloga, the adventurer of the Loki family. "I can eat alone, damn Amazon," the werewolf scolded. "HMPH. The brunette puffed out her cheeks. She wanted to feed him, something common among couples. Belle and Ryuu did it on their date yesterday. The two were having a peaceful dinner. Lena was hugging Beastman's right arm, who looked incredibly uncomfortable. Belle stared at them and Bet noticed. Their eyes met and they both put on poker faces. Again. They questioned themselves mentally, panicking. Indeed, that scene was repeated. Months ago, the rabbit witnessed the rendezvous between himself and the Amazon sitting so affectionately beside him. Bet frowned and showed him the zipper sign. He wanted him to keep it a secret and not divulge it. Belle repeated the sign, pretending it didn't happen. They gave each other a thumbs up, wishing each other luck on their respective dates, despite the Beastman's denial of being on one. "Are you? Where are you looking?" Lena asks, scanning the crowd and finding the rabbit's white neck. Before he could say a word, the werewolf acted. "Yum. Delicious." Satisfied. He ate the meat stuck on the fork. This filled the Amazon with excitement. She could almost swear her eyes shone brightly, like stars. "You've reciprocated my love. Now we have to take it up a notch. Take off your pants." The lively brunette, drooling, grabbed his pants, trying to pull them down. "No way." They yelled at him through gritted teeth, pulling their hands away. Bet wouldn't raise his voice for fear of being heard. "Why?" Lena complained, disappointed. At the rabbit's table, the elf questioned what he was seeing and he simply put his arm around her, diverting attention from the spot to the corner of the bar where the other couple was arguing. The hours passed and the customers gradually left the Lady of Plenty. The werewolf and the Amazon slipped through the crowd, leaving the establishment without arousing suspicion. Sir, Lunwer, Anya, and Chloe accompanied Belle and Ryuu. Fewer clients meant more free time, which they used to catch up. Since the green-haired girl quit her job, they'd seen each other less often. The conversation went on for several hours without anyone noticing. Is this what conversations between close friends are like? Of course they are. It's closing time soon. Don't be late coming back, warned the dwarf, who smiled as she stared at her girls hanging around, indicating the aforementioned. The pair left the seats. Thank you so much, Mamma Mia. The food was fabulous, Belle thanked her. He had no complaints about anything. And even if there were any, they would be ignored. The food here is definitely the best. Makoto's great at cooking, though. She'll probably like it, Mamma Mia, Ryuu declared, standing up. Ugh, that moan came out of her. Is something wrong, love? Asked the rabbit. Be dizziness, nausea, he whispered. If you want to throw up, the bathroom is over there, Sir said. And no. It's tiredness, I didn't rest properly and it's taking its toll on me, the silver-haired woman denied the suggestion. Fufu. Okay. It was a pleasure, take care of yourselves, the waitress said goodbye. The rest of the waitress waved their hands in the distance. What was that smell, Naya? The doubt did not leave the head of the silly brown cat. But Naya, Chloe muttered. Those two are strange. Silly and perverted, Lunwer thought, sweeping the floor. Sir returned to the bar and there the dwarf was waiting for her, arms crossed. She clenched her fist and raised it above her head, proud that he was Olin. Allowing this crazy goddess to carry out that task I partially regret it, though the price is worth it. This way, she won't run away from work all the time, and I'll keep an eye on her, the owner of the establishment said mentally. Indeed, she was aware of the plan since Freya warned her and promised to work twice as hard if she didn't ruin it or prevent her from performing the ritual to ensure the elf's ritual. If that brat is born and calls me grandma, he'll learn how terrifying I can be. The dwarf's muscles tensed as she imagined the scenario. Allowing such a word to be directed at her was out of the question. On the way to the couple's headquarters, they ran into two acquaintances. Raul and Aki, who were sitting on the benches in the Plaza del Amor, affectionately embracing each other. The black-haired man and the white-haired man met. Sensing the situations they were in, they nodded, ignoring each other and pretending nothing was happening, respecting the men's code. If your friend is with his girlfriend, you shouldn't interrupt each other. In this case, it applied to both. Minutes later they entered the mansion. The evening was over. The rest of the Hestia and Está family were having dinner in the dining room. They said they had already had dinner and would go to sleep. No one replied and they were allowed to leave. Already in the hallway they said goodbye. Tomorrow will be a busy day, love. It's nice to enjoy this one in peace with you, Bell said, holding his beloved's hands. Yes. When the expedition is over, let's have many more dates, Ryuu asked, lost in her man's face. Lowering their eyelids, they brought their lips closer. They touched, joining them together, forming a tender and soft kiss. Nua. I love you, they confessed in unison. They separated and each went to their own room. However, when the green-haired girl was inside hers, she decided to leave. He turned back down the hall and snuck into Belle's house. She doesn't want to be separated from him, not even at night. That's the right she was granted when she agreed to the relationship. At the Tower of Babel. Helen, the goddess Freya's assistant, swept up the trash thrown away by the aforementioned deity and rearranged the chairs that were removed during the pregnancy ritual. It's incredible that he didn't hesitate even once. Using this ancient ritual to impregnate his best friend. Interfering in her life like that, the silver-haired woman complained, stuffing the trash into bags. She also considered the elf a friend and holds a fondness for her, having shared moments with her while playing the role of Sir without her knowledge. Furthermore, she and Freya share emotions as a result of the ability that involves them. When he picked up the flower, he noticed it was missing one petal. Freya told him the rose had 7 petals, but only 5 fell to the ground, not counting the one that entered Ryuu's belly. He dismissed it and threw it away. Maybe it flew away in the wind. Why is there so much dirt? And Freya-sama. Otter burst into the viewing platform, searching for the goddess. Freya-sama is at the bar. Mamma Mia won't let her go until she keeps her promise. And to answer your question, let's just say the ritual went off without a hitch, I suppose, Helen replied. Bo seemed certainly impressed. Hadn't he been informed of the ritual? He rubbed his eyelids with disdain. So he did it. Disappointment was the best adjective to use in the tone of the level 7 adventure. You knew. Why didn't you stop her? The silver-haired girl complained. I assumed you were joking. I never imagined you were serious. In any case, I can't go against Freya-sama's wishes, Otter replied, sighing heavily and leaving. Helen exhales, curious about what the future holds for them. If Ryuu's son will be Freya-sama's Otter, doesn't that mean it's mine too? Will she agree to share it? Multiple questions plagued the assistant's mind. Suddenly realizing the kind of thoughts he had, he blushed. He shook his head and erased the thought, rushing to clean up. Bam. The door slammed shut, startling her. Freya-sama. He named the one who entered unexpectedly. It's a wonderful idea. My ODR will be the envy of men if we are both his wives. Freya declared, puffing out her chest. Stop reading my thoughts. Helen demanded, hugging the broom. Fufu. How lucky that little boy or girl will be. He will have 2 beautiful women waiting for him, said the deity, laughing mischievously. I doubt Ryuu will accept. The assistant reproached. I'll take care of that. We'll seduce him slowly but actively until the offspring falls in love with us and they have no choice but to accept their son or daughter's romance, the goddess replied. I've already pictured the 3 of us living together in a warm cabin where we'll share our love every day. During the holidays, we'll visit our in-laws, Belle and Ryuu in this case, and we'll have dinner together in a family atmosphere while enjoying each other's company, Freya confessed, imagining the scenario. He thought too far ahead, Helen whispered, stunned. Things have to be planned in advance or they will go wrong, they replied. Despite sharing thoughts and feelings, you never cease to impress me, the silver-haired girl shouted. Sweat was running down her forehead. Are you? Freya tilts her head, confused. In the dungeon. Grrrrrrrrrrr. The dungeon groaned and groaned in the lower floors. The White Palace on the 37th floor trembled violently. The structure was being torn down by the sheer number of monsters emerging from the walls. There were more than one could imagine. Boom. Rocks were thrown to hundreds of random places, tearing apart the monsters surrounding that place. However, from the Colosseum, more appeared to replace them. The lack of monster hunting there, coupled with the instant generation of beasts, increased the population to such an extent that it became uncontrollable. From the walls, right at the top of the palace, a chieftain emerged from the deep floors. He was jet black and immensely large. He was none other than the so-called Udius. Waving the huge black sword, he cut down the Spartoi, barbarian and other monsters that were destroying the 37th floor. However, these did not stop coming out. Blood and pieces of bone spilled onto the ground, staining it red. The magic stones fell. The 3 months it takes for the dungeon to regenerate the Udius were ignored due to the Udius's desperation to control the monster population. He could summon Calamity, the Juggernaut. However, even he would not withstand the constant attacks of the beasts. The floor manager would kill anything that came near. Something caught his eye. The usual gleam of the magic stones scattered by the hundreds. After a moment of thought, he decided to lower his skeletal hand and fill it with them, collecting them. Open your mouth and let these in. The lights representing their eyes lit up and the characteristic violet color of those stones appeared in the empty sockets. He screamed loudly, causing the entire floor and several around it to shake. The White Palace cracked. The dungeon knows that the current adventurers have become weak beings, whispered a gloomy voice, belonging to a certain thin-hooded stranger. He fled from there in a hurry, looking for help and thus being able to inform Urano-sama of what was happening in the depths of the dungeon. But the ebony beast detected it. Bam. 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 He ran in that direction, following him. Along the way, he crushed thousands of monsters without even flinching. It was similar to what a human feels when they crush ants without even flinching. He stretched out his skeletal foot, bringing it down quickly where Fells watched, terrified. Dust and debris flew, making it impossible to observe what had happened. Valentine's Day special. In the dungeon. Floor 27. Firebolt. A certain white-haired rabbit shouted. Boom. 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 3 scarlet rays shot out from his palm after naming that chantless magic. 3 horse-like monsters with blue manes and fins suffered the impact and consequent recoil damage. HHHH. Another scream came from the young adventurer, named Cranel. Suddenly he pulled 2 daggers from their sheaths, located at the back of his waist. Slash. 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 He stabbed the first into the back of the kelpie closest to his position and the second into its jaw so that it couldn't reach him with its mouth. He then pulled out the dagger Hestia had previously stabbed into its back and, having made room for it, stabbed it again in the same area. Grrrrrrr. A groan of pain came from the amethyst-colored beast before it turned into smoke, leaving only a magic stone on the ground. Without hesitation, Bell rushed to attack the other 2 kelpies at high speed. Slash. 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 Without measuring his irregular level 5 strength, he finished them off in the blink of an eye at the same speed with which he killed the previous prey. Boom. The bloody bodies of the blue monsters disappeared as they spat out blood due to internal damage. Faster. The rabbit shouted, quickening his pace and crossing the area of the great waterfall, waving his arms left and right at the iguazu, those small bird-like monsters that normally hang out behind the aforementioned waterfall. But for some reason, they were right there in its vicinity. However, our rabbit protagonist couldn't care less about that at this moment. Slash. 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 The iguazus, which possessed terrifying, yet astonishing, speed, could do little or nothing when they launched themselves kamikaze-like at the adventurer. The irregular human's keen senses allowed him to see the trajectory they were following and react before they could harm him. Because of this, they were sliced by the daggers, unable to stop. Bell, like a rabbit, hopped and fled, paying no attention to the dozens of magic stones falling to the ground. Bell. Wait. Welf shouted from behind, though he was ignored by the boy, who was moving further and further away from his original location. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Lucia, a member of the Está family, was breathing unevenly from the exhaustion caused by chasing the hopping rabbit. Now Bell lived up to his appearance. Don't you know what day it is today? He's obviously in a hurry to reach the surface. He got some loot from monsters to pay for it, Mikoto replied, unconcerned and simply walking with Haraham at her side. Hey? What? The brown-haired human tilted her head, confused. Lily thinks that sometimes Lucia-sama is just as stupid as Belle-sama, commented the hobbit who was collecting the magic stones scattered along the way. Huh? The adventurer of the Está family reacted to the insult. No, no, no. He has a point. Welf held his chin, looking thoughtful. Welf-sama. Don't agree with Lily-sama. The human scolded, blushing and annoyed as her cheek swelled into a pout. Belle-sama reserved the lady of plenty only for Ryuu-sama, and Harahim cleared up the doubts regarding what the white-haired man wanted to pay after obtaining money from the monster loot. Right. Valentine's Day. I have to deliver his gift to Hephaestus-sama. The Redeed shouted, remembering what an important date it was. Ah. He ran at full speed, just like Belle had minutes ago. He, too, has a woman to make happy on this day that celebrates love. Lily laughed mockingly. Aren't they supposed to be the ones receiving gifts today, and on White Day, they return the gift to the women? Mikoto asked, a little confused about the traditions. It's a little different here compared to where you and Harahim-sama come from, Lucia explained. Yes. Lily remembers that this date, at least in Arario, is for expressing your love, whether you're a woman or a man. Although of course it's not like I've ever celebrated it, the support woman's gaze darkened, her spirit sinking. I'm on the way, Ryuu. That shout echoed throughout the lower floors, from the great tree and the waterfall, interrupting Lily's poor mood. Her tone of voice echoed with excitement as well as an overwhelming desire. I think we should hurry too. Well, I doubt they'll leave any monsters in their wake. Anyone who stands between Belle and his beloved story fairy, as he calls her, will suffer death, Lucia opined, shrugging her shoulders and starting to walk toward the surface. I've missed having my captain with us these past few months, but she can't in her condition, she thought, slightly dejected. It's been approximately 3 months since Ryuu, the captain of the Está family, last entered the dungeon. And the lady of plenty. Thank you very much for letting us rent the place, Mamma Mia, Ryuu thanked, who was in the kitchen with May, the cook in charge of the establishment's food, and the aforementioned, who is the owner of the place. Not at all. Thank me when I don't charge you for it. The dwarf, unconcerned, patted the elf. Will that ever happen? The fairy asked. Ha. No, Mia let out a short laugh before giving her answer. Add the salt. Niamey, the chef, gave that instruction to the one who had been her partner months before. I'm going, Ryuu complied, taking a pinch of salt from the salt shaker and pouring it over the contents of the pan. The sound of cooking meat resounded, a sweet aroma that stimulated the taste buds came from the magic stone stove. Yes, the beautiful elf with practically blonde hair was cooking an exquisite delicacy, being supervised by the 2 cooks at the bar where she worked so that she didn't make any kind of mistake. The chocolates should be ready in 2 minutes, he whispered, slowly bending down and looking at the oven where those cocoa sweets were cooking until they hardened and it was time to take them out. Belle is very lucky, Naya, the catgirl declared, leaning on the bar next to the sink. Yeah. Look, cooking for him for what's supposed to be a romantic evening. Why did you insist on doing it? The catering comes with a venue rental, the dwarf asked a woman she considered one of her children. She didn't understand why she wanted to go out of her way for this Valentine's Day date. She, without stopping moving her hand from the handle of the pan or taking her eyes off him, spoke. I want to show Belle my love through cooking. I've improved a lot lately and I want the fruit of that effort to be tasted by the man I love. Besides, they say that love gives an exquisite seasoning to food, so I'm sure the food will taste delicious because my love for my beloved husband is immense, she replied, smiling sweetly, like a little girl in love, while on her left hand, which she used to mix the meat and the juices that seasoned it, a ring peeked out. Specifically on the ring finger of said hand. Yes, that meant she and Belle. True. Sometimes I forget they got married a couple of months ago. It was sudden, the dwarf commented. Yeah, and lately I've been feeling useless because I've been doing nothing but staying home and resting. It feels like I'm sick or in a critical condition, Ryuu said, making a face of disgust. That's why I want to do at least this for him, he added. It's not your fault, Naya. You should stay home, because before May could continue with her words of encouragement to her friend, the bar door was kicked open. I'm here. He celebrated in a certain danger, carrying several bags of groceries in his arms, so many that they covered his entire face. Sir? Why did you buy so many things? All you needed were the decorations for the chocolates, and the elf asked. But. Thank me later. Her best friend's stubbornness didn't accept any kind of complaints. She placed the paper bags filled with things on the wooden tables. She wiped her sweat and sighed, tired. It's the least I can do. This way we can keep you from pushing yourself too hard. The blonde winked at the blonde. The lively girl skipped to the kitchen. That's why it bothers me that you cooked. You should take better care of yourself, he scolded the beautiful fairy, pinching her shoulder. My options were to cook or let you do it. I want an unforgettable evening, not the last, Ryuu declared, joking. Well, not entirely. HMPH. Is that what I get for kindly offering to take care of your date's food? Sir questioned, annoyed and puffing out her cheeks. Put yourself in her shoes too, Naya. Your kitchen shouldn't even be called that, Naya. I named it a culinary aberration, Naya, May continued the joke. Mamma mia. Tell them I've improved a lot. The waitress sought help from her boss. True. At least you're not using ingredients from the dungeon anymore. However, there's a big difference between that and your food being edible, the dwarf said. Mamma mia. Sir wanted to cry at the teasing. A tear even slipped from her right eye. I'm just joking, sir. I really appreciate the help you're giving me. You're the best friend I could ever ask for. Ryuu turned to her. This moved the girl, whose eyes glazed over and she ran to hug her. Ryuu. I love you so much. As usual, the elf didn't resist. I'll always take care of you. That's why I don't want you to overexert yourself. It could harm or affect the twins in your womb. The gray-haired woman said angrily, pointing at the aforementioned area. Wait, twins? Belly. Huh? The blonde turned completely around, separating the human, and that's where it was possible to see. What? We're obviously referring to her baby bump. I'm only 3 months pregnant. I doubt going shopping counts as making an effort. In fact, pregnant or not, there's no way it poses a risk to my health or that of my children, she said, caressing her belly with both hands, where the product of her love lay resting and developing. Of course there is. What if there's an accident? I don't know, a careless civilian strike. No, you should stay safe indoors with those capable of protecting you. Sir slowly crouched down, getting within range of the expectant mother's belly, pressing her ear lightly to listen to the infants. You guys must grow big and tasty, he whispered, smiling a little strangely. What do you mean by tasty? Ryuu managed to hear that. Be powerful. Yes. I meant powerful. Being Belle's and your children, they will undoubtedly have enormous potential as adventurers, but their growth must be monitored so that they reach optimal development within you, and so that, when they are born, they will be healthy and strong children, justified the perverted goddess who was supervising the fruit of her little ritual from months ago. She won't allow anything to happen to those petals inside her best friend. Because she was sure that from there her beloved Otter would be born. Why doesn't the answer convince me? The blonde asked. I don't know. You have to imagine things. Sir whistled and looked away, avoiding eye contact. He crossed his arms behind his back. However, the elf's piercing gaze pierced the back of his neck and caused him to glance at her out of the corner of his eye, sweat dripping from his forehead in a clear sign of nervousness. That stupid goddess never changes, Mamma Mia thought. Sir has been acting strange ever since the news of my pregnancy broke. She's even stayed by my side, watching over me and giving me advice on what to do, eat, and things like that, so my babies don't suffer any problems, the elf said, remembering how attached her best friend had become to her when they found out she was pregnant. Besides, it's weird, why didn't she seem very surprised when I told her? That question arose. She never noticed that detail. Perhaps because it wasn't important at the time, given that the pregnancy warranted the couple's full attention. It won't be that. Ryuu, Naya, if you don't take the chocolates out of the oven they'll burn. Naya May broke the train of thought. The chocolates. She quickly bent down and opened the oven, taking the gloves from the counter, taking out the tray and placing it on the table. She stared at those sweets, hoping they hadn't burned. She was relieved to find that wasn't the case. He sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. They look delicious. Time to decorate them. She asked Sir for the things she went to buy. Here you go. Sir handed her several candies that could be added to the Valentine's Day chocolates. I'll watch the food. Focus on that. Mamma Mia replaced her at the stove. There wasn't much work to do, after all, just cook the meat thoroughly from the inside out. Thank you very much, Mamma Mia thanked the elf. I'll make the salad. Naya May wanted to participate. You won't do anything. Both cook silenced Sir. HMPH. Cruel. You're so cruel to me. She reproached them, feeling offended by the treatment she had received. And, thanks to such a sudden change of subject, Sir's issue regarding her lack of surprise when she found out about her best friend's pregnancy was put to rest and perhaps would never be brought up again. The minutes passed naturally. Her husband's arrival would soon be here. Ryuu put the chocolates, which looked really appetizing, into a heart-shaped box, which he would give to the rabbit. She also served the plates of food that were still steaming as they had barely come out of the pan. The aroma inside the bar was really delicious and the atmosphere was warm. Remember, no lovemaking here. You won't tarnish my business, the site manager said, leaving. There's no way I can do that. Ryuu shouted. That silly rabbit better not be late. Naya. That dish should be eaten hot. Naya. May seemed angry at Belle's delay. Food should be enjoyed when it's freshly prepared. See you, Ryuu. Good luck with your evening. Sir said goodbye, following the other two. As if by fate, the door was knocked on shortly after the three women left. She stood up and opened the door. It was Belle. "Isn't it too late? Am I still on time, beautiful woman?" he asked, agitated but still with that relieved smile on his face. "You came at the right moment, my love," the blonde declared, wrapping her arms behind the young man's neck. He placed his hands on his wife's waist. "Really? Isn't there a reward for punctuality?" the white-haired man asked mischievously, bringing his face closer to hers. "Fufu, of course," Ryuu replied, and first they kissed. After that brief union, they separated. First. Then they kissed again. First. They kissed briefly. They parted their lips. And then. First. They were brought together for the fourth time. This trend continued. They joined their mouths and separated until. "I love you," they confessed. At the same time, just like before. Ryuu hugged him, closing his arms behind the young man's neck and reducing the distance between them. Belle held her hips, pulling her closer to him. First. He kissed her again, but unlike the previous times, this time the time between them lasted almost 30 seconds, forcing him to catch his breath and continue. "Is that enough reward for you?" the blonde asked, her gaze lost in him. Maybe just one more," he whispered, and first. They kissed for the millionth time. "Fufu, we better go inside, or we'll spend this Valentine's Day kissing." Ryuu separated, letting out a giggle at how immersed they were in that romantic aura. "Your wish is my command," replied the rabbit, entering and closing the door behind him. When he turned around, he found his beloved wife inches away from him, her arms outstretched and holding a heart-shaped box. "Are Ryuu?" he asked but was interrupted. "Belle. You brought joy to this life, which was darkened by one of the worst periods I've ever been through. Despite being broken into a million pieces, you put me back together and allowed me to return to who I should never have stopped being. You believed in me when I didn't even know I was. You took care of me when I didn't even want to. You protected me when all I wanted most was to die. And, if that weren't enough, you made me the luckiest woman in the world, the woman who can proudly call herself your wife. I can be with a man I love and have him love me back. I never imagined such a level of happiness in my life until you came along and lit up my existence and turned my world upside down. And now we're expecting 2 beautiful children whom we will love very much. My life is happy. Thanks to you the pain of the past disappeared. Thanks to you I can smile sincerely for you and look forward to the future because I know that you'll be there with me." Ryuu's beautiful smile as she said that lit up her white face. That smile reflected how much she had to go through and what she achieved by holding on a little longer thanks to the man in front of her. And for that she will always be grateful. For that she will always love him. "I love you, my beloved, brave, and foolish hero. I love you. Happy Valentine's Day," she concluded, shedding small tears of joy. And she wasn't the only one. Belle took the chocolate from his beloved's hands and placed it on the table near him. And puff. He hugged her. "Seriously, I couldn't ask for a better wife or greater happiness. Thank you for this, thank you for everything. I have a million things to thank you for, but I'll summarize it in just one." His face, which was resting on the shoulder of the static woman, separated and rested inches from Ryuu's. "Thank you for coming into my life. I love you, Ryuu," she confessed, smiling hugely and shedding small tears of complete happiness. "I love you, Belle, I love you," the elf replied, burying her face in her beloved's chest. From there she could hear how fast his heart was beating. "I promised you, didn't I?" the white-haired man whispered. "I swore that with me you will only cry from happiness," he added. A certain warmth originated in his back. A feeling familiar to him. "And I will do my best so that we can share that feeling," Ryuu answered, holding her beloved's hand. Slowly they approached again. The closeness of his lips. It was clear what was coming next. The touch between the reddish and soft lips was not long in coming. The delicacy with which they joined reflected the purity of their love and the strength within it. "First. Let's continue being Felicita together, love," the elf murmured as she momentarily broke away from the kiss to take a breath. "Your wish is my command, my love," Belle replied. And, on that special day, their love grew to greater levels. Valentine's Day unites hearts that already love each other. And both of them were no exception. Ryuu has experienced hundreds of sad moments in her life. However, she wouldn't change a thing about it because each one of those moments brought her here. "If I were to change anything from the past, it would be being able to meet Belle sooner and thus share more time loving each other." The beautiful fairy who slowly opened her wings thanks to her beloved and flew on the path of happiness is achieving her own happiness. After several minutes, the silence was finally broken. It's better if we have dinner," May said. "It tastes better hot." Ryuu remembered that she had put in a lot of effort into cooking those dishes. She also remembered that Mamma Mia had told her not to do anything strange at the bar. And if the couple's feelings continued to come out, she wouldn't be able to stop it. "Oh, of course it smells delicious," Belle agreed, scratching the back of his neck. The two went to sit down, but not before. Ryuu Bell named her. Yes. She answered the call. We'll be a great family, he said out of the blue. I will strive to provide the best possible life for our children and for you. I promise, he added to the shocked elf. She just smiled. Yes, I know. You always keep your promises, she declared, trusting him. Yes, that's how it will be, the white-haired man answered, and it's his back. In your state. A new unbreakable desire had been created. A new reason to grow. A new reason to keep fighting. So, mentally, he made an oath. I wish I could protect and bring happiness to my children and wife. After that, the couple's evening continued as planned. They had their long-awaited Valentine's Day, sharing time and space with their loved ones. After all, isn't that what this day is all about? Chapter 25. Change of plans. The next morning. At the fireplace mansion. I'm sorry, Lucia, we can't take you, Bell declared, shaking his head at the dejected young woman. Why? I've improved a lot in the last few days. The girl in question justified herself. The expedition is in the deep floors, and Ryuu intervened, slightly uncomfortable remembering the events that occurred in that place some time ago. They don't want to put you at risk. It's very dangerous, my girl, Está added, sitting across from her daughter. Both the rabbit and the fairy nodded, confirming what the deity had said. They were perfectly aware of how dangerous that place was. They didn't doubt the abilities of the newest member of the Está familia, but if the dungeon itself is a place fraught with risks, coupled with the bad luck of the hestia familia, which is always present in situations where irregulars are born and other types of calamities that, if listed, would take all day. On the deeper floors it is much worse and more unpredictable. Even we aren't well prepared for that journey. We received a tremendous amount of help last time, and that's why we're still alive, Welf explained, crossing his arms and frowning. The Hestia familia's first expedition, while successful, had lingered. I understand, Lucia whispered, her head down. Elle and Ryuu, who were behind her, placed their hands on the young woman's shoulders, seeking to comfort her. Don't take on more than you can handle. I know you're trying to prove you're strong and feel out of step with this family full of monsters and brave adventurers. But we all must go at our own pace. Each of us started at the bottom and worked our way up. As your captain, no, as your friend, I ask that you don't let yourself down. You'll be very strong because you have the determination. It's just a matter of honing it, the blonde declared, smiling at her. She cared for the newest member of the Está family, just as allies and the rest of her former companions did for her. I want to be as good as you, allies, the elf thought, recalling the Redeed's talent and leadership, who inspired confidence in those around her. She aspired to reach that level. Lily agrees that many of us aren't ready yet. But it was the right thing to do. Those damned blood-sucking guild parasites don't care about the safety of the adventurers. They just want to line their pockets. The hobbit raised her voice, irritated, clenching her fist as her eyes lit up. Not literally, of course. It's her anger again, Lily don't know. Makoto grabbed the little girl, calming her as she kicked. She seemed used to this. Maybe it wasn't the first time she'd done it. As that scene unfolded, Hestia called out to her family captain, pulling him away from the spotlight. Is something wrong, Kami-sama? Bella asked, whispering to her. The way the goddess tried to hide this matter suggested it should be handled discreetly. It's about the Xenos. Uranus wants to talk to you, replied the pigtailed Decide, taking a letter from between her breasts and handing it to her son. Hey Kami-sama, I'm not going to take that. Why didn't you put it in your pocket? Said the white-haired man, blushing, looking away and slowly pushing the black-haired woman's hand so that she wouldn't bring that paper closer to him. You're exaggerating, just grab it. Besides, these clothes don't have pockets, Hestia complained, insisting. I can't if it came out of there. Justified the embarrassed rabbit, who dodged his goddess's attempts to give him that extremely important letter. Suddenly, a dark aura emanating from behind them sent a chill down their spine, halting that silly circus act that drew attention, just what they didn't want. What's that, dear? Ryuu asked, smiling at him. His right eyebrow twitched, expressing the control of his anger. She wasn't stupid, and her level 5 senses weren't just for show. She heard the conversation perfectly. She just wanted her beloved to confirm the facts so she wouldn't kill him for secretly flirting with the goddess he clearly wants with him and who has been slowly, though actively, trying to win him over and tempt him with those enormous breasts that sway from side to side every time she runs to greet him after he returns from the dungeon or wherever he goes. Despite the fact that she's practically tied Bell to her, she's still insecure about the other girls around him, considering them a latent threat. They both turned around, staring at her and pressing their backs against the wall of the room they were in. Hestia swallowed. I doubt you'll ever be able to cheat on him, he said. Don't make things worse, Kami-sama. He claimed. Unfaithful? What do you mean, Bell? The blonde's dull blue eyes focused on her boyfriend, who jumped in fright and tried to back away. Too bad there was no way out, since his back was already hitting the edge of the room, aka the wall. Está approached Hestia, crouching down to speak into her ear. "Stop joking now and report what happened or my daughter will be left without a husband and you without a son," advised a brown-haired deity, regaining her posture after this. Ugh, Hestia lamented, wanting to know the outcome of that harmless joke. He sighed deeply and picked up the letter. "This is what it's about," he revealed. "What is that, Hestia-sama?" Ryuu asked. Irano-sama Lily recognized the seal on the letter. The pigtailed goddess nodded. "Looks like the expedition just got complicated. As if going to the deep floors wasn't enough," he said. Everyone looked at each other. The elf took the envelope and opened it. Hey. That's meant for my family. Yours shouldn't interfere." Hestia reprimanded, wanting to snatch it away. However, the fairy stopped her, reaching out to hold her head back. Ryuu's face changed progressively as the reading progressed. He frowned and his eyes narrowed, giving the rest of the audience a bad feeling. "Ryuu-sama, is it something bad?" Haraham questioned. "The dungeon 37th floor, irregular," Ryuu muttered, sweating cold. "What?" The sheet was handed to the boy, who read it quickly. The white-haired man's expression of terror frightened everyone. The White Palace was completely destroyed. The person responsible is unknown. However, it's suspected to be an illegal attacker, he reported. "How is that possible?" "Lily knows the White Palace is filled with monsters. However, none of them are capable of causing such damage, not even the Udius, the monster Rex," Lilaruka commented, trembling. "If it was only a monster who caused such damage, then it was far beyond his control and ability. Those who should be in charge of this job are higher-ranking adventurers. The Loki or Freya families, for example," Welf said, holding his chin. "That's not the worst of it. If the damage is as extensive as the letter suggests," then the blonde hesitated. Her legs were shaking, and her voice was slowly trailing off. "The Juggernaut must have spawned by now," Bell added, completing what his partner was saying as he approached her. The terror on her face was the clue he needed to understand what she was feeling. "Calm down, okay? I'm with you," he whispered in her ear, holding her hand. She breathed slowly, calming her heart rate. "I'm fine now, thank you very much, love," he replied, thanking her for the support which, even if it was small, helped him a lot. "Juggernaut?" Lucia asked. "When I studied at the guild, I read the description of the monsters of the deep floors. I don't recall one with that name," the human reported, surprised that this was the first time she'd heard of such a monster that instilled fear in the captain of her family. Está and Ryuu looked at each other briefly, nodding afterward. "There's no information about him in the guild. Few of us know him, and even fewer of us live to tell of our encounter with that calamity," Ryuu revealed, interlacing his fingers with the rabbits. "That thing was the one who murdered the entire former Está family. We were ambushed by remnants of Evilus, who set a trap for us and destroyed a very large portion of the dungeon floor where we were. And, following this, a sharp scream came from the depths. Then the walls opened, tearing apart everything around them. In the blink of an eye, that thing was already pointing in our direction, ready to murder, tear apart, or dismember anything that moved even a millimeter," he added. As the words continued, the memories of that fateful day returned. "I was the only survivor," she finished, pretending to hold her boyfriend's hand, who didn't complain at all. It was time for him to speak and tell his version, although the brunette was already scared enough to continue. "I know him because I also had to face him alongside her. Same story, we were ambushed by an adventurer belonging to the former Rudder family, which was closely associated with Evilus. That man was seeking revenge against Ryuu, and I got caught up in it. I can only say that he's the second strongest opponent I've ever had to face," Bell summarized the experience. There was no point in unnecessarily lengthening the story, considering that it was buried in the past. There's no floor where it naturally emerges. It only comes when required. It's the dungeon's defense system. "But there's something that's making me uneasy," the elf held her chin, her brow furrowing. "I think I understand what you mean," the rabbit agreed, as if it weren't necessary to exchange information to understand each other. "If it's supposedly an irregular who destroyed the White Palace, that means the involvement of adventurers, much less the birth of the Juggernaut, can't be possible. The dungeon itself is responsible," the blonde expressed her theory. Bell resumed reading. "Perhaps he missed some important detail. Bell don't know. If the expedition has just gotten more complicated, wouldn't it be better to delay it? I know we'll probably get fined, but Mikoto wanted to reason with the family captain, although—" "No, we have to comply with it," interrupted the boy. "What? Bell. You just read what it says. It's dangerous." Hestia raised her voice. "Yes, Bell-sama. Don't be silly. This work is too much for us." Lily agreed with the pigtailed goddess, which is rare for that pair. "It says here that Fels went to investigate the cry in the dungeon and hasn't returned or communicated. Uranus doesn't want us to fight. The mission is to search for Fels or any sign that he's still alive, the young man explained seriously, lowering the sheet of paper and finishing reading. He turned the letter over so everyone could see it. They're maps of secret passages in the deep floors. This was Fels' last contact with Uranus. He pointed to a dimly glowing red dot. It's the Oculus signal, isn't it? The red-haired blacksmith asked, looking closely. That area is Ryuu recognized that area on the map. Yes, the Colosseum, the white-haired man confirmed the elf's suspicions. Let me have that map, Bel-sama. I'll try to plot the best route for this mission. I know you well enough to know that we'll accept this mission even if it risks our lives. Lily snatched the plans of the 37th floor from her captain, expressing her dissatisfaction with the decision Bel was about to make, but supporting him as always. It's about Fels. He's helped us many times. Besides, it's a direct request from Uranus-sama. And I know it's less important and we shouldn't worry about it, however, they will pay us. The rabbit, who was giving the reasons why the participation of the Hestia familiar in the rescue of the Xenos was vital, was interrupted by a scream. 50 million Valis. The support's eyes glittered internally. Signs of that mess appeared in place of the iris. Wow. That's a lot of money for what's supposed to be a simple reconnaissance and rescue mission. The dark-haired Oriental woman glanced at the part where the reward was revealed. Makoto-sama, those kinds of comments are a bad omen, Harahim said. Phrases like "it couldn't be worse" or "simple mission" have always been providers of difficulties in the Hestia family. While the rest were discussing the reward, Bel and Ryuu were chatting. It's very dangerous. Even if we were provided with those plans, it's too risky considering what we're up against and the lack of knowledge of that irregular mentioned. Even if we rule out the latter, the location is the Colosseum and no one, apart from the two of us and Aisha, is prepared, the elf whispered, clenching her fist in frustration. I know. Love, this mission is only for our family. I don't want you to get involved in the rabbit's shirt collar was tugged, stopping that statement in its tracks. You won't leave me out of this. From the moment I decided to join your life, any situation, good or bad, I'll share it with you. So I'm in, the blonde smiled, revealing that she has no intention of staying out of this journey. Awesome, my girlfriend is really awesome, Bel celebrated internally, amazed by how awesome Ryuu was when she adopted that side of a determined woman who supports the man she loves. You have no idea how much I love you right now, said the boy. Huh? Why are you saying this so suddenly? The elf asked, blushing. I just wanted to say it, the rabbit replied, gently stroking her hand. Moo. It's embarrassing that we're doing this in public. The blonde complained, standing up and shouting at him, completely blushing at her future husband's flirtatious behavior. But Ryuu, there's no one here anymore. Bel showed him the room emptying as the pair of lovebirds whispered their thoughts to each other. Both children and gods left, going to different destinations related to the people they would support on the upcoming expedition, abandoning them. When did everyone leave? Ryuu tilted her head in surprise. She didn't notice that only he and she remained there or when the rest of them left. She definitely ignores the rest of the world when she's with Bel. We're left alone here in my room, so the rabbit whispered, placing the fingers of his right hand under his beloved's chin, lifting it and preparing to kiss her while placing his left hand on top of her cheek. The elf offered little to no resistance. On the contrary, she leaned on her lover's hand. She wanted to hold it closer and have more skin contact. With no one watching, she felt safe acting flirtatious and receiving the caresses she so craves. He wore a wishful expression, knowing what was coming. That was the sign. Despite the boy's inexperience in relationships, he managed to understand the subtle signs that marked the pace of his beloved's desires. Their lips approached at a leisurely pace, enjoying the moment, and… first. They kissed briefly. They parted their lips. And then… first. They brought them together for the second time. This trend continued until… Shuastri peeked out from the door that wasn't completely closed, drawing the pair's attention, who quickly separated, moving away from each other. Aestri-sama. Her daughter named her. Ignore me and continue with what you were about to do, the brunette asked politely, without taking her eyes off the scene. As if that were possible. We won't do anything you think. We'll just kiss. Ryuu cried, embarrassed. TCH. You're ruining my fun. And just as sudden was the presence of the goddess, so was her farewell. Ham. The daughter of the Estri family threw a pillow in that direction, cracking the door, even though the thrown object was soft. Sorry, Bel finally spoke, apologizing. Pig, just because we've climbed to that level doesn't mean it will always be like this, the bride answered, massively red, blowing smoke from her head and ears, which were really red all the way to the tips. I'm sorry, it's like a deep-seated instinct has awakened. Also, the white-haired man apologized. I want us to fulfill your dream, he added. Ryuu turned to him, confused. My dream? He asked, wanting to know what she meant. Why you can't have 3 children if you don't try, the boy confessed, scratching the back of his neck and avoiding eye contact. That sound came out of the couple's mouths. Huff. The temperature of his face increased exponentially. Why, you fool. It doesn't have to be so soon. We have a lifetime to worry about this. She shouted vehemently, on the verge of exploding from grief and nervousness. Sorry. You're right. It's my fault. Bell apologized, being shaken by the collar of his shirt, feeling dizzy from the accelerated pace at which he was pulled and pushed. Ryuu let go, letting him fall, his eyes turning into whirlpools. Our relationship is moving so fast I don't know how to react. You're the first and only person I've ever fallen in love with and will ever fall in love with. I gave you my heart, my body, and my soul. Is this what love feels like? Aren't we making a mistake by rushing things too quickly? Won't you get tired of me? Thousands of questions arose in the girl's mind and were expressed as they appeared. My love, I told you in Riviera, and I'll tell you again. Bell stood up with difficulty, staggering from the dizziness, but without slowing down his pace to where the hesitant girl was. I love you, and that will never change. It's impossible for me to get tired of you because, for me, every day by your side is the best day in the world. Being by your side only makes my life happier, and it's a feeling I'll never get enough of. He gently grabbed her hands as he said that. He didn't know exactly where to look because he saw 3 Ryuu. The one in the middle will be, he said to himself before taking the next step. The white-haired man placed his palms on the sides of his girlfriend's face. Ryuu's heart rate increased word by word and a lump formed in his throat. There was no doubt about it, he was falling deeper in love. She felt the warmth that her beloved skin transmitted to her. I love you, my beautiful fairy tale, he concluded, kissing her. First. The girl's body relaxed and she shared the kiss. Their lips crushed together and their tongues entered each other's mouths. That lustful kiss, which was a far cry from the first one they shared weeks ago when they made their relationship official, progressed until they had to break it to breathe. Their breathing was labored and their gazes were eager to continue. However. Shua Wild Estrie made her appearance again. You didn't say you wouldn't do anything, he whispered, smiling. Estrie Sama. The blonde shouted and the goddess disappeared again. The pair straightened their wrinkled clothes. Ryuu tousled the strands of his disheveled hair. When the latter spoke. Why yes. Bell asked him to continue. When the expedition is over we can try again. Control yourself until then, please, he said, putting his index fingers together and avoiding eye contact. Hi, the rabbit nodded repeatedly. The elf left the room belonging to her partner, leaving him alone. He threw himself onto the bed, covering his face with his hands. Grandpa, now more than ever I understand perfectly what you told me about women. It's because of that I can't control myself. He thought, blaming the old man who looked after him as a child. You are really adorable, Ryuu. I love you, he confessed to the air, with a wide smile from ear to ear. At the Azal pharmacy. With Lily. And that's how things are. Lily came to explain the change of plans regarding the expedition. It's already up to Cassandra Sama and Daphne Sama if they accept. After several minutes, the hobbit finished explaining to the 2 female members of the Maich family, who had initially been invited to join the next expedition group, just like the previous time. Having received this information directly from the god of Arario, Uranus Sama, they had to make it known to everyone involved in the expedition, and that included the blue-haired and red-haired women. Taking them without telling them about the special situation would be a lie and could damage the relationship the families had and put their lives at risk, something they clearly didn't want. Besides, they already knew about the Xenos and kept it secret without asking for anything in return, so they were trustworthy. Daphne grabbed her chin, gritting her teeth. 50 million valis is undoubtedly a huge amount. But the risk is very high. I don't trust any mission that has the word unknown in the specifications. Not being aware of the dangers faced in the dungeon is practically suicidal, considering how unpredictable and ever-changing it can be, the girl commented. Experience spoke volumes. Cassandra, did you have any visions about what's coming? She asked her visibly worried and silent companion, who was surprised by the question. Vision. Why you're asking me? The blue-haired girl hesitated. Yes. I promise to trust your judgment and not to dismiss those premonitions of yours as silly dreams. So tell me, is there anything regarding this expedition? He asked, revealing his sudden interest in what she had to say or think. Cassandra smiled and a small tear of joy slid down her exposed eye. Thank you, Daphne. She hugged her best friend. It's what she'd always wanted. For them to believe in those premonitions that had been so often ignored. Hey. Come out and answer. The Redite exclaimed, demanding the answer to the question posed to the crying member of the Maich family. You two are a case in point, the family god said, happy to see the scene. Fufu, Naza laughed. Ever since that pair appeared, things have been going well for the pharmacy. Their union was unexpected, but she was incredibly grateful to fate for having brought them together. After the redeed separated the blue-haired girl, the previously posed question regarding their possible fate on this mysterious and unknown journey could finally be answered. This morning, before waking up, all I could see was a pile of bones writhing on the ground while two white lights enveloped it, slowly consuming it as the flames of hell burned everything in their path. The palace will fall, and she explained, trying to remember every detail of that apparent nightmare. Curiously, despite the fact that it was that, she didn't look scared or anything like that. And the screams will subside, having passed the test imposed by force on the monsters. This will be the prelude before the attack of the Eye of Chaos is unleashed, which will return to claim what belonged to it long ago and take revenge on those who removed it from its throne, he finished. The image of a furious violet eye, covered in fire of the same color, appeared in his subconscious, causing trembling in every area of his body. The imposing figure against the light of heroism is a battle that cannot be avoided and from which only one will survive, he added, swallowing. If the mother dies, hope too, we must prevent that from happening, or else the hope of victory will be null, he concluded. Lily, Daphne, Maich and Naza looked thoughtful, interpreting the clearly apocalyptic vision. The Eye of Chaos, what does that mean? The last of them questioned. You say that after the bones are consumed, there will be peace. That means it's a mission we clearly can't avoid if we wish to appease the dungeon's fury. The friend of the girl with the premonitions held her chin. She was already considering accepting because it benefits them in the long run. Why yes, but there's also the possibility that I misinterpreted what I saw, Cassandra warned. Lily believes that, considering the family's fate, it will be anything but simple. The hobbit sighed heavily. Trouble was a daily occurrence when the Hestia family deigned to explore the dungeon. I can't deny that. That's why I try to pursue every possible approach. The previous expedition nearly killed us, and I don't want to repeat that experience, Daphne replied, gritting her teeth, frustrated that a resolution was taking so long to come to. The blue-haired girl pulled her sleeve, getting her attention. Come on, I don't want to continue witnessing the pain of others without doing anything. We too must do our part so that the world can have its happy ending, she expressed, smiling full of confidence and with a challenging look that didn't express a hint of doubt, something rare in her, who normally behaves fearfully when faced with the unknown. Cassandra Sama agreed. She's tied up, Daphne Sama. She celebrated, raising her arms, feeling victorious. She obviously didn't expect convincing them to be easy. However, in the end, it worked out perfectly. Ugh, okay. We're in. Just tell us what day we're leaving, the Redeed replied. Lily scratched the back of her neck. Tomorrow, right? Maich wanted to confirm his assumption. Yes, Lily regrets that the notice was only given to them now. It's Urano-sama's fault. She bowed, apologizing for the short notice. I'll prepare the potions. Relying solely on Cassandra and Lion's healing magic is risky in situations where magic will be required. The deep floors are no game, and I assume you're aware of that, Naza said. The trio of adventurers gave each other a quick glance. Well, I'll see you at your headquarters first thing tomorrow morning. I suppose having 2 level 5s and 1 level 4 in the group should make it easier, he told Daphne. Don't raise any red flags, Daphne-sama. Those words must not be spoken. The support demanded vehemently. Saying such things only brings bad luck. You're exaggerating. I'm just saying that the deep floors shouldn't be that difficult if that rabbit-like monster is on our side. Stop tempting your luck, Daphne-sama. Now we'll surely end up fighting a floor boss. Maybe the Udius. Lilaruka's angry screams hinted at her frustration. Her experience with the Hestia Familia has turned her into a very superstitious girl. And how could she not be? Every time they touch the dungeon, a booking irregular is born ready to kill them. She still remembers the Minotaur from months ago. While that scandalous scene was taking place, Cassandra was smiling. The white rabbit and the beautiful fairy will light up the world, he thought, repeating the part of his dream that keeps coming back. His visions long ago ceased to depict sad, desolate, and woeful futures. He has no doubt that this is a good omen of what awaits humanity. However, there was only one thing that worried him. The captive Earth and the time we cannot escape will test them against their will by a superior force that absorbs and consumes them little by little out of mere selfishness, although I am sure they will manage to overcome it. The internal conversation ended. Chimney Mansion. Ryuu walked through the halls of the enormous headquarters, holding her lover's hand. They were both headed to an unknown location. The desolate mansion, a result of the mobilization of members of the Hestia and Está families, allowed them to go wherever they wanted without interruption. They advanced in silence, passing dozens of doors. In the distance, one could be seen at the end of the corridor, right in front of them. It was decorated with lights and emitted a faint flickering glow from beneath it. The elf glanced at the rabbit, who simply nodded and tightened his grip on her hand, demonstrating his support for whatever she did. She sighed and smiled slightly, calming down. Her heart, which had been beating at an alarming rate, relaxed. The doorknob turned, opening it and allowing passage into the room. The two of them got in there. "We regret the intrusion," they said in unison, apologizing for the sudden visit. Unfortunately, no response was received. However, this didn't seem to surprise them. They seemed accustomed to this routine, which was unfamiliar to readers. They walked around the room until they came to the wall in front of their noses. There was a kind of altar filled with photos and drawings of people unknown to the white-haired man. At least in terms of having seen them in person. Because he'd heard a billion stories his beloved told him, each one touching on the subject of those, or rather, women, present at the altar. They knelt before the altar, but not before relighting the white candles that were placed at the ends. Bell took a lighter-like device out of his pocket, with which he lit a flame and shared the fire with the candle wick, rekindling them. "If all goes well, we'll be off to jail first thing tomorrow morning," he said, putting the device in his pocket. Ryuu nodded his head up and down, confirming it. "I know. That's why we're here. There's no way I'm going to the dungeon without first paying tribute to my friends," she replied, placing some flowers she'd bought minutes earlier from a florist she'd known for a while, named Anna Clays, on the floor, right under the aforementioned photos and drawings. They clasped their hands, pressing the tips to their faces without making contact, and remained silent, expressing the greatest respect to the deceased members of the Está family. Ryuu suddenly opened his eyes and lowered his arms. "Alice. Pagaya. Lara. Get out. Mary. About. Come. That. Rihanna. Seltz." She named each and every one of the girls for whom that altar in her memory had been erected. There was no way, after so many years, she would forget the names of her friends, her family. He has every detail of them in his mind. You. Expressions. Happy moments. Sad. Their last minutes together. She had to bear that heavy burden as the only survivor of that tragic day, which has gradually ceased to torment her. "Please join me and bless me on this upcoming journey. Also, give your support to my new family, to my new loved ones," he asked. He bowed his head in a dog-ease position to increase the level of supplication and respect in his demand. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This future. This possibility of doing things right. I promise I won't let you down. Allies Kagaya Lyra, I will continue forward, upholding the justice that you instilled in me. But you did not allow to perish, nor will it, because it is the only way I find to give back to you all that you gave me." Small tears spilled from her eyes. They were no longer produced by sadness or regret, but by melancholy. "I'm happy. As you wanted it to be." He stood up slowly, straightening his back and taking Belle's hand, who until then had remained silent. "He may be stupid, no, he's very stupid. Sometimes carefree. It scares me a lot. Sometimes jealousy." Ryuu, the white-haired man, tried to stop the attacks on his person without any success since the beautiful fairy ignored him. "He also gets into a lot of risky situations without asking how I feel first. An idiot who doesn't even stop for a second to think about what I want. I know I can't deny it," but Belle felt uncomfortable. "Still, I love him for all those things and more," the elf added. "If I weren't stupid, I wouldn't have been saved from the clutches of hatred and revenge." That's where the explanation began. "If I weren't careless enough to walk the fine line between bravery, I wouldn't have survived the dark flame that consumed me. If it weren't for those scares, I wouldn't realize I was actually still alive, and thanks to them, I can better enjoy the happy moments, which have been numerous lately." Ryuu, Belle named her, moved. "The fact that I feel jealous when he interacts with other girls is proof of how much I love him. If he hadn't gotten into so much trouble without considering my feelings, it's very likely that, on that day when history was about to repeat itself, I wouldn't have fallen more and more in love with him. This foolish hero I love is the one who gives me happiness, who gave new meaning to my life, who taught me how to live it again. And if it weren't for you, none of this would be possible. That's why I have to add it to the things you've given me, girls. I have to add it to the millions of reasons to be grateful to you." She turned to her side, where Belle was staring at her with a comforting smile that radiated warmth. That smile that saved her. "Belle, thank you for existing," she declared, showing her teeth in that huge smile that went from ear to ear, her slightly flushed cheeks from the brief cry from before glowing faintly. "Thank you for choosing me," he added. "And girls, I'm still in your care," he concluded, looking at the photo in which the entire Está family was together. A gentle breeze blew through the windows, gently stirring the curtains and blowing the air toward the altar, where the flames, thanks to the oxygen, were revived. The flower petals fell off the flowers, scattering on the white ground. "Maybe you don't know. Maybe he'll never find out. But that family she lost will never abandon her. Because they will always accompany her. They will always protect that little elf who only seeks her own happiness after so much suffering." 10 silhouettes appeared in the sky near dusk. Each one belonged to one of the girls. Previously only 9 were presented. Until finally allies joined them, returning to the people she loves after the battle at Nos where she lost herself. Denkai works in mysterious ways. So it's not unreasonable to believe that those who dedicated their lives to doing good enjoy the pleasures of the gods as a reward for their constant efforts, watching over their loved ones who still remain alive and waiting to finally be reunited with them after they breathe their last. Be happy, silly elf, take good care of our little girl, rabbit. There was no one to hear that. But that wasn't necessary. In the dungeon. Unknown floor. A rocky throne occupied by a mysterious figure watched closely the events inside the dungeon from what appeared to be a head. Its eyes lit up, conveying past and future. That strange silhouette leaned forward, curious about something it saw. Only one path will bring hope. Interesting, she whispered. A smile spread across her lips, which she licked eagerly. Death produces despair. Life ends when death reaches it. Therefore, life is plagued with hopelessness. In the giant eye appeared a sea of purple flames consuming everything in its path. Will you be able to rise in the face of adversity, my little children? Or will my other children triumph again? Or she, who lives in despair after billions of years of existence imprisoned there, she only wished to finally free herself from the bonds that her own actions caused. Prepare well. Because his arrival is inevitable, he concluded, looking at the adventurers inside the dungeon. Will they be able to bring me hope again? Will they be able to free me? Because as long as he lives and this place holds me captive, I'll only serve as a source of energy. The battery. She turned her head to the right to see huge red eyes staring at her intently without blinking. I don't know when everything got out of control, he whispered, feeling enormous pain while that throne consumed his life. It consumed the immortal life of the mother deity of everything and everyone. The dungeon was raging. The dungeon was crying. The first son in the world did not want to die at the hands of his brothers. I trust you, bellcranel Ryuu lion, he finished. The head's eyes projected the backs of both heroes, each of whom would light up the world. However, what will happen? There are so many decisions in the midst of the happy ending that could alter the outcome. Well, it's up to both of them to determine which path to follow. Meanwhile, a god sitting on his throne was pondering. His face expressed deep concern and longing. I promised to save you, he whispered with that hoarse voice that characterized him. Where have you been, Fels? Did you get the information I asked for? He asked. As he offered his prayers to appease the wrath of the dungeon, his mind could only think of one person and his mouth could only say one name. G. He lowered his head and continued. Chapter 26. We begin an adventure. It was a quiet morning in the sprawling city of Ryuu, the sun's rays just beginning to peek over the distant horizon, lending warmth and light to everything within reach. Few souls were in a state of activity at such an early hour, a rare occurrence considering how busy the city was from the very beginning. Far from the city center where the gigantic Tower of Babel was located, there was a large mansion, which was the seat of two families, that of the goddess Hestia, who was practically the owner of it, and that of the goddess Está, who was kindly received by the first of them after her return to Ryuu after 7 long years. In the courtyard of this very place, several adventurers were preparing to set off on an adventure. Little preparation and unknown dangers awaited them in the lion's den, or in this case, at the bottom of the dungeon. Is everything ready, Beldono? Asked Mikoto, wearing an outfit similar to the one she'd worn on her first joint expedition with the Hestia Familia months before. Her neck was surrounded by a thin blue fabric, while 2 swords of considerable length rested on her back. One of them was a metallic blue color and seemed to emanate icy vapor. It was undoubtedly a magical sword. She addressed her words to the young white-haired boy, who acted as the captain, by name, of the Hestia family, since each and every one of those present was aware that he, or rather, the true leader, was none other than the grumpy little hobbit with a gigantic backpack on her thin shoulders. Just a few details regarding the potions need to be sorted out. I hope Daphne and Cassandra don't take too long to arrive, Belle replied, looking worried and looking in the direction the 2 girls were supposedly coming from. The Oriental nodded and separated from him, going to where her former family mates, Aoka and Chigusa, were located. Hey old man, where's Ryuu? Now it was Welf who expressed his doubts towards the red-eyed rabbit. Elle turned to him, extremely concerned with a grimace that reflected some distrust. She's with Astri-sama and Kami-sama. Since last night, after our date, she's been acting strange. She barely slept at all last night. She told me her head was hurting, which was making her nauseous and dizzy. I don't know what her condition is. I suggested taking her to Ermit or Naza, but she flatly refused, insisting it was just temporary and that I shouldn't worry about it, he replied, elaborating on what was bothering him. And after the appointment with the Lady of Plenty, she presented the symptoms described above, so much so that neither she nor Belle, her partner, could properly sleep because the young elf suffered from pain and palpitations in her brain. She woke up several times to go to the bathroom and vomit. Each time, Belle accompanied her, holding her hair until her nausea subsided. Without being disgusted or anything like that, she only focused on taking care of her beloved during this difficult and unknown time. Just before the expedition, it's as if the gods told us to avoid entering the dungeon. The red-haired blacksmith held his chin thoughtfully and made that comment. I think that's why Ryuu avoids giving it importance, even though it's affecting her health. I don't understand what could have made her sick. We haven't done anything that could be considered dangerous, unless the boy's mind wandered, and the more details he looked for about their last days together, the more her pale skin color took on a reddish color identical to that of her eyes. It seems you remembered something interesting, Cranel. Would you mind sharing it with the rest? A seductive voice resoldiered, emphasizing the name of the aforementioned and expressing curiosity, causing the boy to jump, putting himself on alert. It was about Aisha Belka, the Amazon who is part of the Hermes family, although most are unaware of the role she plays there, since she almost never follows the orders of this god, this being one of the things that Asfi complains about every time she talks to a member of the Hestia family, especially Herhem, who is the one who asks her about the condition of her friend and protector. Hey Aisha. The trembling rabbit called out, taking several steps back. He knew she wouldn't rest until she delved into the topic of interest and satisfied that dangerous curiosity. Aisha-sama. Herhem, the beautiful golden-haired Renard, was delighted by the brunette's presence, running to greet her. How are you, little girl? Aisha greeted her back, gently stroking her head as the Renard closed her eyes and swished her yellow tail. Well, it seems Asfi-sama did manage to pass on the expedition request, even though she was told about it just yesterday. Aisha-sama Ilaruka Ard was the one who made that comment. The truth is, she had no hope of her coming, given that, as previously explained, not even the captain of the Hermes family could control that impulsive woman. Sometimes, according to Asfi, she disappears for several days, then returns as if nothing had happened, only to leave again. She's a lost cause. You were lucky. I returned to the headquarters this morning, and before I left, you gave me the message again. And now here we are, the Amazon replied. Huh? I mean you didn't sleep or even rest last night. Welf asked, surprised to see her without a hint of exhaustion. Yufufu, sleep of course. As for the rest part, I don't think so. He let out a mischievous laugh and licked his lips. It didn't take a genius to understand what he meant. A drop of sweat ran down the Redeed's forehead while the rest of the girls in the group blushed, especially Herhem, who is not especially good at listening to matters of that nature, despite having lived in a brothel for several years. Remind me not to ask you another question, Welf demanded as the Amazon approached him, but passed him by. Her target was clearly Belle. Tell me, kid, how's everything going with that elf? He asked, with a small smile. I guess so. Our relationship has progressed faster than we expected, but nothing we can complain about, he explained, looking away as Aisha leaned forward to look directly into the boy's face. Because of this, her breasts were suspended in the air, bouncing despite a large piece of bandage holding them up. I see. It seems the advice I gave you was of some use. I knew that proud elf was just holding back. And yet she took on that role of being superior and pure, the brunette mocked, remembering the words she had spoken months before when the maiden's heart was in doubt. Huh? Advice. What are you talking about? Before he could finish the last question, the boy's arm was yanked away, leaving the side of his head at the woman's mercy. You finally took that step, right? Something about you looks different than the last time we saw each other. You give off an aroma of lust that I always suspected I possessed. It was just necessary for you to finally take that leap, right? Fufufu, for some reason I'm more attracted to you than before. Just as she whispered those words to the poor blushing tomato, a wooden sword launched a slash at high speed, which was dodged by Aisha by jumping several meters back. Take your lustful hands off my boyfriend, Amazon. Ryuu claimed, frowning and releasing an anger so strong that it would terrify anyone, including his partner who was not at fault for what happened. TCH. You have a bad habit of always arriving at the worst possible time, brat, the prostitute reproached, standing up to her and pushing the wooden sword to the side with her podao. They stared at each other, unblinking, facing each other like two animals. No one would exaggerate when they said that the collision between them gave off sparks, and the atmosphere around them was so heavy it was suffocating for anyone who came close. Ryuu, calm down. Belle wanted to calm down. Love, you keep quiet, it's a girl's business, and it doesn't concern you. With a dark and threatening voice, she silenced him. I'm almost sure it does concern me, replied the rabbit. Suddenly, the elf turned around and subdued her partner with a simple glance. Those dull sapphire eyes made the boy's vaguest survival instinct scream at him not to contradict her again, and he knelt on the ground in the doggies position. Understood. Belle buried his forehead in the ground in a bow. In the distance, Mikoto, Chigusa, and Aoka gave him a thumbs up at such high-quality doggies. Well. It's obvious who's the one with the balls in this relationship. She must be under a lot of stress with you. Don't worry, I'll make sure she gets all her frustration out. Aisha's words, while licking her lips, only fanned the flames of conflict. Her intention to annoy and drive the beautiful fairy crazy was clear. And it was working. Like hell I'd allow that. The blonde screamed, tightening her grip on the sword and pushing the woman's hada back in front of her. Ryuu, the voice of a certain goddess, resonated in her daughter's ears, calming that anger. Está Sama. He named her. I don't think it's appropriate to make such a fuss when your health isn't the best, Hestia added next to the brown-haired deity. DCH, she clicked her tongue, sheathing her Al's lumina at her waist and turning her back on her opponent. Both goddesses descended, going down the stairs and walking to prevent the conflict from escalating further. Hestia extended her hand to her son, helping him up. You have to set boundaries with your girl. There are times when it's really scary, he opined. That's why I don't contradict her, she's very scary, Bell whispered his answer so as not to be heard. While this small exchange was unfolding, Está, the person responsible for all this scandal, approached. A smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face, which rivals the goddesses of beauty. Although it expressed hundreds of emotions, not just joy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Está Sama, the brunette greeted with her hands on her waist, which was leaning to one side. It's also a pleasure for me, Miss Belka, the goddess said, leaning forward slightly in response. However, when she resumed her upright posture, her eyebrow was twitching. Está Sama, the Amazon, named her, surprised to see such an expression on the deity. The brunette crossed to his side and, without turning her head, standing at his side, said the following. I won't allow you to interfere with my daughter's relationship. I may be a kind and pleasant goddess according to many who have met me. But even I can get angry, and you don't want to know me angry. That threat sent a shiver down the woman's spine, her eyes widening and her saliva plump. She has rarely felt as afraid as she did now. Even when Ishtar, her former patron goddess, punished her, she didn't inspire as much terror as that apparent goddess of justice. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder and he jumped. Understood? Está insisted. She simply nodded and the goddess stopped the suffocating atmosphere that came with her threat. I'm glad you're such an obedient girl, Miss Belka. A cheerful smile, contrary to the first one, appeared on Está and she walked away. At the same time the Amazon's mind was focused on a single thought. There's no doubt that elf and goddess are perfect for each other. It's like seeing two peas in a pod. After that brief exchange, he went to where Haraham was and tried to forget what had happened. He mentally noted. Never make Está Sama angry. Kami-sama, what do you mean by Ryuu's health? Is something wrong? The rabbit asked. We're not sure. She doesn't seem sick, although neither Está nor I are doctors to give a diagnosis, Hestia replied, serious and with her arms crossed. Nothing's wrong with me, I'm in perfect condition, Bell. Ryuu, who heard the conversation, intervened to give his point of view. Besides, this isn't the time to worry about nonsense. If we don't complete the expedition, the guild will probably fine us. And honestly, money isn't something the Hestia family relies on much, she added, letting out a mocking and somewhat ironic laugh, given that most of the money Bell has spent was on a date where he confessed his feelings to her. However, she doesn't know that. Okay. But if I ever see you're feeling down, we'll go back. No amount of money or debt matters more than you, Ryuu, Bell said, holding his beloved's hands as the words flowed. Oh, it's okay. She avoided eye contact. Steam rose from her head and ears and she smiled like a maiden in love while blushing. Wait, she's a maiden in love? This seems ridiculous to me considering how much they've advanced, Está said, sweat running down her forehead at the ridiculous scene. Huh? So my suspicions were real. Aisha received that revelation, however, she didn't have time to feel impressed. They're late, Cassandra, Daphne. The shrill voice of the small support girl announcing the arrival of the two girls belonging to the Maich family interrupted the train of thought. Sorry. The blue-haired girl ran with her hands pressed against her chest, one on top of the other, apologizing. They ordered a full shipment of potions overnight. At least be thankful we're here before noon, Daphne complained at the poor reception. On the backs of both women were two backpacks that, as a result of the movement of their bodies, emitted a sound of glass colliding, a product of the friction between the aforementioned potion bottles. I guess we're complete, Welf declared, standing up from the step he was sitting on. Everyone else gathered in the center. The flasks were handed to the hobbit, who quickly stored them in her enormous backpack. Cassandra, Bell called to the girl. What's wrong, Bell? The blue-haired girl attended to him, slightly embarrassed. From her mind has not disappeared that afternoon night where, in a seductive mood, he dedicated himself to conquering girls in the dungeon, honoring the name of the work. She is perfectly aware that he belongs to Ryuu and is fine with it, however, she is still embarrassed to be around him. Here. I haven't had the chance to return it to you, the white-haired man said, taking out a black cloth he had stored in his hip pack. The Goliath fur scarf. Cassandra revealed what item it was. The boy nodded. Thanks to her, and especially to you, I was able to survive the previous expedition. I am infinitely grateful to you for saving my life and, at the same time, saving Ryu's, he said, bowing in a sign of respect. Your premonition saved us, Cassandra, they were a benefit, he added, increasing the heart rate of the aforementioned, who was stunned and standing, covering her mouth with her hands, while small tears spilled from her eyes. My premonition's my curse. She said to herself. No, it was a blessing. For the first time she took those dreams that tormented her so much as something good. For the first time he was glad to have them. Thank you so much for believing in me, Belle. The human smiled widely. Her eyes were overflowing with tears of joy. She had rarely shown that side of herself. Ryuu watched intently. While she felt jealous because she found out what Belle had done with Cassandra, she understood that this moment wasn't about flirting, but about pure, sincere gratitude. The blue-haired girl held the scarf and slowly put it around her neck. I was able to save the man who gave weight to my voice, he concluded after this. Belle tilted his head. I think I can't stand this scene anymore. Please stop it, asked the elf with golden hair and green tips, a sign that the dye was slowly fading, while she cleared her throat and her eyebrow trembled with jealousy. Forgive me, Ryuu. The human apologized, resuming her usual nervous and restless attitude. Don't worry, replied the fairy. I swear I didn't try to flirt with you or anything like that. I know Belle asked me out on a date before you two were boyfriend and girlfriend, but I promise nothing more happened. The level 2 slack mouth dropped. Hey, that was unnecessary, and it's not something I want to remember. The tone in which Ryuu said that was serious enough to stop her. Applause. You idiot, you're making her angry, Daphne reproached her partner, slapping her on the head. Forgive her, she rarely feels confident enough to speak. When she does, she doesn't stop at all, the redhead excused the blue-haired girl's actions. No problem, I know they don't mean any harm. It's starting to get tiring, scaring away girls who approach him. And my Belle is too dumb to realize it, the blonde expressed her tiredness. Hey. I'm not a fool. The white-haired man complained. Yes, you are, those present responded in unison, agreeing with the sincere bride. Ugh, it was a hard blow for the rabbit. But the elf added, holding her hand. Are you? Belle raised his head. He's my fool and I won't share him, the girl concluded, smiling at him from her position and gently caressing the hand she had previously held. They got so wrapped up in their own bubble that they didn't notice everyone else's nosebleeds. They're too cute, Hestia covered her nose. Don't even mention it, Está handed him a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. Stop flirting. If we keep this up, we'll never get into the dungeon. Aisha ruined the moment. Such a level of sweetness was too much for someone like her. Alright. Let's go. Daphne, as she rarely does, agreed with the Amazon. Everyone got ready and the gates of the mansion opened wide. There was no need to wait for anyone anymore. All the members of the Hestia family, along with their attendants, were already there. See you later, Kami-sama. I promise we'll return safely. Belle said goodbye to his goddess. You better be, Belle. Take care of yourself. Hestia hugged him when her son bent down. Don't you dare scare me like last time. He demanded. It won't happen again, I swear, he reciprocated the gesture, reassuring her. Meanwhile, on the other side things were no different. Are you sure? No one will claim you if you don't go, Está asked. Ryuu denied. I'm perfectly fine. Besides, I can't allow Belle to go alone with that man-eating Amazon, she replied, frowning. Phew, the goddess laughed. 6 years ago, I wouldn't have imagined you'd act this way for a man. I'm glad to see how much you've changed, how far you've come, she declared, and… Está-sama. Huff. He hugged her. Take good care of yourself, really. Protect yourself and those you care about. Don't you dare abandon me, my girl, she said, shedding small tears that reflected her concern. He did not want history to repeat itself. His heart wouldn't bear it. I'll never abandon her again, I won't leave her alone, the elf reciprocated the hug, clinging to the brunette. They separated and stared at each other. Please don't bother Lucia too much, the blonde asked. I'll do my best, but she reminds me a lot of Ryuu for some reason, and that makes me want to bother her from time to time, confessed the deity. It's time to go. They announced from a distance. Ryuu and Está separated. A few steps away, Belle was waiting for her, they held hands and ran to where the rest were waiting. Hestia and Está stood watching them walk away until they were lost on the road. Already in the silence of the morning, the pair sighed heavily. Take care of yourselves, they asked in unison. By the way, Está said, the pigtailed goddess. Yes. Replied the goddess of justice. You suspect the same thing as me, right? He questioned. What? My little girl's illness is more like a pregnancy than anything else. She replied. Hestia confirmed, almost losing the color of her skin. Phew, when they return we'll confirm it with Hermod. although the brunette turned to look at the top of the Tower of Babel. I can already imagine who could have been responsible for such a quick pregnancy on the first night of love between my Ryuu and your Belle. The dwarf deity quickly turned her attention to what the woman beside her was observing. "Pray you damn bitch." A dark aura surrounded her. Her doubts about what caused such a premature pregnancy were resolved when the name of that goddess of love and fertility crossed her mind. On the top floor of that structure where the silver-haired woman resided, a feeling arose. "Achoo." He sneezed. "Are you okay, Freya-sama? I told you not to stay out so long last night, winter is coming," Helen asked, giving her a free scolding, as if they were mother and daughter, despite the fact that the roles are reversed within the family. Yes. I'm fine. Someone's probably talking about me," he replied, dismissing his daughter's concern as he took a cloth and wiped her nose. "They're silly superstitions," the assistant said. "Whatever. Time to see how my two favorite souls are doing today," the sentence stopped abruptly. "What the hell?" he questioned, opening his eyes wide. Is something wrong? Is Ryuu okay?" Helen was worried by his goddess's reaction. Why are they heading to the dungeon?" he wondered, gripping the armrest of his throne. He quickly stood up and ran to the edge of the viewing platform. "Why you fool? You're pregnant. You can't go in that place." She shouted angrily, although due to the distance, it was unlikely that they would hear her downstairs. "Are you going to the dungeon?" The other silver-haired girl also panicked. Both wrinkled their noses and foreheads, reflecting anger. "You damn idiot, how dare you take your pregnant girlfriend to a nest of monsters. I'm going to kill him." Helen was the one who took it the worst when she pictured the white-haired rabbit who had no idea that a new life was emerging in the womb of his beloved. Or maybe more than one. "Tell everyone in our family to keep an eye on them. We can't allow what happened on the previous expedition to happen again," Freya ordered. She was aware that both her best friend and the rabbit had almost lost their lives, despite Alan having been their escort. "Hi." The girl left the room at full speed. "Your Honor, I swear that if something happens to my future Audra, no, if something happens to my best friend, I will bring hell to Arario." The deity focused her fury on the god of Arario, who was in charge, along with the guild, of giving missions to the families. In the dungeon, a couple of hours later. Deep within the great tree of the labyrinth, after passing through Riviera and the rest of the floors prior to this location, a brave human came face to face with a fearsome dragon. The dragon, though small compared to its peers, still possessed impressive strength and ferocity. The human drew his daggers, ready for combat. The dragon, with its sharp claws and blazing eyes, let out a defiant roar. The battle was about to begin. The human moved nimbly, dodging the dragon's attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. His jet-black dagger shone like sunlight, slicing through the air with precision and determination. The dragon, its scaly tail coiled, attempted to grab its opponent, but the latter nimbly slipped between its legs, avoiding the attack. It launched a precise blow toward the dragon's side, causing a superficial wound. The beast responded with a burst of fire, enveloping the human in a sea of flames. However, the human, protected by his fire-resistant salamander skin veil, stood his ground and continued fighting. With each thrust and counterattack, the battle intensified. The young hero was determined to defeat the dragon, demonstrating his courage and skill. Meanwhile, the monster defended itself with all its might, using its fire breath and sharp claws. The battle raged on, with both fighters exhausted but unyielding. The boy, taking advantage of the scaly beast's brief lapse, delivered a final blow with his dagger, imbued with magic, piercing the fearsome reptile's heart. It fell to the ground, its roar fading to silence. Victory belonged to the hero, who stood proud and victorious. He looked down at the fallen dragon with respect and gratitude for the challenge it had presented. The battle had come to an end, but the memory of the human's bravery and skill would live on in the stories told throughout the years. The victory against the small dragon would become a testament to the strength and determination of humans in the face of the greatest challenges. And so, in that remote corner of the world, the human became a living legend, remembered for his courage and prowess in battle against the ferocious dragon. "You're where you're talking to yourself, right?" The moment was interrupted by Daphne, who watched, along with the rest of the members of this group, as Belle recounted his battle against that green dragon. Indeed, that whole heroic tale was told by the protagonist of that feat. If defeating a monster classified as level 4 being a level 5 that hits like level 6 is considered a great act to be proud of. "Leave him alone, he sometimes wanders and daydreams. Let's continue, Belle." Welf was the one who explained the situation and ran to where he was. Lily followed, wanting to store the monster's magic stone. Why yeah. The boy jumped back, moving away from the steam coming from the body that disappeared after being seriously injured. "Love, you need to stop doing that. There are times when you remind me of Hogni," Ryuu expressed, feeling embarrassed by her husband's actions. However, she can't blame him. He's still only 14 years old and his dream is to be a hero. Please forgive me, Bell apologized, sweat running down his forehead as he scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Lily believes that if we continue to store magic stones, we'll arrive with a full backpack before reaching the deep floors, the small support commented, feeling the load on her back increase. Okay, then let's focus on moving forward and conserve our energy. If we can avoid fighting, we will. If not, we will fight. The deep floors are no game, Bell said, sheathing his daggers. He realized he was wasting valuable energy that could be useful later. Hi. And please stop narrating your fights, it's embarrassing. Auka slapped his friend on the back, mocking him. It won't happen again, the boy blushed at the mockery. Aisha, who was killing some moss-like monsters with some anger at the reminder of the irregular she faced months ago, looked clearly bored. Bell, that elf and I could clean all the way to the deep floors. Why divide the tasks? The Amazon questioned. I explained it to you last time. It's to save our efforts. If we let our strongest members wear themselves out so quickly, they'll reach the most dangerous parts of the dungeon completely exhausted, Daphne replied, brandishing her sword and slicing the last monsters in the place in two. Really? Maybe. I rarely listen to what you say. But I'll follow orders, the brunette replied. Hey you. The Redeed was irritated by the other woman's careless attitude. Stop fighting. Lily will collect the magic stones she thinks are worth the most. Rest in the meantime. The adventurers took the little support at their word. What's wrong? I can tell you're restless from the floors above, the elf asked her boyfriend. It's strange the green dragon isn't normally found on these floors. Besides, outside of it, we've encountered few or no monsters. Why could that be? Thoughtfully, the white-haired man questioned the air. Do you think that has to do with the rescue of Fells? Ryuu said. I don't know. The dungeon is strange, even I've seen it here less time than you. And this momentary tranquility is terrifying, the young man replied. The dungeon is scarier when it's quiet than when there are thousands of monsters attacking you, declared the blonde elf. But we'll be together. So don't be afraid. We have each other, she added, placing her palm on top of her man's hand. He held her. I know, he replied, smiling at her. These two won't stop flirting even in the dungeon, it's awkward, Daphne rubbed her eyelids. Don't say that, Daphne. They look very cute, Cassandra contradicted her. Whatever, the Redeed lost interest in her friend's opinion. All set. Let's keep going. The plan is to get there as quickly as possible, so we'll have few breaks from here on out, Lily informed, running to where the rest were waiting for her arrival. Hi. They all responded in unison, standing up. The adventurers resumed their journey, going deeper into the bowels of the dungeon. Without knowing if the person he was looking for was still alive. Without expecting it to be there. And above all, without realizing that the dungeon had its eye on two of them. Cranel. Ryuu Lion. They must die. Eerie sounds coming from the depths of that place intoned that pair of names. In the gigantic coliseum on the 37th floor, the crunching of bones and large heavy footsteps advancing towards an unknown destination could be heard, while destroying everything in its path. Urano-sama, I must inform Urano-sama. Among the rubble, a wish was cast. Save the world, my children. And that of a female accompanied her, being weaker than the previous one. I hope to see you again, Uranus. A soft song was hummed by the stranger after naming the god, while her voice faded due to fatigue. Chapter 27. Do you trust me? Maybe we should rest for a moment, Bell commented as the smoke cleared in front of him and bloodstains trickled from his jet-black dagger. Do you really think so? We obviously need to rest. All the members of the group complained, gasping for air due to exhaustion. Lily hasn't felt her legs for 4 floors, whispered the little support lying on the floor with her eyes turned into whirlpools. Ryuu called out to her boyfriend. While she didn't look tired, she understood the other's feelings. He approached, heeding the call. Do you think we're going too fast? He asked. At this point it's ridiculous that you're still asking that, the elf rubbed her eyelids, not believing that the white-haired man had the nerve to question that. Yes, Bell nodded and turned to face his companions. Sorry for going so fast. Let's rest before going to the great waterfall. We can set up camp under the large tree. I think it's very unlikely that more monsters will appear, he apologized, and then gave the order to prepare the tents for the well-deserved and demanded rest by the expedition group. Damn rabbit, Daphne muttered, clearly irritated by the white-haired man's recklessness, while Cassandra leaned on her shoulder, tired, given that she fainted from exhaustion 2 floors ago. We've covered almost 25 floors in less than 2 hours, old man. I know you're level 5 and want to finish the mission as quickly as possible, but you'll kill us before we even reach the 27th floor. Remember, we still have to cross the great waterfall and the deep floors, Welf complained, sheathing his magic sword, which had consumed a considerable amount of his mind after prolonged use. It's not as if he was known for having a huge repertoire of magical power. Dono, you can wake up now. We'll finally get some rest, Mikoto warned the renard she was carrying on her back. The beautiful blonde woke up, pushing back the salamander skin layer that wrapped around her body and face, rubbing her eyelids and yawning like a small animal after a long sleep. As the rabbit watched, everyone sat down on the floor of the 25th floor. Love. I think it would be ideal if we took care of preparing everything. It was your fault that you were in a hurry, but I'll help you, Ryuu suggested, sitting down next to him and whispering in his ear. Yes, Belle agreed and headed to where Lily was lying almost unconscious, grabbing the huge backpack she always carried and taking out the tents. I'll help you, Aisha also offered, going towards the captain of the group. Of course. The more of us there are, the better. Suddenly the boy was pulled aside. It was Ryuu who made that move, replacing him. Elle, you take care of the campfire and the food. Aisha and I will set up the tents, said the green-haired almost blonde woman, sharpening the gaze she was giving the Amazon. Fufu, the brunette mocked that reaction. No doubt the little elf she'd met months ago was trying to show her fangs, but she just found it very adorable. Oh okay, the boy didn't argue and walked away from the two of them. Your attempts to seduce my boyfriend are starting to get tiresome, Ryuu declared without a hint of shame before the homewrecking cat. Aisha sighed heavily. Little one, if I really wanted to seduce him. The woman's red lips approached the elf's pointed ear. Hey. The complaint of the one who suffered such an abuse was not long in coming. I'd already have him in my bed, without you being able to avoid it, the brunette finished her sentence, licking her lips. The vein popped out on Ryuu's forehead and he quickly turned around with an expression that screamed death. As if you were so lucky, he answered through gritted teeth. I swear if I hear you two argue again I'll go crazy. Shut up and hurry up. Daphne interrupted them, completely irritated and without considering that there were several levels of difference between her and the two women she yelled at. Both were surprised by the retard's courage. Daphne. Cassandra tried to reassure her, hanging on to her like a monkey on a branch. I don't see your hands moving. Maicha's daughter scolded as she was pulled back by her partner in an attempt to bring her down to earth. Aisha and Ryuu glanced at each other momentarily and returned their attention to the grumpy girl in front of them. I think we'll leave this for later. Let's continue. Ryuu was the one who ended the discussion after the interruption. Hi, the brunette agreed with her counterpart for the first time in a long time. However, he added. I hope you tell me everything you did with him in the dungeon. Don't think I haven't noticed your attitude and your smell. Aisha, perching herself next to her companion and, one might say, friend in endless quotation marks, revealed that she was aware of what had happened. Ugh. I don't know what you're talking about. The fairy yelled, turning around completely blushing. You're not fooling anyone. I bet it was in Riviera. Am I wrong? The Amazon carried several tents and shouted as she walked away and looked for a place to set up camp. Ugh. The elf's heart rate increased dramatically as she felt discovered. She couldn't deny that accurate assumption. From a distance, Belle and Welf watched everything that was happening. So it was in Riviera? Asked the blacksmith. There's no way I'm telling you that. The white-haired man replied, covering his face with his hands, ashamed of remembering how he climbed the step into the adult world. Your reaction alone tells me I'm right. You're very easy to read, the retard said, clearing his mind. Belle-sama and Ryuu-sama Haraham imagined the scene in Riviera and bam. He fainted. Haraham Dono. Mikoto shouted her name, running to her aid. What's wrong with him? He was in an environment filled with it. Why is he acting like that? Aoka, who also joined the small group with her former family member and the renard, who were her childhood friends, helped the latter stand up while she questioned this. It's none of our business, Aoka Chigusa, she said to the black-haired man, puffing out her right cheek as she also felt a hint of a blush on her face. She was also embarrassed to hear about it, perhaps because of her innocence, or because she's also interested in that sort of thing. Probably with the man she accompanied everywhere. His gaze fell on Aoka, and he quickly turned his head from side to side, wanting to get rid of the thoughts that were emerging. It took a few minutes for everything to be ready. Mikoto, along with Belle, was in charge of cooking lunch for everyone. The rest of the group was gathered around a small fire inside the bark of the large tree in the center of the ground. There was an air of tranquility as everyone engaged in conversation with other team members. Aoka and Chigusa were lost in their own world. Daphne, Cassandra and Lily were discussing monetary estimates after the expedition ended. Both Daphne and Lily were incredibly excited by the idea. Welf, on the other hand, continued using his portable forge to maintain his companions' weapons to prevent them from malfunctioning. He also focused on planning a model for his next great weapon, but he still couldn't reach the floors where he could obtain the best materials. However, a small curious group, to say the least, was having their own conversation. Ryuu-sama, what do you plan to do when we finish the expedition? The Renard asked. She seemed to have something in mind and a proposal prepared. I don't really know. I think I'll focus on Lucia's training. I've been entrusting you with that since she joined the Está family, but it should be me, as her captain, who helps her reach her potential. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, the elf replied, leaning forward slightly in a gesture of apology. No problem. Lucia-sama is a very nice girl and a quick learner. In part, she reminded us of Belle-sama, given that she always seeks to impose force over strategy. However, her will is strong, the blonde explained, gently moving her head from side to side, as well as her tail, to deny that the human who had just joined the Está family had caused any discomfort. At that moment the green-haired girl smiled warmly. It's nice to know you're getting along with her. I'll do my best to be a good captain, just like allies would have wanted, she said, looking up as memories of her friend flooded back. He closed his eyes and sighed. What is the reason for your question, Harahim? He asked after a brief period of silence. The girl's yellow tail bristled and began to swish from side to side. What happens is that I would like to know if you and Belle-sama would like to go to the Middle East, to the city where I was born, revealed the Renard. The fairy's eyes widened for a brief moment but returned to their normal shape. Although he already said that he will concentrate on Lucia-sama's training and I wouldn't want to interrupt his plans, besides she justified herself until she was interrupted. I'd really like to see your home. I think Lucia would like it too, so why not? Ryuu replied. Really? Harahim was excited by the positive response, her eyes shining. Of course. When we return from the expedition, I'll gladly help you plan your trip. I doubt Belle will refuse. He has adventure written all over his face, the elf declared, letting out a small chuckle at this last comment. Harahim laughed too. I know you don't need a special reason to come home, but if you don't mind me asking, why is that? I heard your family wasn't very nice to you. Ryuu, contrary to what he normally would do, inquired about his friend's intentions. Yes, friend. It's impossible not to become like that beautiful girl after spending so much time by her side. The blonde's ears and tail drooped. I want to show my family that, despite all the bad things I suffered and the unfair treatment I received, I was able to achieve a wonderful life. I don't hold any hatred or resentment toward them, she confessed. She doesn't harbor any kind of anger, even though her parents sold her at such a young age and blamed her for eating candy she never touched. You're definitely a good person, Harahim. Just like Belle, Ryuu thought, admiring the way she approaches things. Oh, also, the winter festivals will soon begin and I'd like to relive those moments I enjoyed so much as a child. The Renard looked full of excitement, which shone from her emerald eyes. The positive energy he emanated was impossible to ignore. Tell me more about the festivals in your country. They sound interesting, Ryuu asked. Yes. I'm curious too. Aisha approached from a distance with 3 plates of food. Do you want me to tell you, Aisha-sama? The blonde asked as the Amazon handed her one of the plates of food and gave her a little caress on the head, as if she were a little girl. Here, it's for you. Consider it a peace offering, he said, giving Ryuu a portion of food. She, who was calm due to her interaction with her partner, accepted without complaint. Thank you. You can join us if you wish, he replied, offering her a seat next to the log she was sitting on. Thank you, the brunette thanked her. Tell me, what are you talking about so much? Has he invited you to the Middle East yet? He added, directing the question at the elf. She naturally nodded, agreeing with him. He wants Belle and me to go. It would be an honor, so I agreed, he confirmed. Both focused their attention on the young Renard who seemed excited and desperate to talk. Go ahead, tell us, they gave him the floor. The girl's pink lips parted and. Winter festivals are an experience that will fill you with excitement and joy, you won't be able to resist their charm. It started. Imagine walking under a starry sky as fireworks light up the horizon with their splendor. It's as if the entire universe is celebrating with you. The colors and shapes of the fireworks will take your breath away, creating a simply dazzling visual spectacle. The beautiful young woman bounced up and down in her seat as she described one of her favorite attractions at the festival. Fireworks? Sounds interesting, Ryuu thought, but. And that's not all. The traditional dances will take you on a journey back in time. The dancers dressed in dazzling kimonos move with such grace and elegance that you'll feel transported to an ancient era filled with tradition and charm, she added, interrupting any prayers coming from the audience. I don't mean to brag, but I'm a good dancer, I'd like to. Aisha also wanted to give her point of view, however. But wait, the real star of the festival is the food. Oh, the cuisine will surprise and delight you. From the delicious takoyaki, those octopus balls covered in sauce, to the juicy yakitori skewers that will make your mouth water, you won't be able to resist trying every bite. And the sweets, oh, the sweets. The anko-filled takoyaki will sweep you off your feet and every bite will be an explosion of sweet and delicious flavors. Again, the Renard was lost in her own world, ignoring anything outside of it. Elle and I ate takoyaki on our date at Riviera. They were delicious. I didn't know they came from your country, Ryuu commented. His mouth watered just imagining the wide variety of flavors he could experience. Although it's not just about eating, it's a chance to immerse yourself in traditions. Imagine writing your wishes on beautiful paper decorations and hanging them on a wishing tree. They say that when the snow falls, your dreams will come true. It's an ancient and magical belief that will make you feel connected to the essence of winter. As a child, I always hung millions of papers on the trees, wishing everyone in my town good luck in the coming year. She added. Although, he almost always revealed what he wanted, and according to tradition it wouldn't come true, she let out a little laugh, embarrassed, while scratching the back of her neck. Aisha and Ryuu loved seeing Haraham so talkative. And the most wonderful thing of all is the welcoming atmosphere that surrounds you. As you walk through the streets adorned with lanterns, you'll feel the warmth of the community coming together to celebrate the season. The locals will greet you with smiles and laughter, making you feel right at home. There's nothing like sharing the joy of the winter festival with people who love and appreciate their culture, she commented, bowing her head slightly and clasping her hands tenderly as she played with her fingers. A few seconds passed, during which the blonde recalled all those moments she had experienced since she was a child in her hometown. I really miss all that, she declared, smiling sweetly. The other two women placed their hands on one of their melancholic friend's shoulders. She raised her head and stared at them. Small tears trickled down her cheeks. I guess our hands are tied. We'll all go to the Middle East and do everything you told us to do by your side, Aisha said, smiling at him and giving him a thumbs up. Yes. Right now I'm eager for the day we leave. I hope we have time to try all kinds of food and dance until our feet hurt, Ryuu agreed. Earl's hair whispered. Phew. Both. Were surprised by that, without clearly denying it. They patted her back a few times to reassure her. From a distance Belle watched the scene. So we're going to the Middle East, I guess the visit to Ryuu's tree will have to wait, the rabbit muttered, taking a ring with a gem out of his pocket. I wonder how Ryuu's parents will take our relationship. Will they accept that I marry her? These were the thoughts that arose in the boy, who sought to unite his life to that of his beloved before all the gods, but not before letting the elf's family know. According to my grandfather, your girlfriend's mother almost always has a worse temper. If I make her angry, I won't get out of there alive, he said mentally, feeling a chill run down his spine. If his girlfriend controls him with an iron fist, what will his mother be like? That kind of thing instills fear in our rabbit protagonist. But anything to marry the woman he loves. What the hell? Why did you bring that him? Welf, who was passing by, noticed the object the rabbit was constantly raising and picking up while staring into space. Before he could even raise his voice to complain, he was quickly gagged by the boy's palm. Shhhh. It's a secret. He murmured, placing his finger over his own lips to signal her to be quiet. The Redeed nodded and was released. After this he coughed a couple of times and placed his fingers on his jaw. Idiot, I heard that creaking. Stop forgetting your current level, he complained to his friend, who had no idea how strong he was. Sorry, he apologized. Whatever. Why the hell did you bring the ring? It was very difficult to make. Horario isn't known for mining precious stones that aren't used for weapons. It was very difficult to obtain that diamond, and especially to process it when I've only ever made weapons, the blacksmith explained, pointing to the engagement ring the rabbit was wearing. I don't know, I just haven't found the perfect time to propose. I was planning on doing it in Riviera, but things got heated and well that happened, Belle replied, blushing and looking away to avoid the angry expression of the person lying in front of him. And you think that being in the dungeon, in the middle of an expedition where we have to go to the deep floors, is the perfect time? Ryuu wasn't lying when she said her boyfriend is an idiot, Welf opined, putting on a poker face and sweat dripping from his forehead. It's not about that. It's just that having it in my pocket and seeing it gives me the confidence to abandon my restless state whenever I'm with her. I'm not very good with relationships and neither is Ryuu, so sometimes I'm the one who has to take the initiative and I need some incentive. Imagining myself with her in the future, getting married, is the incentive I need. Wait, what was that Ryuu saying? The white-haired man informed. He's still a young boy who hasn't had any kind of relationship or approached the opposite sex until he arrived in Horario. Even though he already had his first time, that doesn't mean he knows how to handle a relationship. And let's just say that his grandfather's advice was limited to having an effect when the act happened. Nothing, forget it. You better not lose it. Our family is in a lot of debt and spending a lot on that precious stone will only give Lily a heart attack. Anyway, good luck, old man, Welf commented, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder a couple of times and leaving the place. I'll have it, I hope, Belle replied, watching him walk away. He hadn't realized that small ring meant so much, both monetarily and emotionally. I must take care of it, he said, determined but fearful, at the same time as he put it back in his pocket so as not to lose it. Half an hour later. After that short break in the area of the big tree, it was time to return to the adventure. Everyone was attentive to the map given by Urena-sama, which guided them through secret passages that few or almost no one knew about. It's very difficult to read this thing. There are intersections that, if you take them wrong, could lead you to floors lower than the one you're looking for. At this one, if you go right, you could end up in a tunnel that leads to the 40th floor, Lilaruka explained, trying to interpret the map correctly. We have to be careful. The mission is a rescue mission, so the more fights we avoid, the better, Makoto opined, paying attention to their surroundings in case of a surprise attack. She, Ryuu, Belle, and Aisha were the fighters on the front lines, so it was their responsibility to take care of the vanguard. Seriously, why is it so quiet? Even though the sound of the water flowing and crashing against the rocks might mask many of the sounds the monsters make, it's not normal, Aisha commented, frowning. This gave her a bad taste in her mouth. Ryuu agreed with the Amazon. In all her years as an active adventurer, she had never seen such stillness in this nest of death. Hey, Haraham wanted to speak, but… In a quick movement, his mouth was covered by the brunettes. Elle, Makoto and Ryuu stepped back and did the same to the others. SHHH. The first of these silenced them. What's wrong, Belle-sama? What did you see at the end of Lily whispered at the abrupt reaction of all the adventurers at the front, being silenced by the boy in question. Lily, according to that map, what floor are we on? The white-haired man asked, completely serious. Elle, let me see. The little support girl carefully took out the map, trying to make the noise from the paper quieter. He sharpened his gaze and began to read it carefully. We're supposed to be on the 29th floor. Why? The hobbit answered. So why are those things here? The rabbit wondered, holding his chin as a cold sweat slowly ran down his back. What do you mean by those things? Daphne joined in. Ryuu was the one who answered him. A Spartoi. The eyes of everyone present opened wide. Aren't those monsters supposed to only appear on and near the 37th floor? What the hell are they doing here? Aisha wondered as she kept the Renard quiet. Not only that. The number, it's in the tens hundreds. Makoto gulped. Her arms were shaking. Yes, it's exactly as they said. The entire 29th floor was infested with those beasts that, according to what's known about the dungeon, have their spawn on the deep floors. A Spartoi is a skeleton monster that is around level 4 in terms of strength. It is capable of being born with random weapons that it knows how to use, such as swords or spears made of bone and shield-like guards. It is stronger than a lizardman elite or a loup-garou and more agile than a barbarian. Its skill and fighting ability are more like those of an adventurer than a monster. It is considered the most dangerous warrior-type monster on the deep floors, excluding rare monsters. Now imagine an army of these saturating the exit of a narrow tunnel. Might there be seen by them? It would be suicide. Let's go back. No matter how strong we are. There are too many of them to defeat them all, and without sounding arrogant, but most of those present couldn't even take on just one, the Amazon informed, hinting at the critical situation they found themselves in. Everyone nodded at the suggestion. They wouldn't jump into the lion's den. It wasn't worth it. They had to report to Uranus what they observed. However, fate had other plans. The devil mosquito, unnoticed, was flying at high speed in search of a victim to suck blood from. It slowly approached from behind the adventurers. When it finally found its food, it landed on top of it, on the exposed part of its neck and… Ahhh. Beak. The scream came from Chigusa's mouth and she felt a sharp pain under her neck. Crash. Aoka killed him. The blood of the rest ran too cold. Do you think that? Red flag, Lily said, swallowing. Crack. 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 Hundreds of bones echoed from the end of the tunnel. Run. Belle ordered. Crack. 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 Firebolt. Belle summoned his magic as soon as the Spartoi bones appeared. Bomb. 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 Several bones flew out upon receiving the magical impact, however, more and more of those monsters emerged from the other side. The expedition group ran desperately, escaping from them. The tunnel's diameter was too narrow. His shoulders and arms collided with the surrounding rock surface. The more steps they took, the greater the dust generation. Ryuu. The skeleton monsters shouted those screams, pointing their swords made of that same material at their prey. Firebolt. Bomb. 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 The white-haired man took care of them momentarily. Stop doing that. The structure is too delicate. Welf complained. The magical impact shook the area and dislodged rocks from the ceiling, falling in the form of pebbles and dust. They're getting too close. I can't fight them head-to-head without them piling up. The boy warned. How much longer? Ryuu asked the hobbit of the Hestia family. Lily can't take out the map at a time like this. The support replied, trying to keep up with the rest of them. Kill. That. Word, clear as water, came from the Spartoi army. Bucket. The blacksmith drew his magic sword and. Ooh. The screen of fire lay between the piles of bones and them. Braig. Several moans of pain came from the monsters, especially those at the front. Crack. The crack settled above them. We've come to a divided road. Which one do we take? That was the first of his problems. Lily, take that thing out and show us the way. We'll hold them off as long as we can. Bell unsheathed his daggers. Beldono. Long guns are useless here. They hit the rocks. Mikoto reported, trying to draw her katana without success. We can't help you in a physical fight, Ryuu said, worried about the situation. The young man smiled. I'll take care of this, he declared, turning and facing the battle. Okay. Please take care of yourself. If you feel it's too much, come back or use your magic, the elf commented. Prank. Another. Attempt at words was said by the Spartoi, who pointed at the rabbit. Slash. In a swift movement, the first of them fell. Ah! Bell. Screamed, unleashing all his strength in each blow. Crack. The bones of the Spartoi were shattered with a single blow. Crack. Bam. The solid kick was delivered to the center of one of their sternums. Slash. Ugh. Bell dodged one of their swords, which passed just inches from his face and. Slash. He returned the attack. Firebolt. Several of them fell in a row from the single magical shot. Crash. A cold, empty voice used that pronoun. Slash. 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 One by one they fell, however, if one was defeated, 3 more appeared in its place to replace it. Slash. Using the dagger hestia, she slashed horizontally from right to left at high speed, severing the bones in her path and leaving her right side unprotected. However, before any of her opponents could take advantage of that unprotected area. Zombie. Bell jumped back, taking distance, and before his feet touched the ground, he already knew what his next move would be. Crack. The tips of his fingers dug into the rocky surface of the ground, propelling himself forward and. He shouted, placing his hands, which held his daggers, in front of him. Slash. 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 It cut through every bone tissue it could see, at high speed. Slash. Slash. Careful. They wanted to warn him that danger was approaching, but. Slash. Before they touched him, he gracefully dodged and returned the attack. Slash. Slash. He advanced at high speed through the small spaces, dodging cuts, making his own, and defending himself with his legs by kicking when they surrounded him and his arms were occupied. Impressive, it's like he leaves an afterimage behind him, Cassandra murmured. Slash. 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 He's too fast and attacks with great precision, Aisha observed. Slash. 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 You won't. The rabbit shouted as his rival approached, leaning to his left side and. Pooh. Giving him a kick that went through his chest. Slash. Slash. Firebolt. Triangle. Dozens of magic stones fell at a rapid pace, almost as fast as Bell was wiping out the Spartoi. They keep coming. Lily, please. The boy said, seeing hundreds of those monsters entering again. To the right. The hobbit indicated. They quickly heeded this instruction, but not before. Firebolt. Bell aimed for the roof of the tunnel before leaving that part of it and. Crack. 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 It collapsed, falling on top of the skeletons and burying them among the rocks. Ike. Despite interrupting the path, they continued pushing to catch up. Bellcranel. Die. Bellcranel. Die. Bellcranel. Die. Bellcranel. Die. They kept repeating it. It was as if it were a war cry, a threat, or. The call. I think we lost them. Auka said. Stop raising red flags. That comment angered the superstitious hobbit. Boo! A roar echoed through the structure. The force was so strong that it cracked the walls. It can't be, the elf muttered and. Boo! The sound of hooves digging into the rock echoed all along the path, as if they were approaching. Wait. Bell. He's not here. The elf reported. Suddenly hundreds of barbarians emerged from the depths of the dark passageway which they did not follow. Boo! 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 The bellows were repeated and steam came out of their snouts. Ryuu. Guys. Bell called out, approaching the intersection of paths quickly. Run, Bell. Barbarian. There are hundreds of them. Ryuu warned the white-haired man who was about to cross paths with him. We have to go get Bell. He stopped dead in his tracks, running to where the boy was heading. Ryuu don't know, wait. Makoto wanted to grab her hand to stop her, but she wasn't able to do it. When she extended her arm she had already moved away. Ooh. The rabbit's keen senses were further honed when finally, after the sound of bones clashing behind him, they were able to give him a small window to clearly hear the bellows of the minotaur-like monsters. Ooh. DCH. He clicked his tongue and firebolt. Bomb. 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 GRRRRRRRRR. 3 of the monsters backed away. Bam. However, the rest of them pushed their way through. Great. Crash. Ugh. A solid blow was received by Bell with both daggers. Crash. He stepped out of the way and the beast's fist slammed into the wall behind him. By moving to the side and taking advantage of his opponent's weakness. Slash. He buried both daggers and firebolt. Bomb. In less than a second, the barbarian's body inflated and burst. They're tougher than the Spartoi, I can't kill them in one hit, he thought, and rightly so. They're practically Asterius's little brothers, though they're still strong. Clang. He briefly loaded Argonaut and firebolt. Boom. The white beam with blue edges shot out from his palm, and zoom. Approximately 8 barbarians in a row went down to the head and saw a huge hole in their chests. Bomb. They turned to dust before even complaining of pain. Ooh. However, there was still more. This is starting to get tiring. Slash. 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 He cut through the beast's flesh as fast as he could, avoiding the massive fists aiming for his head. I don't have much room to maneuver. My daggers aren't made to do such deadly damage in 1 or 2 slashes, I must attack faster, he thought. He frowned and, holding his weapons firmly, prepared to attack with greater ferocity. Ah. Slash. 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 Hundreds, no, thousands of cuts were made on the bodies of the woolly minotaurs without them having enough capacity to react. The blood spilled out in a spectacle filled with that liquid spreading everywhere, staining the floor, walls, clothes, metal, anything that surrounded them. The lead was retaken by the rabbit, who was moving at a speed at which the eye of a normal human would think he was not moving at all. Crack. Slash. 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 The rabbit's breathing became irregular as the seconds passed. Fatigue was beginning to take its toll. How many barbarians have you killed? How many Spartoi did you defeat before? DCH. Blood, his own blood, spilled from his palms. The friction between the dagger handles and his hands opened wounds and caused blisters. It never ends. Where do so many of them come from? He questioned himself without losing concentration. I have to run, it was the only option. These things kept coming out, and slash. The air being cut at high speed produced that noise. Bell broke his concentration to see what made it, and it was the Spartoi. They had reached him. Demons. He jumped to the side and slash. 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 Bell. Let's go. Ryuu had arrived just in time, unsheathing the short swords Kagaya had given him some time ago. Yes. He nodded and pulled his beloved to come with him. Nude and heroism. Those indications that were making more and more sense originated from both races of monsters. Crack. 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 Barbarian and Spartoi fought to pass on the roads to follow them. I told you that if things get complicated you should run away. Ryuu scolded Bell. I didn't find the time. The boy replied. Hurry up. It's this way. The rest, who were waiting for them to return to their escape, pointed the way after running again when they realized they had both escaped. Crack. 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 Everything was torn apart in its path. The ceilings could not withstand the pressure exerted on the adjacent walls by the bodies of the monsters trying to force their way through. Crack. 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 The rocks fell one by one. Bell and Ryuu, who were closest to the center of the coming collapse, dodged obstacles emerging from above. What the hell are we going to do once we get out? Even in open terrain, we'll have a very hard time winning, the elf commented, trying to see beyond the tunnel exit. There must be a way, he added. Crack. Careful. Bell pulled the elf, who was distracted for a second. The large rock shattered right where Ryuu had been. Almost. Declared the rabbit, who held her in his arms as if she were a princess. Crack. Crack. However, inevitably, that place would collapse. Bell. Put me down. We'll go faster that way. The green-haired girl asked, embarrassed. No way. I'm the faster of the two of us. Besides, we'd waste time. The rabbit replied negatively. I see the exit. Lily's hopeful shout made the boy run even faster. We're close. Shouted the white-haired man. However. Crack. Careful. Ryuu wanted to warn him, but it was too late. Ugh. The boy's groan of pain came from the rock. The rock had fallen on his head. Be blood. Bell. Your head split open. The elf warned as she saw jets of red liquid sliding from an opening in the center of the boy's skull. It's okay. The important thing is to get out of here, he said, not letting the pain take over. The closer they were to leaving, the less distance separated them from the monsters chasing them. Although several of them were buried by the rocks, many more remained unharmed. Even if we leave they will too, Bell thought, wondering how they could fix this problem. The blood from his head stained his hair and soaked into his eyes. Despite this, I couldn't stop thinking about what my next move would be. Debris fell from the ceiling and walls, creating a deadly downpour that threatened to bury them under its weight. Bell ran with all his might, desperately searching for a way out, but every step seemed to bring them closer to their tragic fate. In a moment of clarity, he looked down at the woman in his arms, her face filled with fear, but trusting him to save her. There's only one option, he told himself. With fierce determination and his heart pounding in his chest, the adventurer made a decision that would change their lives forever. In an act of bravery and sacrifice, he decided there was only one way to ensure the survival of the elf he carried with him and the rest of his companions. He quickened his pace as much as his legs would allow. Bell, the girl named him. Ryuu, there is a way to save them all, he informed her, giving her a smile. What do you mean? The captain of the Está family asked. You said it, if we manage to get out of here, we still have to worry about fighting them all, so we have to finish them off first, he replied. What are you planning? Asked the aforementioned partner. Do you trust me? Bell spoke. With all my heart and soul. Although what's that about? Ryuu's heart pounded and fear gripped her. So trust that I will survive. I don't plan on leaving your side or dying, the white-haired man answered. Let's go. Don't stop running. Lilaruka gave that order. Everyone was already outside the shortcuts that the map indicated, already walking through the floors of the 25th floor. Everyone except Bell and Ryuu. Wait. They're still inside. Mikoto warned. Everyone stopped and turned towards the depths of the passageway. What's that about? The elf questioned those strange words that her beloved directed at her. Ryuu, I'll see you later, that was the only answer Bell gave. Without hesitation, he stopped in his tracks and twisted his body forward. With a final burst of strength, he launched the woman to safety, away from imminent danger. He watched her fly through the air, a look of surprise and fear on her face, while he stayed behind, awaiting his fate. Beel. Ryuu named him with a heart-rending scream. He smiled at her and faced the monsters approaching him. He took the hestia dagger in both hands and breathed deeply. A single word came out of his mouth. The loud buzzing noise prevented Ryuu from hearing it. She fell slowly, stretching out her hand in a poor attempt to reach him. A sea of flames appeared on Bell's jet dagger, and a white glow accompanied it. The weapon increased in length. Suddenly. Crack. It was embedded in the ground. He quickly turned his attention to the young elf with whom he had fallen in love, as if he needed a spiritual push to make that sacrifice. She was incredulous, she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. His crying began, and before I could ask him to stop, the chantless magic that characterized the young adventurer was invoked, setting him on a path of no return. Firebolt. Ooh. The moment the woman landed safely, an avalanche of debris crashed down on the white-haired man. The earth shook, and darkness enveloped him as the debris rained down upon him, burying him under a mountain of destruction, just like the monsters chasing them. Each falling fragment was a reminder of the sacrifice he had made to save the woman. As the minutes passed and the dust settled, the elf stood up, her legs shaking like the rest of her body and tears welling in her eyes. She looked at the place where he, her beloved, had been standing, now buried. A profound silence filled the air, broken only by a single heart-rending scream, filled with fear and anguish, that struck fear into every heart. Beel. Chapter 28. I love you, Ryuu. In the previous chapter. Ooh. The moment the woman landed safely, an avalanche of debris crashed down on the white-haired man. The earth shook, and darkness enveloped him as the debris rained down upon him, burying him under a mountain of destruction, just like the monsters chasing them. Each falling fragment was a reminder of the sacrifice he had made to save the woman. As the minutes passed and the dust settled, the elf stood up, her legs shaking like the rest of her body and tears welling in her eyes. She looked at the place where he, her beloved, had been standing, now buried. A profound silence filled the air, broken only by a single heart-rending scream, filled with fear and anguish, that struck fear into every heart. In the current chapter. I am possible. Bell is the words of the blue-haired human before the sepulchral silence that abounded in the dungeon, echoed in the dungeon floor before the astonished and terror-filled looks of those present. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Ryuu scolded, turning to look at her. The nervous girl jumped in fear at this. The elf ran to the pile of rubble, moving the huge rocks out of the way at great speed. "Help me. We have to rescue him," she ordered, bringing the members of the exploration team out of their trance, who went to help her. "It can't be, we will save you, Ryuu repeated to herself, desperate to remove everything that stood between her and the body of her beloved, who surely lay buried there. Don't die, he thought, tearing up. Her nails broke as she pushed aside every obstacle in her path, covering them with blood. "It's too much, and that's not all. If we open this," the barbarian Spartwa Welf remembered that a horde of monsters would be waiting for them when they crossed the rock barrier that separated the tunnel from where they were. "That doesn't matter. All I want to do now is get Belle out of here." The green-haired, almost blonde girl responded to the Retide's reasoning. "Ryuu, don't look," Makoto interrupted. It seemed she had discovered something. The rabbit couple went to where the Oriental called them. It was a small space that allowed you to see what was on the other side. "The cave," he whispered, as soon as he noticed a huge hole in the place where Bell buried his dagger to plug the tunnel. "It's like that time against the lambton," he muttered, remembering the time he and she faced Jura and his beasts. "There are surfaces that tend to be less rocky than the rest of the dungeon floors. If I had to bet on where Bell is, I'm sure it's at the bottom of this. However, how high is the drop? How far does it go?" Aisha asked, frowning. "We'll go," the elf declared, without a hint of doubt. "Of course we'll go, but we have to make a plan. Going directly would be suicide. It'll be pointless to try to rescue him if we die before even reaching him. The dungeon went crazy and generated so many Spartoi and barbarians that they would easily fill the Colosseum on the 37th floor. We must think with a cool head about what our next move will be," Daphne expressed, without letting herself be overcome by fear or the desire to rescue the white-haired young man. She understood what it means to many, including her, however, jumping into the unknown without being sufficiently prepared was suicide. They all bowed their heads, clenching their fists in anger. There was no way they could argue with that. She was right. Even though it was their friend or boyfriend in Ryuu's case, they still had to remember that it wouldn't do any good to go after him if they died along the way. "We must return to Rivera and plan her rescue, or else," the red-haired adventurer continued, being interrupted. "No way. I'm not leaving here," Ryuu shouted. Crack. He buried his wooden sword in the opening of the rocks. "Wait, silly elf." Aisha wanted to stop her when she noticed that she was whispering some words at high speed, words that were not heard by the others, but they suspected what it was about. A green glow surrounded the adventurer's body, and "Luminous wind," he shouted at the top of his lungs. Several spheres of that same color formed above him and thud, 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 thud. As if it were a perfect control of magic, they were concentrated at the tip of the sword, being shot at great speed to the pile of rubble, destroying it with great ease and opening a path for the girl, who would not abandon her beloved under any circumstances. Dust and small stones fell to the ground, obscuring the visibility of the adventurers and their group members. "I know it's reckless, I know I could die," however, Ryuu said, turning his back on the rest and strengthening his grip on the handle of his weapon. "Bell didn't care about that when I was the one in danger. If he didn't take all that risk into his own hands to come and rescue me, it would be an insult if I didn't do the same. Whether I go alone or you two with me, I'll go for him," she bellowed, filled with determination, wiping the tears that continued to slide from her eyes with her sleeve. "I know he's alive, he wouldn't abandon me, he never would," he said, in a lower tone of voice than before. He clutched his chest. His heart ached, yet. "Do you trust me?" "So trust that I'll survive, I don't plan on leaving your side or dying." The words the white-haired man said before sacrificing himself echoed in his head. "He wouldn't leave my side or die," he added. She wiped the moisture from her cheeks and walked toward the clear path, preparing to jump into the unknown void. "Wait, Ryuu-sama." Lily ran towards her. "Lily, sorry, but I don't plan on stopping," he replied frivolously. "I know where Belle-sama could be. The map. The map says so," he revealed, making the elf stop dead in her tracks. "Really?" he asked, catching Ryuu's attention. The support approached her, who had to lean slightly to be able to see what she wanted to show her. "Look, although the intersections in this tunnel show that there are two paths, the one we took, where the barbarians came from, has a turn at a certain depth, and, if you continue along it, you end up at a secret entrance to the White Palace on the 37th floor, which is why the ground beneath Belle-sama was thin enough to create the gap and fall through it. The problem is that, to get there, you will have to cross unimaginable dangers in a very small space, considerably reducing our room for maneuver, so, if you ask Lily, the best option to get to the 37th floor is to take the normal route, in it we will at least be able to advance straight ahead," Lily informed, trying to give as many details as possible, so that in this way they could make the right decision. Although jumping from the hole in the floor of the passageway was the fastest way to get there, it was also the most dangerous, since you didn't know what was down there. That's not even counting the fall, which was considerably high. Fight from there to the 37th floor or take the shortcuts with the potential danger of being cornered and dying. Well, the options are equally bad, nothing unusual in our family, Welf commented, injecting sarcasm into his statement. Whatever the choice, we'll support it, Ryuu-sama Haraham said, showing her complete and total trust. She wouldn't abandon Belle either because, just like he did with Ryuu, she was saved by the white-haired man, despite the many risks that entailed. Yes. Belle always saves us, it's our turn to go after him and show him that we can also be useful to him, that we are not content with being victims for the rest of our lives, Cassandra said, supporting Haraham's resolution and, consequently, Ryuu's decision to go after Belle without any kind of external help. Daphne rubbed her eyelids in disdain. It seems reason isn't something they consider when entering the dungeon. They're a bunch of idiots, but I'm even more of an idiot for accepting this. I'm in, if I don't go and something happens to Cassandra or any of you, I won't forgive myself, he said, joining in the madness. Ryuu, her eyes shining to see that she wasn't alone, looked at each of them, receiving confirmation by nodding. He lowered his eyelids and smiled. He dug his sword out of the rocks and pointed it forward. Good. On our way. We must save Belle, he said, taking the lead of the group. Hi. They respond in unison. And so they headed at high speed towards the lion's mouth, or in this case, the dungeon. In the distance, a person covered in a black robe was spying on them. Freya-sama is going to scold me, and not even the demon realm will be able to save my black soul from the deity's fury, he thought, chasing them without them noticing his presence. The wind pushed his hood, revealing a pair of long ears that associated him with the elven race, although his skin tone was dark compared to the rest of the forest fairies that abound in the city of Arario. I cursed the hour I decided to stay and eat a sandwich. I was the only one Helen found in Folkvanger, and I had to protect them, he commented, taking out said paper-covered sandwich and taking a bite. Despite his lack of desire to be there, he was interested to see what would happen. Helen told him to protect Belle and Ryuu, but this task was made impossible because he arrived just as the white-haired man risked himself to protect the rest. The Knight of Light didn't fear his flame would be extinguished when he faced the storm without proper preparation. I respect his bravery, even though this poor deer of darkness must now prolong his journey indefinitely. I'm sure his eternal brilliance hasn't been extinguished. So, we'll have to get to work, he declared, giving his impression of the accident he witnessed. In the dungeon, White Palace. Belle lay on the ground, unconscious. His body was covered in wounds and burns, his head split open, blood pouring from it. Crack. 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 Rocks continued to fall from the top of the makeshift tunnel. The flames covered the surface of it. Several Spartoi and barbarians were slowly dying from their burns. The smell of charred flesh and burning fur would be unpleasant enough to make any human flee, but it wasn't possible for our rabbit, who showed no reaction. His eyes tried to open with great difficulty due to fatigue and the blood that covered them. Our Ryuu, he named the girl, his girl, raising his arm slowly with clear exhaustion and too much effort for that seemingly simple task. The pain of his wounds was, along with the taste of blood in his mouth and the smell of iron that came with it, the only sensation he had and the one that kept him conscious. A growl came from the dense darkness that extended through one of the passageways of the White Palace. I must get up, the boy murmured. He was aware of the risk he was putting himself in by remaining still for too long in such a busy area as the White Palace. Sooner or later, something would find him, and that would be the end of him, as he didn't have enough energy or health to face the dangers of the 37th floor. Ugh. Came that moan of pain as he tried to make a sudden movement. He looked down only to notice another mishap that would prevent him from fleeing to safety. Broken, it was to be expected, he said, realizing that the bones in his left leg were tearing through the muscle and skin. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones colliding with each other alerted the rabbit. Yes, they are definitely not mine, he thought. From his right, several skull sheep approached, called by the noise of the previous explosion. Damn ugh. He desperately tried to stand up, avoiding making any kind of noise that would reveal his position to the sheep-like monsters. I told Ryuu to trust me, I promised him I wouldn't die, so come on, bellcranel, let's not look like liars. Get up. He cheered himself up, ignoring the pain in his leg. His skin was tinged red from the exertion. His cheeks puffed out as he held back the scream that sought to escape from his injuries. He held Goliath's fur scarf, which thankfully hadn't come loose from around his neck after the fall. I'm going to make a sling, maybe it won't help much, but at least I'll prevent the bone from continuing to tear muscle, he said to himself. Searching through the rubble for an object that could serve as a wooden rod, he found a Spartoi bone. It was large enough to do the job. He placed it on the outside of his leg and twisted the scarf around to secure the grip. The hard part was next tightening the bandage. Ugh. He let out a grunt of discomfort as soon as he squeezed. He drew his unicorn horn dagger, placed it in his mouth, at least the blunt side, and bit down, preventing the noise from becoming too loud. All at once, if I do it slowly it will take longer and hurt a lot, he thought. He mentally counted. 3, 2, 1. And. Ugga. He tightened the knot firmly. Her breathing quickened, she wanted to scream and cry from the pain of the sharp hot pain in her leg. However, it was necessary. Little by little the pain disappeared and the heat increased, causing the nerves to lose sensitivity and the blood to stop flowing. The bones were reinserted, although the sharp points resulting from the breakage of said bone structure were still visible, but no longer completely. Now I'll cauterize this. He had already planned what to do next after this small victory. He undid the safety pins on his armor's breastplate and removed it. Afterward, a bloodstain appeared, soaking the young man's black shirt. From it, an object protruded, seemingly embedded in the center of his chest. Tearing the fabric revealed what caused it. It was a sheet of metal, which was nailed into his chest before the explosion swept everything away. I thought I avoided it. I guess it wasn't like that damn sportoy managed to hurt me, he whispered, remembering that, seconds before invoking his firebolt magic so that the explosion would spread throughout the terrain, one of those armed skeleton monsters pointed its sword at him, piercing his chest and getting dangerously close to his vital organs after destroying the sternum handle. That's why my right lung hurts, he said, relating the injury to the burning sensation when inhaling oxygen. As his lungs filled completely, they, especially the aforementioned side, collided with the leaf, buried deep enough to penetrate the pleural cavity and spill the fluid from the remaining layers. He felt that the more liquid spilled, the less he could breathe properly, and ventilating only aggravated the problem. How do I get it out, he wondered. The sword's blade was broken inside, making it difficult to access from the outside. Crack. Crack. The skull sheep moved on, abandoning their search and walking off to poke around the rest of the rubble in search of anything of interest. This increased the panic in the white-haired man. He grabbed the breastplate and tied it again. The broken leg, my lung collapsing and almost at -0. This is definitely the White Palace, he muttered, mocking the precarious situation he got himself into. I'll come back, Ryuu, I won't allow you to shed tears for me, the elf smile manifested in the rabbit's mind, being his driving force for the challenge he was about to face. He stood up quietly, stopped biting his unicorn horn dagger, and, now standing, walked in any direction that would allow him to get away from danger. But sometimes luck is a damn bitch that doesn't give you what you need. Cranel. A barbarian spoke, crawling towards the young man, without legs and half of his head torn off. Crack. 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 Damn, with his back to the danger, Bell wailed. Turning to face them, he accepted what fate had dealt him. He'll play the cards he was dealt. I'm too exhausted to run away or take the initiative, so. His eyes shone, and the characteristic wide aura of Argonaut surrounded him. He smiled cheekily, not caring about the disadvantage of not being able to dodge. Come for me, he shouted. Zoom. 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 Several bone stakes were shot at him. Slash. 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 Using his dagger, he repelled each one of them. They won't beat me from a distance, he muttered. Ah. Suddenly he launched into an attack. Slash. The skull of one of the skull sheep was cut vertically, opening it up and. Firebolt. Good. Bursting out as the injured rabbit's palm landed just inches away from her. The first one had fallen. The crunching of his bones tore at the cartilage in his joints and opened the wound in his leg wider and wider. But, thanks to the adrenaline and the lack of blood flow, he was able to let it go. Let's continue, he said. Zoom. One of the sheep tried to attack from a few meters away, not realizing that, even in that state, the sharp denials of a first-class sheep would not even hesitate. Slash. Bell cut the stake and counterattacked. Slash. 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 Firebolt. Good. As if it were a carbon copy of their previous confrontation, he slew the beast. Slash. 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 He moved as fast as his leg could, cutting the sheep's bones so that his chantless magic could do the rest of the work. Good. 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 He would finish them off without blinking, without giving them time to react, because he knew that the moment he made a mistake, it would be their end. If they damaged his almost intact leg, he was sure to die. If he lost concentration, he would be hurt. And while the pain kept him conscious, a wound in the right place would definitely kill him. Ah. Slash. But the horizontal slash, he easily split another skull sheep in half. Slash. The second one that tried to attack him from behind was cut down in less time than a rooster crows. Slash. 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 Several bones fell to the ground without stopping, without rest, with no signs of stopping. However, that only meant that more and more enemies found out what was happening and surrounded the white-haired man, complicating the situation and slowing down the end of this fight. Zoom. The projectile was streaking through the skies, cutting through the air, towards the white-haired man's head. Slash. It was divided before reaching its destination. The Paluda Bell identified the newest specimen joining the battle. They were the Paluda, dark green dragon-shaped monsters characterized by shooting poisonous spines from their backs like arrows. 3 of them emerged from the boy's back. Kira before performing his chant, an immense pain stopped him. Hua. He spat out blood. His lung was hemorrhaging. Thanks to the boy's sudden movements to finish them all off, the sharp blade cut the lung when they inflated after a breath. Zoom. 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 Stakes and poisonous thorns came from both sides. Firebolt. Now he did invoke his magic, releasing the dagger momentarily to free his hand and aim to both sides. Thud. 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 The fire rays stopped the projectiles, turning them into ashes. Before his only weapon hit the ground, he caught it. Grrrrrrrrr. The growls became present again, and the skull sheep charged at him, as if a ram were looking to gore a victim. Bell looked everywhere to try to escape the stampede of monsters. On your left. The Paludas. Ahead. A huge pile of rubble. Behind him. A white rock wall. I was really screwed. He gritted his teeth and decided to turn his back on the Paludas. The poison could be contained with his unicorn horn dagger, but the wounds that the multiple blows of the sheep would inflict on him, he could not. Without potions or healing magic, he had to sort out his priorities. Ah. Gah. A scream choked by the blood that filled his respiratory organs was what started the attack. Slash. 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 He slaughtered the beasts, each and every one close enough for his weapon's damage range to take effect. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't find his hestia dagger, which would allow him to attack from both sides. Zoom. Slash. The first of the poisonous thorns embedded itself in the white-haired man's back. Ugh. A purple stain expanded from the area it hit. I must resist the poison. He said to himself. Slash. 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 He cut, destroyed, killed, broke the magic stones. The skull sheep were disappearing at a rapid pace. The residual smoke from finishing off a monster in the dungeon camouflaged its body, preventing the Paluda from hitting their shots. Slash. 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 Clang. 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 Magic stones covered the floor. Why are there so many, he wondered, unable to make sense of the absurd number of monsters. They weren't in the Colosseum by any means, so the generation should be normal. Zoom. Slash. Ugh. Interrupting his train of thought, another poisonous thorn hit him, right in the shoulder. The poison spread rapidly through the boy's altered heart rate, allowing blood circulation to help it reach the rest of his limbs and organs. Breathing out through his nose, he swallowed the pain. Ah. Slash. 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 He tore the beasts to pieces frantically. Poison wouldn't stop him. His injuries would not stop him. If his legs couldn't hold up, he'd make them hold up. If his arms tire, he will kill his enemies with his teeth. It didn't matter how many rivals he had in front of him. Nor those who came after them. He wouldn't give up. I wouldn't give in. Losing will not be allowed. Why? Ryuu. She was waiting for him. The promise of being together. I wouldn't break it. Make that beautiful fairy smile. Give him a happy life. It didn't matter what hell he went through. The suffering that he lived through. It all came down to one simple goal. The goal. The promise. Protect that beautiful fairy he fell in love with. Zoom. Slash. The thorns were embedded in his back. But the sparkle in the rabbit's eyes did not go out. Be a hero. Slash. 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 Be his hero. The white glow on his body that had long since gone out lit up again with greater intensity. Ah. Slash. 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 He attacked like an animal. Anything that got in its way was reduced to nothing. Ignoring the detachment of the tourniquet on his leg. Ignoring the poison that was increasing in dose each time. Ham. Ugh. One of the skull sheep approached and hit him, causing him to step back. Ah. He kicked her, sending her several meters back and colliding with several of her teammates. Firebolt. Thud. 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 He aimed in both directions, burning everything in his path. The commonly scarlet rays took on a blue and white coloration, resembling his aura at that moment. If I don't finish this now I'll die, he muttered. Slash. 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 Concentrating on winning, he gripped his dagger tightly. The brilliance of his skill was imbued into it, increasing the size of the blade. It was Argavesta. He prayed from the bottom of his heart that the weapon made by Welf Krazo, his blacksmith and friend, would withstand the load that until now only the dagger Hestia had managed to contain. Clang. 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 The bells echoed in the dungeon. For some reason the monsters stopped their attacks, hypnotized by the sound. His heart was beating fast. Firebolt, he said. The blue and white fire further enhanced the weapon. His eyes shot open, he leaned forward and… Argavesta. Zoom. The length of the dagger, no, it was incorrect to give it that name. The length of the sword was such that, as it grew, it killed whatever was in front of it. When its growth stopped, Bell brandished it. AHH. Slash. The skull sheep were torn to pieces in a row. The boy spun around his own axis, cutting even the walls of the White Palace and… Slash. Causing the same fate to the dragon-like monsters that poisoned him. The blood stained the rocks white, turning them into the Scarlet Palace. Zoom. Uam. As the sword reached every enemy, every area it moved through exploded, leaving a wave of white fire in a circle around Bell. Ham. He fell to his knees. Ah. His breathing became difficult. Her vision clouded over. Everything was going dark. His chest was in spasms. The poison killed him slowly but painfully. However, that would not be the cause of his death. That position belonged to his completely collapsed lung. He gripped the handle of the dagger, red hot from the magical charge, and… Slash. He buried it in her shoulder. His skin melted, his muscle charred. However, the poison was absorbed. Only by letting out moans and grunts was the way to know that Bell was still alive. Suddenly the noise around him stopped being heard, only allowing him to hear a ringing in his ears. I removed the poison, but he thought. He could no longer speak. Get up, she's still waiting for us to return, we promised. He gave himself those words of encouragement, trying not to faint. He saw in slow motion his head fall to the side along with his entire body. Ryuu. Tears overflowed from her eyes to slide down her dirty cheeks and fall to the ground. Sorry for not being able to give you what you dreamed of so much, he apologized. Little by little he resigned himself and surrendered to his destiny that seemed to be inevitable. A scene, a gift, appeared in his mind. She and two beautiful children. Your partner's dream. Which became his when he heard it. It would no longer come true. I failed you trusted me, you gave me everything of yourself, your dreams, your hope, your happiness, and I failed you, and with my death, I will hurt you, just what I swore I wouldn't do to you. He hated himself for how it all turned out. He was disappointed in himself for the pain he would go through. Allies, I couldn't take care of her, I broke the promise. His heartbeat was slowing alarmingly. Ham. He fell flat on the ground, like a sack and… Sorry, thus slowly concluding his life and shedding tears of regret. The Xenos. His companions. Ryuu. Many things I left behind. Many unfulfilled promises. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring he had asked Welf to make a few days ago. I couldn't give you this. He squeezed it and pressed it against his chest. As his eyelids slowly closed, a shadow approached him. So I'll be monster food, how cruel is fate, he thought, imagining that some beast would kill him in the dungeon, and especially on the 37th floor, he found him. I love you, Ryuu, they were the last words he wanted to say. Even if death were cruel and left behind those he loved in life, his feelings would never waver, he doesn't regret having loved that beautiful fairy. Fireplace mansion, with Hestia and Está. Hestia? What's wrong? Está asked, worried about the small pigtailed goddess who had suddenly shot up from her seat, slamming the table and spilling the drinks they were sharing. Her expression conveyed a completely overwhelming terror. Her eyes were shaking, as were her legs. Her heart was racing, so much so that her chest began to feel extremely tight. He began to hyperventilate, his breathing becoming labored. Bell, he named his son and captain of his family with difficulty. The words came out with difficulty. Hestia, the brown-haired goddess, named her again, now with more concern than before. Su Falna, I don't feel it, he revealed. Astra's eyes widened at this shocking news. How? He asked, wanting to confirm what he heard. I don't feel her Falna. I don't feel my Bell's Falna. Hestia screamed, her tears streaming down her face as she repeated what she said with great pain and, above all, terror. What happened? The goddess of justice asked, grabbing her shoulders tightly. I don't know. I suddenly lost connection with Bell. The deity replied, crying profusely. My Bell, she whispered, stunned. Astra's arms wobbled, she lost strength and let go. Both were completely dejected without showing any response. Thousands of questions were running through their heads, but the main one was. He died? How? He can't be dead, Hestia murmured. The brunette raised her head and looked at her. I refuse to believe he died. It's impossible. It couldn't have happened. He declared. See, calm down, Hestia. The other lady in the room wanted to stop her. I have to know what happened. This can't be happening. My Belle wouldn't die. She wouldn't die. Astri's grip was strong enough to momentarily immobilize the pigtailed goddess, who was writhing with the intention of running straight to the dungeon, or at least that's what she assumed. This isn't the time to panic. If we rush to conclusions or act recklessly, we'll cause more trouble. He reasoned. But the brunette's face was buried in the brunette's chest. I know what you must be feeling right now. I've been through it too, however, we must act intelligently. And there's only one person who can help us, Astri informed, her clothes soaked by her companions crying. Who, he asked. Suddenly a shock ran through Hestia's body, suffering a spasm that was felt by the person hugging her. Hestia. She. Was named. His back came out of the mouth of the aforementioned. Hizfalna, I feel Hizfalna again, he revealed. Little by little he distanced himself from Astri, assimilating what was happening in his head. He didn't die. Or maybe he did, but did he come back to life? He celebrated, although that question remained inside him. What the hell happened in the dungeon? We don't know, but one thing is certain. They were in more danger than they could handle if the strongest adventurer in the group found himself face to face with death. We must go to the Tower of Babel, only Freya can support us, suggested the deity of justice, standing up and helping her friend do the same. Both of them, putting aside their past fear, ran at full speed, praying that it was not too late to save their children. Astri-sama. Where are you going? Lucia asked until her wrist was grabbed. There's no time for explanations, you're coming with us. The brunette said, dragging her second daughter. The young human shouted, without resisting and without understanding what the rush was on the part of both deities. Chapter 29. Rescuing the rabbit in danger. In the previous chapter. Astri-sama. Where are you going? Lucia asked until her wrist was grabbed. There's no time for explanations, you're coming with us. The brunette said, dragging her second daughter. The young human shouted, without resisting and without understanding what the rush was on the part of both deities. In the current chapter. Open the door. Come out and attend to us, Freya. The little pigtailed goddess shouted wildly, repeatedly banging on the gigantic gate of the family headquarters that bore the name of the aforementioned goddess. It's a matter of life or death. Please come. Astri also joined the commotion and the shouts, starting with Hestia, due to her fear regarding what had happened in the dungeon minutes before. Lucia, on the other hand, still couldn't understand what was causing this collective hysteria in both deities, who didn't even give her an explanation when they forcibly dragged her to the enormous mansion where they were kept. Yes, indeed, that place was none other than Folkvangr. Stop shouting. They are very scandalous. Noisy. Do you want to die? 4 voices came from the other side of the door, which was suddenly opened after the constant requests of the duo of deities. Those who had attended to them were 4 brothers of the Hobbit race, the same race to which Lily, daughter of Hestia and support in her family, belonged. They were identical, like 2 peas in a pod. Brown hair and a fair temperament that, like a pressure cooker, would make them explode with any misstep. Gulliver brothers Astri recognized them. They almost broke down the door. There's no way we're letting 2 annoying goddesses in who weren't invited. Get lost. The brothers replied in unison, visibly irritated. Even though they're goddesses, we won't hesitate to kick them out if necessary. So I recommend you leave at once and not push your luck, Alfred threatened, facing Hestia. It's curious that a hobbit is taller than her, but that's not important now. I don't give a damn. If it's to save Belle, I have no qualms about being hurt to ensure his well-being. Freya. Please come. She resumed her screams and pleas, wanting to force her way into the mansion, however, the hobbits wouldn't allow her to pass, blocking her way. It was through shoving and scraping that the pigtailed goddess sought to sneak in. Needless to say, this strategy would have no effect because those blocking her were second-class adventurers, close to first class. 4 level 5 adventurers who did want to could wipe her off the map and return to Tenkai in less time than it takes to blink. Let me see Freya. You don't understand. I can't receive an invitation to visit her if it's an emergency. I tried to explain until. Pam. Ugh. Hestia fell to the ground after being pushed by Alfred, or so she thought. It was hard to tell them apart, even down to their clothing. She was guided only by the authority he seemed to possess and the fact that he was the one who was 1 step ahead of them. That hurt. He complained, rubbing his butt in pain as he stood up again. You are very insistent. We have been as patient as possible, but you do not understand. If we were to allow any 4th-rate goddess to associate with our goddess, her image would be tarnished. Please understand your position, replied the hobbit who had pushed her, scorning and belittling her. Lucia, frightened by the hobbit's arrogant attitude, took a couple of steps back. The adventurer's not-so-imposing figure seemed unthreatening at first glance, but once the distance was reduced, things changed. Despite his size, he was clearly a dangerous opponent in the eyes of a beginner adventurer. a level 1 novice. Every fiber in her body implored her to get as far away from there as possible because, with a single blow, they could end her life without even realizing it. As if a human accidentally stepped on a tiny ant that was just living peacefully, aware of the risks around it. In the blink of an eye, his existence would vanish. Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? And it's not just that, why do Está and hestia look so desperate? I've never seen them like this before. It must be a terrible problem if they're willing to verbally confront those monsters, the human thought, asking herself hundreds of questions and swallowing saliva due to fear. She had a valid point. What could be so important as to humiliate herself like this before mere mortals if they represent divinity? Doubt gnawed at her, the lack of information made her uncomfortable. Pending information leaked from the goddesses themselves, she could only wait for the full context to be revealed. I just want to talk to Freya now. Why are you stopping me? It's a matter of life or death, and my son is at risk. The little goddess angrily protested, waving her arms wildly like a child throwing a tantrum. A rather pitiful scene coming from someone who is considered the goddess of the hearth in Greek mythology, one of the most important gods in the world. TCH. You're so annoying. Freya-sama doesn't live here. So stop bothering everyone and causing trouble because that's all you're good for, you damn fool. They said in unison, turning their backs on her and frowning, although revealing that the silver-haired goddess wasn't there. Yes, they had foolishly wasted their time by requesting to see her where she clearly wasn't. But how would they know? What goddess doesn't live with her children at the headquarters? That was Hestia's reasoning. A lot of chest and little brain. Hey. I heard that. I can't let that go. The insult came from one of the quadruplets. Before the argument could get personal, Está covered her mouth to silence her. Getting into a fight when every second counts is ridiculous. Excuse me. Alfred, Valen, Berling, Grr, do you happen to know where we might find Freya? I would be very grateful if you could provide us with that information. I promise we won't cause her any trouble, and I also assure you that the matter we wish to tell you about also concerns her, being of her interest and concern, said the beautiful brown-haired goddess. Typical of her, she addressed the brothers in a kind, tactful, and calm manner, a reflection of the sophisticated personality of the deity who rules over justice. Of course, when it comes to matters concerning her daughter's love life. They thought about it, whispering among themselves. Finally, something other than shouting and demands. It's surprising you remember our names, which is typical of you, I must say, Está-sama. Alfred spoke up. Está smiled, nodding. However, take your troubles elsewhere. We're not obligated to answer that question regarding the whereabouts of our goddess, and honestly, we couldn't care less about the lives of your family's children, and surely she doesn't either. So leave before we drag you out, Valen added, clenching his fists to instill greater fear in the unexpected visitors and enhance the threat. Don't be a leech, Está-sama. You should be grateful that Freya-sama was so benevolent as to allow you to return to Arario. Don't expect extra things from her. Berling hurled hurtful words at the aforementioned woman, who lay head down, her hair covering part of her face, which prevented anyone from noticing the expression she had at that moment. Está-sama Lucia named her, approaching her, but she started walking towards where the quadruplets had their backs to her and were re-entering Folkvingr. Applause. A strong grip was given on his part to Alfred, the eldest of the brothers. The goddess's thin, pale hand rested on his shoulder, pressing. TCH. What the hell is wrong with her? He demanded, trying to break free without success, impressed by the strength she possessed. Listen carefully. I know that on the outside I appear to be kind, pure, and someone who wouldn't harm any living being. But if you think that's all there is to me, you were very wrong. I'm not afraid to shatter an arrogant child outside my family to get what I want. Está emanated a blue aura that surrounded her, her arcanum to be precise. Astra's eyes, which are the same color, focused on each of the four siblings. They lost their shine, becoming opaque, sending a chill through them. It was as if he were judging them, analyzing the deepest recesses of their souls, just as they had felt the first time they met Freya several years ago. Understand your position. Compared to the gods, you are nothing more than empty distances that will sooner or later cease to exist. We are eternal. I am capable of harming you and making you suffer to ensure the happiness of my daughter and her future husband, he added, closing his fist. TCH. The four brothers stepped back from what, far from being a threat, represented a warning from the one who, until now, they thought was a benevolent and kind goddess. Wow, Está is so scary. This is something new for me, I haven't even seen her like this in Tenkai, Hestia thought, as she continued to be gagged by the deity's hand. Mental note, don't anger her or I'll be returned to Tenkai, she added as a reminder for future events. Meanwhile, Lucia was content to admire her from her spot. Está-sama is awesome. Put them in their place. She shouted effusively from the depths of her mind. There was no way she would say it out loud, considering the danger of being heard by those bastards who were less than 1.40 meters tall. Why is there so much racket? The noise even reaches my room, someone complained from inside Folkvinger. It was an irritated voice that was slowly approaching the headquarters entrance. This was evident from the sound of footsteps echoing around the gigantic structure. Hedon. It's these goddesses who keep bothering us. The Gullivers responded in unison, pointing ahead. Goddesses? The golden-haired elf, adjusting his glasses, repeated that part. Already reaching the main entrance, he peeked inside, bumping into Hestia, gagged, Astree, angry, and a random human he didn't know and didn't consider worthy of attention. What do we owe the visit of the goddess of Cranel and Ryuu lion to? He asked, calm, although his expression showed a certain surprise at seeing them there. Hua. Hestia withdrew her hand from the deity of justice so she could respond to the elf who came to restore order. He took deep breaths to speak freely, regaining the color of his skin that had turned purple due to the lack of breathing caused by Astree. We need to see Freya. It's a matter of life or death. My bell and my children are in danger. She screamed at the top of her lungs. The tears in her eyes reflected the pure and sincere concern she felt for the well-being of the white-haired rabbit whom Hedon knew perfectly well. He, noticing the seriousness of the matter, as well as Astree's confirmation, who nodded, agreeing with him, understood that it was not time to put obstacles. After all, she was aware of how important Cranel and Ryuu lion were to her goddess, not for nothing did she decide to take part in that game at the party a few weeks ago. Adjusting his glasses and addressing the three women, he gave the following order. Follow me, Freya-sama is at work, he revealed. The four quickly ran towards the Lady of Plenty, where a certain silver-haired grey-eyed waitress was working. Then the Lady of Plenty. It was just another workday at that famous restaurant bar in the city of Arario, yes. Nothing to write home about. The flow of customers was moderately high, which was resented by the waitresses, who moved around taking orders, bringing the food and drinks they ordered, and delivering the checks, ensuring that they didn't run away without paying, by taking advantage of their busy schedule. Typical of a job where you see so many people every day, you inevitably hear a lot of gossip and chatter that you unintentionally end up listening to. There was one specific topic on the lips of all the adventurers who sought to quench their thirst by sharing mugs of beer with their companions. It was the dungeon that, according to several visitors, has been behaving strangely. I'm telling you, old man. Before the great tree, there are almost no monsters. It's hard to obtain magic stones and money if the situation is like this. My god had to go to the guild to ask them the reason for this, one of them commented, complaining before taking a deep drink of his beer, draining it. This caught the attention of those present, especially one of the establishment's workers. No, there's no need to worry. Hogni came with them and will surely keep them safe if things get complicated. My two favorite souls are well protected. Although I'm still angry that they went off on some damn expedition with her pregnant. How the hell do you think you would bring your pregnant mate to the dungeon, Belle? Was her thought, which abruptly changed from relaxation to unbridled anger, blaming the white-furred rabbit for his irresponsibility, even though he had no idea that his girlfriend was expecting a child. Isn't that an exaggeration on your part? I doubt the dungeon just decided to stop monster regeneration to rest or whatever. Anyway, if you're complaining so much about money, don't drink so much, replied his companion, clearly drunk at such an early hour, pointing at him, or at least trying to, because as a result of his dizziness, he was about to go somewhere else. They are not my inventions, go see it and you will realize that I am right, replied the first. Oh. I accept the challenge. Let's go. The second replied, suddenly standing up. Idiot. Not now. Waitresses. The check, please. Wanting to prove their point, the adventuring duo settled a bag of gold coins that clearly exceeded the amount of money they would be charged for what they consumed. When Sir, who had told them what they should pay, wanted to give them back, Mamma Mia looked at her, placing her index finger on her lips to keep her quiet. That dwarf, who acts as the owner of the bar, doesn't mind resorting to that kind of trickery, that is, robbing drunks, if it means an increase in her profits. The silver-haired woman just laughed and returned to the bar, handing the bag to her boss for safekeeping. Right there, three fellow waitresses were resting. They were Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar. They took that brief moment, that downtime with nothing to do, to recover. This job has become harder without Ryuu, the human commented, leaning her back against the bar and stretching her arms out. Yes, Naya. It's very strange that he's not here, Anya agreed, somewhat dejected by the absence of the elf who had been her companion for so many years. But now she's happy, Naya. Denoting that round and juicy ass Naya, Chloe's anger was so great that she instinctively closed her fist, envying the situation her friend was in. You're weird and disgusting, Naya, the brown-haired catgirl said, moving away from the other a little. You're just confirming that if Belle and Ryuu have children, we'll have to handcuff you and put you in the Ganesha family jail, Lunwar replied, putting on a disgusted face and saying that with such seriousness that it offended the black-haired girl. Those are accusations that are completely unfounded, Naya. They can't put me in jail if I haven't done anything, Naya. He replied to Chloe, puffing out his chest and mocking the threat. No crime, no consequences. I doubt Ryuu will allow that to happen. She probably thinks the same as us. In fact, if I had children, I wouldn't allow you to get near them, the human commented, putting herself in the elf's shoes, who was perfectly aware of her friend's perverted and clearly illegal tendencies. You're straying from the main topic of your conversation, Mamma Mia interrupted from the kitchen. Right Naya, we were talking about how much we miss Ryuu, Naya Anya remembered, placing her finger on her lower lip. The truth is, watching her make a mess at the bar amused me. It was my favorite part of the day, although that was at first, since the more she got used to the job as a waitress, the less inconvenience she caused. Sir participated in the casual conversation, perching next to the girls. What good times, they said at the same time. Do you remember how we met her? Lunwer asked Chloe, gently nudging her with her elbow to get her attention. How could I forget it, Naya? That's why we're working here, the catgirl replied, putting on a poker face. Yes, although I'm honestly not complaining. It's impressive how quickly we went from trying to kill her for a bounty to even now giving our lives for her so she can live happily ever after, the human expressed her wish, highlighting how strong that bond of friendship that began as an attempted murder had become. Definitely Naya, she has suffered a lot and deserves the best the world can offer her, Naya, Chloe commented, smiling sweetly and remembering how much that bitter and sadness-filled elf changed as she joined them, and especially Belle. Little by little he became part of this family, Naya Anya commented, feeling melancholic. Sir noticed the expression on the brunette. Alan, I wish you could make up for lost time with her, but you're stubborn, and the best way you found to protect her was to push her away from you, she thought, her head down. Indirectly, she was also the cause of the pain her friend was suffering. I remember the day I met her. The storm was thunderous, the rain didn't seem to stop. It was as if it were an omen of bad news. However, nothing could be further from the truth because, in that alley I took as a shortcut back to the bar, I ran into her. A sad and broken girl who was no longer interested in dying, or rather, longed for it. Since then, I've been grateful every day for the decision to change her route because that hopeless fairy has changed, recovered, and is facing the future positively, the silver-haired woman recalled their meeting. Perhaps it was predestined, or maybe fate wanted them to meet. Or it was mere coincidence that their paths crossed. However it happened, she was glad it happened. Still in the kitchen, Mamma Mia observed the sincerity of the waitress. She inevitably smiled, proud of that change. Aren't gods supposed to not change? She asked herself subconsciously. That famous saying among deities that their personalities are unchanged from the first minute of their existence was broken. Freya changed, and for the better. Speaking of which. Sir, did you have any problems accepting Belle and Ryuu's relationship? Lunwer asked, curious. Are you? What do you mean? The girl in question asked. I had that doubt too, Naya said. Doesn't it make you sad that your best friend and the boy you fell in love with got together? Naya asked. That the love between them was mutual, Naya said. Chloe also expressed her doubt, putting it into better context regarding what the human was referring to. The silver-haired girl's head moved from right to left, shaking her head. Ryuu fairly won Belle's heart, so there's no point in getting upset or sad. Besides, if I had to choose someone who deserves Belle in my life, it would definitely be her, he explained, without any mixed feelings or hesitation in his words. This impressed her companions. Someday I'll meet someone who makes me happy. That person who falls madly in love with me and I with him. Sir clasped her hands over her chest, excited for that day to come. And I'm sure of it. It's not for nothing that I put the birth of my ODR plan into action. So that my future husband, wife, or both can be cooked. Why not? Phew. I can't wait for you to be born. The waitress's thoughts were so easy to read that it was scary. Her body language didn't help hide it either, as she squirmed and rubbed her thighs together, as if she were aroused. It would be great if there were more than one. Imagining the possibilities turns me on. She said to herself, continuing with that immoral and deplorable way of thinking. The face of the dwarf who had previously praised her changed radically to an expression of disgust and disappointment. It wasn't necessary to read minds or be a fortune teller to know what was going on in the disturbed head of that nymphomaniac goddess, disguised as an innocent girl. But pride spat on, trampled on, and soiled, feeling offended and annoyed, she whispered. Give me back my damn pride, you don't deserve it, you damn perverted, crazy, and dumb goddess who thinks with her bottom half you'll never change. He said through gritted teeth, clenching his fist and breaking the wooden spoon in his hand, as if it were a toothpick. All this was being carried out in the owner's subconscious, and noise caught the attention of the people inside the premises. 5. The establishment's door was suddenly flung open by a solid, sharp impact on the surface of the entrance door. The force was such that it wouldn't be surprising if it had come loose from its hinges installed in the wall. Thanks to the scandal, the people responsible for the uproar have been put under the spotlight. It wasn't too difficult for the beautiful platinum-haired waitress to identify the identities. Hestia-sama. What's going on? You almost broke the property of the Lady of Plenty, she said, puffing out her cheek and pretending to be angry. Sir, a second voice names her. The respectable figure of the goddess of justice herself emerged behind the goddess of the bonfire. Estri-sama. The tables turned. Sir's mood shifted when Estri's presence was noticed. Sorry if we interrupted, but we couldn't let time pass without acting, said the brunette seriously. Why would you guys want to talk to me? I'm just a normal girl, the silver-haired girl replied, scratching the side of her head and maintaining her role as a friendly country girl who didn't get into trouble. Suddenly she is interrupted and that act vanished. Sir Sama, the matter is serious. It was Hedon, the member of the Freya family, who revealed the location of his goddess, who gave the warning, leaning out from the entrance by leaning his back against the doorframe and adjusting his glasses. Sir's nervous laughter gradually becomes distorted. What happened? He asked, ignoring the twitching of his eyebrow that was vibrating like an earthquake as he struggled to stay calm and not panic. Lucia, Estri's second daughter, who was overtaken several kilometers ago, was just approaching the bar. How is it possible that they are so fast? I understand that elf, but two goddesses running that fast makes no sense. He complained, gasping for air and emphasizing the physical condition of those two deities who did not activate their arcanum to enhance themselves. Upon reaching them, he heard what Hedon had warned him about. Things got complicated. I'm not lying when I say that the lives of Hestia and Estri's family are in danger as we speak. The bar patrons watched this exchange, unable to understand how the waitress and the elf from the Freya family were interacting. Despite this, they continued to consume their drinks and food, using the sight as a distraction. However, the pleasure would not last long. Crash. One punch was enough to split the bar in two, alerting the visitors. The person responsible was Mamma Mia, who still had her fist on where that now smashed wood was. With his head bowed, he gave a single instruction. Get out of my bar, leave this place immediately, he ordered, instilling fear in them. The poor devil, who perhaps gained courage thanks to alcohol, had the brilliant idea of replying to the dwarf. Hey. If we leave, will we get our money back? Before he could even finish his questioning, he felt his leg being grabbed and lifted off the ground, and then. Crash. Being thrown and crashing into the front window, breaking it in the process. Those who were under the influence of alcohol recovered. Mamma Mia shook her hands, cleaning them, and asked the rest. Any other objections? In no time, everyone shook their heads and left their seats, leaving without a backward glance, placing their bills on the tables, even though they didn't know exactly how much they owed him. Some literally left him all the money they had at the time. The institution of survival outweighs economic necessity. Why is everyone in Arario so violent and crazy? Lucia wondered, terrified by the imposing figure of the manager of the place she had visited days before with Harahim. Estri, Hestia, Hedon, and she entered, closing the door behind them. Alone, Sir demanded more details. Now speak. What do you mean? Don't leave out any details. With a blank face, looking menacing, she spoke those words. Hestia was the first to speak, beginning the story. My family received a search mission from the guild. It turns out someone of interest to Uranus went missing, and he explained until. I already know that. Skip that part and get straight to the point, the waitress requested, explaining her knowledge of guild matters and the reason for entering the dungeon, stopping the pigtailed goddess in her tracks. Estri continues. They left this morning, but a few minutes ago, while Hestia and I were having tea at the mansion, Belle's fauna disappeared for several seconds, or so he perceived, he revealed. Those who weren't aware of this information opened their eyes wide. A hole formed in the pit of their abdomens, feeling an endless emptiness. Belle dead, Sir whispered. Her vision blurred and she began to hyperventilate in fear. That's impossible. How come even Mamma Mia was unable to hide that? This news, which fell like a bucket of cold water, filled her with disbelief. Hedon, in particular, could not believe it. If that brat who beat him in combat died in battle, what kind of danger ended his life inside the dungeon? I can't believe this. Lucia felt dizzy, staggering. Her legs were giving out. Ryuu, Belle dead? Lunwar, Anya and Chloe interpreted that if the white-haired man died, their friend even more so. Wait a minute. The dwarf stopped everything. How's it going to be that you stopped feeling that boy's fauna, Hestia-sama? And what do you mean by only for a few seconds? It's assumed that only death undoes the fauna, and it's impossible for it to return to a corpse, he questioned, giving his perspective on the matter. What if he came back to life? Sir muttered, calming his nerves and thinking coolly. That was a possibility they hadn't considered. Revive. But how? The elf held his chin, trying to make sense of that theory. If it can happen, Estri commented. How do you know? Lunwar asked. The memory of the assault on Nos appeared in the deity's mind. The confrontation between Ace and Ryuu versus Revis. When the latter remembered her life by recognizing the elf, control of her body became hers, abandoning that parasite that dominated her and gave her back her life. When that happened, the girl's failure was felt by Está. The failure of allies Lavelle. Despite the time she had been dead according to her knowledge, she nevertheless regained consciousness, emitted the foulness signal that was received by her goddess, even though she herself could feel when it disappeared. She knows better than anyone, Lunwer Sir was the one who answered the human's doubt in the face of the brunette's depressed expression. The girl's hypothesis was undoubtedly perfectly viable. The question was how much. However. Back to the topic. What could have happened in the dungeon? Bell can practically match and even surpass a high level 6 like Hedon. Nothing in there should pose a life-threatening threat to him until he reaches the Baylor, the grey-haired woman opined, emphasizing the power the captain of the Hestia Familia possessed. Not just anything in the dungeon could get an adventurer like Bell into trouble. Aside from his skills, he was very strong, so strong that he was able to defeat one of the most powerful adventurers in Arario, Hedon. Something very bad must have happened if he died. How he revived isn't important. Now we must focus on rescuing them, because if we don't, the same fate could await the rest of them. If we don't act quickly, things will only get worse. The elf spoke up, clearly convinced that the best option was to enter the dungeon. The fauna of the rest of my children is still intact, so they're still alive. It's only Bells that had that happen, Hestia confessed, giving them some relief. It's the same case with my daughter. Ryuu is still alive, Está also revealed that detail. Sir's eyes, relieved that they were still able to save them. Suddenly she frowned and clenched her fists, completely angry. The damn job, Hogni, you only had the damn job of taking care of them and Bell is already dead. If anything happens to Ryuu and those children in her womb, I swear I will punish you severely. Were the thoughts of the seemingly kind and innocent waitress. For some reason, a certain dark elf inside the dungeon who was running at high speed suddenly stopped and felt a chill. He swallowed, wailed, and resumed his walk. We'll go. If Ryuu is in danger, we'll rescue her. Anya, Chloe, and Lunwer said in unison, volunteering for the emergency mission. Though only if Mamma Mia allows us. That mood faded when they returned their gaze to the dwarf, seeking her approval. She closed her eyes and exhaled. I guess we'll lose money today by closing the business so early, he declared, shaking his head and placing his hands on his waist. The three waitresses were excited. It's a fact then. We'll go for our weapons. The two catgirls and the human ran off to their rooms. As for the bar manager, she followed them up to the second floor. Sir's expression revealed a certain degree of surprise. Don't tell me, is it possible? Will you do it? He murmured, imagining what would happen soon. Freya-sama, Hedon called after her. There was no need to dissemble. Right now, there were only two people who knew the waitress's real identity. She didn't know about Lucia, who had just joined the Está family, but she trusted that she would keep it a secret. Yes, Hedon, the silver-haired girl asks. I'll go too. I'll join, only if you agree, he said. A smile appeared on the girl's face. What is the reason for this recent interest in helping them? He asked. The elf adjusted his glasses. Please don't get the wrong idea. It's pure selfishness that motivates my actions. I don't want you to die without first getting my revenge and regaining my pride, he replied. That answer did not entirely convince his goddess. And I thought Alan was the only tsundere in my family, he thought. The other three waitresses, now ready for the adventure, went down. It's time to go, Naya. Anya, lively as always, expressed that. Despite the discomfort it caused her to have that family elf next to her. Memories of being an active adventurer in the Freya family were not pleasant for the little catgirl. However, swallowing their fear to rescue their friend, they would work side by side. Suddenly several heavy footsteps came from the same upper floor. These made the wood creak until. Clash. The tip of a weapon was embedded in the ground. The weapon that was actually a shovel. I'll go with you to save that idiot brat and that silly girl. The dwarf declared, joining the mission despite her years as a retired adventurer. Thus, the group consisting of 2 level 6s and 3 level 4s began their march. Hestia, providing them with an oculus to keep in communication, retired with Está, Sir and Lucia to the fireplace mansion, where they would be aware of everything that happened. In the dungeon, 29th floor. Daphne Dono. Mikoto's voice called to the redeed while she struggled with 2 Spartois who tried to hurt her with their swords, but the Oriental blocked the attacks with her own weapon. I'm going. The aforementioned woman headed to her position and, brandishing her sword. Slash. He removed the skulls from the skeletons in a clean cut from the first vertebra of their spines. Hhhhhh. Mikoto. Did the same. Pam. A strong kick sent them several meters away. Slash. He split them in half, having already lost the ability to react. The resulting smoke gave her enough time to move away and join her combat partner, planning the next strategy. Their bodies were surrounded by golden auras, a clear indication that they received a level boost from Harahim in order to be able to match and combat those monsters that normally tend to cause problems for level 4s. If it weren't for Miyach-sama leveling up Cassandra and me before coming, this would be much more problematic, commented the Redeed, who by activating her Ramure magic simultaneously with the level increase, boosted her resistance and agility. You can't even say it. The Oriental woman replied. Slash. 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 They attacked together, as if they were one. A level 2 momentarily 3 and a level 3 who was equal to a level 4 adventurer at the beginning, thanks to the very convenient magic of the Renard. Slash. The pair of Spartois tried to cut Daphne's abdomen, but she was able to dodge them without any problems. Makoto. He named his partner. On my way. The black-haired girl answered. Ham. Pushing off with the strength of his legs, he left a crater in the ground after jumping, thus shortening the distance that increased when his companion moved away to defend herself from the enemies. Slash. Slash. He separated the solid bones from the skeletons as if they were a simple piece of butter. Ah. I am. Daphne responded with a kick just as the Oriental had done seconds before. Slash. 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 They attacked side by side, protecting each other's backs and, if necessary, switching places so the other could finish off their rivals. Due to the disparity in levels between the two, Daphne focused on damaging them as much as possible, and Makoto resisted from behind her until it was time to deliver the final blow, which was where the roles were reversed and the positions changed. Slash. Slash. 5. The synergy was clearly perfect as the two swordsmen kept attacking non-stop. Their concentration was completely focused on avoiding as much damage as possible. However. Makoto, be careful. Miyach's daughter warned when her defense was overcome and the tip of a Spartoi's sword headed for her own face, which she dodged without any other option. The brunette's blind spot, that is, her neck, was attacked. She tried to warn her, but due to the distance it was difficult to react in time. Nevertheless. Slash. An arrow lodged in the monster's hand, causing it to release it. Slash. Thanks to the proximity, Daphne split it in half. He momentarily looked up and ran into Cassandra, who, using her bow, aimed at that place, saving her companion. On his back he carried a beautiful Renard, who was the trump card and the main reason why they were matching the strength of the undead army. They exchanged glances and smiled at each other in gratitude. She moved again, avoiding at all costs getting into the middle of the fight. You've improved your aim, a long time ago you would have shot me in the shoulder, the girl thought, praising her friend's remarkable improvement in her skills with that weapon. Slash. 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 3 arrows embedded themselves in the Spartoi's skull in front of Makoto. Thank you, Lily Dono. The Oriental woman thanked her without turning around. She knew perfectly well that it was the hobbit who was covering her back. That's right, since the lower level and less skilled members weren't actively involved in the center of the conflict, they took turns protecting both girls if necessary. Slash. In a swift movement, Hestia's daughter, formerly of the Take Mikazuchi family, drew her sword and made a horizontal cut across her chest, cutting one by one the bones that crossed her path, ending the skeleton's existence in the blink of an eye. Good. While the 4 girls were barely holding their own in the fight, Welf, on the other hand, was beginning to have difficulties on the other side. However, compared to the destructive power it caused, the enemies diminished considerably. They keep appearing. The Redeed warned, creating explosions left and right with his magic sword, which little by little consumed his mind. Dizziness and blurred vision were not long in coming, clearly indicating that he was approaching the state known as Mind Zero. Hold on a bit, Welf-sama. Lily took out several scarlet crystals from her backpack and, tying them to the arrows, launched them with her crossbow so that they would reach their destination without inconvenience. Good. 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 Simultaneous explosions occurred as they hit the ground, creating a sea of flames and debris that extended for dozens of meters in all directions. You almost blew me to bits, Lilicuajo. The blacksmith complained, irritated by how close the explosion was to him. You're welcome. The support replied, going to help the rest. It wasn't a thank you. He replied. Clash. Ugh. He stopped the blow of a Spartoi that managed to escape the fire. Ugaya. He screamed, as if drawing strength from deep within him. Slash. He managed to push him away enough despite his momentary level 3 and. He told her. Good. A burst of flame erupted from the tip of the magic sword, charring the monster's bones into nothingness. While each one fought their own battle, a certain Amazon danced and shattered the Spartoi's bones with the grace of a professional assassin. Slash. 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 His gigantic hada was forging a path relentlessly through his enemies. Bones, shields, swords. They were all scattered on the ground in a spectacle worthy of admiration. Slash. Slash. The number is dwindling. The waves are getting fewer and fewer. Marina, who was fighting on the front lines, revealed. In the dark abyss before her eyes, skeletons appeared and rushed to attack. However, she controlled the situation as best she could, preventing many of them from reaching her back. But if that is the case, that is where the work of the rest of the Hestia family and company would come into play. That's right, the fight that was taking place behind him was only between a few who were escaping him. Slash. 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 I have a feeling they're the last ones. Pay attention. Aisha said, holding tightly to the handle of her weapon, which had a long thick blade. From below the waist he grasped it and, in a single movement, lifted it. Slash. The vertical slash destroyed any enemies who dared to stand before the Amazon's destructive power. Crash. 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 They fell one by one like dominoes. Only by using the wind thrust produced by the strength of the woman who, like the rest, was granted a level increase, equaling herself with level 5 adventurers, was she able to eliminate a complete row of enemies. However, the enemies, despite decreasing in number, continued to appear. Aisha lamented, visibly exhausted. Only 1 minute left. Lily warned. The golden aura surrounding them weakened, indicating that the time for using Uchide no Kazuchi would soon be up. The enemies keep coming. If we lose the boost, we won't be able to stop them. Daphne declared, finishing off 3 enemies at once. Crash. 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 Makoto ran over the skulls, detaching them from the rest of their bodies and letting them fall. Now, Welf Dono. He signaled the blacksmith, moving away from the attack radius. Hi. He replied, wielding his magic sword and good. He shot another burst of flame, charring everything in its path. I'm also running out of mind, we have to eliminate them quickly. Warned the Retid, exhausted by the constant use of his weapon that consumed his mind instead of producing bursts of fire. Before he had time to take a breath to continue, the enemies piled up. Although. Zoom. Slash. 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 All the Spartoi that snuck into Daphne, Makoto, and Welf's area were torn to pieces at incredible speed. Worthy of a first-class class. Slash. 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 An emerald beam moved so fast that it left only its footprint embedded in the ground and hundreds of bones scattered. Slash. 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 Until you finally deigned to come back. Aisha said angrily. Slash. Slash. A woman with long ears, a hood and a green cape appeared behind him. Slash. Crossing his wooden sword just inches from the Amazon's face, he defeated one of the monsters. TCH. Show off. He complained. In the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered across the endless night sky. The elf muttered, without slowing down her advance. Slash. Answer my foolish voice, give me now the divine protection of the starfire. He charged forward against the enemy, and one by one they fell defeated without even knowing what had defeated them. Slash. 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 Give the mercy of light to those who abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, wandering traveler. The chanting continued without stopping or hesitating. Walking along the side walls, he moved away from danger and gained height for his final act. Cross the sky and run through the desert, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Crash. The embedded is booed into the rocky surface and, from 1 second to the next, he left that position, landing above them and turning through the skies. Luminous wind. She shouted, summoning several green spheres that landed beside her. A wind of the same color enveloped her, and when she raised her sword, aiming at the target, these orbs of energy shot out at full speed. Thud. 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 Dozens of simultaneous explosions tore apart everything in the vicinity of where these spheres fell. Thousands of bones flew through the air. Many of these were shattered, reduced to pieces or simply turned into dust. The elf responsible for this destruction, gliding with a cloak covering her back, was losing height until finally the tips of her boots touched the ground and the thunderous sound of her magic impacting her target ceased. Now all that could be heard was falling stones and the fire being extinguished as the seconds passed. The cloud of dust rose, obscuring the view. But it didn't need to rise to know that she had done her job. The Spartoi were eliminated. And just in time, the golden light that had previously accompanied the green light disappeared, thus ending the effect of the Renard's magic that boosted the adventurer's level. She stood with her back to her work, walking towards where the rest of her companions were waiting for her. Ryuu-sama is incredible was Harahem's comment before the imposing figure of the elf, who changed towards them, downplaying the act of power she had just performed. But incredibly stupid Aisha, the Amazon of the Hermes family, added, frowning. That idiot is going to kill us, she thought, closing her fist, totally angry. The breathing of Estri's daughter became agitated. Although she was by far the strongest there, that didn't stop her from getting tired due to the large number of opponents she had to eliminate if she wanted to rescue her beloved. The use of his magic combined with the lack of rest took its toll on him. Ryuu-sama. If you don't relax or we stop walking, we'll die before even reaching the deep floors, the hobbit commented, worried for the well-being of the elf and the rest of the members of the exploration group that had now become a rescue group. The green-haired girl, now almost blonde, wrinkled her eyebrows. I will not stop, not until I see my Belle safe and sound. Until then, I do not care when I suffer or if fatigue strikes me, I will continue, he replied, holding on to the handle of his sword. The longer this rescue lasts, the less chance there is of getting him out alive, he answered, fearing for the health of his partner, who still shows no signs of life despite trying to communicate with him through the oculus he kept in his pocket. So, please give me a potion to restore my mind. If you wish, you can rest and I'll continue, he asked the support, extending his hand. It wasn't even a healing potion, it was one to fuel her magical capacity. That girl was seriously going all out. Lily gave up trying to convince her to stop and, reaching into her backpack, issued the elf's request. Thank you, he received as a response. Ryuu drank the contents, ready to continue the rescue. She turned around, facing the dark abyss that would guide her to the next floors of the dungeon, praying from the bottom of her heart that Belle was there now. Wait, rat, she was stopped by Aisha, who placed her hand on her shoulder. What's wrong? The girl asked. Her voice was hollow. Are you planning to kill us all? Aren't you listening to what you're saying? This isn't just a simple expedition to the lower floors. We're talking about the damn deep floors where there will be more of those things. I understand your desperation to save Belle, but if you don't allow the rest of them to regain their energy, they'll die and you'll be left with that blood staining your hands. And you don't consider your own life either. You're so determined to rescue him that you don't think he risked himself to save yours, the Amazon explained. Suddenly he grabbed her by the collar of her shirt, pulling her close so they were face to face. The fairy's expression of astonishment was immense. Don't make her sacrifice in vain, idiot. If you die, it won't have been worth it. He shouted, suddenly releasing her with a small shove. But Ryuu was speechless, lowering his head. Her fear of losing those she loved again prevented her from thinking clearly. She didn't fully appreciate the danger she was facing, much less the harm she was causing to others and, above all, to herself. He told you to trust in his return. So do it. If he's still alive, which is the most obvious option, he'll see nothing but corpses who tried to rescue him. How do you think he'd feel? The daughter of Hermes attacked strongly. She didn't care how sharp her words were, as long as it made her, a dear friend, reconsider and take control of her head and heart. As if he were a scolded little animal, he lowered his head. He wasn't able to deny the brunette's point, but he didn't want to give in to her either. Belle, he named him. So abandon your selfishness, idiot. Aisha shouted. Nothing will break that promise on Belle's part. But it will on your side if you die and they don't meet again, you stupid bitch, she concluded. That scolding brought Ryuu to her senses. It made her reconsider. If she dies and he, as promised, lives on, he will only hurt his beloved. With her lips trembling and tears about to fall, she decided to trust her lover's word. He cleaned the debris from his plane, using the sleeve of his cloak. Lemoriag. A deafening screech came from the cloud of debris. Everyone turned around instinctively. The noise produced by that being hurt their ears. It was there that they found a Spartoi in tatters, without an arm or even the lower half of its body. He dragged himself with difficulty towards Ryuu, trying to finish his work. Shut that damn thing down. Daphne ordered. Say no more. Welf quickly aimed and. But. He reduced the remains of the monster to ashes with a simple blast from his magic sword. What was that? Ryuu wondered, taking her hands away from her ears. As an elf, she was more sensitive to loud noises due to her enhanced hearing. Since the first meeting they have been shouting nonsense, Cassandra spoke, revealing the details she noticed. This caught the attention of the rest. The shorter the distance to the 37th floor, the louder the babble of those things. Since you and Aisha eliminate them so quickly, they're unable to hear you, or rather, they don't have time to even utter a word, Daphne explained, confirming what her friend had said while she finished drinking a healing potion. The words so far are random, without any concrete structure that forms a sentence. However, I've never heard of those things speaking so much to any monster in fact. Ignoring the Xenos, obviously well-fatted, reaching out for Lily to provide him with a potion that possessed the same effect as the one Ryuu drank earlier. Not quite, there's a word that's constantly repeated, Mikoto remembered. And what is it? The elf asked. Almost at the end of their meaningless babble they say, die, the Oriental responded, giving notice of what the rest did not notice in their confrontations. A rabbit, Bell, fairy, I've also sensed a certain intent on your part in naming you, Ryuu-sama. And Bell-sama Harahim, despite moving away from the center of the battle, thanks to her enhanced hearing, managed to decipher that. Our names? Why? Ryuu held his chin, deep in thought. Despite their lack of knowledge about this, they were concerned. They were unable to attribute it to coincidence, and this made the adventurers uncomfortable. It may sound crazy, but what if the Spartoi are aiming to end Bell and Ryuu's lives? It was difficult to confirm or refute. Ryuu sighed deeply. He wasn't in the right mind to be imagining such things. He glanced at his companions, repeating what Aisha had said. My hands are stained, he thought. She didn't want others to suffer because of her selfishness, so she made a decision. Let's rest until Harahim can reuse her magic. I hope it's enough time for us to recover our energy as well, he said. In a way, the main thing was that the Renard could continue to provide them with a level boost. Without that, their chances of winning the increasingly difficult floor-to-floor battles would be lower. So, with no other option, he gave up these minutes to relax. Hi. They responded in unison. However, having lost their way, a completely dark figure fell from above, right into the middle of the adventurers. Ham. He landed on skin. Crash. A jet-black sword was embedded in the rocks. Aisha and Ryuu reacted quickly, brandishing their weapons at it, but… clang. They were easily stopped in their tracks, without the stranger even flinching. How dare you direct the edge of your weapons to try to harm the King of Darkness? He asked. He only needed his hands to prevent the cuts from reaching him. He released the Podao and Alf's Lumina. Aisha and Ryuu took them down. Who are you? The elf asked menacingly. Prepare yourselves, because few beings have been able to live after this seal was removed from me, emanating a dark energy. He placed his hands on the edges of the hood that covered his face. For some reason, instead of instilling fear in the hearts of the adventurers, as those strange words that sought to be threatening without success would suggest, they radiated a certain embarrassment. I will guide them, he declared, showing his brown face, long ears and white hair. Ainsleaf, what are you doing here? Aisha recognized him. When the nickname was pronounced, others identified that adventurer. It was Hogni Ragnar, belonging to the Freya family. Behold the King of Darkness. Rejoice and feel safe under the wing of this being cursed with the power of eternal suffering. He introduced himself, rarely moving his hands. A drop of sweat ran down their foreheads. What's wrong with him? I really want to close my eyes and ignore the fact that this terrible act ever happened, Daphne commented. Her expression reflected disgust, if not loathing. Lily will never meet a normal adventurer. The image that Lily had of the first classes is slowly becoming degraded, said the support, hitting her forehead at the dark elf's personality. What brings you here, Dainsleif, and since when have you been following us? Ryuu questioned, probing him to find out the intentions of this member of the Freya family. The mysticism of my actions represents who I am. Do not delve into the darkness without waiting for it to analyze you. For now, the god of the night will devour any poor opponent who dares to enter my thick domain. Rest and prepare your power, the dark elf replied. This characteristic way of speaking made the adventurers uncomfortable, and at that point, they preferred to ignore it and activate the automatic yes. The blonde with green tips tilted her head in confusion. He says he'll take care of the monsters until we're ready to move on. The best thing to do here is just accept the help and ignore the motivations that led him to provide it to us, Aisha explained, giving her point of view. Hogni nodded, confirming it. How did you understand him? They asked him. I've had some very strange people in bed. I won't say anything more, the Amazon replied bluntly, without elaborating on the subject. Disgusting was the collective thought in response to this revelation. Okay. Any help is welcome. Welf closed the debate. Hogni nodded and walked forward. He would fight while the rest followed at a safe distance so as not to put themselves at risk and thus be ready for what awaited them in the deeper floors. As the dark elf crossed to Ryuu's side, he spoke. She watches over them, takes care of them, and she always will. Ryuu's eyes widened. He won't let anything happen to his two favorite mortals, he concluded. The elf turned to look at him, confused, but he had already walked away. Suddenly she smiled. She was aware of who she was. Sir, even though I left the bar and I've caused you a lot of trouble, you still take care of me like you have since the first day you rescued me, he thought, happy that this waitress, whom he recently found out was none other than the goddess Freya, is his best friend. And, regaining his breath and spirits, as well as his self-confidence, the search continued, now accompanied by a first-class sailor. In the dungeon, deep floors. Face the curse of my sword. Renounce your poor existences and let yourselves be consumed. I am the one who controls your lives and your deaths. And now I want to kill you. The maniacal screams coming from the dark elf echoed. Slash. 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 Ahahahaha. Suffer. Suffer. I laughed out loud like a maniac. The bones were separating. Several were broken. If the Spartoi had blood, it would spill everywhere, pigmenting every surface that is even remotely close to the rest of the level 6 adventurer's attack. Slash. 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 He seemed to take delight in finishing off his enemies. The speed. The force. The power. Every characteristic he reflected in his attacks terrified anyone who stood up to him. The group following him closely could do nothing but gape in horror. Incredible, the Ryuu murmured. Everyone in the Freya family is crazy. Daphne shouted. I don't think that Haraham wanted to see the bright side, however. Hahahaha. My power arises. Let the dark flames consume everything in your path. Hogni continued, raising his voice to mock and say things that the author is sincerely ashamed to write. Haraham don't know. I know it's natural for him to seek the best in others. But he's definitely not a sane person. Mikoto, who behaves respectfully toward everyone, wasn't able to defend the elf, agreeing with the negative opinions. Slash. 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 No attack reached him. There were no dust stains on his uniform, much less scratches to indicate that the skeletons had struck. This is the world of first classes. Aisha was impressed. The difference in strength between the level 6 Hogni and her level 4 was vast. Slash. 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 He doesn't even sweat. Its terrifying. Ryuu, despite only being one level ahead of them, wasn't even close to reaching that strength. Precision in attacks. Sword handling. His intelligence in battle, contrary to what others would think. His impenetrable defense has not wavered despite the enormous number of opponents surrounding him. Slash. 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 Hogni made a horizontal cut, rotating on his own axis. A clean cut that sliced dozens of Spartoi into top and bottom halves. Lily thinks that the hobbit swallowed. What is scary, not only because of his peculiar way of being. Look at his sword. He pointed at the support, causing the rest to heed that indication. Levels 2 and 3 weren't able to notice it with the naked eye. On the contrary, they had a hard time noticing what Lily mentioned, even though she also fell into that category. But you can't compare the vision of someone who has spent their entire life recognizing tiny details. However, Ryuu and Aisha did identify the technique, or rather, the characteristic of the dark elf. His sword doesn't touch anyone, the elf murmured, stunned. Yes, that's how it is. Each damn slash didn't reach the opponents, it only passed at a considerably close distance. And yet. Slash. 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 It never failed. Was it the wind produced by brandishing it that killed those skeletons? Nobody knows. They were only sure of one thing. The Freya family is full of monsters, they muttered in unison. The gap only grew wider. From the 31st to the 35th floor, he eliminated the skeletons without flinching. Without stopping to rest. Slash. 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 Without even breaking a sweat. Slash. 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 The former cringeworthy figure abruptly changed to one you wouldn't want to face. That was the potential and strength of Dane's Leaf. Slash. 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 The number of Spartoi was reduced to nothing. Incredible, he defeated everyone in less than 5 minutes. Well, it took us almost an hour to clear the 29th floor, was Welf's comment, who, as a result of his wounded pride, decided to return to combat. I suppose we won't let him take full credit for the rescue, the Amazon smiled, stepping forward to fight. This display of power turned her on, and to calm her urges, she would support Hogni. Yes, our previous effort would be worthless. Ryuu unsheathed Alf's Lumina. Go for them. They shouted in unison when monsters appeared from the deep abyss. This time it wasn't just the Spartoi. Along with them were the barbarians, who hadn't appeared since Bel's sacrifice. 5. Ryuu and Aisha charged head-on. Slash. 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 The blood of the minotaur-like monsters was spilled excessively. The bones of the skeletons were crushed into powder. Slash. 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 Ahahahaha. Hogni laughed wildly, feeling liberated. Here he could act as he always wanted. I wouldn't take insults head-on from Alan and those little hobbits. Hedon would not look at him disappointed. I can show off. He shouted, excited. And feeling the energy surrounding him, he attacked. Slash. 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 One by one the enemies fell. That scarlet liquid stained the white color of the rocks. Slash. 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 Don't want to overshadow us. Aisha took this as a challenge and. Champion of the savages. Slash. 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 The Amazon began the chant of her magic, brandishing her podao. Slash. 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 Manly warrior, strong hero, greedy and unjust hero. Prove your worth if you desire the Empress's sash. Slash. 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 That Amazon loved men, however, there was one thing she loved more than that: fighting. Slash. 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 Satisfy my body, penetrate my body, kill my body and prove your worth. My hungry sword is Hippolyta. The end was approaching, only 2 words were needed to be uttered. A red light emerged from his weapon and, running to where the largest number of monsters were, he stopped. He lifted the sheet and… Hell Kaios. A red shock wave was produced. Thud. 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 Feet and legs were lifted up, being pushed back and suffering constant damage as the power dragged them. Unparalleled strength. Fighting spirit. You have potential. Hogni acknowledged her, crossing to her side and… Slash. 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 Filling them before the Amazon's magic could completely do it. Hey. Those were mine. The brunette complained. Slash. 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 You must be faster to beat me. But nothing beats the speed of darkness. The elf replied, in his own way. Slash. 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 Luminous whined. Ryuu's scream made them turn around. Just like before, the emerald energy orb shot out at the army made up of Spartois and Barbarian. Thud. 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 The bodies of their victims exploded upon contact with that magic. The imposing figure of the fairy soaring through the skies with the delicacy of a flower, but the power of a cannon, was simply admirable. When he finally hit the ground, he landed right in the middle of Hogni and Aisha. Stop playing games. We have to rescue my boyfriend, she said seriously, resuming her journey to the next floor. Ryuu. One of the barbarians jumped out of the thick dust, wanting to hit the elf, but… Slash. Before he could connect, he was decapitated. The head rolled, blood gushing from the torso. The corpse vanished, turning into smoke. Poor Belle, if he makes her angry, Welf muttered, who incinerated the barbarian he faced, stunned by the violence of his friend's girlfriend. Clean Hogni wiped the blood from the blade of his sword. Yes, another monster-infested floor was released. Silence was present. Only the small rocks falling to the ground made any noise. However, these vibrated. The first-class adventurer's keen senses alerted him. Get behind me, he ordered, losing all exaggerated acts and extravagant words. 5. The footsteps signaled what was to come. 5. Another followed. Impossible, it's supposed to be generated within a week. The support's breathing became irregular. 5. There's nothing to worry about. With Dane's leaf on our side, he shouldn't pose any danger. Daphne shrugged off the presence of that powerful ally. 5. Crack. The walls were cracking. Jurr. A loud screech, as if a metal object were being dragged, originated at the separation of the 34th and 35th floors. 5. 5. 5. It's bigger, Hogni gulped. Much bigger, he added, looking nervous. This action by the strongest adventurer among them did not give them a good feeling. And, among the shadows, the gigantic one appeared. Beauteous. Thanks, Mikoto. Indeed, it was the floor manager on the deep floors. The gigantic leader of the Spartoi who commanded respect with his mere presence. Beauteous. In his hand he held a giant jet black sword that he dragged, creating a huge crack in its path. It's different from the one otter face. That one is at least twice as tall and strong, Hogni muttered, remembering the confrontation between the captain of the Freya family and the beast right under his nose. The sovereign of death, the king of anti-life, these were the nicknames with which he was received. If Eudius was supposed to be defeated by high-level sixes, why didn't the fear leave his body? Now I understand why the Spartoi and Barbarian escaped from the Colosseum, Aisha commented. And the reason Fells disappeared, Welf added. The monster's mouth slowly opened. The purple light appeared in it. The magic stone behind his sternum lit up. Careful. Hogni ran at the maximum speed his condition allowed and… 5. He hit him on the chin. Nevertheless. The purple lightning bolt tore apart everything around it, compromising the roof and dropping hundreds of enormous stones. Or that would be the case if… Lava. Ryuu noticed that the rocks that made up the ceiling melted. For that to be possible, the temperature of the attack would have to be incredibly high. Run away. Run away, everyone. Hogni ordered, falling to the ground after jumping to reach the monster's mouth and thus change the trajectory of the attack. We can't leave you alone. Ryuu replied, worried about the elf's well-being. I don't matter. Freya-sama doesn't want you to die. He answered. How your goddess would suffer if she loses you. Replied the fairy. Crash. The heavy body of the Udius, due to the power of the blow, was pushed a few centimeters, hitting its head on the ceiling. Brag. Angrily, he opened his hand and pointed it at the cause of his pain. Dozens, if not hundreds, of spiritus fell from his bones and shot out like kamikazes towards him. "Since when can you do that?" the others asked. "Tch." He clicked his tongue, preparing himself and, in the air. Slash. 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 He destroyed them all. But he kept pulling them out, throwing more and more. Regaining his balance and taking advantage of the elf's distraction, the Udius raised his skeletal finger and opened his mouth. "Eee!" he shouted loud and clear, pointing at Ryuu. The purple light was generated again. The magic stone, which acted as a battery, charged the attack and boom. The lightning, like the previous time, melted everything in its path. The enormous heat that it emanated was such that, even several meters away from it, it was felt by them. "Get out of the way," said Hogni, who couldn't react like before. Zoom. Before the elf's astonished gaze, as she watched the attack heading towards her, something happened before it could reach her. Bargavesta. Crash. That scream came from the walls, shattering them and allowing a figure to emerge. Scryach. The aforementioned's legs skidded, putting himself between Ryuu and the purple lightning. Bell. Everyone named him, identifying him. Covered in blood and almost without armor, the white-haired man they were going to rescue was there. In his right hand he held the dagger hestia sword. "Please let this work," the boy begged, closing his eyes and holding the jet black sword with both hands to withstand the impact that came at point-blank range. Boom. Ah. Bell's scream was not long in coming. His heels dug into the ground, skidding and cracking it. But for some reason the energy expelled in that shot didn't burn him. On the contrary, it was as if the sword absorbed her. The more energy was stored in the sword, the longer and wider the blade would be. Until the weapon 4 meters long and 2 meters wide was wielded by the rabbit. Bell turned his back, looking at his girl. "I told you that you would trust me," he declared, smiling at her. Ryuu, shedding tears of happiness, replied. "Thanks for coming back." After this, Bell turned his gaze towards his opponent. "Let me give it back to you," he shouted, pointing at the monster. And zoom. The beam, identical to the previous one, only white in color, was returned to the Udius. He quickly put down his black sword and boom. Hestia's sword turned red hot, burning Bell's palms. "This is far from over. Hogni, come here," the white-haired man ordered, shouting at the top of his lungs and calling Freya's son to distance himself from that colossal floor boss. "Yes," he replied. In a rapid movement. Slash. 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 He got rid of the skeletons and distanced himself from them, landing beside the young man as he jumped backward. When the steam from the explosion, along with the cloud of debris resulting from it, dissipated, they witnessed the state of the Udius. The sword lay intact, undamaged. However, the same could not be said of him. Several pieces of bone were melted, others were charred or even fell off. The head and the magic stone were not damaged, as if that had been their intention. The violet eyes looked at them and Bry-ig. A scream of extreme suffering came from the jet-black beast. Hundreds of Spartoi emerged from the dungeon walls, summoned by the call. These accumulated in it, fusing with each other and joining the Udius's body, regenerating the lost parts. The thought was the same. Irregular Udius. We must destroy the magic stone. Only then will he be defeated. Fels emerges behind the Hestia and Mych family girls. Yes, the person they went to rescue was still alive. Cranel. The monster, recovering the lost parts, named the rabbit protagonist loud and clear. "It wasn't just a coincidence anymore. I was going for him. Here I am, monster. No matter what you do, dungeon, I will emerge victorious whenever you try to eliminate me," Bell muttered, smiling defiantly. There was no way to escape this inevitable confrontation. "I will give him the happy ending that Ryuu longed for, and nothing and no one will stop it," he finished. "I expect a great reward," Freya-sama Hogni thought, at the expense of rival danger. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.